Chapter 1. Crossing Over, Simulation. Imagine a zombie gnawing at your brain. The early part of this book is purely martial arts, while the latter will delve into high-level martial arts. The protagonist is quite cautious, only engaging in overwhelming battles. A blend of humor and abstraction with a touch of leveling up. Many minor adversaries will later transform into comedic characters, while only true enemies will meet their demise. In the year 269 of the Daqing era, in Beichuan County, near Qingcheng, by the shores of Qinghu, a young man named Yun Shou awoke at dawn. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have aged another year. Foundation 1. Current increase 14. A warm current surged within him, and he felt invigorated, his body considerably lighter. This was the cheat he had brought with him upon crossing over, functioning to enhance his foundation. The effect he currently felt was merely a slight improvement in his health. Yet heaven, if you have granted me a cheat, could you not also bestow upon me a better family? Yun Shou lamented to the heavens. The cheat was undeniably powerful. For those wandering the martial world, renowned masters would risk everything to bolster their foundation by even a mere one. However, Yun Shou was merely the son of a fisherman. His family was so impoverished they had but a single boat, which had capsized in a storm when he was 12. His parents perished with the vessel, and he drifted for a day and a half, clinging to a piece of driftwood until he was rescued by passing fishermen. After being adrift, his vitality was greatly diminished, compounded by a lifetime of inadequate nourishment. Thus, despite the 14 increase to his foundation, he was still inferior to the children of affluent families. 2 years after the death of his parents, he signed a contract of servitude with the Qinghe gang, which controlled the shipping trade around Qinghu, selling himself for 20 years with the assistance of several fishermen. He managed to survive until now. The servitude contract merely allowed him, as a child, to stay there. The living arrangements and the boat were encumbered by debts many times their worth, with only usage rights granted, and there was no provision for fishing lessons. He primarily depended on the fishermen's support. Otherwise, he would have starved long ago. Another day of fishing awaits. Yun Shou mused, gazing at the vast expanse of Qinghu, which he likened to a sea with no visible end in sight. Damn the Qinghe gang for employing child labor, he muttered under his breath. Fortunately, the weather appeared favorable today, and he anticipated no storms. Be careful today, Xiao Shou, a middle-aged fisherman, Uncle G, advised kindly. Yun Shou nodded. Thank you, Uncle G. After signing the contract, it was Uncle G who had taught him to fish. For a year without his guidance, he would not have survived this long. As he approached the small boat, ready to untie the ropes, his mind suddenly jolted. A line of information appeared. Beep. Waste body simulator has been installed. Yun Shou. This simulator can be used once a day, with each activation costing 1 of foundational vitality, hence the name Waste Body Simulator. Yun Shou. Ah, does that mean I can use it? Once a year. After each simulation, you may inherit one of the following. 1. Martial arts cultivation. 2. Detailed memories. Data has changed and updated. The system suddenly faltered, startling Yun Shou, but familiar content quickly reappeared. After each simulation, you may inherit one of the following 3. 1. Detailed memories, excluding martial arts memories, with no omissions. 2. Martial arts cultivation, including martial arts memories, muscle memory, etc. 3. Increased foundation. Yun Shou was taken aback. What does it mean to choose an increase in foundation after simulation? No, system. Initially, the waste body simulator seemed genuinely useless. An ordinary person could use it to simulate a maximum of 99 times, and even if one became a master after those simulations, with only one foundation remaining, their strength might not surpass that of an ordinary person. Moreover, who knew if foundation would affect martial arts aptitude and lifespan? But now, with both cheats combined, it seemed a colossal bug had emerged. Without delay, he chose to initiate the simulation on the spot. Grant me a step towards the heavens. Become a martial artist. I beg you, simulated self. Beep. Foundation 1. Current foundation 113. In the year 269 of the Daqing era, you blinked and realized you had entered the simulation. You regretfully discovered that a second simulation could not be conducted during this one. To preserve your original self, you decided to continue as a child labor fisherman, surviving for a year to recoup your losses. In the year 270 of the Daqing era, your approach was cautious. You would not venture out in slightly rough weather. Finally, You turned 15, Foundation 1, reaching 114. In the year 271, the old fisherman who had once helped you, Old Wong, passed away. His son mourned deeply, but instead of using nearby fishermen's contributions for a burial, he opted for a water burial in the lake. Half a year later, Wang's son used the funeral funds to marry a wife. In the year 272 of the Daqing era, you continued fishing, but with your skills and experience increasing, you not only sustained yourself, but also saved a small sum of copper coins. In the year 273, the wife of Uncle Ji, who had once aided you, gave birth to a daughter, rumored to be sired by a young hero who had traveled by boat. You wished to comfort Uncle Ji, but his face revealed no sorrow. He joyfully cradled his daughter alongside his wife, Yun Shou. He understood that such ancient fishermen sometimes took on side jobs as boatmen, and many boats had boatwomen, the wives of boatmen who also provided certain services. Yet, the boatmen felt no shame, rather, they rejoiced in having a superior breed, for although the child was not theirs, the bond of affection was genuine. Although you completely disagree with this viewpoint, you do not look down upon Uncle G. The impoverished have their own ways of living, and you, having grown up relying on him, have no right to judge. Yun Shou resolved to alter Uncle Ji's fate in the future. In the year 274, at 19, Uncle G advised you to marry. You knew you could not support a wife and did not wish to incur emotional debts, so you opted to seek pleasure in the city's red silk houses. You indulged in such pleasures for a month but resolved never to return. In the year 275, your foundation reached 118. You had become resilient under the sun and wind, and your complexion had darkened considerably. You ventured into the pleasure houses again. Yun Shou bid Ladybug, "Do you have no hands?" He looked down upon his simulated self. In June of the year 275, you indulged. In August of the year 275, you indulged. In September of the year 275, you returned to fishing and had a bountiful catch, indulging twice. Yun Shou, oh Yun Shou, how could you fall so low? Have you forgotten the martial arts plan you set for yourself? Your original self declared, "Grant me a step towards the heavens." This cannot continue. In November of the year 275, giggling, "I am the original self," indulging. In the year 276, you heard of someone afflicted with a venereal disease, suffering a tragic fate. After witnessing it, you ceased such indulgences. In the year 277, at 22, your foundation reached 120. With newfound confidence, you took your savings to a martial arts school in the city to seek a disciple's position, but the master, after assessing your bones, deemed you of average aptitude and too poor to accept. Word of your visit to the martial arts school reached the Qinghe gang, and 3 burly men beat you severely, leaving a message. You still owe your life and dare to aspire to become a martial artist. In the year 278, you learned of a new grandmaster emerging in the martial world, famed far and wide. Even the simple fisherman had heard of him. You continued fishing. Yun Shou clenched his teeth. Does the Qinghe gang truly intend to control me for 20 years, releasing me only at 32? Chapter 2. Foundation Completion, Aspiration for Martial Arts. In the year 280, while out on the boat, you witnessed 2 figures battling atop the lake, sword energy sending. Waves crashing several meters high, you hastily rowed away. The next day, the Qinghe gang issued a command for all fishermen to set sail and search for a young man near Qinghu, and you realized he was one of the 2 warriors from the previous day's fight. The fishermen found nothing, and a month later, as the storm subsided, you lamented your lack of a protagonist's fate. In the year 283 of the Great Celebration, you are 28 years old, a remarkably mature fisherman. Your foundation, enhanced by a factor of 1.26, endows you with greater strength, vitality, and endurance than your peers. While many of your contemporaries, worn by years of toil, appear aged before their time, you remain vigorous, firmly in the prime of your life. By 284, Ji Shu's daughter, Ji Xiaoyu, frequently seeks your companionship. In 285, news reaches you of the war between the kingdom of Qing and the neighboring Wu state, a matter you initially regard with indifference. However, 3 months later, you find yourself forcibly conscripted into the army. Upon entering the military camp, you undergo a grueling training regimen lasting a month and a half. You suspect that your pay is being siphoned off, as the rations provided barely satisfy your hunger. Perhaps your robust physique simply demands more sustenance. As you engage in martial arts training, you consider yourself a mediocre practitioner. In 286, you are assigned a spear and wooden armor, accompanying your unit to the front lines. After merely a day's rest, your division is tasked with an offensive. Amidst the chaos of battle, you and a familiar comrade guard each other's backs, barely managing to survive the onslaught. Suddenly, a formidable general from the Wu army charges forth, wielding a massive iron hammer. You attempt to evade him and succeed, but in a cruel twist, he smashes a fellow soldier with such force that a severed arm lands upon you, rendering you unconscious. In that moment on the battlefield, you never awaken again. You have perished. Please select your rewards. 1. Detailed memories from the past 17 years. 2. A month and a half of martial arts skills plus enhanced physique. 3. An increase of 17 to your foundational strength. Without hesitation, you choose the third option. Indeed, that is the most advantageous choice. Foundation increased by 17. Current foundation is now 130. With a multiplier of 1.3, I should be slightly superior to the average individual now. You muse, stretching and feeling a surge of vitality coursing through you. In your youth, insufficient nourishment left you weakened, and at 12, a significant loss of energy resulted in a foundation of only 114 less than that of an ordinary person. Now, with a foundation of 130, you undoubtedly surpass the average. The sense of vindication washes over you. Now, those martial arts schools that once looked down upon me. You pause, realizing they would still regard you with disdain, for while you may be slightly above the norm, it is still merely averaged. Have the schools vying for your apprenticeship. You would need to elevate your foundation to 200 or even 300. Shaking your head, you recognize that a single simulation cannot catapult you to greatness. Even the most basic martial artist has eluded you thus far. You resolve to return to your fishing endeavors. On this day, fortune is moderately favorable. You do not encounter a large school of fish. Nevertheless, your enhanced strength and stamina make the task significantly easier. Upon returning to Qingshui village by the lakeside, you hand over your catch to the cunning shopkeeper in servitude to the Qinghe gang. 11 pounds and 6 ounces, worth 58 coins. The shopkeeper grins, his demeanor deceptively sly. Internally, you curse the unscrupulous merchant, yet you accept the coins with feigned enthusiasm. While he claims 58 coins, you suspect it is short by 4 or 5. To voice this suspicion would only result in punishment, and in the city, your catch could fetch over 100 coins. However, the Qinghe gang controls this area, and all fishermen work under their auspices. The shopkeeper's establishment is the designated fish market. Any fisherman daring to sell in the city would jeopardize their livelihood. Those bound by a servitude contract like yourself face even harsher consequences. Half your life could be taken from you. One day, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. You vow silently. For now, however, you must bide your time. As you make your way back to your humble abode, you overhear Old Wang reprimanding his son. Old Wang is the fisherman who saved you from drowning 2 years prior, though, regrettably, he is fated to perish in the simulation 2 years hence. You disapprove of Old Wang's son using the money for his father's funeral to marry instead, yet perhaps Old Wang himself would prefer it this way. After all, having a wife is far more significant than being buried in the ground. Out of the 3 forms of unfilial conduct, having no descendants is the gravest. You reflect, exchanging pleasantries with the 2 before collapsing into bed. Fishing is physically demanding, leaving you little energy for anything else. The next morning, you awaken with a start, eyes drawn to the system interface. It is time once again for your daily simulation opportunity. Without hesitation, you initiate the simulation. Foundation decreased by 1. Current foundation is 129. In the year 269 of the Great Celebration, your robust health leads to a notable increase in your daily fishing yields. In 270, you hear of an extraordinary catch made by Old Zhu in Qingshui Villahea rare black-blooded fish, rewarded with 30 taels of silver by the Qinghe gang. You ponder why this segment did not appear last time. Was it due to the simulator selecting only certain narratives, or did the shift in your mindset and capabilities create a butterfly effect? Perhaps it is a combination of both. In 271, you learn of the upcoming youth talent competition, where participants are predominantly second-rate martial artists. Curious, you investigate the classification of martial artists and discover several tiers. Unremarkable, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, martial masters, and grandmasters. Among these, martial masters are capable of establishing their own schools, recognized as formidable figures in their regions. In the grand city of Qingcheng, there are but 3 martial academies. Third-rate, second-rate, such unimpressive titles. You muse, recognizing their simplicity and ease of remembrance, yet they lack any display of the martial artist's formidable spirit. In 273, Yun Shou's daughter is born, aptly named Ji Xiaoyu, and you find yourself quite fond of the little girl. WY 275, a young woman from Qingshui village expresses her affection for you, but you hastily decline, preferring a more physical than emotional connection. Speaking of physical connections, you hesitate at the thought of potential risks. Perhaps it is wiser to save your resources and redeem your freedom sooner, avoiding the conscription of a decade hence. By 279, at the age of 24, your foundation stands at 139, and you feel comparable to some of the more robust guards. In 282, you finally accumulate enough funds to redeem your freedom 5 years early. From that moment, the sky is the limit. Yun Shou and others advise against your decision, struggling to comprehend why you would relinquish a steady livelihood when you possess nothing else. Resolute, you venture into Qingcheng, leveraging your commendable physical prowess to become a guard for the wealthy Chu family. Here, you're introduced to formal martial arts, iron body technique, and skirishing arm, from which you may select one to serve as your signature style. The skirishing arm sounds appealing. You contemplate stroking your chin. I choose the iron body technique. Defy oneself. Chapter 3. Yun Shou. I do not prefer tender grass. The captain of the Chu family's guard, Chu San, is a martial artist of the second tier. While instructing a new batch of guards, he imparts secrets that are exclusive to the martial class. There are 2 categories of martial practice: martial arts, which represents orthodox martial techniques, such as the iron body technique that one must perfect to ascend to the 3rd tier, 2nd tier, or even higher, and martial skills, which refer to combat techniques. The effectiveness of martial skills in enhancing physical prowess is minimal, and relying solely on martial skills will only result in a practitioner of the unrefined tier. Some advanced martial arts not only possess their own training methods, but also come with corresponding martial skills. The combination of the 2 yields far greater power than a mere mishmash of unrelated techniques. Unfortunately, the iron body technique lacks accompanying martial skills, necessitating the combination of various martial skills instead. The alternative choice, the heavenly arm, also does not possess any supporting martial skills. As the newly appointed guards begin their training under Captain Chu San, he informs them that practitioners of the 3rd tier must cultivate muscle, vitality, and skin resilience. Only by advancing these 3 areas to a certain threshold can one generate internal strength and ascend to the 2nd tier. You commence your martial training while being assigned the duty of patrolling the Chu family estate. In the year 283 of the Great Celebration, you make your entry into the iron body technique, feeling a significant enhancement in your physical strength. The levels of martial arts. Entry: minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection. The levels of martial arts generally only slightly affect training speed, but primarily provide additional attribute enhancements. For instance, as the depth of the iron body technique increases, the practitioner's physical strength correspondingly heightens. Chu San praises your talent, suggesting that if you catch the attention of the family head, you are destined to become a 2nd-tier martial artist and perhaps even aspire to the 1st tier. At this point, your foundational enhancement reaches 144, and with the Chu family's wealth and generosity, coupled with plentiful meals and occasional medicinal supplements for the elite guards, you feel that the vitality you had lost in the past is gradually being restored. In essence, your current 144 is equivalent to over 150 from previous years. You truly are an individual of exceptional martial talent. In the year 284 of the Great Celebration, you hear that the Taoist masters are preparing for a grand assembly of masters, which, of course, bears no relevance to you. A mere 3rd-tier martial artist still honing your muscles. By the year 285, your martial prowess advances further. You feel your muscle strength has reached a certain standard, and you vaguely sense the internal vitality within your body. Once you master this vitality, you will be considered above average among third-tier martial artists. However, Captain Chu-san remarks that your innate physique and strength already qualify as exceptional, placing you on par with some third-tier martial artists who have cultivated their vitality. That same year, the Martial Kingdom launches a surprise attack on a village in the Celebration Kingdom, and the following month, the Celebration Kingdom declares war against the Martial Kingdom. You think to yourself that this has nothing to do with you. 3 months later, recruitment drives take place across various locales, but as a guard of the Chu family, you are exempt from conscription. Your iron body technique reaches minor accomplishment. In the year 286 of the Great Celebration, you hear news of a major defeat at the front lines, primarily due to the emergence of a natural-born powerhouse in the Martial Kingdom, who can effortlessly unleash a force of thousands of pounds. Even the masters are reluctant to confront him directly, as he sweeps across the battlefield, felling thousands with ease. Conversations abound within the Chu residence, speculating that the Martial Kingdom's forces could breach Qing City within 2 years. That same year, Uncle Ji entrusts his daughter to your care, seeking refuge for her to accompany you away, hinting that you may take her as a concubine. After all, with the Chu family backing you, following a fisherman would be far less secure than aligning with a prominent family. In the year 287 of the Great Celebration, the Grand Assembly of Masters is held as scheduled, but shocking news emerges. It was a trap. The Taoist sect and the Celebration Kingdom conspired together, resulting in the immediate demise of 6 masters from the Martial Kingdom. The tide of war seems poised to turn. The unparalleled master of the Martial Kingdom, filled with rage, emerges, capable of shattering city walls with a single hand. In just 3 strikes, he aids the Martial Kingdom's forces in breaching 3 cities and slaughtering them. By the year 288 of the Great Celebration, the army approaches Qing City, and you had already utilized your modest privileges as a guard of the Chu family to bring familiar faces from Qinghe village into the city. You merely found them a dilapidated house to squeeze into and warned the local ruffians to refrain from causing trouble. This year, at the age of 33, your foundational enhancement reaches 149. The only regret is that you began martial training too late, and you remain stuck at the skin resilient stage. Another reason is that as your vitality increases, your foundation becomes thicker, consuming more time. Now, serving as a senior guard near the inner quarters of the Chu family, you are just a step away from becoming captain. You hear the Chu family members scolding the Martial Kingdom's army for refusing their surrender, intent on slaughtering the city. Although no grandmaster is present, continuous assaults for 3 days leave the city walls on the verge of collapse, and the populace within grows increasingly anxious. You receive an order from the Chu family to defend the city. Military orders are as binding as those from noble families, and you feel a sense of impending doom. On the 5th day, as the city teeters on the brink of destruction, you witness an elderly man ascend the wall with an ethereal grace. You recognize him as a once disgraced martial artist who opened a modest martial school, but now he seems far from ordinary. Yet, even if he were a master, what could he do? Masters cannot face thousands on a battlefield, especially in the Martial Kingdom, where even the most common soldiers possess the strength of third-tier martial artists. The elder calls out to the military commander, his voice resonating for miles, stirring a tempest that seems otherworldly. He advises the commander to bypass the city and refrain from slaughter. The commander scoffs at the old man, considering him a charlatan, and leads tens of thousands of troops forward. A force beyond imagination manifests like a natural disaster. At the age of 33, you stand upon the city wall like an ant, aghast as the elder effortlessly slays thousands with a single strike, let alone a master. Even the supreme masters who stand at the pinnacle of the world could not possess such power. This display is akin to a calamity. You begin to contemplate reopening your training, eager for your next simulation to latch onto this golden opportunity. Yun Shou, I'm all in, brother. As the crisis in Qing City is averted, the elder watches calmly as the remnants of the Martial Kingdom as army retreat in disarray, making no further moves. After this incident, he is never seen again in Qing City. In the year 289 of the Great Celebration, a ceasefire is established between the two nations, ushering in a temporary peace. This year, you also cultivate internal strength within your body, becoming a second-tier martial artist capable of traversing the martial world. A second-tier martial artist, having birthed internal energy, also known as internal force, which cannot be unleashed to slay enemies, yet flows through your limbs, temporarily enhancing strength, speed, and explosive power. You have now reached the level of those martial experts depicted in the weaker novels you once read in your past life. You become the captain of the Chu family's guard at the age of 34, while Ji Xiaoyu, now 15, frequently visits your residence. Your subordinates tease you about the little wife of the captain arriving again. You merely wish for a fleeting dalliance. But such affairs are not to be pursued with acquaintances or close companions. You do not engage with tender grass. In the year 290 of the Great Celebration, you often visit the Baiwa Tower in front of Ji Xiaoyu, seeking fleeting pleasures. The Baiwa Tower is relatively upscale, with no reports of anyone contracting venereal diseases. Yun Shou. Bug. I haven't even enjoyed myself yet. Chapter 4. Yun Shou. I am a second-tier power in the year 291 of the Great Celebration. Your foundational strength has increased by 152, and you feel an overwhelming vigor coursing through your body. Despite having entered middle age, you show no signs of decline. Your iron body technique has reached perfection. By the year 292, with resources provided by the Chu family, you begin to unify your qi and blood, refining your body steadily within the second-tier realm. However, age hampers your progress. Starting martial arts in your 20s is indeed rather late. Even though your foundation is strong, it only indicates high potential, not a rapid advancement in martial practice. This year, you repeatedly ponder, the essence of the body, not inheriting martial arts cultivation, is truly foolish. Hoping the simulator has recorded it. Yun Shou. In 294, the infamous flower thief, Song Yulong, stealthily infiltrates the grand residence of the Chu family and abducts the charming Chu Xian. You are tasked with a citywide manhunt. In a modest dwelling, you discover two individuals in an intimate embrace. This is not mere thievery, but an elopement. Song Yulong, a prodigious youth, detects your presence. His martial prowess is nearly first tier, and his foundation rivals yours. Neither of you can gain the upper hand at that moment. After several dozen exchanges, Song Yulong, employing exquisite martial techniques, gains the advantage, while Chu Xian cheers him on, and you find yourself gradually overwhelmed, sustaining injuries as he intensifies his assault, aiming to incapacitate you. At a critical juncture, your comrades arrive, forcing Song Yulong to flee with Chu Xian. However, having been discovered, how can he escape the encirclement of skilled martial artists with an ordinary woman in tow? Throughout the ordeal, Chu Xian hurls insults at you and your allies. But you remain indifferent. After all, she is not the one paying your wages. Soon, Song Yulong, wounded, slips through the net but leaves Chu Xian behind, who continues to threaten retribution against you. The head of the Chu family praises your efforts, noting that Song Yulong is a genius of the highest order, and your prolonged engagement with him is commendable. Half a month later, Chu Xian apologizes, admitting her youthfulness led her to be swayed by Song Yulong's flattery. You sip her tea of contrition, but half an hour later, you're suddenly seized by excruciating abdominal pain, dark veins crawling across your body. You perish. Yun Shou. What a calamity, a love-stricken fool. He does not blame his counterpart in the simulator, for who would have anticipated such treachery? You, driven by the duty of protection and the command of the family head, are thwarted by her lethal betrayal. Yun Shou is certain that this deranged woman will face retribution from the head of the Chu family. Yet by then, he has already met his demise. Please select one of the following rewards to inherit. 1. Detailed memories of 25 years. 2. The martial progress of a second-tier warrior, along with related knowledge of martial arts and techniques. 3. An increase of 25 to your foundational strength. Without hesitation, I choose option 2. Although the simulator's version of myself scorns me as a fool, who could resist indulging in your whims? The moment I make my selection, muscle, vitality, physique, Yun Shou's spirit surges at a terrifying pace. His formidable strength has multiplied several times over. He now possesses the ability to shatter wood and break bricks with unscathed hands. The abundant vitality within him compels him to howl towards the heavens. His blood surging like rivers, providing an endless source of power. The resilience of his skin allows him to unleash his fists and feet without fear of injury or joint strain. Not only that, as he inhales deeply, an extraordinary force erupts from within his already superhuman body. Internal energy, like a pale serpent, it flows through his veins, guided by his intent. Yun Shou picks up a piece of blue stone from the ground, holding it in his palm. The agile internal energy flickers, and as a slight sensation of fatigue courses through his arm, that energy merges with the channels of his palm. Power erupts. Crack! A sharp sound resonates from his palm, and a fissure appears on the blue stone. Releasing his grip, the stone falls to the ground, shattering into two pieces. With the augmentation of internal energy, he can now crush stones the size of a fist. Such strength applied to the human body would surely leave none unscathed. Moreover, his bones are hollow and elongated, while this blue stone is solid and oval-shaped. A second-tier warrior, a bone-breaking fiend, one punch per adversary. Yun Shou reflects on the iron body technique. While it may be a common martial art, it is nonetheless orthodox and comprehensive in body training. This technique has been perfected in the simulator, providing a measure of defensive power that transcends the second-tier realm, purely a characteristic of martial arts. In addition to the perfected iron body technique, he has also learned a form of the overlord blade technique, achieving a commendable level of skill. I now consider myself a minor master, certainly weaker than the pinnacle version of myself in the simulator. Currently, my foundation stands at 129, originally marred by youthful vitality loss. Yet the simulator seems to have restored that energy, so the enhancement remains at 129. However, the foundational level has likely risen to approximately 132 or 133. In contrast, the version of myself in the simulator boasted a foundation of 155, a staggering 26 higher than my current state, a significant disparity akin to distinguishing an extraordinary individual from an ordinary one. Furthermore, considering physical prowess under identical circumstances, I could undoubtedly defeat my 10-year-old self at the age of 30, despite both being set at the same level of martial arts. That Song Yulong, who could once contend with me for dozens of rounds, would surely be vanquished in mere 3 strikes today. I jest to myself. Though, it is possible that he hasn't even been born yet. To prevent arrogance and overinflation of my ego, I conduct a thorough self-examination of my flaws and shortcomings. Yet, I still cannot suppress the upward curve of my lips. I navigate my boat onto the lake, distancing myself from the shore. As I observe only a handful of distant silhouettes, I burst into laughter across the vast surface of the water. A second-tier warrior. What does it mean to be second-tier? I'm a second-tier power. That leader of the Qinghe gang. How could he possibly rival the first tier? In a few days, I shall trample him beneath my feet. Throughout the day, Yun Shou is filled with delight. His eyes gleam with vitality, radiating brilliance. This is the essence of a second-tier warrior, a testament to the birth of internal energy and martial skill within him. Yet he remains unaware that, while this knowledge belongs to the realm of martial arts memory, it has been inherited through option 2, consisting of overly intricate details. In his years with the Chu family, no one ever instructed or taught him the art of feigning ignorance, of masquerading as a mere passerby, concealing his brilliance. This leads to an odd gaze from the unscrupulous merchant as he presents his catch that evening. This lad, why does he seem so dazzling today? Is it merely my imagination? 40 coins. As he hands over the copper coins, his hands are surprisingly clean, originally intending to pocket 4 coins for himself. He only takes 2 this time. Chapter 5. The quest for the mysterious thigh. Yun Shou's vitality was astonishing, causing him to toss and turn in bed until midnight, unable to find repose, ultimately staying awake through the night. Typically, a martial artist would not encounter such a predicament, although they share a similar exuberance. Their daily training would have sufficiently exhausted their energy by day, allowing for a peaceful slumber by night. However, Yun Shou's fishing rhythm today adhered to its usual pace, leaving him with a considerable reserve of energy. It was only when the first light of dawn began to break that he felt a hint of drowsiness. Yet, it was no longer suitable for sleep. He decided to rest once the boat set sail. Grasping his worn blanket, He made his way to the boat's entrance. However, halfway there, upon noticing the dimming sky, he turned back. It appeared rain was imminent, posing a danger and making it inconvenient to sleep while out at sea. He resolved to rest at home today. After all, the Qinghe gang was not vigilantly monitoring every fisherman's need to set sail daily. Those independent fishermen merely needed to sell their catch to the unscrupulous merchants, while Yun Shou, bound by a contract, only needed to settle his dues once a month, paying a specified redemption amount. With 5 days remaining until his next payment, he mused that perhaps he would not need to fish daily anymore. Could it be that, after 5 days, he could still resist this seemingly minor Qinghe gang? Or perhaps he was merely daydreaming. Yun Shou sighed lightly. What once loomed over him like a mountain, the Qinghe gang, had now diminished to a mere shadow, and he felt no longer any trepidation towards it. He swiftly altered his thoughts. But all of this is rightfully mine. After over 40 years of trials and tribulations, I have lost count of how many years I have served the Qinghe gang, far exceeding the duration stipulated in the contract. Now they owe me, although I may not have physically lingered that long. Is not the version of me in the simulation still a part of me? They are all my true kin, sharing the same blood, soul, and essence. Hands on hips. Third simulation, initiate. Ding. Foundation -1. Current foundation at 128. Year 269 of the Great Celebration. With a blade in hand, the heart of killing arises easily. The prowess of a second-rate martial artist instills an unconscious confidence in your demeanor, amplifying your courage. One evening, Xiao Erden, notorious in Qinghe village, engages you in casual chatter, while in the shadows, his accomplice Xiao Yimao stealthily pilfers your catch, claiming it as his own. You retaliate with 2 powerful punches, leaving them bruised and battered, reclaiming your catch, but their cries attract several members of the Qinghe gang. These ordinary members are merely third-rate martial artists, and you prefer to avoid conflict. Yet one sneers, sweeping a leg towards you, eager to test your strength. Realizing trouble looms, you catch the leg with both hands and glance at the battered Xiao Erden, noticing a wicked grin on his face, hinting at a connection between him and the gang member. You swiftly topple this member with several moves. Though you are far from your peak in a previous simulation, you are still a second-rate martial artist, and few can rival you beneath that level. Another member prepares to strike, and wishing to avoid further trouble. You explain that it was all instigated by Xiao Erden discreetly slipping a handful of coins to the second member. Understanding dawns upon him. It seems my brother from the Wang family, the first member to strike, has acted somewhat ungraciously, but your strength is commendable. You decide to embellish your tale, claiming that during one fishing trip, you encountered a white-haired elder who, upon passing, bestowed upon you a wondrous warmth that gradually enhanced your strength, and so forth. The leader of the Qinghe gang, Su Ruohai, summons you. After a thorough examination, he deems your aptitude average, yet mysteriously endowed with internal energy and matching physical prowess, dismissing any notions of clandestine martial training. It cannot be attributed to rare herbs, for traces of iron body techniques remain evident on you, something mere herbs cannot achieve. In truth, it is solely the iron body technique. They mistakenly believe a powerful martial artist transmitted both the internal energy and the effects of the technique. After a long contemplation, gang leader Su Ruohai finds no issues and decides to admit you into the Qinghe gang. With a grand gesture, he tears up the contract on the spot. Yun Shou, oh dear, you make it difficult for me to trample on you in a few days. Then, with another gesture, he instructs a subordinate to bring forth a new contract. Your admission into the Qinghe gang, currently designated as an ordinary member, duration, permanent. What? The rationale behind signing this contract? Why not take a look at the formidable fist of the gang leader? Yun Shou, after stepping on it, one must grind it a few times. You join the Qinghe gang, becoming aware of the gang's influence encompassing 13 lakeside villages, including Qinghe village. Several of these share the same name, also called Qinghe village, yet within the Qinghe gang, they are categorized as Qinghe village number 1, number 2, and so forth. You are no longer required to fish. Your daily duties now involve guarding and collecting rents. As most of the houses in the surrounding villages belong to the Qinghe gang, and the fishermen must pay rent to continue residing there. Cursed capitalists. Yun Shou spat disdainfully. Year 270 of the Great Celebration. The life of a formal member of the Qinghe gang is far superior to that of a fisherman. You find your days increasingly delightful and cannot help but lament your own decadence. Yet, you know it is not your fault. It is all the fault of gang leader Su Ruohai, who coerced you into joining, a decision you initially resisted. You take the opportunity to visit Qingqing. Although you did not choose to inherit memories in the last simulation, that brief introduction suffices to guide you toward the individuals you seek. A martial arts school must be overseen by a master-level figure to qualify for establishment, but beneath the martial arts school, there exists a martial arts academy. Abbreviated as Wu-Tang. Martial arts should not be lightly transmitted. The unworthy should not propagate martial arts, as only martial arts schools are permitted to freely recruit disciples, whereas academies must adhere to regulations, allowing only a limited number of true teachings, with the rest reserved for instructing children in physical training. However, this is merely a fade. In remote areas devoid of rival martial arts schools, even a third-rate martial artist could amass 100 or more disciples, surpassing the scale of certain martial arts schools. In a secluded street of Qingcheng, you behold a storefront, Han Yuan Xingmia, with its 4 imposing characters radiating authority. Chapter 6. The Dispersion of Power, the Birth and Death of the Chaotic Origin. The title alone suggests something extraordinary. Yun Shou. It is once again time for a simulated slap in the face. Wait, why am I saying again? There is a certain sense of DJVU, akin to hearing Zhugadali or Murong Suehua, as a perfectly good beginning is so carelessly tarnished. Upon entering the martial arts academy, one finds a dozen children awkwardly performing completely uncoordinated physical training exercises, each demonstrating their unique interpretation of the movements. A small, elderly man approaches with a cheerful demeanor. Are you here to learn martial arts? Come to me, but I do not accept students over the age of 10. He suddenly changes his tone, rapping on the plaque displaying the word children. His name is Zhu Baowen, an unremarkable old man who has lived in Qingcheng for 2 decades. It is said he was once the master of a martial arts school outside, but was incapacitated by enemies, leading to his current plight. How amusing! If he truly is just an ordinary, discarded martial artist, you might as well eat upside down. You concoct an elaborate tale of your youthful martial aspirations, claiming to have received teachings from a mysterious elder, and now feeling a deep connection to the concept of the chaotic origin and its cycles of birth and death, hoping Zhu Baowen will take you as his cherished disciple. Yun Shou nods. In this simulation, he is a second-rate martial artist who has mastered iron body technique, seeking to find a master while maintaining clarity about his background. The explanation regarding the Qinghe gang's enhanced strength is attributed to the teachings of the mysterious elder. Thus, honesty is paramount in dealings with Zhu Baowen. Lying could lead to complications if this hidden expert decided to investigate. As for the fabricated narrative of receiving teachings in the martial arts realm, whether Zhu Baowen perceives it as flawed, he considers that there is an element of chance involved in the simulation. It is a gamble, betting on the notion that a formidable martial artist truly possesses the ability to impart their skills. If Zhu Baowen disagrees, it implies he lacks sufficient strength. After all, there certainly exist beings capable of overwhelming an army with a mere slap, who could bestow their martial wisdom. The second point hinges on the assumption that Zhu Baowen lacks soul-searching abilities. If he does possess such capabilities, the dangers of the simulation could manifest in an uncertain future, and he could simply avoid Zhu Baowen thereafter. After your heartfelt pleas, Zhu Baowen remains unmoved, advising you to keep your distance. Of course, you refuse to concede. With nearly 2 decades until the martial forces of the kingdom approach, you will persist in forging a connection with him. From then on, whenever you have the opportunity, you make frequent visits to Zhu Baowen, each time bringing small tokens of respect, such as a roasted duck or a flask of aged wine. In the year 273 of the Great Celebration, Zhu Baowen seems to have been touched by your determination, occasionally allowing you to demonstrate a few moves before offering guidance through the eyes of a former martial artist. By the year 274, you sense that you are on the verge of achieving a harmonious balance of energy, with the next step being the process of blood refinement and solidification. an ultimate goal for second-rate martial artists, as exemplified by the flower-thieving Song Yulong, who had reached this stage. You successfully attain this balance, enhancing your control over your body, and you begin collecting unique herbs to refine and strengthen your physical form. By the year 275, you have risen within the Qinghe gang, establishing yourself as a minor leader among the 200 members. In 276, another youth talent competition is held in the martial kingdom, and you hear that the top 10 participants are all first-rate martial artists under the age of 25, with the first place already having attained the status of a master, leading the next generation with flair. In 277, at the age of 22, your foundational strength has reached 136, and your internal energy has tripled since you first entered the second rate, granting you quadruple endurance. Under Zhu Baowen's occasional guidance, your martial skills have greatly improved. By 279, you lament the formidable challenge of the final step for second-rate martial artists, blood refinement and solidification, finding it difficult to fathom the exceptional talents who reached first-rate status before turning 25. That same year, your iron body technique reaches perfection, significantly enhancing your physical strength. You ascertain that your current abilities have surpassed your previous limits, even allowing you to challenge a first-rate martial artist with an unstable foundation. You suspect your gang leader, Su Ruohai, resides at this level. In 280, Zhu Baowen poses a poignant question. Are you willing to relinquish the perfected iron body technique? After years of martial training, your immediate response to this question is disbelief, for the act of dispersing one's power is akin to self-mutilation. Firstly, the enhancements provided by your martial arts will vanish, causing a significant reduction in your strength. The benefits of a perfected technique are substantial, even for a first-rate martial artist, let alone for someone of your second-rate status. This would directly diminish your abilities from barely being able to contend with a first-rate weakling to being merely mid-tier among second-rate practitioners. More crucially, the conflicts and erosion of your foundational strength will ensue. Practicing multiple techniques can elevate your relative strength within the same tier, but the flaws induced by this pursuit could be fatal. Conflicts between techniques will severely impede your progress at every martial level. One who practices two techniques will never attain the status of a grandmaster. Engaging in multiple techniques leads to conflicts, while dispersing one's power results in foundational erosion. Your body will develop an organization that has assumed the form of iron body technique, which cannot adapt to your new techniques. Simply put, dispersing your power will lower your foundational strength, as a portion of it becomes irrevocably tainted by the dispersed technique, rendering you incapable of mastering new methods. Some have remarked that this segment of the setting feels superfluous, as the author expresses their thoughts. You begin the slow process of dispersing your power, during which not only can you not practice martial arts, but you also experience a decline in strength and foundational damage. Only those with immense fortitude can endure such a challenge. Yet I shall spend a lifetime enduring this. Yun Shou smiles faintly, regardless of whether this is a test. I choose to embrace it for a lifetime. Prepare to witness the daunting patience of a simulated being, you old Jew. Chapter 7. A thought expands the universe. In the year 281 of the Great Celebration, the Qinghe gang found itself at odds with the roving bandit faction, the Baiyang gang. You engaged in battle, felling 13 foes, yet sustained numerous wounds, bloodied and battered. Had your iron body technique reached perfection, your injuries would have been halved. Over the course of a year, your mastery of the iron body technique diminished to a minor achievement, reducing your proficiency to 50%, with another year required for complete dissipation. Martial arts possess two forms of enhancement. Yun Shou, drawing from his mental repository of martial knowledge, concluded that one type of enhancement occurs regardless of the depth of training. The practitioner's foundational skills are invariably strengthened by their martial arts experience, rendering them slightly more formidable than in a state of normalcy. The second type pertains to the depth of mastery. Even a third-rate martial artist may attain perfection in their technique, while a grandmaster might only grasp the basics, with varying effects based on the level of depth, such as increased strength or heightened agility. By the year 282, you had entirely dissipated your powers. Although still a second-rate martial artist with a foundational strength of 141, approximately 17, around 24, had crystallized into the sediment of the iron body technique, leaving only 83, 117, of your unenhanced foundation to reach first-rate status through new martial methods. The annual increase in foundational strength had dwindled to a mere 0. 83 of permanent advancement, while the remaining 0. 17 became a fixed aspect of your second-rate iron body technique. Your combat prowess had sunk to its nadir, rendering you comparable to an ordinary second-rate martial artist. In the Qingxin gang, your rank had plummeted from the 7th to the 15th seat over the span of 2 years. The smaller factions proliferated, and Yun Shou found himself speechless. In 283, Zhu Baowen casually inquired if you regretted your decision to dissipate your powers. Reflecting on your purpose of merely extending your lifespan and enhancing your foundation, you responded without hesitation, "I do not regret it. I have faith in Master Zhu." Zhu Baowen chuckled heartily, placing a finger upon your brow and imparting to you the Hunyuan formula. The Hunyuan formula is a martial technique not intended for combat training or the improvement of martial capabilities. Yet it serves as an exceptional auxiliary tool. It can dissolve the sediment of foundational strength, allowing the stagnated foundation to progress further. This extraordinary skill surpasses imagination. While the iron body technique is commonplace and lacks elite status, the Hunyuan formula enables you to shed the remnants of your old techniques without cost, seamlessly transitioning to more potent martial arts. You bowed deeply in gratitude towards Zhu Baowen as he departed, waving his hand before vanishing from your sight. In subsequent years, you never laid eyes upon him again, whether within the Hunyuan Academy for Young Warriors or throughout the entirety of Qingxin. Contemplating the impending conflict 5 years hence, you felt a sense of dread. Fortunately, you still had 5 years at your disposal. The Kingdom of Celebration and the Kingdom of Martial Arts had yet to declare war, granting you ample room for maneuvering. In 284, you utilized the Hunyuan formula to erase all traces of the iron body technique. Now, your foundational strength stood at a pure 143, capable of limitless advancement, and you existed as a foundational second-rate martial artist, devoid of any specific martial attributes or enhancements. You approached the gang leader, Su Ruohai, expressing your desire to learn his esteemed martial art, the water dragon technique. Su Ruohai, amused, remarked, "So this is why you dissipated your powers? Very well. If you desire it so much, I shall grant it to you." Internally pleased, Su Ruohai recognized that your decision to dissipate your powers had rendered you less of a threat, prompting him to display generosity in order to win your favor. He announced that anyone sharing your desire to reforge their skills would be personally taught the water dragon technique, excluding new members without martial skills. Nevertheless, it was unlikely anyone else would follow suit, while the water dragon technique was superior to the iron body technique. It was not worth sacrificing foundational strength for such a modest improvement. Upon beginning your training in the water dragon technique, you noticed your skin had become smoother, as if your water affinity had greatly increased. In 285, with your persuasion and some financial support, many acquaintances clandestinely departed the Qinghe gang for more secure towns. Among them was Old Wang, who, under your watchful eye as a member of the Qinghe gang, had lived a full decade longer than fate had originally decreed, suggesting his earlier demise had been due to unforeseen circumstances or illness. 3 months later, war erupted. In 286, you heard tales of a formidable general on the front lines, one imbued with the might of a dragon and elephant. Strolling along the banks of Qinghu, you observed that many villagers had vanished, conscripted to the front lines, leaving the Qinghe gang quieter, with 30 members having joined the ranks. The Qinghe gang, being a quasi-official force, naturally had to contribute during the national conflict. With the water dragon technique reaching a minor success, you discovered an added attribute of flexibility in your internal energy. In 287, your martial proficiency, which had stagnated for years due to the dissipation of your powers, began to advance once more. On this day, you finally completed the transformation of your blood and flesh, with only the release of your energy remaining to attain first-rate status. A month later, at a master conference hosted by the Taoist sect, the invited masters from the Kingdom of Martial Arts were ambushed, resulting in 6 fatalities and 3 injuries. The morale of the Kingdom of Celebration's army surged as they swiftly counterattacked the next county. You were aware that a grandmaster from the Kingdom of Martial Arts was soon to emerge. Seizing the opportunity, you fled with your wealth, extricating yourself from the Qinghe gang and putting distance between yourself and Qingqing. After decades of simulated experiences, you were finally ready to step beyond this confined realm. A broader world, a more expansive martial landscape awaited you. Yun Shou exhaled. At last, I have emerged from the novice village. Indeed, as a second-rate martial artist, I have reached the threshold of competence to traverse the martial world. Many ordinary individuals, apart from itinerant merchants, confine their lives to a limited area, seldom venturing beyond a 100-mile radius. For a third-rate martial artist, navigating this vast land alone remains perilous. Bandits, robbers, and the calamities wrought by nature threaten their very existence. Most third-rate martial artists find their roles as protectors, either safeguarding the homes of the affluent or escorting valuables in groups. In contrast, second-rate martial artists, endowed with the unique power of internal energy, experience not only a significant enhancement in strength, but also the ability to expel toxins and temporarily replenish their stamina. Internal energy, such a marvel. Numerous sects and martial academies mandate that disciples attain second-rate status before being permitted to venture forth for training. As for first-rate martial artists, they are renowned figures in the martial world, possessing the ability to externalize their internal energy, treading silently on snow, crossing rivers with ease. Many celebrated first-rate martial artists reach their prime in their 30s or 40s, becoming local legends. Martial masters command respect in their cities. Capable of striking down foes from 100 paces away with their energy, a force to be reckoned with, even against organized military units. Grandmasters can establish sects, gaining fame across the land, traversing the chaos of battle with grace, effortlessly dismantling structures in their wake. Beyond them lies the unparalleled existence of supreme grandmasters, along with Zhu Baowen, a being of even greater stature. Chapter 8. The fierce battle with the Tiger King as the great master of the martial world emerges. You find yourself in Heian Town, a relatively tranquil settlement. However, a ferocious tiger has recently taken residence in the nearby mountains, posing a danger to passers-by. Upon entering Heian Town, you nonchalantly order a local delicacy at a tavern, unconcerned about the absence of a bounty notice. After all, the Qinghe gang is incapable of issuing such a public alert. Shortly thereafter, the town mayor pays you a visit, seeking your assistance. Martial artists, unless deliberately concealing their prowess, possess an aura, presence, and vitality that starkly contrast with ordinary individuals, akin to a wolf king amidst a pack of huskies. Even the most perceptive observers can discern the difference. After a moment's hesitation, you ascertain that you are not the only tiger-slaying warrior available, and the promised reward is quite substantial, prompting you to accept this triggered mission. You subsequently meet your 5 temporary companions, all of whom are second-rate martial artists. Among them, one operates a school in town, another resides here, while the remaining 3 have been summoned from nearby locales. No first-rate warriors are present, as this is merely a small town, not a bustling metropolis like Qingqing. Furthermore, first-rate martial artists are renowned figures, and it would require significant sacrifices for the mayor to afford their services. Your companions recount tales of the tiger's ferocity. It is said to be a tiger king, capable of summoning winds as it traverses the mountains, measuring over 10 feet in length, capable of swallowing half a human whole. Without your presence, there will be no match for this beast, even with 2 or 3 second-rate warriors. 10 feet. A tiger measuring approximately 3 meters? Yun Shou feels a sense of unease. He had envisioned a standard tiger, around 2 meters in length, not including the tail, which is already considered large on Earth, weighing close to 200 kilograms. A creature of 200 kilograms surpasses the average human significantly, and with its innate strength, muscular build, and anatomical structure, even a second-rate martial artist would find it challenging to contend with. What then of a tiger measuring 10 feet in length? Its weight would likely approach 1 ton. An absolute terrestrial predator. If it isn't a particularly corpulent tiger, it could very well possess the strength to overturn a small cart. You feel a pang of anxiety. The mayor mentioned a tiger, and you had assumed he meant a Siberian tiger, typically around 2 to 3 meters long, an exaggeration at best. Such a colossal hunting beast would exceed 4 meters in total length, including its tail. While you might have confidence in overcoming a 4-meter tiger unharmed with your allies, the notion of facing a tiger king measuring 10 feet in length fills you with dread. You are acutely aware that among your 6-member team, there will inevitably be injuries, or even fatalities. Yet, your companions remain undeterred. Despite your sense of danger, you feel no regret. After all, you are Yun Shou, a seasoned warrior forged by years of arduous training and gang conflicts, tempered by the baptism of blades and blood. You are not the untested novice who gained power through mere simulations, lacking the grit to face true adversity. Who the hell are you, you little pest? Yun Shou thinks to himself. I fish every day except today. Encountering storms and tribulations far beyond what you experience in your simulations, he trails off, somewhat embarrassed, unwilling to continue his train of thought. How infuriating. This simulation didn't even mention whether you had any shortcomings, making it inconvenient for him to attack your character. But my original self has it worse. You, a reincarnated figure, have no idea of the joys of living fully. You win. Damn those pesky bugs. They are truly repulsive. The intricacies of one's martial abilities are deeply personal matters. While you are unaware of the fundamental martial arts of your 5 temporary allies, the alternate term for martial skills, which gains a more profound resonance after the introduction of martial arts assimilation. Through nearly 10 days of practice and interaction, you have gleaned some insight into their capabilities. Second-rate martial artists can be roughly categorized into 3 stages: the birth of internal energy, the unification of spirit and strength, and finally, the transformation of blood and flesh. Among your 5 companions, 2 have yet to achieve the unification of spirit and strength. 2 are in the process of doing so, and 1 has reached the stage of blood and flesh transformation. In terms of martial prowess, they do not match you, who have already completed the transformation and reached the pinnacle of second-rate martial artists. However, your water dragon technique is slightly superior to the common martial arts, though only at a minor level of mastery. Some of the other warriors possess solid foundations and superior martial arts, rendering their overall strength comparable to yours. In essence, among the 6 of you, your strength is on par with a young man named Yun Shou, while the other 4 lag behind you both. Through the familiarity and practice of the past 10 days, you have not only gained combat experience, but also enhanced your cooperative abilities, ensuring that during battle, you will not act independently, but will fight in unison. A day and a half into the mountains, a whiff of blood reaches you on the wind. Standing atop a high point, your 6-member team gazes down into a valley, where a gruesome sight unfolds. Bones, blood, and decaying flesh litter the ground. One of your companions nearly retches, although he is a second-rate martial artist. He has evidently never witnessed such a horrific scene before, his experience limited to sparring matches where he bested opponents with a single strike. Suddenly, a rustling sound from the underbrush catches your attention. Your companion Yun Shou calls out a warning, and you all realize that the enormous tiger, measuring over 5 meters, has appeared behind you, mere dozens of meters away. You grasp the significance of the Tiger King's sudden emergence. The valley's scent of blood lured it toward you. Just as your scent drew it in, the battle is imminent. The first to strike is the middle-aged head of the martial arts school wielding a spear, followed by an arrow that pierces the tiger's hide. Though its pelt is valuable, you lack the ability to control where the damage occurs. You and Yun Shou rush forward, you wielding a finely tempered steel blade, employing the perfected techniques of the tyrant blade to withstand 30% of the Tiger King's assault. The remaining 70% is absorbed by your other 3 companions, the middle-aged spear wielder, Yun Shou, and another swordsman, while the last 2 provide range support and exploit the tiger's weaker areas from behind. Through your combined efforts, you momentarily suppress the Tiger King, inflicting further injuries upon it. However, unexpectedly, the Tiger King, disregarding its wounds, retaliates against you. Your blade leaves a deep gash, yet in the same instant, it lashes out with its powerful tail, snapping the spine of one of your stealth attackers, sending him crashing to the ground, his cries gradually fading. The remaining 5 of you are left in shock as the Tiger King seizes the opportunity, launching another assault, and bites into the shoulder of the 30-something swordsman, killing him instantly. Don't do this. We've only just left the novice village. Yun Shou clenches his fists in anxiety. Please don't let us leave Qingqing only to meet an even shorter demise. That would be truly absurd. Chapter 9. The initiation into advanced martial arts. The 2 significant upheavals arrived unexpectedly, instilling a sense of foreboding in the hearts of the 4 of you. At that moment, Yi Hongqi roared with fury, unleashing a surge of power that temporarily subdued the Tiger King. It turned out he had been concealing his true strength. Indeed, he had completed the transformation of blood and flesh, standing merely a step away from becoming a first-class martial artist. However, with the consecutive loss of 2 formidable forces, the price of Yi Hongqi's brief explosion of power was the rapid depletion of his inner energy. One misstep, and you all stood to perish in this dire confrontation. The Tiger King, known for its singular ferocity, decided to strike once more, calculating that, given its thick hide and massive form, it could afford to exchange injury for life, a gamble that would cost you dearly. This time, its target was Yi Hongqi, the 19-year-old martial arts prodigy who had achieved the transformation of blood and flesh and even secured the last spot on the young talents list of Fengyan, ranking among the top 100 young geniuses in the entire Deqing. Yet, despite his prestigious ranking, a second-rate martial artist remains just that. Under the overwhelming force of the Tiger King's several thousand pounds of might, Yi Hongqi was doomed, until an incandescent azure light flickered, as if time itself had slowed. You witnessed that azure light surge from Yi Hongqi's arm to his sword, which then shot forth, piercing directly into the Tiger King's skull through its mouth. The Tiger King struck Yi Hongqi with one final blow, sending him flying over 10 meters. Yet, after that blow, its vitality waned swiftly, akin to the fleeting life of an autumn cicada. That last strike was merely a dying echo, lacking its full power. Yi Hongqi, bloodied and battered, rose with at least 5 broken bones. Yet you looked at him with exhilaration. The azure light was the manifestation of external energy. Yi Hongqi had achieved a temporary breakthrough. Now a first-class martial artist. Yun Shou, have I encountered the protagonist? He mused. It certainly felt that way, as the protagonist often attracts death, not their own, but that of bystanders. Fortunately, I possess some strength, preventing me from merely fueling the protagonist's surge. You laid the dead to rest and brewed a broth from the tiger bones, roasting its flesh over a fire. Yi Hongqi claimed that consuming such mountain beasts could replenish one's essence and bolster martial cultivation, and the 4 of you dined together, feeling revitalized and brimming with vigor afterward. You exchanged glances with the female archer, walking side by side, hoping to meet again in the martial world. Yun Shou, you absorbed a significant amount of the Tiger King's essence. While a breakthrough to first class still seemed distant, you could distinctly sense your foundational strength increasing. A solid enhancement indeed. In the year 287 of Deqing, you were 32, with a foundation of 146. However, this 146 was at least lesser than the 152 prior to consuming the tiger's essence. Your foundational strength finally reached a level comparable to that of an average person's healthy growth and diet. With a 146-fold enhancement, you were formidable. Even starting from scratch, the likelihood of attaining first-class martial artist status was considerable. After accepting the mayor's gratitude, you continued your journey, aiming to traverse the world. In 288 of Deqing, you heard of Qingqing's fall. The martial army laid waste to the city in 3 days, transforming the Grand Qing Lake into a hell on earth, its waters stained red with the bodies cast into it. You sighed and resumed your martial training, taking temporary refuge in Donglin City. In 289 of Deqing, you discovered that the water dragon technique did not seem suited for you, at least not as well as the iron body technique. Otherwise, under the comprehensive understanding you had gained from mastering the iron body technique, the water dragon technique should have reached its zenith by now. Thus began your deliberate search for superior martial arts, seeking those that were more compatible and fundamentally powerful. In 290 of Deqing, With the absence of Zhu Baowen's imposing presence, the martial army showed no sign of retreat, pressing southward, and you sensed a palpable tension among the populace. Half a year later, you too journeyed south, distancing yourself further from the battlefield, leaving Donglin City behind. In 291 of the Qing, although you had not yet entered the realm of first-class martial artists, through an annual 1 increase in foundational strength and relentless training, your inner energy had improved by an additional 20% since initially achieving the transformation of blood and flesh. However, you also felt that your physical foundation was nearing its limit. Soon, aside from the annual 1 increase, you would exhaust all avenues for progress as a second-rate martial artist. Reaching your peak, only a breakthrough could grant you further strength. You settled in Yun Shou city, occasionally earning a living through martial prowess. In 292 of the Qing nation ceded land and paid reparations, leading to a cessation of hostilities with the Wu nation. The water dragon technique reached its pinnacle, and in addition to the overlord blade technique, you also trained in the 100-battle spear technique. Practicing multiple martial techniques posed no conflict or detriment to your foundational strength. The only drawback was the time it consumed. In 293 of the Qing, you learned of a duel between 2 first-class masters at the Baiwa Tower in the city. You hurried to witness the event, where blades and swords clashed in a dazzling display, ultimately culminating in the victory of the swordsman. You gleaned some insights and felt increasingly close to externalizing your inner energy. In 294 of the Qing, you joined the Tianhe Martial Arts Academy, becoming one of its instructors, primarily serving as a sparring partner. In 295 of the Qing, you gradually earned the trust of the Academy's master, Wusher Fongmingwei, and requested to transition to training in the formidable Tianhe flowing technique, signing a lifetime contract with the Tianhe Martial Arts Academy. However, to directly demand access to such a prestigious martial art as the Tianhe flowing technique was nearly impossible, as only those nurtured from childhood were granted such privileges. It was not that the martial art was overly secretive, but rather that the goal was to ensure one's own disciples remained ahead, never allowing outsiders to surpass them. The Tianhe flowing technique could pave the way to becoming a martial master, aiming for the pinnacle of martial arts. What if outsiders discovered the secrets of this martial art and its weaknesses? What if a non-true disciple outperformed the genuine disciples? Yet, since you were transitioning, your foundational strength had diminished somewhat, thus significantly lowering the barriers to entry. A decrease in difficulty does not equate to the absence of challenge. The Academy Master Fong Mingwei ordered disciples to trace your roots and delve into your past experiences. They learn of your years spent in Yun Shou city, your unwavering commitment to martial arts in Donglin City, and of your triumph over the vicious tiger in Heian Town. But there were no further leads, as your birthplace, Qingcheng, had been ravaged by the Wu nation's army, leaving few survivors. It had since become a city of the Wu nation. Even if some of the elders remained, they would scarcely know of an inconspicuous figure from a gang beyond the city walls. After a series of vows and contracts, your relationship with the Tianhe Martial Arts Academy deepened, evolving beyond that of a mere instructor performing a job for pay, free to leave at will. You mastered the Tianhe flowing technique. In 296 of the Qing, with the Hunyuan Ju at your disposal, coupled with your prior experience in dispersing energy, you completed the dissolution of the water dragon technique within a mere year, erasing all traces of it from your foundational strength. Chapter 10. Becoming a first-class warrior. It is a well-known truth that to master martial arts, one must possess the requisite skills and knowledge to ascend the martial realm step by step. Yet, what often eludes understanding is the fundamental limitation imposed by one's innate talent. In the year 297 of the Great Celebration, the advanced martial art known as Heavenly River Flow was introduced. Unlike the iron body technique, this discipline permits one to attain only the rudimentary level of proficiency prior to achieving the second tier, merely enhancing one's physical flexibility and recovery to a slight degree. This martial art primarily augments internal energy at the stages of minor success, major success, and perfection. It bestows significant enhancements to one's internal vigor or the energy of a first-class martial artist. You marvel at the might of advanced martial arts. Once your foundation has been transformed into the form of Heavenly River Flow, Even a modest bonus of a beginner's proficiency elevates your strength beyond that of an accomplished water dragon technique practitioner. Moreover, the heavenly river flow is accompanied by specialized martial techniques, proving far more suitable than haphazard combinations. In the year 298, at the age of 43, your foundation reached an impressive 157. Your vitality surged like a furnace, and in the absence of perilous encounters or life-and-death situations, your outstanding foundation naturally manifested as external energy. The Heavenly River Martial Arts Academy hosted a celebratory banquet in your honor, drawing a considerable assembly of martial artists from across Yun Shou City. As you sat in the esteemed position, a sudden realization washed over you. You had become a formidable figure, worthy of being regarded as a local luminary. However, just as the banquet was nearing its conclusion, an unwelcome guest disrupted the festivities. This intruder, a foreign martial artist named Wang Yi, known as the Purple Shadow Sword, had recently arrived in Yun Shou City. While the specifics of his strength remained elusive, it was evident that he was at least a first-class warrior. First-class warriors are generally categorized into 3 stages: the initial manifestation of external energy, the enhancement of internal organs, and finally, the infusion of energy into the bones. The enhancement of internal organs merely bolsters resilience and functionality, addressing weaknesses, while the quality of energy and the final step of infusion into the bones are the primary determinants of a first-class warrior's combat prowess. Wang Yi stepped forward, his gaze menacing as he unsheathed a long sword, intent on challenging you. It was apparent to all present that his motive was to undermine your reputation by defeating you in your moment of triumph. You remained uncertain of Wang Yi's current capabilities. But even if he had yet to achieve the infusion of energy into his bones, his total energy reserves would undoubtedly surpass those during his initial ascension. Yet, you stood undaunted, ready to engage him. Despite being a novice in martial arts, you were no weakling among first-class warriors. Firstly, your foundational prowess was equivalent to that of an ordinary individual, and with an enhancement of one. 57 times, you far exceeded the breakthrough threshold of a first-class warrior. Furthermore, the advanced martial art of Heavenly River flow further augmented your foundational strength. Secondly, unlike those who attain breakthroughs through life-threatening circumstances, your internal energy overflowed naturally, placing you at a superior level of breakthrough. With these advantages, you felt no fear even against seasoned warriors who had achieved mastery for several years or even decades. As you accepted the challenge, the surrounding martial artists quickly retreated, clearing a spacious arena for your duel. Wang Yi lunged forward, his sword shimmering with a layer of purple energy, extending an additional half-foot in a deadly arc. The air itself crackled as his blade sliced through it. In contrast, you wielded your well-honed steel blade, the pale blue energy surging along the edge, showcasing a grand and sweeping style of combat distinct from Wang Yi's refined swordsmanship. When your blades clashed, a hint of disdain flickered in Wang Yi's eyes. He deftly altered his sword's trajectory, allowing the blade to glide past your powerful strike like a butterfly evading a predator, while his sword's energy surged toward your chest. However, your abundant energy, akin to an enveloping sheath around your steel blade, did not merely rely on brute force. It employed the specialized technique of breath of resonance inherent to the Heavenly River flow. Your energy ensnared Wang Yi's own and the sword itself, momentarily halting the lethal arc just inches from your chest, and you had already anticipated this moment. Bending low, you charged forward, allowing the sword's energy to graze your clothing while your blade struck Wang Yi's right arm. The crimson flash of your blade left a vivid mark in the eyes of the onlookers. But though the wound was not fatal, Wang Yi, a seasoned warrior, would not dismiss this lightly. The strike merely tore a half-inch gash in his arm, prompting him to retreat several steps, extinguishing your hopes of a decisive victory. You both locked gazes, meticulously searching for weaknesses in one another before launching another offensive. The clash of purple and pale blue energies illuminated the arena, transforming the battle into a dazzling spectacle. Yet, should an ordinary person inadvertently step onto this stage, they would be reduced to mere fragments in the blink of an eye. As time elapsed, after over 100 exchanges, your energy reserves dwindled, and Wang Yi too found his energy waning. The brilliance of sword and blade continued to flash through the air, but it was no longer the force of energy. Rather, it was the sunlight reflecting off the gleaming steel. Yun Shou, the funds have run dry. It is time to tighten the budget and economize on special effects. Chapter 11. The rivalry of Wang Yi. After countless exchanges, you have assessed the strength of your opponent, Wang Yi. His vigor surpasses yours significantly, yet his physical resilience falls slightly short. It is evident that he has been a first-rate martial artist for quite some time, though he likely remains in the phase of fortifying his internal organs. Overall, his attributes exceed yours, but he does not exert an overt dominance. Beyond mere statistics, your combat skills are comparable, yet your knowledge of martial techniques far exceeds his. When faced with intricate swordplay, you consistently find appropriate countermeasures, incurring minimal costs in return. Meanwhile, the spectators in the hall express their astonishment, and a few discerning masters present offer insights, elucidating the highlights of the duel. Those aware of your fundamental martial art transition are quietly astonished, realizing that you possess a foundational strength that lingers at the second-rate level. Recently having broken through to first-rate, you are able to hold your own against Wang Yi, who has been a first-rate martial artist for 6 to 7 years. Suddenly, a faint, almost inaudible cry emanates from your forged steel blade. Alarmed, you realize the gravity of the situation as Wang Yi seizes the opportunity, launching a series of 3 aggressive strikes aimed at a direct confrontation. Though his arms recoil from the impact, your blade, unable to withstand the clash between first-rate warriors, shatters into multiple fragments. Recognizing the impending defeat, you resolve to expend every ounce of energy for a final gamble. Seizing the moment of Wang Yi's momentary stiffness, following the shattering of your blade, you unleash a torrent of energy, a violent surge that propels the shards of your weapon like projectiles. Following this strike, your meridians throb with pain, your stamina depleted, and your body sways precariously, nearly collapsing. You determine that if your opponent remains unscathed, you will hastily concede. After all, this is a contest, not a life-and-death struggle, and your master is observing. Surely, Wang Yi would not dare to kill you outright. However, you hear a cry of agony. Wang Yi, though otherwise unharmed, has suffered a minor injury from the metal shard embedded less than half an inch into his body. Even when struck in the chest, it fails to reach his heart, and once removed, it is merely a small wound that a first-rate martial artist could recover from in a matter of days, leaving no visible scar. Yet, Wang Yi clutches his groin. You wish to clarify that it was unintentional, but the peculiar gazes of others directed at you are unmistakable. It is not fear they exhibit, but rather an acknowledgement that such underhanded tactics, though commonly employed in secrecy, have been brazenly displayed by you, regardless of your intentions. This inaugural bout among first-rate warriors has not concluded with a favorable reputation. Wang Yi concedes defeat, being carried away, his body curled like a shrimp, glaring at you in indignation. As the celebration of the Great Qing concludes, there remains a small ceremony, the declaration of nicknames. Each participant is to choose a distinctive moniker to enhance their renown, akin to Wang Yi's purple shadow sword, or the illustrious master of Tiana martial arts, Feng Mingwei, who in her youth was known as Xianyu Jiao. You slowly announce your chosen title to the assembled martial artists, Cloud Skyblade. An arbitrary choice. Yun Shou immediately perceives the meaning. The cloud from your name, the sky from the flowing river, and the blade you have trained with the longest. It is indeed rather casual. But he cannot fault you, as you have never been particularly gifted in naming. Some martial artists commend you, while others harbor a slight discontent, for the sky in your title seems somewhat pretentious. In the year 299 of the Great Qing, you hear news of another martial arts academy relocating to Yangshui City. As a local power, Tiana martial arts must assess this new establishment strength, lest they be denied entry. Amid the newly arrived warriors of Xiaoguang martial arts, you fix your gaze on Wang Yi, falling into contemplation. So, the chaos caused last year was merely to facilitate your academy's entry. Superficially, it appears that Wang Yi harbors a grudge against you. Yet in reality, he is protecting the honor of Tiana martial arts. It is easy to imagine that had you been defeated, The rumor of Tian's first-rate warriors being inferior to Xiaoguang's would have spread, even before their arrival. However, you emerged victorious. You can surmise that the tactics of Xiaoguang martial arts are not lost on others, and you sense that your colleagues' goodwill and recognition towards you have increased, granting you a reputation boost of 10. The two martial arts academies agree upon a series of 5 matches, with 3 victories required for overall success. 1 match will feature martial masters, 3 will involve first-rate combatants, and 1 will showcase second-rate fighters, starting with the weaker contenders. This is a demonstration of the disciples' prowess, not a mere gang rivalry. The first to compete is Fang Mingyue's closed-door disciple, Bai Li Guang, a 19-year-old youth who has already begun to refine his physique. 19. You scoff at the notion of youth. In the first match, Tina Martial Arts suffers a defeat as Bai Li Guang retreats, coughing blood. The second match features you, now 44 years old, having attained first-rate status at age 43. You reflect, upon closer examination, he does seem rather young. Originally, the clash between first-rate warriors would not have involved you and Wang Yi, as both of you are merely competent within that tier, with stronger contenders on both sides. However, due to Wang Yi's insistence on naming you as his opponent, an air of destiny surrounds this first encounter. After a year has passed, in reality, it has been over 6 months, you find yourselves facing each other once more. Your foundations have strengthened to 158 times, while the flow of Tianhe remains at the introductory level. Fortunately, Wang Yi's purple yang skill has yet to reach its full potential. Equipped with a crimson iron blade capable of supporting the struggles of first-rate warriors, you engage in a fierce and intense battle with Wang Yi. This time, your combat is nearly evenly matched. Wang Yi seems invigorated, relentlessly attacking with underhanded techniques, and you do not yield, countering with equal ferocity. It is amusing. Even should you perish in this duel, your essence would allow for a rebirth, while he has no second chance. With life and death regarded with a degree of indifference, though not entirely so, the two of you engage in 300 exchanges. In their previous encounter, his strength had been slightly superior. Had it not been for your unexpected maneuver during the shattering of the weapon, he would likely have claimed victory. However, this time, the battle concludes in a stalemate, both of you retreating to your respective martial arts teams, bloodied and tattered, to receive treatment. In the subsequent matches, including the previous 2, Xiaoguang Martial Arts achieves a record of 2 victories, 2 draws, and 1 defeat. The loss occurred in the 4th match among first-rate combatants, while the final match concluded in a draw among the martial masters. You suspect that the 2 martial masters were merely going through the motions, lacking the commitment displayed in your prior 4 bouts. Xiaoguang Martial Arts successfully establishes itself in Yun Shou City. The criteria for entry are not predicated on an unbroken winning streak, but rather on demonstrating sufficient strength and qualifications. Generally, 5 matches are set, with draws awarded 1 point and victories 2 points. Most academies require 3 to 4 points for entry, while higher scores confer greater influence. Xiaoguang Martial Arts has secured 6 points, subtly overshadowing Tina Martial Arts, resulting in a significant turnout for the opening ceremony. You also attend the ceremony, indulging in their fine rice. Yun Shou nods thoughtfully, remarking, "From now on, we shall all coexist in the same city. We shall inevitably encounter one another. The world is not so bloodthirsty. It will not extinguish entire clans over trivial disputes." Chapter 12. The beginning of the anomaly in the year 300 of the Great Celebration. As the celestial river flows gently, you once again engaged in a duel with Wang Yi. This time, your internal energy, augmented by your martial prowess, led to a slight enhancement in your transformative abilities. Thus, you found yourself in a position of advantage during this encounter, though no significant oppression was established. Ultimately, it concluded in a draw, as it was merely a friendly sparring session. In 301 of the Great Celebration, you accompanied the esteemed disciple of the museum's head, the 21-year-old Bai Li Guang, to the Qitian Peak for the current edition of the Young Talents competition. Bai Li Guang had reached the pinnacle of a second-tier martial artist, mere steps away from externalizing his internal energy and becoming a first-tier master, akin to yourself. The Young Talents competition serves as a stage for young martial artists under the age of 25 to establish Their names, perhaps it should be more aptly referred to as the martial platform in this world. You couldn't help but reminisce about 25 years prior, when you were indeed qualified to participate in that very competition, potentially even securing a place within the top 50. Alas, you were then entangled with the Qinghe gang and preoccupied with the enigmatic master, Zhu Baowen. Following numerous instances of energy dispersion, your martial advancement stagnated. Otherwise, you might have reached the first tier before the age of 35. Despite this, you harbor no regrets. While en route to Qitian Peak, you encounter a band of over 60 mountain bandits, many of whom possess the strength of third-tier martial artists. You watched in awe as Bali Guang single-handedly dispatched more than 10 of them in a remarkably short span of time. The vigor of youth is indeed commendable. As the bandits fell, and over 30 of them lay vanquished, you observed from the rear, noting that Bali Guang's internal energy and stamina were nearing depletion. Just as you prepared to intervene, the remaining bandits, driven by fear, fled the scene. You presumed the matter concluded, only to discover a few days later, while passing through a small town, that 300 soldiers had been mobilized to encircle you. They accused you both of unspeakable acts, claiming that you had mercilessly slaughtered an entire village on the outskirts of the town, leaving not a single soul alive. Fortuitously, a passerby had witnessed the events and, choosing discretion, concealed himself before later reporting you to the town lord, thereby exposing your alleged villainy to the light of day. You and Bali Guang fell silent as you recognized the righteous informer, one of the bandits who had escaped your grasp days prior, his distinctive sausage-like mouth unmistakable. Bali Guang, filled with indignation, began to argue, but before he could utter much, the soldiers, armed with long spears, closed in, gradually forming a deadly encirclement. You seized him and fled. The situation became glaringly clear. The town lord and the bandits were in league, their relationship likely extending beyond mere collusion. Perhaps the bandit leader was the lord's brother-in-law. How else could he command the military to act against you too, even resorting to the slaughter of a small village? Employing the power of words to intimidate the soldiers, you declared, "We have a master martial artist behind us." Are you certain you wish to incur the wrath of a formidable warrior capable of taking your lives at any moment for the sake of those bandits? However, the town lord was absent and did not hear your plea. Even with a second-tier and a first-tier martial artist, it was improbable to eliminate 300 soldiers, particularly when these soldiers had undergone some training and could barely be considered unskilled fighters. Though the soldiers were numerous, they lacked the speed of you two. Until cavalry was dispatched, you swiftly dispatched the knights, and both you and Bali Guang mounted horses. Upon reaching a neighboring city, you visited the local martial arts hall, spreading word of the incident, before nonchalantly proceeding to Qitian Peak for the competition. As you were not the main participant, your role was to indulge in food and drink while observing from the sidelines. Bali Guang ultimately secured the 24th position in the competition, earning a spot on the list of outstanding youth at 71st. On your return journey, several horse-drawn carriages approached, laden with silver and various martial arts elixirs, accompanied by a letter of apology from the town lord. The letter conveyed that a temporary deputy lord had accepted bribes from the bandits and audaciously attempted to frame virtuous young heroes. Fortunately, the truth was discovered in time. Ah, the world of martial artists, Yun Shou lamented. Yet, this is to be expected. An ordinary second-tier martial artist can dispatch 20 or 30 trained soldiers, indicating that should they wish to escape, even 100 individuals would not suffice to hinder them. Moreover, a formidable first-tier martial artist could face 100 or even 300 foes, remaining unrivaled even after exhausting their energy, allowing them to effortlessly pierce through a 1,000-strong army of commoners, targeting commanders with ease before vanishing without a trace. As for a master martial artist, they possess the strength to penetrate an army of thousands, single-handedly dismantling a force of 1,000, with their speed surpassing that of pursuing steeds. A martial arts grandmaster, unless foolishly obstinate, can withstand the onslaught of 1,000,000 troops, even when arrows rain down like a storm, remaining unscathed. Capable of toppling a house with a mere palm strike thus, how could the town lord dare to confront a martial artist? How could he even contemplate such an act? Previously, When ordering the encirclement of 300 soldiers, he was likely aware only that he faced a relatively competent second-tier martial artist, or perhaps two. Had he known Yun Shou was a first-tier, he would not have dared to obstruct your entry into the town. And if he had understood that behind you stood a master martial artist, he might have even proactively extended a banquet in apology. Now that the apology has been received, you are disinclined to concern yourself with the truth. Perhaps the bandit leader is indeed the town lord's brother-in-law, or perhaps the lord's own brother, embittered, became a mere bandit, cut down by Li Guang in one stroke. As long as the silver has been secured, that is all that matters. In 302 of the Great Celebration, at the age of 47, with a foundational strength of 161, you found that the progress of your internal organs had reached 30%. You sensed that many of the internal capabilities of your body had been enhanced, such as the efficiency of your heart's blood circulation, the strength of your lungs' respiration, and the efficacy of your stomach's digestion. These enhancements to your organs did not directly contribute to an increase in combat strength, but fortified your latent abilities, thereby improving the effectiveness of your martial training. Your internal energy has grown by 30% since you first reached the first tier 4 years ago, allowing you to secure minor victories in sparring matches with Wang Yi. Though approaching 50, you felt as vigorous as one in their 30s. This gradual increase in your foundational strength, beyond merely augmenting combat prowess, seems to carry the promise of longevity as well. The lifespan of martial artists is not as extraordinary as that of cultivators. Even grandmasters average merely 2.5 cycles, around 150 years. Yet, you feel that should this increase in foundational strength continue, living to 200 may indeed be within reach. In 303 of the Great Celebration, on a particular night, a crimson meteor streaked across the sky. Note, this is merely a metaphor, and none could foresee the upheaval that was about to unfold. On April 7th, in a single night, Xing City transformed into a desolate wasteland, with countless lives lost. Over 100,000 souls perished tragically, the skies stained crimson with blood, and the streets littered with remnants of shattered bones and flesh. As merchants spread the word, the entire world was left in shock. Chapter 13. The situation at hand. In the blink of an eye, an entire city perished. Such a notion seems almost ludicrous. Even if several supreme masters were to band together, would they truly be capable of such a feat? Most individuals dismissed it entirely, perceiving it as a mere jest, or in a most extreme scenario, as a harbinger of some dreadful plague or toxic gas. But if that were the case, how could the passing merchants have relayed the news? On April 11th, Guyuan City was slaughtered. The bones of over 80,000 souls piled high into a mountain of white remains. The world trembled in fear, and a sinister melody echoed within your heart. How did the realm of martial arts transform into a scene of apocalyptic horror? The annihilation of a city in mere days. Could it be that an ancient demon has emerged? You recall encountering the 5-meter-long Tiger King and Zhu Baowen, who could fell thousands with a single blow. Could it be that old man has gone mad? You felt utterly frozen. Zhu Baowen's prowess remained an unattainable myth, even for your current self, an unimaginable force. He seemed as if he had leapt from a high-level map, akin to a golden immortal descending into a realm of mere mortals, flaunting his might before a throng of lesser cultivators. On May 18th, a fortunate survivor glimpsed a figure, more accurately, a creature unrecognizable as human, adorned with 2 twisted horns. It rampaged through Baichuan City, a faint red shadow flickering, each flicker signifying the extinguishment of life in its vicinity. By June 8th, for 2 consecutive months, 9 cities and 3 sects have been laid waste by this enigmatic, non-human entity. You heard that the reclusive grandmaster from the surrounding martial nations, Qing, Zheng, and Ning, had emerged from seclusion, gathering to vanquish this malevolent beast. On June 14th, before the supreme masters had fully assembled, you beheld a towering figure exceeding 3 meters in height. Its body was bare, devoid of skin, exposing muscle that was a dark crimson, as if steel had melded with flesh, appearing both slender and immensely powerful. It possessed limbs akin to a human's, yet its hands and feet were devoid of fingers and toes, replaced instead by 3-inch-long, jet-black claws. Its head resembled that of a human, Yet from either side of its temples sprouted twisted, spiraled horns over a foot in length. In truth, when you first laid eyes upon it, the familiar figures within the martial hall had already been cleaved into countless pieces by its untraceable assault. What you witnessed were the remnants of their forms, desperately clinging together in mid-air, with fleeting glimpses of Feng Mingwei and Bai Li Guang's shattered silhouettes, alongside that demonic presence which had just paused momentarily after unleashing its onslaught. It was precisely during that brief lull in its attack that you had the opportunity to fully discern its grotesque visage, etching the image of that fiend into your memory. Demon? The thought flitted through your mind before the figure vanished from your sight, and in an instant, you felt weightless. You had perished. Yun Shou. He felt a throbbing headache, uncertain if it was due to an all-nighter or some other cause. Damn, just when he thought he could live a long life. Having rediscovered his organization and found a stable place to cultivate martial arts, where did that demon spring from? According to the simulator's description, that entity was entirely out of place in the martial world. Could it be that some mysterious dark sorcerer unwittingly practiced demonic arts, transforming himself into a monstrosity? Nevertheless, with matters having reached this point, it was time to select a reward. Please choose from the following rewards to inherit. 1. Detailed memories from 34 years. 2. The martial arts advancement of a top-tier warrior, along with related martial skills and techniques. 3. An increase of 34 to foundational strength. Initially, Yun Shou intended to choose foundational strength, for it represented the bedrock of everything, speed of cultivation, and so forth. Yet, he reconsidered. With a decisive click, he selected option 2, superior martial arts, the mixed origin technique, and the prowess of a first-rate warrior. Not to mention the enhancement from the Tiger King. This was far superior to a mere 34 increase in foundational strength. Transitioning from his current mediocre second-rate status to that of a first-rate warrior would yield an enhancement of more than double his strength. After finalizing his choice, Yun Shou closed his eyes, patiently awaiting a remarkable leap in his martial realm. He felt his blood surge anew, his muscles gradually contracting and solidifying. A transformation of blood and flesh. Soon thereafter, his vital energy swelled, his essence lengthened, and the very nature of his life began to amplify. This was a gift from the Tiger King. Despite his foundational strength having dropped to 128, it felt comparable to his previous peak of 132 or above, though he had never exceeded 130. Next, his internal energy surged forth. Azure energy erupted, and with a casual wave, Yun Shou struck a fist-sized hole in the wooden door before him. This is the place I've called home for 2 years. Oh well, you'll soon be retired. The warmth within his organs dissipated slowly, and as Yun Shou stretched his limbs, the sound of popping joints resonated throughout his body. I, Yun Shou, am a first-rate warrior. The leader of the Qinghe gang was merely at this level. Yun Shou's peak state from today, as simulation, could undoubtedly overpower Su Ruohai. However, in his current state, there was likely a slight disparity, perhaps around half a pound to 7 ounces, not excessively different. The primary reason was his physique. As a 14-year-old youth, even with his malnourished foundation restored, he still possessed the body of a teenager, weighing less than half of Su Ruohai. At least among masters, physique significantly influenced combat strength. Yun Shou suppressed the urge to revel in his newfound power, reminding himself of the top-tier warriors with potent energy, and that above them lay the formidable martial masters, followed by the grandmasters, and finally, that grotesque demon. He considered the demon and the grandmasters together, as he was uncertain of the true strength of the city-slaying fiend. Although the simulator had noted that the demon's city-slaying method surpassed those of the grandmasters by several multiples, that did not necessarily indicate its actual combat power. In the simulator's public view, grandmasters had only intervened a few times in the martial nation's army, delivering a single strike that could shatter city walls. Yet the demon, based on the simulator's description, seemed to have capabilities beyond that. It was also possible that the abilities of first-rate warriors and martial masters were simply insufficient to reveal its true strength, as it could still likely defeat a grandmaster with a single blow. His head throbbed heavily. Yun Shou pondered the pressure brought by that mysterious being, along with the fatigue from an entire day without sleep the combination causing considerable discomfort. With his current martial cultivation as a first-rate warrior, he could endure a night without rest. However, during the all-nighter, he was still a second-rate warrior, and the simulator did not restore his condition. Most importantly, the invisible pressure exerted upon him by that otherworldly creature at the conclusion of this simulation weighed heavily. Where had such a being emerged from? And would there be more to come? Why had the enigmatic Zhu Baowen not intervened? Did that creature have any connection to him? Damn it. If this persists for another 30 years, humanity will be doomed. Wait, do I have a simulator? One that resets once a day? Yun Shou bundled himself in his blanket. In that case, with matters having reached this point, it was best to sleep. Note, simulation attempts. 3 foundational strength increase. 128 martial cultivation level. First-rate vitality peak. 30, fundamental martial arts. Heavenly River Flow minor achievement, Chapter 14. Uncle G's night talk, when Yun Shou awoke. It was already afternoon. He set up a small pot and prepared a few small fish he had at home, gutting them and discarding the entrails before placing them in the pot to cook. As the fire blazed, the pot soon bubbled with a delightful aroma wafting through the air. The fish, known as Sanxian fish, released a fragrance as they boiled, and a sip of the fish soup was a burst of exquisite flavor. The most delightful being the tender and succulent fish meat, hence the name Sanxian fish. Even in the hands of unscrupulous merchants, they could fetch a handsome sum of copper coins. However, since the activation of the simulator, he had reserved a few of these Sanxian fish for himself from his 2 catches. Before the simulator, he would hand over the best fish to earn more money for living. But now, if he did not enjoy the benefits of the simulator, what was its purpose? After satisfying his hunger, it was time to put in some effort. Yun Shou practiced a set of Tianhe Qi, allowing it to penetrate his body and nourish his organs. Half an hour later, he completed the entire exercise and opened his eyes, lamenting, "The progress I made is almost negligible." It seemed that only through daily practice, year after year, could he witness any noticeable enhancement in his internal fortitude. Abandoning his practice, Yun Shou stepped outside, picked up a branch, and ensured no one was around before beginning to showcase the martial techniques etched within him. Swish! Swish! His azure energy surged forth like ethereal serpents from the tip of the branch, carving deep grooves into the ground, wide enough to accommodate a baby S-arm. Dust swirled as he aimed the branch at a tree several paces away, and with the force of his energy, the branch pierced through, leaving a hole the size of a longan. A second-rate warrior might only be a mere bone-crushing savage, capable of shattering a commoner's bones with a single strike, while a first-rate warrior, harnessing their energy, could easily take a life with a mere flick of a leaf. Yun Shou attempted to unleash a wave of energy without any physical aid. The energy, a pale blue, was solid as iron upon departure, yet within 5 paces it rapidly dissipated, and beyond 10 paces it completely disintegrated, leaving only a gentle breeze to sway the foliage. Its range barely exceeded a meter, a little over 3 feet. Indeed, in the realm of martial arts, a first-rate warrior was already considered exceptional, though in a large city like Qingcheng, this might not be remarkable. In smaller towns, however, it would be enough to earn a warm welcome from the local lord. Yet, in the context of a cultivation world, such power might only equate to a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner. This led Yun Shou to ponder, what level of martial artist was Zhu Baowen? Could there be ranks above Grandmaster, such as Martial King or Martial Emperor? Could a Grandmaster truly shatter the void to ascend? It seemed implausible. The more he thought, the more it felt as though a single strike could obliterate a city wall. Yet the gap between such power and the ability to break through the void was vast. Or perhaps, Yun Shou scanned his surroundings, the azure lake that seemed boundless, the mountains stacked upon one another, the blue sky with clouds drifting lazily. This was merely a small, broken island. The world was vast and infinite, with continents stretching millions of miles in every direction. As evening approached, most of Yun Shou's neighbors returned from their fishing trips. The elderly Wang, whom he had rescued from the lake, was actually only around 50, but years of hard labor had aged him to appear like a man in his 60s or 70s. "Xiao Shou, I didn't TC you today," Wang greeted. "Ah, Yun Shou smila. I encountered an eccentric today who insisted that I am a martial arts genius and wanted to take me on as a disciple. Who knows? I might soon become a legendary warrior. Wang let out a skeptical, "Oh," clearly unconvinced. Don't let some wandering beggar deceive you. This world, who wouldn't want to be a martial artist? But for us, born to catch fish, it seems unattainable. Yun Shou refrained from further discussion, believing time would reveal all. He was confident that with one or two more simulations, Su Ruohai, the leader of the Qinghe gang, would soon be overshadowed by him, marking the day of his extraordinary rise. Or perhaps he would wait a few more days to dramatically display his unparalleled grandmaster prowess. But for now, he would hold off on pushing through Qingsheng until he understood Zhu Baowen's true level. Yet, he could indulge in adventures elsewhere, once he repaid the kindness of the villagers in this fishing community. That evening, Yun Shou was invited to dinner at Uncle Ji's home. Uncle Ji, originally named Ji Kanyan, was 31 years old, married to Song Hongyan. Both were still fishermen. Yun Shou held a very favorable impression of Uncle Ji, in fact. Among the few people he felt positively about in the small fishing village of Qinghe, there were only 4 or 5, Wang, Uncle Ji, and his wife, who had all supported him after he lost his parents. Others, while not malicious, had merely fulfilled the basic duties of humanity. Thus, Yun Shou believed that when he rose to prominence, he would not take those individuals along with him. Yun Shou, in the coming years, I may not be able to assist you much with fishing, Ji Kanyan said with a sigh as the meal was served. He had often shared insights on where the fish congregated. This was a classic case of a good-hearted person, burdened by a sense of inadequacy in helping others. Please don't say that, Uncle Ji. You have already helped me immensely over the past 2 years. But what has happened? Yun Shou queried, puzzled. With a bitter smile, Ji Kanyan replied. The Qinghe gang claims they're bringing in a stable group of boatmen to conduct business with the Watergrass gang on the other side of the Azure Lake, over 100 miles away. The two factions intend to establish a shipping organization and have selected us to manage the transportation between the two shores. Yun Shou was momentarily taken aback before realization dawned upon him. He understood why Uncle Ji had taken on the role of a boatman during the previous simulations. As there had been no prior indication of such a shift, he had been forcibly reassigned by the gang. In the third simulation, it seemed he had returned Uncle Ji to his original role, perhaps even ensuring that his wife, Song Hongyan, did not need to take on the burdensome task of being a boatwoman, as the simulation had omitted such details. Thus, throughout the simulations, there had been no mention of their daughter, Ji Xiaoyu. This was not an omission. Yun Shou felt confident in his own choices. He was not an ungrateful wretch. As for helping the couple, which led to the absence of Ji Xiaoyu, a character who had shown him great affection in the simulations, Yun Shou felt no remorse. He had never chosen to inherit memories. Ji Xiaoyu was merely a fleeting name that appeared less than 10 times in the simulator, someone who had never truly existed. So why should he mourn her passing? Fortunately, I did not inherit memories. Otherwise, it would have been burdensome, Yun Shou thought to himself. Ji Xiaoyu. Even the slightest hardship would not be worth lamenting. Moreover, this couple is not barren. They can still have their own Ji Xiaoyu. If this world acknowledges the existence of souls, then she would essentially be the same person. Chapter 15. The fourth simulation, Initiate. Yun Shou and Ji Kanyan conversed through the night. Ji Kanyan felt as though this were nearly a farewell. Feeling invigorated, he summoned his wife to bring forth a jug of wine. The wine was not inexpensive, yet after years of fishing, he had managed to save enough to purchase a few jars. Ji Kanyan was somewhat astonished. The young man he had cared for over the past 2 years now emanated an entirely different aura. It was as if he was brimming with confidence and strength. Seemingly invincible. Ah, the youth. He recognized in Yun Shou the youthful fervor and spirited ambition that he himself had nearly lost. With a resounding clap, he struck Yun Shou's shoulder. Yun Shou, you must strive to achieve greatness. The Qinghe gang has kept you for 20 years on a decrepit ship. You must repay that debt swiftly, shed this burden, and rise to accomplish grand deeds. Clenching his teeth, Ji Kanyan abruptly pounded the table. Hongyan, retrieve the savings we've gathered over the years. It should suffice to offset 3 to 5 years of his debt. Song Hongyan hesitated, but ultimately produced some copper coins and a handful of silver. The couple, having no children, had come to regard Yun Shou almost as their own son over these 2 years. She worried about Ji Kanyan becoming a boatman and whether their earnings would suffice for their livelihood, hence the necessity of saving. However, Yun Shou declined, asserting that he was not in need of such funds. After a few days, his financial situation would only improve, and he insisted that Ji uncle's goodwill was enough. In the midst of their exchange, the coins scattered across the floor, clattering noisily. Yun Shou frowned. He heard footsteps hastening away outside. It was a trivial matter. Surely no legendary warriors would suddenly appear over a few coins, right? If this fishing village were truly so extraordinary, then his previous years of tranquility would indeed be a farce. Engrossed in conversation with Ji uncle, he dismissed the noise. Such disturbances were commonplace, and he could not afford to check outside every few minutes. Paying no heed to the person who had heard the coins fall, he turned earnestly to Ji Kangyan. Ji uncle, I truly do not require this ransom. Are you familiar with martial artists? A martial artist unexpectedly encountered me a few days ago and expressed a desire to take me as his disciple. Ji Kangyan's eyes widened, his mind momentarily overwhelmed. Has he begun to unconsciously reveal his brilliance? Today, he had already mentioned his abilities in front of 2 acquaintances. Hockey show, you rascal. Yun Shou jested to himself, but as soon as the third thought crossed his mind, he found himself unable to maintain the facade. To conjure the term hockey show, I too must possess some elevated stature. Late at night, he practiced for 2 cycles, his muscles aching and all his energy expended, before finally drifting into slumber. The next morning, on the 4th day of awakening the simulator, it activated. Ding. Foundation -1. Current foundation 127 after this simulation. A choice regarding his foundation would be necessary. Yun Shou mused. My current foundation is comparable to that of an ordinary person, and the 127 times foundation of a typical individual, without the enhancement of martial arts, would never suffice to become a top-tier martial artist. Moreover, the journey ahead would only grow more arduous. Each level of martial arts mastery, martial master, grandmaster, represents an insurmountable mountain of aptitude. On the first day of simulation, you are no longer prepared to feign being a mere fisherman. Your true self wishes to bide your time for a few more days, ensuring a flawless plan before taking action. However, you do not share his rapid advancement, and the first-tier martial arts realm is already sufficient to compel Su Ruohai, the leader of the Qinghe gang, to take a step back, disregarding that trivial contract of servitude. The sole drawback is that you cannot trample upon his face while displaying your superiority. Yun Shou, you speak truly. You truly understand me, as expected of myself. Indeed, once you displayed the foundational prowess of the Heavenly River Flow martial arts, and the enhancement provided by your modest level of mastery, these 2 elements combined to form a vibrant azure energy. Su Ruohai became exceedingly amiable. He immediately shattered the contract of servitude with his energy, stating that since you had coexisted under the Qinghe gang's management for so many years, it constituted a profound bond. Why not, then, have the 2 of you forge a brotherhood on the spot, providing mutual assistance in your martial journeys henceforth? Yun Shou found himself at a loss for words. When he was still a second-rate martial artist, Su Ruohai had disregarded his feelings entirely, drafting a new contract that bound him for life to the Qinghe gang. Had it not been for the subsequent massacre of a martial nation, Yun Shou would never have passed the Heavenly River Martial Arts Academy's scrutiny. You, a traitor to your word, a disloyal breaker of contracts, wish to pry into the secrets of my academy? The lifelong contract with the Qinghe gang, though a trap, also afforded certain benefits within the gang and absolved him of the previous debt from the servitude contract. In the eyes of the Heavenly River Martial Arts Academy and other factions, it was considered a standard contract, not a coercive one. Not only would it sever his chances of joining other martial academies and legally obtaining superior martial arts, but it would also tarnish his reputation within the vicinity should he attempt to flee, potentially resulting in a moderate bounty on his head. Yet, had I not known of the impending calamity that would befall the martial nation, nor the departure of Zhu Baoan, I would not have fled the Qinghe gang. Yun Shou continued to observe the simulation, somewhat distracted. Initially, You were unclear as to why Su Ruahai was so solicitous towards you. You believed he was attracted to your unparalleled martial talent, wishing to assist you once you became a grandmaster in the future. Then you noticed he began to probe, attempting to uncover the identity of your master, and suggested that since you both had lived as brothers in the same gang for many years, it wouldn't be too difficult to introduce him to your master. Yun Shou, dream on. With a snap. You expect to elevate your disciple to the level of a first-rate master. I wish to pay my respects too. You scoff inwardly. Does he truly believe such a master exists? A fleeting thought of introducing Zhu Baowen to Su Ruahai crossed your mind. That esteemed figure might indeed possess such prowess, but it was merely a thought. If such an introduction led to myself being targeted, this simulation could very well reach its conclusion. You politely declined Su Ruahai's invitation to become the second-in-command of the Qinghe gang, citing a few acquaintances, stating that these individuals would temporarily depend on your care before you chose to develop in Qingcheng. Qingcheng is quite a sizable city, as evidenced by the 3 martial arts academies established therein. Some smaller cities lack even one, with only a few martial arts schools or factions. A 14-year-old first-rate martial artist would not go unnoticed anywhere. Upon hearing of a competition being held there, with an arena inviting participants from all corners, you eagerly signed up, seeking to make a name for yourself. The arena restricted participants to those under 30, and most registrants were of third or second-rate caliber. First-rate martial artists were exceedingly rare. You advanced through the rounds with ease, defeating several opponents, raising your target from third to second-rate. You pressed on, oblivious to the purpose of the competition. All you knew was that you sought to showcase your prowess and gain renown in Qingcheng. As you reached the final rounds, you discovered only one opponent was also a first-rate martial artist. You encountered him in the penultimate round, eagerly anticipating this climactic battle. However, after merely exchanging a few blows, before you could fully unleash your skills, he preemptively conceded. The tall man, with a slightly reddish complexion and towering nearly 2 meters and 3 centimeters, clasped his fists towards you. I came to this arena merely for amusement and to display my prowess. However, since you, young brother, are earnest, I cannot deprive you of your enjoyment. You understood. He was acknowledging your youthful talent and brilliance, thus graciously conceding the position of first place to you. A sense of profound emotion enveloped me as I realized that someone had finally recognized my potential, unlike that Su Ruahai, who fixated solely on that elusive master. Given that the only other first-rate martial artist besides you has opted to withdraw from the competition, it stands to reason that no matter how imposing the stature of the second-rate martial artist may be, they cannot possibly contend with your formidable energy. Among the martial artists participating in this arena battle, none possess a foundation that is 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary person. Nor is there any genius with the potential to become a grandmaster. Only such prodigies possess the capability to engage in battles beyond their level. Without a shadow of a doubt, you secured the first place, and then were cheerfully escorted by someone who appeared to be a representative of a prominent family to receive your award, while the defeated contenders gazed upon you with envy. You were presented with Lin Yu by Yun Shou. You became the son-in-law of the Lin family, receiving as your prize a wife. You? I came to fight and make a name for myself. What on earth is the nature of this arena? Chapter 16. The significance of martial arts talent, the Lin family. One of the 2 most prominent families in Qingcheng stands alongside another esteemed lineage, the Chu family, with whom you served during your second simulation. You emerged victorious in the martial art competition hosted by the Lin family, earning the coveted honor of winning the hand of the Lin family's current head's 3rd daughter, the 17-year-old heiress, Lin Yu Bai. Accompanying the Lin family's steward, you arrived at the Qingyu building beside the arena, where you laid eyes upon Lin Yu Bai. Your initial focus was not on her appearance, but rather on her demeanor. She was not the quintessential refined young lady, lacking elegance yet not resembling a tomboy either. If you were to draw a comparison, it would be that she possessed a somewhat wild spirit. Her gaze, rather than being that of a mere observer, appeared to regard you as her possession. Lu Shou, can you tolerate this? After pondering, you felt that sowing discord in the simulation would be unwise. Carrying too much baggage could lead to chaos, and you wish to live a carefree life unburdened by complications. Just as you were about to express your ignorance, claiming to be a naive child who merely viewed the arena as a playful contest, Lin Yubai's expression swiftly shifted from one of possession to a disinterested demeanor. She spoke first. "I have no interest in children." You were taken aback. "I haven't even declined yet, and you've already dismissed me?" "Oh, young Lin family bumpkin. Have you ever heard of a 14-year-old super prodigy?" The Lin family expressed their apologies and offered you a substantial amount of gold and silver as compensation. While the disinterest of their young lady was one matter, they could not afford to neglect this youthful genius in other respects. With a cold snort, you accepted the money and departed. You distributed half of the sum, sufficient for your acquaintances in Qinghe village to secure accommodations in the city and lead prosperous lives. In the year 270 of the Great Celebration, humiliated in Qingsheng, you resolved to seek opportunities elsewhere. You settled in Donglin City, but refrained from immediately showcasing your top-tier abilities, choosing instead to train diligently in solitude. Donglin City, lacking a martial arts academy, was a small locale where first-rate martial artists were considered top-tier existences. Occasionally, you would sweep through the various gangs within and around the city, vanquishing the second- and third-rate practitioners, seizing their ill-gotten gains for your own use. In the year 271, you ventured to Hungduan Cliff, the venue for this year's Youth Talents competition, organized by the Meteor sect. Renowned for its swift and fierce swordplay akin to meteors streaking across the sky. Achieving first place in this competition would grant you the privilege of learning master-level martial arts from the Meteor sect, along with fame and recognition as the foremost martial artist of your generation, dubbed the Young Hero, regardless of whether your retraining would compromise your foundational skills. The Meteor sect permitted you to practice. The competition at Hungduan Cliff lasted 17 days, featuring multiple rounds of battles designed to maintain fairness and prevent incidents where the second-ranked competitor would face the first and suffer elimination. Ultimately, you ranked 20th. In light of this outcome, you could only remark, the top 10 are monsters. Not only the top 10, but also the two young martial artists who ranked ahead of you, both merely second-rate. You were the weakest among the 17 first-rate martial artists in the entire competition. Yun Shou. Well, it is understandable. To achieve first-rate status before the age of 25, one must possess exceptional martial arts talent, likely far exceeding a mere 130-point foundational requirement. It is plausible that some possess double that. Therefore, those with double or more foundational strength among second-rate practitioners can indeed surpass him. Once this simulation concludes, watch as I ingeniously elevate my foundational points to 3 times and return to take revenge on you talent freaks. Yun Shou snorted, envisioning grand ambitions for his simulated self. Though he could not hear them, and achieving these goals would require his own effort, it mattered little. He had envisioned them nonetheless. The Meteor sect allowed you to select one advanced martial art and one powerful technique. You examined the options presented and found them lacking compared to the Tiansheng flowing technique. Yet you chose a relatively satisfactory one nonetheless. Many inquired about your master. Despite your youthful appearance, your prowess at merely 16 was impressive. You informed them that your teacher was a mysterious figure of great renown. Among the inquirers was a core disciple from the Tiansheng Martial Arts Academy, causing you to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, they harbored no suspicions, as there were numerous martial arts styles exhibiting blue energy, and your energy's additional flexibility did not stand out excessively. Moreover, your participation in the competition primarily relied on your swordsmanship, deliberately avoiding the use of the Tiansheng flowing technique to prevent confrontation with the Academy's heir. The primary reason for this was that the Academy had shown no signs of disseminating their martial arts outside for decades. It was akin to walking down the street and spotting someone resembling yourself. You would not suspect them to be your brother, merely acknowledging the coincidence. However, if your parents had lamented to you throughout your life, saying, "You had a brother once. It is our fault we lost track of him," you would likely insist on a paternity test. The competition yielded satisfactory rewards. At the very least, you acquired a formidable technique, although it did not complement the martial art you had chosen concurrently. Returning to Donglin City, you continued your daily regimen of training. In the year 272, At the age of 17, with a foundation of 131, you discovered that the rate at which you refined your internal organs was exceedingly slow. Not merely slow, but astonishingly so. During your third simulation, you attained first-rate status at the age of 43, while by 47, your internal organ refinement had reached 3 layers. Considering that stabilizing and mastering your energy upon breaking through could take a year, it seemed plausible that you could advance by 10% within a year. Even if your current foundation paled in comparison to that time, your youth afforded you the fastest progression in martial arts, suggesting that after 3 consecutive years, you could potentially reach 50% progress. You deemed this not unreasonable, even though the difficulty of perfecting internal organ refinement increased as one approached completion. There was no need for such stringent limitations in the early stages. Currently, your progress in internal organ refinement was merely at 3.5%, falling short. You contemplated a possibility, realizing that selecting a foundational path was imperative for your essence. Yun Shou shared this thought. He had encountered similar concepts in novels, particularly in one featuring cultivation. In that story, there was a concept of energy leakage. To put it simply, if one refrained from practicing for an extended period, their cultivation would regress. Much like those gym enthusiasts, if they neglect their training, their muscles inevitably deteriorate into fat. In that narrative, if one relied on elixirs and spirit stones to forcibly ascend to a higher realm, upon losing those external aids, they would find that the energy accumulated through normal practice paled in comparison to what they would lose daily. Of course, if they ceased training, the loss would accelerate. Thus, if martial arts talent and foundational strength were too low, would they not support a higher martial arts realm, leading to a decline in strength? Chapter 17. Slow Progress. Yet self-reliance in this world of martial arts. There exists no concept of dissipating energy. If one refrains from training, their martial prowess seldom diminishes. However, the issue of foundational strength is indeed significant. Insufficient foundational potential may not result in a drop in rank, yet it profoundly hampers the speed of one's martial development. Should you return from a previous simulation with mastery-level prowess, the initial period of 60 to 70 years in this simulation would yield no room for advancement until your foundation catches up with time. Fortunately, progress is now evident, gradually accelerating as time unfolds, as you recognize yourself as a representative of late bloomers in martial arts. In the year 273 of the Great Celebration, the flow of the celestial river reached a consummate state. While your aptitude influences your rate of advancement, it does not impede your martial progress, as these two elements operate on entirely different planes. Your combat strength received an additional boost, leading you to believe that should you participate in the upcoming grand competition, you could improve your ranking by 2 places. Indeed, you could defeat the 2 second-rate martial artists who previously outstripped you. In the year 274, the Red Leaf Gang in Donglin City sought to recognize you as their leader, offering to serve as your protection in exchange for a monthly tribute, requiring no labor from you. After clarifying their activities, you promptly broke the legs of several visitors and stormed their newly established headquarters, disrupting the limbs of dozens more, while also releasing 7 or 8 children who had been ensnared. By the year 275, you were exhilarated to discover a marked increase in your training speed, with your internal organ mastery reaching 40%. In 276, another youth talent competition unfolded, and at the age of 21, you ventured to Baishir Forest to participate. This competition was hosted by the formidable Yun sect, which boasted the presence of masters, including a supreme grandmaster who had not emerged for over 20 years. Once martial artists reached the grandmaster stage, they seemed to retreat from the world, living in seclusion, whereas masters are more visible. In this competition, you encountered a few familiar faces, many of whom remembered you and eagerly anticipated your performance. You secured the 13th position, given that there were only 13 first-rate competitors, and one was incapacitated from prior battles. You managed to overcome another extraordinary second-rate martial artist who had previously bested a first-rate expert, placing him at 11th. Your progress over the past 5 years was evident, yet the extent of your advancement elicited sighs from some. It was too modest. They believed that your breakthrough at the age of 16 significantly diminished your potential. You remained indifferent to their opinions, as the next simulation would validate your abilities. Should it not, then the subsequent simulation would suffice to prove your worth. After claiming your reward, you were dismayed to find that the Yun sect was even more parsimonious than the Meteor sect. They offered only one advanced martial technique for the 11th to 20th places, lacking an additional skill. You returned to Donglin City, resuming your leisurely martial training lifestyle. In the year 278, at the age of 23, your foundational strength reached 137, with your internal organ mastery nearing 50%. That same year, you learned of a new master emerging from the Meteor sect, recalling having seen him 7 years prior when he maintained order during a competition. By the year 281, the rising gangs in Donglin City were mysteriously eradicated by an enigmatic figure, leading to a significant drop in the city's crime rate, though it also curtailed your pocket money. Fortunately, since the events of a decade ago, after your participation in the youth talent competition became known, the city lord frequently invited you to feasts, elevating your status to that of a prominent figure in Donglin City. In 282, a band of robbers established their lair in the mountains outside Donglin City, preying on passing merchants. The city lord dispatched hundreds of soldiers into the mountains, yet they proved no match for the bandit group, which was not composed of ordinary thieves, but rather those skilled in martial arts. On the vast plains, engaging in direct confrontation, morale was irrelevant. 500 second-rate martial artists might not prevail against 10,000 soldiers. However, in complex terrains within cities or forests, a single second-rate martial artist could methodically eliminate hundreds of soldiers, even those of third-rate proficiency. This gang comprised nearly 100 third-rate martial artists, with several second-rate members, and their leader was likely a first-rate martial artist. This force had outstripped Donglin City's capacity to respond, and upon realizing the futility of overpowering them, the city lords sought assistance from the martial experts within the city. The first person approached was you, followed by the head of a martial arts academy, a first-rate, who declined to intervene, sending only a second-rate disciple, prompting a search across various locales. Ultimately, only 2 first-rate martial artists, including you, were willing to take action, alongside 14 second-rate and 30 third-rate martial artists, tasked with supporting the first-rate and second-rate fighters, alleviating the pressure of the siege, and locating the bandits' hideout. Currently, your internal organ mastery had surpassed 60%, which, while not directly affecting your combat prowess, subtly enhanced your overall qualities. Additionally, your energy continued to grow. This was your most direct means of increasing combat strength aside from foundational training. In comparison to 13 years ago, when you first began simulations, your total energy had increased by over 30%, with a slight enhancement in intensity. The growth of energy is slow due to the nature of the internal organ mastery stage, which does not facilitate energy development. This is cultivated through rigorous training. It is akin to how an ordinary person cannot train in martial arts to increase strength but can engage in fitness, albeit at a much slower pace with a lower ceiling. Once a martial artist reaches the final stage of first-rate mastery, the energy ingrained in the bones, their energy will surge at a rate several times faster than during prior foundational enhancements. With the added benefit of an adult's robust physique, you felt confident in easily overpowering Su Ruahai, the leader of the Qinghe gang. Considering your 141 foundational strength and the enhancement from the advanced martial technique of the Celestial River, you were assured that unless you encountered a prodigious first-rate talent from the youth talent competition, an ordinary first-rate martial artist who had only recently broken through in their 30s or 40s would not stand a chance against you in an equal match. Therefore, you were determined to showcase your strength by decisively overcoming that bandit group, retreating if necessary. Yun Shou sighed. What a humble condition with so many additional requirements. The self within the simulation was striving desperately to prove he was invincible among equals, excluding prodigies. Yet, in truth, he was merely mediocre, merely average among first-rate martial artists, perhaps even below average. Next time shall be different, but I cannot guarantee it, as it all depends on you. Chapter 18. The Extraordinary Bandit. A group of dozens ventured into the mountainous forest, swiftly igniting an encounter. The 20 bandits, having entered the woods first, capitalized on their familiarity with the terrain, launching a surprise attack that resulted in the immediate deaths of 2 individuals. During their ambush, you sensed the impending danger, deflecting a flying dagger with a burst of energy. The blade gleamed with a sinister blue hue, not stained by your force, but rather imbued with poison. Thud! Thud! The 3 low-tier warriors struck by the dagger succumbed within mere seconds, while 2 mid-tier warriors sat down, desperately channeling their inner strength to purge the venom. Yet, if a mere few seconds could incapacitate a low-tier warrior, you doubted your own endurance. As for the 2 mid-tier warriors, they were merely prolonging their fate. Despite their successful surprise attack, which claimed 7 of your comrades, the bandits were oblivious to the presence of elite fighters among you. Under the combined might of yourself and another top-tier martial artist, the 20 bandits met a swift demise. 19 fell, leaving but 1 alive. A mid-tier warrior from your team, Fang Qi, boldly volunteered to interrogate the captive, claiming a modicum of expertise in the art of questioning. You and he consented to his approach. Incredibly, within 3 minutes, he extracted a wealth of information from a bandit. However, just as you and he were about to act, Fang Qi waved his hand dismissively. This is false. Let me conduct another round of questioning. Indeed, after a mere 10 minutes of rigorous interrogation, the bandit's narrative shifted dramatically, revealing that the initial information was a ruse, designed to ensnare you within a trap meticulously laid by the bandit group. Wait, this too is a fabrication. Allow me to interrogate him once more, Fang Qi interjected. You exchanged glances with He, ultimately deferring to the judgment of the expert. As it turned out, the bandits were cunning indeed, having set a double trap. You and he gritted your teeth in frustration. During the 3rd round of questioning, the bandit remained steadfast, maintaining his second statement. Fang Qi scoffed, such resilience. Yet I possess further ingenious tactics to employ against you. In the 4th round, the bandit wept and pleaded for a swift death, yearning for the end of his suffering. Fang Qi's eyes sparkled with determination. A bit more pressure, and he shall reveal the truth. But during the 5th round of interrogation, halfway through, the bandit's head drooped, lifeless. Fang Qi was taken aback. I did not anticipate his fragility. He divulged the truth after the 2nd round. He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. You paid little heed to his peculiarities and pressed onward toward the bandits' lair. Soon, you discovered that the bandits had only recently established their stronghold, yet it already resembled a fortified camp, complete with fences, wooden huts, and a central hall. It was evident they did not construct it themselves, as you observed a ragtag group of men and women clad in tattered clothing, laboriously erecting wooden structures under the watchful eyes of a few bandits. In one corner of the camp, a makeshift cage resembling a pig pen housed prisoners, while above it dangled a grotesque collection of dismembered corpses and severed heads. You also noted a half-completed watchtower and felt a sense of urgency. Had you arrived any later, your presence would surely have been compromised. After dispatching the dozen or so bandits patrolling the perimeter, the remaining bandits within the camp were alerted, surging forth in a chaotic throng of 60 to 70, all exuding a fierce demeanor. You found yourselves embroiled in a tumultuous battle, although the bandits outnumbered you. Their mid-tier warriors were scarce, merely 6 or 7, and only 1 elite warrior. In circumstances where numbers were nearly equal, the presence of skilled fighters weighed heavily, and the challenge of subduing the bandit chief was exacerbated by his formidable prowess. His blood surged with vitality, akin to facing a colossal beast. Only through your combined efforts with he could you withstand his might, gradually overpowering him. You suspected his strength was deeply ingrained, for a bandit appearing around 40 years of age could possess such martial prowess, suggesting he was once a prodigy in the art of combat. As the elite warrior remained locked in a stalemate, you required double the number of mid-tier warriors to counter the bandits while guarding against their poison weapons, of which they possessed only a few. Gradually, the tide began to turn in your favor. With the momentum shifting, the bandit leader recognized the dire situation and abruptly turned to flee, abandoning his subordinates. You and he, unable to pursue him immediately, returned to eliminate the remaining defiant bandits. The operation against the bandits concluded less than satisfactorily. The largest threat had escaped. However, the East Forest City expressed satisfaction. Even one escaped bandit was still a significant achievement. A solitary bandit posed little threat, and with his loss of followers, it was believed he would soon vacate East Forest City for other territories, alleviating concerns. Half a month later, while practicing the martial technique you had won in the first great competition, the heart-piercing strike, you suddenly sensed chaos erupting in the streets, with numerous guards and soldiers mobilizing, while homes barred their doors. For a moment, you feared an invasion from the martial kingdom, but upon inquiry, you learned that the city lord had been gruesomely bisected before the eyes of the populace. The strongest guards present were merely 2 mid-tier warriors, while the assailant, as described in later reports, was the very bandit leader deemed harmless by the city lord. You were stunned. Damn! Before the murderer could escape the city. Intelligence indicated he was still within East Forest, and as an elite warrior, he could easily leap walls and scale buildings. Without equal restraint, he was virtually unstoppable within the city, until his strength and energy waned. One man against the city. You two ventured out, employing the lightness technique associated with the celestial river flow, each step emanating pure blue light from your feet. As your speed surged from the typical 30 meters per second for elite warriors to an astonishing 50. In a mere 2 seconds, you traversed a distance of 100 meters. You rushed towards He's residence. Realizing that the bandit leader's audacity to assassinate the city lord signified a fervent desire for vengeance, you feared you might be next. From a distance, you spotted the grand courtyard that He had secured. As you approached within several dozen meters, the doors swung open. The bandit leader emerged, holding He's severed head, fixing his gaze upon you as you sprinted forward. You turned to flee, but after only a few breaths, a sense of unease washed over you. Spinning around, you beheld the bandit's retreating figure, growing ever distant. His energy was nearly depleted. Realizing this, you pivoted and commenced your pursuit of the bandit leader. You chased him through multiple streets, enlisting the aid of local militia to intercept the bandit. Yet the results were less than favorable. Foolish soldiers, you waste my energy with your clamor. The bandit's agility, though superior to yours, could not widen the gap between you. Instead, you found yourselves drawing closer. Finally, within a wealthy residential area, the bandit leader halted atop a sloped roof. Locking eyes with you, his gaze radiating a fierce resolve for a final battle. You understood that his remaining strength could only sustain one last confrontation. Should he continue to flee, he would be unable to defend himself if caught. Thus, this was a fight to the death. Could you prevail? Chapter 19. Vanquishing the bandit leader. Becoming a senior the bandit leader, let us refer to him simply as the brigand, resembled a ferocious tiger cornered in desperation. His aura overwhelming. His coarse garments were saturated with blood, the crimson stains spreading further. He had been evading your relentless pursuit, and the wounds he sustained in his earlier confrontation with He remained untreated, leaving him unable to focus on them. Beneath the rooftop, the piercing screams of the noble woman and the inquisitive questions of children echoed, accompanied by the shouts of several servants urging you and the brigand to cease conflict and comply with the law. In a fit of rage, the brigand spat a mixture of red and white energy, creating a gaping hole in the skull of one servant, who then fled in terror, scattering the others. Thus, you and the brigand commenced battle. Each of his strikes was heavy and powerful, sending tingles through your hands. Yet it was evident he was not as formidable as he had been a fortnight prior, perhaps due to his injuries or his conservation of energy. The clash of blades resonated as the two of you engaged in a fierce exchange, the air vibrating with the force of your contrasting energies, the wind whipping around you and causing your garments to flutter violently. The confrontation continued, each of you retreating and advancing, the tiles beneath your feet cracking under the pressure. With a sudden movement, the brigand swung his blade, forcing you back several paces. You stumbled as your right foot missed its footing, teetering on the brink of falling. In a moment of desperation, you summoned a surge of energy, solidifying it into a makeshift platform in midair, allowing you to regain your balance. You then raise your blade to block the brigand's powerful thrust. This was his lethal strike. The crimson energy surged around him like a tidal wave. You felt your weapon tremble, as if on the verge of shattering. In the next instant, your arms and body were propelled backward by an irresistible force, crashing through a wooden door of the opulent residence below and skidding across the floor, appending a vanity in the process, amidst the screams of the woman within. At that moment, your body ached, and your bones felt as though they might splinter, yet a flicker of relief ignited within you. Had you not solidified that energy, you would have surely succumbed to the brigand's blade during your fall. You were alive, at least. Struggling to your feet, you reached for your weapon, disregarding the woman's cries, adjusting your energy and state in preparation for the brigand's return. Moments later, you cursed under your breath and charged through the door you had just shattered. The brigand, now depleted of energy from his earlier assault, began his retreat. This time, he stood no chance. When you encountered him in a narrow alley, he was swiftly overwhelmed, his fingers splintering under your strikes, his blade slipping from his grasp. With a final blow, you struck at his left arm. As you severed flesh, you felt as though your blade had met stone, the resistance astonishing. It was clear he had indeed reached a formidable level of skill. However, with 3 successive strikes, you shattered his arm bones amidst his furious cries, stripping away his energy and reducing him from first-rate warrior to merely a second-rate one. With a decisive blow, you severed the head of this once mighty warrior, observing his lifeless gaze still wide open, and kindly assisted in closing his eyes. Upon searching his remains, you discovered not only silver coins, but also a tome of esteemed martial arts. Though the common iron body technique could elevate a skilled practitioner to the ranks of masters and grandmasters, there existed superior martial arts that offered even greater enhancements, enabling even those of lesser talent to ascend to mastery. You flipped through the pages of this martial text and realized it originated not from the local sects of the Qin kingdom, but rather from the neighboring Wu kingdom's Hongyo sect. It appeared the brigand's mastery of energy was not as profound as it seemed. His formidable prowess likely stemmed from the potent enhancements of the master-level martial arts he practiced. You decided to keep this tome, but withheld from immediate study, opting instead to notify the city guards to handle the bandit issue. After a time, as the turmoil in Donglin City subsided, you began to seek information regarding the Hongyo sect. You spent your funds at the intelligence organization Jinfeng Tower and learned of a defector named He Pingyan from the Hongyo sect who had betrayed them over a decade ago. You suspected the brigand was indeed this individual. His age and martial skills aligned, though his appearance was not documented in detail by Jinfeng Tower. In the year 283 of the Great Qing, a new lord was appointed to Donglin City, one who flattered you even more than his predecessor, clearly viewing you as a preeminent warrior among the first-rate. As the celestial river of time flowed to completion, your energy received an additional augmentation. In 284, at the age of 29, your foundational strength reached 143, and your internal progress approached 70%. You refrained from dispersing your energy to study the master-level martial arts, knowing your essence would not select paths of martial advancement. You resolved to wait for the next simulation when your aptitude would be higher before making the transition. This decision stemmed primarily from the distinct characteristics of this martial art, as you feared the Hongyo sect might reclaim your skills. That same year, you learned of an impending conference of masters organized by the Dao sect, inviting masters from various nations to participate. The Dao sect, the cornerstone of the Qin kingdom, had never ceased the transmission of grandmaster teachings, and it was rumored that several grandmasters were in seclusion. The conference invited not only domestic sects, but also those from the neighboring Wu and Ning nations. Yet, you discerned that this gathering was a trap, aimed at annihilating a cadre of masters from the Wu kingdom. As for the reason behind this, how could you know? You had not chosen to inherit memories. However, based on information from previous simulations, that cadre of masters perished, leading to the emergence of a reclusive grandmaster from the Wu kingdom. Upon his emergence, he did not head directly for the Dao sect, but rather assisted the army in breaching the city. You speculated that the trap at the conference was linked to the Qin kingdom, not merely a case of sect rivalry, but rather a nation employing underhanded tactics. Nonetheless, This mattered little to you. You were unconcerned with such affairs. The individuals you valued, Old Wang, Uncle Ji, and others, had been safely sent to Qingcheng, where they had established their means of living. The Wu army could not penetrate Qingcheng, for Zhu Baowen would intervene. In 285, the Wu kingdom launched an assault on Qing villages along the border. Yet you suspected this was a staged event orchestrated by the Qing kingdom, though you lacked evidence. In 287, a young man visited your residence, seeking your guidance as a venerable master. Upon closer inspection, you recognized him as Yi Hongqi. A slight recollection surfaced. In the simulation, this youth, along with others, had teamed up with you to vanquish the Tiger King, largely due to Yi Hongqi's unexpected surge in power. As a senior figure, you earnestly offered him advice, your demeanor warm and inviting, leaving the young prodigy immensely grateful. Chapter 20. The time for revenge has come after offering guidance. You ride out of the city and arrive at Heian Town. You disregard the mayor's recruitment efforts and venture alone into the mountains, where you encounter the formidable giant tiger. In this battle, your objective is not to extract its essence for your own nourishment, as such enhancements can only be obtained through martial cultivation. Instead, your primary aim is to assess the prowess of this Tiger King. Previously, as a second-rate warrior, you nearly faced annihilation against 6 opponents. Now, having ascended to the ranks of a first-rate warrior, you fear not this mere tiger. The Tiger King exudes a fierce aura, its size rivaling that of a first-rate martial artist. However, compared to true first-rate warriors, it is not only clumsy in its movements but also devoid of any technique. In a direct confrontation, even you would struggle, yet with proper force management, a second-rate warrior could hold their own against it. The battle proves to be arduous, unlike before, when 6 individuals distracted the Tiger King. This time, every strike it delivers is with full force, capable of uprooting a large tree with a single leap or swipe. Seizing the opportunity, you blind its eyes with your energy, crack open its jaws, and with a final swift maneuver, you pierce its belly with your long knife, disemboweling it. What a formidable Tiger King! With but a single slide, I have vanquished it. You drag the colossal beast's carcass back to Heian Town, wherein chef prepares a feast. This time, the banquet of tiger meat and bone soup is nearly your solitary indulgence. With only the scraps given to the inn, you depart with satisfaction, returning safely to Donglin City. In the year 288 of the Great Celebration, you hear of a martial sage from Qingcheng who single-handedly extinguished the army of a nation with a mere slap before vanishing into the ether. This event draws many martial artists to Qingcheng, eager to witness the imprint of the sage's palm. Rumors circulate that several reclusive elders from various sects have emerged, quietly circling the outskirts of Qingcheng. In 289, a truce is declared between the two nations. This year, your internal organs have reached near perfection, and you are poised to embark on the final step of becoming a first-rate warrior, the energy penetrating the bones. By 290, a self-proclaimed phantom thief known as Wuying Wuzong arrives in Donglin City, exhibiting first-rate skills while pilfering treasures from the wealthy and distributing them among beggars and impoverished families. Several affluent families implore you to intervene. However, you are disinclined to meddle, though you have ascended to a privileged status. You dismiss the notion that this phantom thief is committing any heinous acts, as their targets are mostly infamous families, and the wealth taken is merely trifling. The true crux lies in the expectation that a martial artist like yourself should offend another warrior on behalf of these families. Do they not comprehend on which side I stand? In 291, you meticulously hone your bones with energy daily, grateful for the prior fortification of your internal organs. Otherwise, even a mere 5 minutes of training could lead to bloodshed. Post the enhancement of your internal organs, the duration of your training extends to 3 hours, although your energy is depleted within 2.5 hours. By 293, at the age of 38, your foundation stands at 152. The progress towards energy penetrating the bones is notably slow. However, the completion of the Celestial River phase bestows remarkable efficacy upon your energy, enabling you to achieve a 20 completion rate in just 4 years. During these 4 years, the rate of increase in both the quantity and quality of your energy is 8 times that of the preceding 2 decades. While talent plays a role, it underscores the astounding disparity. If, initially, your energy quality was quantified at 100 points, for years ago, it had risen to 150 points, reflecting a 50 increase over 20 years. Now it hovers around 230 points. The increase in energy strength is modest, primarily driven by the rise in total energy, allowing for more enduring combat. You are now in a phase of rapid enhancement in strength. Although energy does not encompass the entirety of a martial artist's capabilities, it constitutes a significant proportion. Only with energy penetrating the bones can one truly be regarded as a first-rate warrior. You cannot help but reflect that with the rise in your strength, your standards of contempt have also shifted. In this light, the disparity in energy quality among first-rate warriors, compared to when you first entered their ranks, is monumental. In 295, while relishing a meal at an inn, you overhear a conversation between a man and a woman. "Brother Yulong, being with you is so much more enjoyable than the rigid Shu family. Ha ha, Sister Siener, there is a world of beauty to behold. I shall take you to witness it all." Initially, you merely scoff at the couple's sugary exchanges, but as you listen, a sense of unease arises, prompting you to delve into your deeper memories. After a prolonged moment, as the couple exits the inn, you finally recall where you have encountered them, or rather, where you have heard of them. At the conclusion of your second simulation, Song Yulong had absconded with Chu family's daughter, Chu Xian, at which point your role was that of the Chu family's captain of guards, tasked with escorting her back. Ultimately, the two were genuinely in love, and Chu Xian harbored a grudge against you in secret. After you successfully returned her to the Chu family, she poisoned you, leading to your demise. This is a vendetta of life and death. Had it not been for that malevolent woman, I might have reached first-rate martial status by the end of the second simulation. And with a stroke of luck, had I not been felled by that inhuman fiend, the titles of Martial Master or Grandmaster would not have been mere dreams. Yun Shou nods in agreement. Despite having undergone 3 simulations, his current form remains at the threshold of first-rate. However, he possesses a remarkable advantage, a foundation enhancement that increases by 1 each year, accelerating his martial training. Furthermore, the information gleaned from the simulator suggests that his enhancement differs from that of other martial prodigies. While other martial prodigies boast a foundation twice that of ordinary individuals, resulting in doubled combat abilities and training speeds, their longevity does not appear particularly exceptional. The simulator indicated that a Grandmaster's lifespan merely reaches 150 years. To attain the status of Grandmaster, one's foundation must be at least double that of a common person. In contrast, the simulated version of himself at 50 years of age appears notably youthful due to a higher foundation, suggesting that this enhancement also subtly contributes to longevity. The foundation of a martial prodigy, being double that of an ordinary person, may only manifest through martial prowess. If one refrains from martial practice, they will inevitably age and die by the age of 100. However, his 200 foundation, while unlikely to allow him to live to 200, could feasibly extend his life to 120, 130, or even beyond. Thus, if the simulated version of himself were to persist to 100 years, 200 years, leveraging the continuous accumulation of foundation and extended lifespan, ascending to the status of Grandmaster through a single simulation would not be an unattainable dream. Let be so. Another version of myself. Consider this an act of vengeance for the other you. Chapter 21. The vastness of heaven and earth, moistening towards the south revenge, is one thing. But you are acutely aware of your virtuous character. How could you casually harm a couple who bear you no ill will? After all, you're no devil. You display the formidable prowess of a first-rate martial artist, enveloped in deep blue energy, appearing before Song Yulong and his companion. Immediately, Song Yulong clasps his fists in respect, addressing you as senior. You scrutinize Song Yulong closely, and just as he begins to feel a chill of trepidation, you finally speak. "Young man, I have matters of great importance to discuss with you." You draw him aside to a secluded corner, brandishing the Ming knife before him. "Young man, do you believe my blade is sharp? How many strokes do you think it would take to end your life?" Cold sweat beads on Song Yulong's brow. He does not comprehend. Since he turned from the path of vice a year ago, he is not engaged in any nefarious acts. Moreover, during his past exploits, his handsome visage had rarely met with fierce opposition, leaving him perplexed as to how he has offended this clearly unfamiliar master. Senior, could you be more straightforward? If it were not for Chu Xian'er watching from a distance, I would already be kneeling. Simple, you reply. I am narrow-minded. I detest seeing the likes of you. Handsome men and beautiful women flirting in public. If you wish to avoid trouble, then kick her to the curb. If you are betrothed, then divorce her. If you choose to elope, let her return whence she came. You believe that for a lovesick individual, a lover's voluntary breakup would inflict far more anguish than mere death. Yet upon hearing your words, Song Yulong merely chuckles, his tension easing. Senior, must you go to such lengths? It is merely a fleeting displeasure. Why should you force me to part with my beloved? This trivial matter cannot possibly warrant your wrath. Your expression remains impassive. You find such self-satisfied youth intolerable. I may not take your life, but should I leave some scars on that pretty face of yours? Before you can finish your thought, Song Yulong's gaze hardens. Senior, I know what I must do. You linger at the corner, watching as this pretty boy strides towards Chu Xian'er. Return to the Chu family, you instruct. Chu Xian'er? Incredulous, exclaims Brother Yulong. Did that man threaten you? Song Yulong scoffs coldly. I simply grew weary of you. Did you truly believe yourself to be of exceptional worth? I have played with many like you, and I merely wish to prolong the game a little longer. His icy words pierce Chu Xian'er's heart. And you understand that even if the truth does not align with his harsh words, it is only a matter of time before Song Yulong discards her. He values his own pretty face more than his affection for her. Observing her face pale, confusion, pain, sorrow, and despair etching themselves across her features, you take a deep breath. Human emotions vary. You feel a sense of joy, lurking in the shadows like a dark worm, laughing incessantly. Chu Xian'er, in despair, strikes out at Song Yulong. But how can an ordinary girl contend with a martial artist? With a resounding slap. The sound echoes, yet it is not Song Yulong who is toppled. You gaze at Chu Xian'er's reddened cheek, satisfied as you depart, regardless of how events unfold next. Whether Song Yulong returns her to the Chu family or not, it is no longer your concern, for today's occurrences have irrevocably altered their past. In the year 296 of the Great Celebration, you persistently train in martial arts daily, honing various techniques, your energy deeply ingrained. By 297, you encounter challenges from some young heroes. Those second-rate martial artists, regardless of their terrifying potential, fall short against your pure martial prowess. Even the young, high-potential martial artists who have recently entered the first tier find themselves thoroughly suppressed by you. There's simply no match. In 298, at the age of 43, your foundation reaches 157, with your energy nearly half ingrained. Within 10 years, you shall undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of first-rate martial artists. The sole dilemma lies in surviving the monstrous entities that will emerge in 5 years. You contemplate two options. One is to hide in some remote locations, places unlikely to be ravaged, and await the Grand Masters to join forces, hoping they might vanquish the beast. The second is to flee from the kingdom of Qing, or even from this triad of nations. However, this step can wait until after the Grand Masters have failed. You first visit the Golden Wind Tower, continuing your inquiries for pertinent information. In the minds of commoners and even martial artists like yourself, the three nations of Qing, Wu, and Ning are viewed as the entirety of the world. However, upon reviewing the records, you discover that this subconscious perception is not without reason. Beyond the rectangular territories formed by these three nations lies a vast expanse of barren mountains to the north, devoid of life, save for the dry yellowed grasses that blanket the land. So why not expand the territory? In reality, expansion has been ongoing, albeit at a languid pace. It takes decades to yield even a single county or city. To the south lies a dense jungle, fraught with primitive wilderness, venomous creatures, marshes, and all manner of harsh environments. This too has been under development, with sects establishing themselves in the southern frontier. To the west stretches a vast desert. A Grand Master once ventured to its edge and reported encountering a great grassland inhabited by nomadic tribes. To the east lies the lonely sea, There have been foreign visitors with flaming red hair and white brows who claim to have drifted for half a year before arriving. Ultimately, the difficulties of exploration in both the eastern and western directions have deterred many, though each end does indeed harbor its own distinct civilizations. In contrast, the north and south remain primitive development zones, with no signs of other civilizations discovered amidst the barren mountains and jungles. To be cautious, you decide to reside in East Forest City for the time being, planning to gather supplies for your journey to the southern border as the year draws near. There, despite its primal nature, some creatures can still be hunted for sustenance. The north is purely desolate, while your physical endurance may not suffice to survive the desert in the west. The same applies to the east, where one can only wonder about the martial prowess of that foreigner who withstood half a year at sea without perishing. In the year 300 of the Great Celebration, you remain in East Forest City. Recently, your training frequency has diminished, primarily indulging in pleasures and pursuing carnal delights. By 302, due to complacency, your progress in ingraining energy has only increased by a mere 15% over the past 4 years, despite a significantly higher foundational growth. As the year draws to a close, you assess the time and begin gathering various durable food supplies in preparation for your journey southward. You traverse the kingdom of Qing, crossing a small portion of Ning's territory, ultimately halting in a small town at the border. What follows is an extensive series of chapters detailing the arcane creatures, chronicling the world's history that ought to exist without Yun Shou's presence. This primarily serves to enrich the narrative while Yun Shou strengthens his foundation, subtly hinting at the forthcoming worldview. Chapter 22. The Descent of the Otherworldly Demon in the Desolate Town of Withered Leaves. One might describe it less as a town and more as a camp, tasked with the arduous endeavor of pioneering the untamed jungles to the south. The mission of all the inhabitants is to expand the territory of Ningwa. However, this camp has been established for over 50 years. Elders have passed away on this land, and newborns from 2 to even 3 generations have taken their first breaths here. Thus, it has indeed become a small town. The townsfolk are astonished by your arrival, and upon learning of your intention to venture deep into the jungle, they kindly advise against such folly. The depths of the jungle harbor toxins and treacherous environments, having claimed the lives of numerous martial artists over the years. Even a master, fully armored and brimming with energy, must succumb to sleep, becoming vulnerable in dreams. Heeding the warnings of the townspeople, you find their reasoning compelling and choose to settle in Withered Leaves. The monstrous entity depicted in your simulations seems to have targeted cities and sects. It is unlikely it would descend upon such a modest town. In the year 303 of the Great Celebration, as a first-rate martial artist, securing a decent job in the town is feasible. After a year of interaction, you have cultivated a good rapport with the villagers. Half a year later, you ponder that this small town suffers from a slow flow of information. Had you been in Donglin City or Yangshui City, news of the ongoing massacres would have reached your ears by now. In the year 304 of the Great Celebration, a piece of news jolts you into disbelief. After a year of silence, it arrives with overwhelming intensity. 7 grandmasters have united on Wuxin Island in the Martial Kingdom to vanquish an otherworldly demon of unknown origins. The unparalleled grandmasters struck together, their combined force echoing for miles, only to be obliterated in an instant. Jumping from your bed, you exclaim in shock. Another numerical monstrosity has emerged. Is this truly a manifestation of Zhu Baowen's uncontrollable transformation into a demon? Within the entire realm of the 3 kingdoms, there are scarcely a handful of grandmasters. They are living legends, adorned with the prefix of the unparalleled. Yet, to be annihilated 7 at once, or 1 by 1, does it truly make much difference? Fortunately, the demon refreshes itself every 30 years. As long as simulations continue, it shall not stand a chance against you. However, if even the grandmasters were swiftly eradicated, how then did such information circulate? Did the demon disregard the ants that observe from the sidelines? You decide to venture into a nearby city to gather information. This time, entering the city is safeguarded. The demon had previously been in the Martial Kingdom, so it seems improbable it would select this city for a massacre. In Woolwolf City, after gathering news, your worldview shatters further upon learning of the Grandmaster's demise. This demon possesses intelligence. It has even employed some means to transform two observing Grandmasters into demon humans, commanding them to slay the remaining masters. The news of the Grandmaster's demise is relayed by these demon humans, accompanied by the demon's decree, submission to it. It demands that all martial artists, all civilians, indeed all of humanity across the three kingdoms and the entire world, must yield to it. With each passing day, it requires its territory and followers to present at least 1,000 human lives as sustenance, declaring through its two demon humans that it wishes to establish a human ranch to cultivate humans as food. Those who submit to it and assist in procuring sustenance shall be bestowed with true blood, transformed into hybrids of ancient lineage, thus earning the right to serve this sovereign. You ponder why every time a villain or demon appears, they must resort to human blood for their powers, feasting upon humanity. Why not raise pigs or cattle instead? The reasoning eludes you. Your gaze encompasses the discontent among the martial artists, who express outrage at the demon that proclaims itself of ancient lineage, treating humans as livestock. A second-rate martial artist denounces the two demon humans, asserting that should the three kingdoms unite, they could muster millions of soldiers, countless first-rate martial artists, and hundreds of grandmasters. No matter how powerful the demon may be, it remains but one entity, with just two demon humans. How could that possibly withstand the overwhelming might of humanity? Some recall the martial saint, who had once intervened in Qingcheng over a decade ago, their confidence soaring. Once the martial saint acts, even the mightiest demon shall be crushed like an insect. Yet, the martial saint does not intervene. In the fleeting years, the tides of fate shift unpredictably. The demon obliterated 119,000 of the 120,000 troops of the martial kingdom in just 3 days, most of which were spent traversing and hunting down the fleeing soldiers. The demon transformed a cadre of clever demon humans to establish ranches and manage its territory. A significant number of civilians and martial artists capitulated, willing to send their children to the ranches, hoping to secure a status as a human servant rather than face indiscriminate slaughter. In the year 305 of the Great Celebration, the demon's first city massacre commenced in the Kingdom of Celebration, while its demonic realm feasted upon the flesh of the martial kingdom, emerging from the carcasses of the fallen. This is not merely an expansion of the demonic realm. It is a narrative of the demon king's dominion. 6 months later, the Kingdom of Celebration is nearly in ruins, and the demonic realm casts its predatory gaze upon the remaining kingdom of Ning. Countless civilians and martial artists choose to flee the three kingdoms. They refuse to become human servants, nor do they wish to be treated as livestock. Some escape into the northern wilderness, others trek westward across the desert, while some take to the seas from the Eastern Ocean. Those capable of escape often opt to flee into the southern dense jungles. You smile wryly. Once fearful of stepping into the primordial forest alone, you now find yourself accompanied by a multitude. Yet joy eludes you. A pervasive atmosphere of despair envelopes the entirety of the three kingdoms. In the year 306, the first year of the ancient dynasty, along with many martial artists and ordinary people fleeing into the primordial forest, establish an anti-demon alliance, primarily aimed at amassing strength for the day of counterattack. At 51 years of age, with a foundation of 165%, you commence rigorous training anew. The harsh environment of the forest claims lives to venomous insects, parasites, and food scarcity, or the consumption of perilous mushrooms. Yet, the adaptability of humanity proves formidable. You ultimately survive, playfully dubbing this place the demon-repelling forest, for no demon humans dare approach. In truth, the ancient dynasty established by the demon has yet to turn its gaze upon you. In the second year of the ancient dynasty, more individuals from the former territories of the three kingdoms escape into the demon-repelling forest. From their accounts, you learn of a vast, menacing demonic realm rapidly solidifying its existence. You begin to worry. The demon's display of intelligence is exceedingly high. Beyond its initial wild rampage through the cities, it has since transformed and developed human traders, establishing a kingdom. Moreover, Its self-identification as an ancient lineage, coupled with its cruel actions, indicates that it is not Zhu Baoan, but rather a distinctly intelligent entity, one that may harbor a vendetta against humanity from the past. And where, oh where, has the martial saint Zhu Baoan gone? Is he merely off indulging in leisurely travels? Chapter 23. The terrifying ancient dynasty in the third year of the ancient dynasty, while patrolling the outskirts of the demon exorcism forest. Vigilant against the impending assault from the demon kingdom, you stumbled upon a peculiar squad of soldiers. Their stature and build resembled that of ordinary men. Yet their skin bore a sinister purplish-red pattern, and their eyes lacked any semblance of emotion, radiating a chilling ferocity akin to dark iron. Having never encountered such soldiers before and unaware of the imminent danger, you inquired about their origins, only to be met with a sudden and silent assault. Their iron spears surged forth like a dragon crossing the river, accompanied by a torrent of blood. Drawing your blade in response, a deep blue aura surged like a vast ocean, momentarily parrying the simultaneous thrusts of 3 spears. You swiftly retreated, distancing yourself by several dozen steps. Weariness etched upon your face. The strength of these soldiers was comparable to that of second-rate martial artists, yet their movements were rigid and mechanical, lacking the agility expected of such combatants. Nevertheless, bolstered by formidable data, these bizarre warriors posed a challenge to ordinary second-rate martial artists and would easily overpower third-rate individuals. As a master of the first tier, you faced 7 of these soldiers, and after a gradual breakdown of their defenses, you vanquished 6, leaving 1 severely wounded, whom you dragged back to Windstorm Village. Within the demon exorcism forest, remnants of the 3 kingdoms had formed the Anti-Demon Alliance to avoid being eradicated. This alliance was subdivided into numerous settlement villages, each housing no more than 3,000 souls, with most comprising just over 1,000, and each guarded by at least 1 grandmaster. Some might find this distribution implausible. In cities with populations numbering in the tens of thousands, it is rare to find even a single martial artist. What if there are too many villages? Would there be enough grandmasters to protect them? Certainly, for ordinary individuals, unless they were already near the southern regions, they lacked the strength to escape, and numerous commoners perished in the forest's treacherous environment. Recently, stability had returned, and the entire Anti-Demon Alliance consisted of fewer than 20 subordinate villages, scattered across depths of the forest ranging from a few dozen to several hundred miles. Rumors spoke of 3 grandmasters leading thousands deep into this primal wilderness, all in an effort to preserve the last embers of humanity from the 3 kingdoms. In Windstorm Village, the resident grandmaster, Su Inkong, hailing from the Windstorm sect, was present. Upon your arrival, dragging the peculiar soldier, many martial artists swiftly encircled you, analyzing recent external intelligence. They reached a grim conclusion. The transformation ability of the otherworldly demons had escalated. They were now extensively producing these demonized soldiers. It was no surprise that in the past 2 to 3 months, no new compatriots had managed to escape into the demon exorcism forest, as the demon kingdom had woven an extensive net of base-level demonized soldiers. In the ensuing 6 months, demonized soldiers began to manifest with alarming frequency, including demonized generals rivaling martial masters, prompting the villages on the outskirts of the demon exorcism forest to migrate deeper within for safety. In the 4th year of the ancient dynasty, at the age of 54, your foundation reached an impressive 168, nearing the pinnacle of first-tier martial prowess. The next step involved circulating your energy, aspiring to attain the status of a martial master. Fortuitously, the celestial flow of the Tianhe was perfectly suited for this progression, as the martial arts' various stages provided substantial enhancements related to energy circulation. You anticipated breaking through to martial master status within a decade. Reflecting on your journey, you marveled at how age had only accelerated your progress, propelling you towards newfound heights. In the 5th year of the ancient dynasty, a scattered group of compatriots fled into the demon exorcism forest, seeking refuge in various villages. Their accounts painted a harrowing picture of the original territories of the 3 kingdoms, now transformed into a living hell. Monstrous marvels had arisen, including blood lakes, bone forests, and mountains of flesh. Ruled by the demon who referred to itself as the Holy King, a being of unimaginable brutality. Within that dark dynasty, a stark pyramid of power emerged, with the Holy King at the apex, followed by three distinct classes: the human demons, holy sons; blood demons, holy envoys; and demonized martial artists. The highest rank, the human demons, claimed the title of holy sons, typically composed of those who had submitted to grandmasters or were transformed by them. These individuals were directly altered by the otherworldly demons, infused with ancient blood, akin to nobility that commanded reverence from others. The human demons numbered only in the dozens. The intermediate class, known as blood demons, dubbed themselves holy envoys and primarily consisted of former merchants, nobles, and aristocrats who had undergone transformation. They were far coarser than the human demons, having merely consumed a small quantity of the ancient blood bestowed by the otherworldly demons. The blood demon population was substantial, estimated to be close to 1,000, overseeing the enslaved populace of various cities and the breeding grounds. The lowest tier comprised the demonized martial artists, who were transformed en masse through certain rituals. Depending on the frequency of transformation and the ritual specifications, they could be categorized as soldiers, captains, or generals. These ranks were strictly based on strength, with many generals surpassing the prowess of numerous blood demons. Demonized martial artists possessed no intelligence, stripped of their personalities and emotions. Even those who attained the general rank operated like machines, executing orders to kill, with their forces commanded by blood demons. As for the lowest echelon, they consisted of enslaved humans within cities and the bloodstock in breeding facilities. You were disheartened, realizing that according to the descriptions from those who had escaped, martial masters were merely regarded as captains among the demonized soldiers, and such captains numbered in the tens of thousands within the demon kingdom, while the original combined martial masters of the Qing, Wu, and Ning kingdoms barely numbered 1,000. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was the otherworldly demon's capacity for spawning and corruption. No matter how many it slaughtered, as long as humans scattered and hid, it would never exhaust its bloodlust, yet it had assembled a demonized army. A thought struck your mind. The hidden anti-demon alliance was doomed. If it had not yet met its end, it meant they were being toyed with by the otherworldly demon. Let your desperate resistance amuse me. Fortunately, you remained, and those yet-to-come futures would be gradually reduced to ashes by your hand. With renewed determination in your gaze, you resolved that perhaps in the next simulation, you would once again seek to engage with Zhu Baowen. Zhu Baowen was immensely powerful, and previously you had aimed to limit your interactions with him before reaching Grandmaster status. Fearing exposure that could prematurely end your simulations, you yearned to discover the true heights of martial arts, to ascertain whether an endpoint existed. In the 6th year of the ancient dynasty, the number of demonized martial artists searching the villages within the demon exorcism forest escalated, with frequent sightings of captain-level demonized warriors, rivaling martial masters in strength. Fortunately, they lacked agility, unable to pursue you swiftly. The name Demon Exorcism Forest had become a bitter joke. From the face of the otherworldly demons, it was humanity that was relentlessly hunted, driven deeper into the forest. In the 7th year of the ancient dynasty, 2 villages fell to the demonized martial artists, scattering their first-tier martial masters into neighboring settlements. Merely months later, Windstorm Village was also discovered. A blood demon led the charge, its power surpassing that of your sex Grandmaster Su Yinkong. Accompanying him were over 20 demonized captains, each equivalent to martial masters, along with hundreds of elite demonized soldiers equivalent to first-tier martial artists and 700 to 800 ordinary demonized soldiers, comparable to second-tier martial artists. Windstorm Village was encircled and faced with overwhelming odds. Grandmaster Su Yinkong utilized his energy to transmit messages, urging all to exert their utmost effort to break free. Despite having lived there for years, you understood that with your current capabilities, escaping with the others was impossible. The highest priority now was to preserve your own life and allow your essence to inherit greater foundational enhancements. All regrets and suffering would be severed from the source. Chapter 24. The Martial Artist, a half-wrecked body you have resolved to break through, yet the world does not revolve around you. Your success hinges upon the intensity of the enemy's opposition. Unfortunately, your path is obstructed by a corrupted captain, whose strength and physique rival those of a martial artist empowered by qi. Though his movements are somewhat clumsy, his combat prowess remains at the martial artist level. Surrounded by numerous figures, you gaze beyond the village. 200 to 300 corrupted soldiers form an emotionless line of defense. Should you attempt to break free, you would be swiftly intercepted and attacked, with the corrupted captain fixated on you, closing in from behind. Caught in a double assault, the odds of survival are grim. As you survey the other battle zones, it becomes evident that nearly every martial artist faces adversaries of superior strength. The likelihood of others creating chaos to afford you an advantageous opportunity is nearly non-existent. Thus, you are left with no choice but to fight to the death. With a mighty roar, you draw forth the Zhaming blade, a companion of over 30 years. This blade has undergone several reforgings throughout the decades, its edge shimmering with a hint of blue, a testament to the qi you have infused into it over the years, transforming the blade to reflect your essence. At 57 years of age, you possess exceptional martial prowess, flourishing in your prime. With deep blue qi surging like waves, you engage in combat, employing techniques akin to the flow of the Milky Way, skillfully repelling the corrupted captain several steps back with minimal effort. However, the initial fervor soon wanes, and excessive exertion takes a toll on your body. After only a few exchanges, the captain's spear, thrusting with force, transmits a painful impact through your blade, sending shockwaves through your arm and into your core, damaging your organs and causing a mouthful of blood to surge forth. Had a first-rate martial artist, unaccustomed to such strain, been in your place, their insides would likely have been reduced to a grotesque mass, lifeless on the ground. Yet you still possess the strength to continue. The deep blue qi within you envelopes your organs, akin to a protective armor, offering both defense and a slow healing effect. With every slash, the air is filled with cries of despair. The village, home to over 1,200 souls, consists mostly of common folk, with only around 100 possessing martial prowess of second-rate or higher, easily overwhelmed by a fraction of the corrupted army. In addition to those forming an outer encirclement, nearly 300 corrupted soldiers begin their slaughter of the unarmed civilians. Once the bloodbath has concluded, these soldiers will turn their wrath upon the martial artists, plunging you into the depths of despair. Not far away, on the battlefield of masters, Su Yinkong has had an arm torn from his body, savored by a blood mage, who relishes in the hunt, toying with its prey. In the face of life and death, you sense something within you stirring, and in a daze, you mechanically fend off the captain's onslaught, spitting blood in a relentless cycle. Amidst the chaos, as blood vessels rupture and your vision blurs crimson, a warm current begins to flow through your abdomen and limbs. Suddenly, a barrier shatters. You step back to evade a strike from the corrupted captain, astonished to discover your qi autonomously circulating within you, a continuous stream of vitality. In the midst of battle, you break through and ascend to the ranks of a martial artist. Elation courses through you, yet the sudden surge of power does not cloud your judgment. You cast a glance at the throng of corrupted beings before turning to flee. This is no ordinary flight. You harness your qi to stabilize your injuries while igniting your latent potential, propelling yourself into a state of explosive vigor. Stimulating adrenaline? You believe this to be the method. A martial artist's control over their body evolves with experience, especially after a century of practice. As spears and arrows rain upon you, your life flickers like a candle in the wind. Ignoring the myriad of hidden injuries, you force your way through a breach, only to hear Su Yinkong's anguished scream behind you. Yet the cry abruptly halts. You dare not look back or waste a moment, sprinting away with fervor. In the heart of Windstorm Village, the blood mage releases its claws, Su Yinkong's headless corpse thudding to the ground. The creature glances at your fleeing form with detached curiosity, unconcerned. Just a mere old bug scurrying away, a tiny ant easily squashed, it muses, allowing you to herald their arrival, spreading terror among the remnants of humanity. 3 days later, you collapse, clinging to the last vestiges of life. only to be discovered by the martial artists of Purple Star Village. After a fortnight of care, you emerge from the brink of death, awakening a full month later. The village physician, unable to contain their admiration, exclaims, "Old man, what a constitution! You've survived against the odds." Upon regaining consciousness, you recount your harrowing experience, while the village leader sighs, revealing their plans to gradually relocate deeper into the forest. In essence, once the innermost village establishes a new settlement, its inhabitants will begin to migrate, while those in the outermost villages bear the responsibility of monitoring and resisting the encroaching corrupted forces. In the 7th year of the ancient dynasty, you finally regain the ability to move normally, though your martial skills remain intact. The energy depletion from the escape half a year prior exceeds the trauma from an incident that nearly drowned you at the age of 12. Thus, you can confidently assert, you are undoubtedly the weakest martial artist of your era. Yun Shou quips, "Why do you still harbor a sense of pride?" It is worth mentioning that the master guarding Purple Star Village is an acquaintance of yours. Decades ago, at the age of 16, you participated in a youth talent competition overseen by a martial artist from the Meteor sect who maintained order during the event. By the time you were 23, you learned that this martial artist ascended to the rank of master. Now, nearing 60, you unexpectedly reunite in this village. This master, surnamed Li, named Tianbing, is 86 years old. For a master expected to live to 150, this age is hardly considered frail. You and Li Tianbing reminisce. In the aftermath of the demon invasion, acquaintances have become scarce. To encounter a familiar face from decades past is a stroke of fortune for both of you. He exhibits a flicker of nostalgia, and your despair diminishes by one. Through this connection, you glean more information about the corrupted demon alliance. In the 9th year of the ancient dynasty, you celebrate your 60th birthday, having relocated deeper into the demon exorcism forest twice. Yet, the corrupted army continues to draw nearer, with 2 villages extinguished in recent years. In the 10th year, alongside several martial artists and promising young warriors, you accompany Li Tianbing to the headquarters of the corrupted demon alliance. This gathering is convened to discuss a significant matter requiring the collaboration of masters from various villages, as well as high-level martial artists. Chapter 25. The old man's youthful fury. The headquarters of the demon-resisting alliance is concealed deeply, known only to the masters of each village. You traverse through an area entwined with vines, passing through a valley where the cliffs on either side are adorned with peculiar vines and vibrant flowers, ultimately arriving at a grand waterfall spanning 10 zhang in width. The waterfall cascades nearly 100 meters. For an ordinary person, standing beneath, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Yet, you remain unconcerned, quickly following the guidance of Master Li Tianbing, leaping through a certain section of the waterfall's curtain, and discover an extraordinary realm within. "Oh, the blessed land of Flower Fruit Mountain, the water curtain cave," you exclaim, feeling a childish glee as you summon your energy and leap inside. Beyond the waterfall, indeed, lies a hidden cavern not carved by human hands, but formed by nature itself, adorned with stalactites that hang like a forest. Regrettably, in this realm, these stalactites bear no medicinal properties. Not long after entering the cavern, the masters of each village gather, coalescing around a grand master from Ningwa, forming a formidable faction. In contrast, the opposing side comprises merely 3 individuals. 1, a youth of about 15 or 16, radiates brilliance, his sword aura nearly palpable. Upon your initial glance, you are taken aback, feeling an almost blinding pain in your eyes. "Beast!" you roar inwardly. "What manner of creature is this?" His martial prowess is undoubtedly that of a martial master, and he approaches the pinnacle of mastery, having already crystallized his martial will. Apart from the future anomaly, the original body using the simulator, in your 60 years of life, you had never fathomed that the terms youth and martial master could coexist, and now they stand in conjunction with master as well. Cloud Shou, he is utterly speechless. The simulation of 4 generations spans over a century, yet he encounters a prodigious talent, a peak martial master at merely 15, as formidable as an invincible beast. Yet, he realizes it is not invincible. There are two others. One, a serene woman in her 20s, possesses astonishing martial prowess, though it pales in comparison to that of the youth. The third is a cheeky old man. You sense no martial cultivation from him, suggesting he may be a master, a powerful figure who effortlessly controls his aura. Upon first encountering these three, you initially believe the youth to be a hidden genius nurtured by the demon-resisting alliance. Yet the odd atmosphere soon reveals otherwise. When they speak, the trio urges all the formidable warriors of the alliance to emerge from the thicket and join their resistance, imploring them not to remain like timid mice, but to confront the demon kingdom. Are we truly to battle the demon kingdom? You ponder, incredulous. Leading the trio, the youth elaborates on his meticulously crafted plan to incite a rebellion across the cities and breeding grounds managed by the demon kingdom, intending to drown the aberrant demons in a tide of humanity. After you express your refusal once more, he begins to lament passionately, declaring you a bunch of cowards who have languished in this secluded wilderness for a decade, blissfully unaware of the hell unfolding outside. What they face is unparalleled despair in human history, where men, women, and children in captivity are stripped bare, their personalities eroded over years of subjugation, their vacant gazes awaiting selection by the bloodthirsty demons. Yet, despite the overwhelming despair, they cling to hope. In the cities, downtrodden slaves defiantly practice martial arts in secret, within the confines of their enclosures. The eyes of those crawling on the ground flicker with a glimmer of fire. You fall into silence, momentarily at a loss for words. The youth's words ring true. You are indeed a gathering of cowards. Though you claim to preserve the last ember of humanity, many are simply afraid of death. Fear of death is not a sin. Yet now there is a stark contrast. Amidst the crowd, a nondescript martial master stands out little, clenching and unclenching his fists, the cracking of joints echoing. This subdued, extraordinary nature is not unique to you alone. Others echo similar sounds. The cracking of fists, the grinding of teeth. The youth, filled with indignation, departs. As he reaches the mouth of the cavern, your Grand Master inquires about his name, and you realize you have been oblivious to the identities of these three all along. As the youth retreats, his voice carries back to you, "Cowards do not deserve to know my name. I refuse to live as a mouse in a burrow." Yun Shou inhales deeply, recognizing that this fleeting line from the simulation, despite not having experienced that era, strikes him profoundly, resonating with his heart. The fervor and impulsiveness of youth, how he too embodies that spirit, vibrant and brimming with ambition. Regardless of his actions in the simulation, he finds no discontent within himself. Curse it, I cannot endure this. With over 30 years remaining until the demon invasion, possessing a life of over 12,000, what is one more sacrifice? Ignoring the gazes of his companions, he strides boldly after the youth and his companions. He believes that his original self outside the simulator will not chastise him for this moment of recklessness, a fleeting life. Yet one that dares to wield a blade against an emperor must surely surpass the existence of a wretch living off the scraps of others for a century. Perhaps he is being impulsive this time, but he does not regret it. In the year 315 of the Great Celebration, he befriends Beichen Guang, Jiang Yuli, and Chu Hishang. His foundation, nearly obliterated since the battle 3 years prior, has seen no advancement in martial cultivation over the past 3 years. Yet now, he senses a transformation in his mindset. That same year, you cross borders, traversing 1,000 miles, slaying countless patrolling demonized soldiers along the way. Employing special means, you infiltrate Baixian City, disguising yourselves as returning slave laborers from the mines, lying in wait for an opportunity to act. Within Baixian City, apart from the four of you, there are many more, long-hidden rebels who have been concealed here for years. Together, you shall ignite the first sparks of rebellion upon this land. Following the old man's, though you too are an old man, strategic planning, you undertake numerous covert operations. Among them are speeches to your fellow slaves. You had anticipated a rousing response akin to that of Shier, yet they remain numb. A decade-long oppression has allowed even the most ignorant children to mature into youth, understanding reason, language, and order. it has also dulled the minds of once normally functioning humans, reducing them to mere obedient cattle, following your speech. Some even discreetly fled to inform the bloodthirsty demons, but thankfully, others prevented this betrayal. Until that day, when a self-proclaimed saint, a lord of the city and a bloodthirsty demon, stood upon a platform proclaiming that it was once again time to offer sacrifices to the Holy King. He relished in witnessing the fear and gratitude reflected in the eyes of the enslaved below, for the sacrifices were primarily chosen from breeding grounds, rarely extending to these laborers. Under the bright sun, the might of demons looms large. With a long rainbow piercing the heavens, the demon slayer strikes true. You vaguely perceive a fleeting shadow, a moment of breathtaking beauty that occurs only when one's martial will coalesces to the extreme, culminating in the ascension to mastery. Before the eyes of thousands of enslaved souls, Beichen Guang executes the bloodthirsty demon, whose cries of agony echo as flesh is carved and bones are stripped, culminating in the rolling of its severed head into the crowd. Chapter 26. The anti-demon hero in the year 315 of the Great Celebration. On the 17th day of September, a spark ignited by Qian City. It resembled a match struck upon the vast ocean, easily extinguished by a mere wave. As over 3,000 demonized soldiers surged toward by Qian City, a realization of folly dawned upon you. It was akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. Even the mightiest masters would find it arduous to confront 10,000 troops, let alone a formation of 3,000 second-rate warriors, comparable to an army of 50,000. With only 2 masters tasked with safeguarding the fleeing citizens, how could they prevail? Then, amidst the previously dazed crowd, a group of valiant warriors emerged, their presence rivaling that of no fewer than 3 masters. Among them stood a towering figure, a fierce giant measuring 2 meters and 6 centimeters. Previously crouched within the throng, he now rose, wielding 2 colossal hammers with ferocity, capable of dispatching 7 or 8 demonized soldiers in a single encounter. Beside you, the cool and composed Jiang Yuli elucidated that the majority of the resistance's formidable fighters had congregated here, having long determined that this locale was the furthest from the Demon King's domain. And that the hybrid demons would not venture into this remote area. They aimed to seize a city before the enemy could respond. The unparalleled had grown lethargic over the past 7 to 8 years, rarely emerging from its royal palace. Thus, only lesser blood demons and higher-tier hybrid demons would approach. In the decades since, a countermeasure had been discovered, employing the strengths of the against themselves. Through the use of demon-forged iron, divine weapons could be crafted. The self-proclaimed ancient race of possessed a certain bloodline power or other components within them, highly suitable for forging divine weaponry. The most ordinary demonized soldier, upon extraction of their demon blood, could yield weapons equivalent to those wielded by first-rate warriors. With this accumulation seemingly limitless, you pondered, does this mean that although as an ordinary person I cannot contend with a top-tier expert, possessing a weapon that can slice through iron like mud would allow me to confront them? Surely, before I could even raise my hand, it would be severed. Under the combined might of the masters, the 3,000 demonized soldiers were swiftly eradicated, with the tallest giant contributing the most significant effort. You learned that he was once a renowned general from the martial nation, named Su Jinwu, innately endowed with the strength of a dragon and elephant. Even without training, he could wield a force of 10,000 pounds with a mere gesture. However, do not be misled. This does not imply his foundational aptitude was tenfold that of an ordinary person. While superior to the average individual, it was roughly 2 to 3 times greater. An ordinary person achieving the level of a first-rate warrior could defeat 200 of their untrained selves in a single bout. Yet, one endowed with the extraordinary talent of dragon-elephant strength would see little increase in power upon reaching first-rate mastery. Only upon attaining the master level would their strength escalate to several times that of an ordinary person. You mused. Martial nation, general, dragon-elephant strength. These names seem familiar, yet they elude your memory. In any case, the rebels primarily gambled on one notion, that the true would not arrive before they gained traction. A month later, a suit of demon armor was forged, donned by Bei Qingguang. Subsequently, nearby blood demons mobilized their forces to annihilate Baiqian City. Bei Qingguang charged into the throngs of enemies, clad in demon armor, embodying a war god as he vanquished the three major blood demons in their main tent. You toiled in the rear, forging iron. Truth be told, it felt safer than in the demon exorcism forest. In the year 316 of the Great Celebration, you continued your smithing. That same year, a hybrid demon assaulted, shattering Su Jinwu's ribcage with a single strike. The master level of dragon elephant strength was nearly 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary master, yet it could not withstand the enemy's blow. The masters of Baiqian City united, ultimately led by Bei Qingguang, who beheaded the assailant. You sense your role becoming increasingly peripheral. In 317, you heard of Bei Qingguang infiltrating the demon city, cleverly slaying a hybrid demon single-handedly. In 318, you learned he inexplicably charged toward the royal palace, cleaving a corner of the edifice with a single sword strike. The news reached you because he returned alive. How he achieved this remained a mystery, yet he survived. On the same day, the citizens of Baiqian City dispersed into the plains, soon after several hybrid demons swept through the city, eliminating those unwilling to depart. Later, you heard of the determined demon army sweeping through the demon exorcism forest, transporting thousands of corpses to the borders, their skulls piled high as a grim spectacle. In 319, you wandered the wilderness, forging demon armor and swords. Clad in compatible armaments, warriors could engage in combat at a higher tier. You plotted to create divine armor and weapons capable of being wielded by great masters in battle against the. In 320, all of the rebels' hidden strategies were unveiled, igniting simultaneous uprisings in over 100 cities. Although many were brutally suppressed in the short term, a significant amount of demon blood was nonetheless delivered into your hands. That year, Bei Qingguang manifested the essence of demon slaying. Facing the encroaching former masters among the hybrid demons, he remained unmoved, solely relying on this divine essence to force them to their knees. At the age of 20, he stood as an unparalleled great master. That year, clad in armor and helm, he donned the divine weapon forged from the blood of 100,000 demonized warriors, charging toward the royal palace. Was this truly the protagonist of the era? You reflected that day you made the right choice to follow the protagonist, all while avoiding demise along the way. As long as Bei Qingguang triumphed, you would be counted among the saviors. Your life would have meaning. No one knew the outcome of that battle. For both Bei Qingguang and the never reappeared. What remained were 30 or so hybrid demons, over 400 blood demons, and approximately 500,000 demonized warriors. This was the mess left before you. With the aid of the demon soldiers, the irrecoverable forces of the demon nation still held the advantage, yet their demise was merely a matter of time. What followed would be a protracted war of attrition. In 323, you had reached the age of 68. Your foundational enhancements had achieved 181, yet still insufficient to advance your martial prowess. Your smithing skills had become formidable, with a remarkably high utilization rate of demon blood at your disposal. In 325, you journeyed to other cities to forge. In 327, you heard rumors of the demon nation seeking peace with humanity. As an elder in the anti-demon movement, you naturally cast a dissenting vote. In 330, a new generation of human warriors, having undergone a baptism of blood, saw the forces of the demon nation retreat to 1/3 of their former power, with only the original Qing nation still under their dominion. In 332, you noted that Bei Qingguang's former companion, Jiang Yuli, appeared lost and despondent. In 335, at 80 years of age, your health remained robust, and you felt capable of living to 120. By 340, the number of demonized warriors had dwindled to fewer than 100,000, yet 300 blood demons still rivaled masters, and 30 hybrid demons remained. These high-ranking entities were finally cornered, compelled to act frequently. In 342, the hybrid demons remained at an impasse. In 345, Jiang Yuli, clad in demon armor, had ascended to the master level, cutting her way to confront a hybrid demon, demanding the truth behind the battle of over 20 years prior. Upon her return, she conveyed the information to you, Bei Qingguang, and the card to path through the Holy King's palace, their battle etching a deep furrow across the land. As they vanished over the eastern sea, in the year 350 of the Great Celebration, a creature of both man and demon discovered the method to refine bloodlines and propagate descendants, a revelation that would prolong the warfare. By the year 355, within the territories of human dominion, you celebrated your centenary, hosting a grand banquet for guests from all directions. Many of your disciples and descendants attended, paying their respects to you, the inaugural master of divine weapon forging, now relishing the tranquility of your twilight years. In 360, at the age of 105, your foundational strength surged to an impressive 218. In moments of leisure, you engaged in cultivation, finally sensing a slight advancement in your martial prowess. Though your enthusiasm for training had waned, by 368, the forces of the demon kingdom had ultimately collapsed, scattering the remaining demons and blood magic practitioners far and wide. In 375, at the age of 120, you felt a vigor that suggested you could thrive for another decade, still capable of strolling and frolicking. In 387, you lay in bed, acutely aware of the gradual ebb of your life, a poignant sense of melancholy enveloping you. By 388, the realization struck that your time was drawing to a close. Having lived to 133 years through the mastery of martial arts, there was no lamentation, only a celebration of your life. The new human kingdom honored you with an elaborate funeral, a tribute to the hero who resisted the demonic forces. You have passed away. Chapter 27, The Dance of Fish and Dragons, has finally come to an end. Yun Shou sighed, reflecting that although he was not the protagonist in the latter half, this was indeed the longest simulation he had ever experienced. Fueled by enthusiasm and a fortunate wager, he chose to follow the main character's group, which not only allowed him to evade the subsequent purges by the demon army against the anti-demon alliance, but also kept him safely in the rear, allowing him to live out his days peacefully until his natural end. Please select one of the following rewards to inherit. 1. Detailed memories from 119 years. 2. Progress in martial arts and related memories of martial skills. 3. An increase of 119 in foundation. Without hesitation, he chose option 3. Foundation increased from 127 to 246. His foundation had effectively doubled. This was not merely a matter of his martial aptitude reaching a level of genius. It was an elevation of his very essence of life. Although his martial cultivation remained unchanged and the progress of his internal organs was still only at 30%, his stamina, strength, physical resilience, and the quality of his energy had all undergone a remarkable leap. With this newfound power, he would undoubtedly overshadow the leader Su Ruahai. Feeling a surge of confidence, Yun Shou quickly reminded himself, "Do not be overconfident, do not be overconfident. At 14, I'm a first-rate prodigy. Yet there exists a 15-year-old master and a 20-year-old grandmaster." He invoked the image of the yet-to-be-born child of destiny to caution himself. "Presently, I can only contend with the troublesome member of the Qinghe gang, and there are still 3 martial arts schools in town, each with at least 3 martial artists. His only flaw was his timidity, and his only virtue was his steadiness." Setting sail with a playful mindset, he now found himself capable of effortlessly overpowering Su Ruahai in battle, compelling his adversary to bow in submission. However, if Su Ruahai were to dare tread upon his dignity, it would be preferable to end him. In the world of martial arts, a gang leader places greater value on face than on life itself. Should Su Ruahai act in a fit of rage and injure Yun Shou, it would be disastrous. The fervor of the moment led the simulator to invigorate him, while in reality, he merely played in the realm of dominance. Being trampled upon by martial artists or even masters might provoke Su Ruahai to adjust his posture for a more comfortable tread. Anticipation for tomorrow's simulation grew. After just 4 attempts, he had already become a first-rate martial artist with the potential of a master. What if he were to partake in 40 simulations? Yun Shou envisioned himself effortlessly defeating the aberrant demons, perhaps even matching wits with Zhu Baowen, given that Beicheng Guang could battle the aberrant demons clad in enchanted armor. It was reasonable to surmise that the strength of these demons was only marginally superior to that of a grandmaster. Yet, in martial combat, Even the slightest disparity could prove pivotal. While grandmasters might be capable of inflicting damage upon the aberrant demons, their bodies were far too fragile. The later stages of martial artists rely increasingly on their energy. The notion of forging weapons from demon blood seemed absurd. This was a conundrum for Yun Shou. If aberrant demon's blood could forge divine weapons, why not utilize their own blood? Indeed, some novels depict human blood as a source for alchemy, but how many would willingly sacrifice their own blood for such purposes? Moreover, while the concept of forging weapons from demon blood appears limitless, the true limit might very well be that singular aberrant demon. From the simulator's descriptions, it became evident that all demon blood originated from that one aberrant demon. Thus, even the most rudimentary of demonized soldiers possessed an essence of high quality within their diluted blood. As ripples danced upon the lake's surface, Yun Shou floated upon his boat. Observing the water, which remained relatively calm, he removed his cloth shoes, rolled up his trousers, and, steadying himself against the boat's edge, slowly submerged his feet into the water. The azure energy, imbued with the essence of the Milky Way, caressed the surface, and upon releasing his grip, he found himself standing firmly in the lake. The water barely reached 3 inches above his ankles, and as he stood amidst the gentle undulations, his entire being swayed lightly. Walking upon water? Yun Shou shook his head. No, he was still a touch short. His calves were submerged to a degree, not yet reaching the level of crossing a river without getting wet. This was partly due to his stillness. If he were to run, the impact of his footfalls would allow him to traverse the surface with only half of his foot submerged. Upon returning to the boat, Yun Shou suddenly sensed something amiss. His gaze shifted to a nearby area of the water's surface, where unusual ripples formed a circular zone reminiscent of an underwater whirlpool, with fish occasionally darting out only to plunge back beneath the surface. That was not a true whirlpool, merely an appearance. Intrigued, Yun Shou leaped a few paces and plunged into the water to investigate the phenomenon, but that was not feasible. What if danger lurked beneath the surface? He had dispelled the water dragon technique long before, rendering him incapable of underwater combat. He could swim, but lacked the ability to fight underwater. Thus, he opted to row closer to observe. A first-rate martial artist could hold their breath for several dozen minutes, but that was only during static breath-holding without any vigorous activity. The ability to hold one's breath did not equate to proficiency in water. As the boat drew nearer, the flowing waters shattered the mirror-like reflection of sunlight, allowing Yun Shou to glimpse the underwater marvel. The dance of fish and dragons. A dense congregation of fish swarmed together, connecting head to tail to form a living underwater vortex. These were spiny-finned fish, measuring 1.5 feet in length, with a vibrant dark green hue and 3 prominent spiny fins resembling duck feet. This species possessed little flesh and dense bones, making them unappealing to fishermen due to their fierce temperament and vigorous struggle, yielding little profit. The dance of fish and dragons. Had a fish king been born? Yun Shou felt a surge of excitement. Fish kings were not to be underestimated. Years ago, his still-living parents had spoken of them. Each fish king was more intelligent, larger, and more ferocious than ordinary fish. There was a tale of fishermen who captured a fish king, but instead of hauling it aboard, 2 of the 3 fell into the water, perishing under the fish king's assault. The value of a fish king far surpassed that of regular fish. The Qinghe gang valued them at hundreds of times the price of ordinary fish. Rumor had it that fish kings could aid martial artists in their training. Combining this with the information gleaned from the simulation, Yun Shou began to form a hypothesis. This must be akin to the Tiger King from the simulation, a variant that surpassed biological limits, containing unique substances such as the essence of heaven and earth, which could enhance a person's foundational roots. It dawned on him that if fish could have fish kings, then humans. Yun Shou seemed to grasp why that aberrant demon chose humans as its sustenance. Although it later initiated a plan to cultivate humans, it maintained a laissez-faire approach towards rebels and the anti-demon alliance in the forest, likely intending to raise a cadre of martial artists for future harvests. Fortunately, the aberrant demon's life level, or rather, its martial level foundation, was exceedingly high. preventing millions from elevating its foundational quality to a higher tier. Otherwise, Bei Chengguang could not have fought it to the edge of the Eastern Sea, shattering the ground in the process. Yet tragically, the aberrant demon's initial level was too elevated. Otherwise, it would have been besieged and slain by the grandmasters long ago. In the absence of that aberrant demon, the martial arts world would likely have remained relatively normal, devoid of such monstrous figures who resorted to cannibalistic practices to achieve mastery. In the following chapters, I wonder if readers will find the narrative lacking. My intention is to weave more details to render this world, this novel, a touch more authentic. My writing skills may fall short, and if anyone finds the narrative lacking, I can only extend my apologies. Chapter 28. Capturing the king of fish, Yun Shou stood at the edge of the boat, resolved to test whether a king among the spiny-finned fish truly existed within the throng. If fortune favored him, he would capture one to sample its flavor. In the simulation, he had savored the ferocity of the Tiger King twice, yet in reality, he had never encountered such a formidable variant. He lifted his harpoon, a two-pronged spear with iron tips, while the rest of the shaft was crafted from wood. A sturdy hemp rope was tied to the wooden handle to prevent the harpoon from slipping from his grasp, a valuable precaution worth several days' labor, should it be lost. Yun Shou opted against using a fishing net, as the quality of his was too poor. It might suffice for smaller catches, but against the notoriously aggressive, spiny-finned fish, it would surely break apart. As he maneuvered the boat closer, he infused the harpoon with a vibrant azure energy and with the force of a javelin throw. He cast it forth. The spear, weighing several pounds, flew from his hand like a feathered arrow, leaving a faint blue trail in the air, while the wind's whistle stirred invisible ripples across the lake surface. The energy of a first-rate warrior dissipates completely 3 meters from a body, and despite Yun Shou's enhanced foundation, he could barely extend it to 4 meters. However, when energy adheres to an object, its duration is significantly prolonged. With a piercing sound, the harpoon plunged into the water, instantly piercing through 3 spiny-finned fish, skewering them irregularly. Satisfied, Yun Shou reeled the harpoon back. He had not thrown it many times before due to the considerable drain on his stamina and the low success rate. Yet, the spiny-finned fish here congregated in a swirling mass, their density greatly increasing his chances of a successful strike. After removing the 3 fish, he aimed towards the fish whirlpool, not specifically targeting any one fish, and cast the harpoon again. This time, he struck 2 more, in just a matter of minutes. Yun Shou had expended a portion of his energy, yet over 60 spiny-finned fish now lay piled in his small boat. What does it mean for a warrior to spear fish? This is it. Soon, the thousands of spiny-finned fish began to sense the disturbance. Through their unique communication methods, the alarm spread rapidly, and the once cohesive whirlpool began to disperse. At that moment, a dark shadow emerged from within the swirling mass. While spiny-finned fish typically measure around half a meter in length, this shadow was over a meter long. Undoubtedly the king of fish Yun Shou had speculated about. The king's size was not outrageous, akin to that of a child, yet it was still approximately 10 times larger than an ordinary spiny-finned fish. As the king swam to the top of the whirlpool, the surrounding fish settled and reorganized into a swirling formation once more. Just then, Yun Shou was pulling back the 3 fish he had just speared. Target locked. Charge my minions. To the ordinary fish, Yun Shou appeared as a colossal creature gliding slowly across the lake surface. However, the king, wise in its own right, recognized the truth. The true adversary was the monkey standing atop the wooden board. If they could drive this foe into the water, the tides would turn in their favor. The king waved its tail and commanded the surrounding fish to charge towards the boat. Bang! Several fish collided with the bottom of the boat, and one leapt from the water, aiming directly for Yun Shou. He seized it in midair, delivering a series of powerful slaps to its head. How brave of you! While the others dare only to batter the boat's hull, you come straight for my face. He tossed the fish onto the deck, where it thrashed a couple times before falling still. Yun Shou's slaps were not mere playful strikes. They were the blows of a first-rate warrior, likely enough to turn the fish's brain to mush. Narrowing his eyes, he focused on the king of fish. With a deft step, he propelled himself upward, thanks to the combination of his energy and lightness technique, soaring 7 meters into the air. He raised the harpoon high, reminiscent of a hunter preparing to strike. Have you ever seen a harpoon descend from the heavens? With a swift thrust, the water parted before the harpoon's tip, as if the lake itself welcomed its entry. The king, still commanding its fish army, had yet to notice the monkey had leapt into action. Swoosh! The 2 prongs of the harpoon pierced the king's body, and the remaining force propelled it sideways, colliding with 3 or 4 ordinary spiny-finned fish in its wake. The hemp rope trailing from the harpoon tightened under the strain. With a decisive strike, Yun Shou returned to his small boat, employing his lightness technique to cushion his landing. This technique, a form of martial skill, worked in tandem with the unique energy he wielded, creating a synergy that amplified his abilities. Though he descended from a height of 7 or 8 meters, he landed as softly as if he had dropped from a mere half-meter. Concerned about landing too heavily, especially with the fish continually colliding with his small vessel, he carefully dragged the king towards him. The 30-meter-long hemp rope, inserted from the king's side, encountered little resistance. Yun Shou attempted to channel his energy through the rope, but found it could only extend about 10 meters before it began to dissipate uncontrollably. Gradually, he reeled in the rope, finally grasping the harpoon with one hand, lifting the still struggling king of fish. The spiny-finned fish whirlpool, now angrier than before, had once obeyed the king's commands to charge. Now, they surged forward to rescue their sovereign. What was meant to be a heroic battle, whether resulting in their victory or defeat, became a chaotic struggle. Yet Yun Shou bent the iron prongs of the harpoon that had pierced the king, securing the fish firmly upon it. Armed with his peculiar weapon, he engaged the attacking spiny-finned fish. Your leader is now my weapon against you. Have you ever consulted him about your plan to save him? He swung the harpoon. If you wish to see your leader, then let him come to you. Alas, how did you allow your king to perish? Yun Shou fought with fervor, repelling 300 to 500 spiny-finned fish in half an hour. As their repeated assaults faltered and his psychological tactics took effect, the swarm began to disperse. Eventually, only 100 or so spiny-finned fish remained, fixated on Yun Shou's small boat. After he had captured the king, he dispatched them one by one, tossing them onto the deck. However, he soon realized there was not enough space on the boat, so he discarded the bodies back into the lake. As he paddled back, several carnivorous fish trailed behind, drawn to the spectacle of dead fish falling from his vessel. By noon, Yun Shou returned to Qinghe village with the king of fish. He strolled along the lakeside for several miles, knowing that the king, measuring 1 meter and 1 centimeter in length, would not fit into a single pot for cooking. With his palm enveloped in energy, he honed the blade to a sharper edge than a typical knife, deftly cutting branches and chopping wood to prepare a barbecue. He hoped for some effect. At present, his foundational skills were not particularly formidable, merely at the level of an ordinary person. Yet therein lay his advantage, for it was not only convenient for improvement, but the enhancements yielded a staggering 5 times the usual effect. Chapter 29. Delivering fish the satisfaction of the meal was palpable, though the meat was regrettably scarce. Yun Shou cast a glance at the pile of fish bones beside him. The spiny fish was notorious for its multitude of bones, and this particular fish king had evolved this trait to an extreme. Within its body, some bones had even formed plate-like structures, concealing morsels of flesh in the minuscule, hardened crevices. Being a martial artist, he could easily reduce even such bones to powder with just 2 fingers, while an ordinary person would require a hammer to do so. Remaining were some scraps of fish and bones, which he intended to share with Uncle Ji, Old Wang, and Little Hu. It was already afternoon when Yun Shou dismantled the roasted fish king, meticulously placing it in a clean pot before returning to Qinghe village. At the village entrance, he encountered his first target, a group of 4 or 5 children gathered around, listening intently to the leader among them. The boy, around 8 or 9 years old, stood tall, pointing at a girl and declaring, "Irya, you are the queen. You must be magnanimous and heed the emperor's words. Do not refuse to play just because I took a piece of your meat." He then pointed at a dazed boy. "Who to? You are the general. When I am in danger, you must be the first to rush over and save me. Not Irya." He continued, "And you, Santu, as the great rebel master. Your first task should be to kidnap the emperor, not the queen. Look at Shui Zi. He plays the role so well. He will surely become a formidable villain, my greatest rival. Yun Shou, rather bemused, thought to himself that as a time traveler, he had long surpassed such childish games by the age of 8. He interrupted their playful enactment with a wave, calling out, "Little Hu too." "Huh, big brother Yun Shou?" The dazed boy turned, hesitating as he realized, "But I am the general now. I must protect the emperor and cannot come over. Come here, and I will give you some meat." In an instant, Little Hu too forgot his duties as a general and rushed over eagerly, leading Yun Shou back home while leaving some meat and bones in a bowl. His mother, hearing the commotion from within, emerged and regarded Yun Shou with a complex gaze, letting out a cold huff without uttering a word. 2 years prior, when Yun Shou had fallen into the water and lain bedridden for over half a month, Song Xiao, who had been concerned for his big brother Yun Shou and had stealthily brought him small portions of food from home each day. Though the amounts were meager, Yun Shou, under Uncle Ji's care, had no lack of food, yet he could not disregard the sentiment behind it. Song Xiao, who had even been punished by his parents for stealing 2 eggs to give to him, his cries echoing throughout half of Qinghe village. Song Xiao, whose mother harbored no fondness for Yun Shou, whom she perceived as the one who had coaxed her simple-minded son into stealing money from their home. Upon receiving a mere offering of the most common fish from the lakeside, she did not exhibit a favorable demeanor, oblivious to the fact that it was, in fact, the Fish King. Following Little Hu too was Old Wang, the elderly man whom Yun Shou had saved. Little Hu too likely did not comprehend the significance of the Fish King. His parents were indifferent to Yun Shou, so he refrained from elaborating. However, with Old Wang, he could speak freely. "Old Wang, you must prepare a rich soup with these fish bones." Yun Shou placed the fish meat and bones down. "What is the significance of this?" Old Wang asked with a chuckle. "I encountered the fish dragon dance, and within it was this 3-foot spiny fish." Upon hearing this, Old Wang's expression shifted to one of shock. He quickly scanned the surroundings, and upon confirming no one was in sight, he spoke with a serious tone laced with anger. "Are you out of your mind? You dare roast the Fish King for yourself? If the Qinghe gang finds out, they will sink you in the lake. Ordinary fish, regardless of their exquisite taste or beauty, could be dealt with casually by local fishermen as long as they were not sold outside the gang's territory. However, the Fish King was strictly regulated as gang property. If one were to catch it, they were obligated to surrender it to the Qinghe gang, which would reward them handsomely. Failing to do so could result in expulsion from the area, or worse, death. Outsiders who fished using the Qinghe gang's territory, if they were fortunate enough to survive a beating, might escape with their lives. But for someone like Yun Shou, who had signed a contract of servitude, the consequences were dire. He would be sunk without a trace. Old Wang trembled at the thought. The Qinghe gang loomed like an oppressive mountain over the local fishermen, and in smaller towns, their leader, Su Ruohai, was a top-tier master. A revered figure. Under such pressure, who would dare to defy the rules? Faced with Old Wang's fearful gaze, Yun Shou merely smiled mysteriously. "Old Wang, do you remember what I said yesterday?" He pinched a piece of fish bone about the thickness of his thumb between 2 fingers, channeling his internal energy as if he were a second-rate martial artist, amplifying his strength. With a twist of his fingers, a sharp crack echoed as the fish bone snapped. Old Wang was left dumbfounded. "I encountered my master yesterday, who remarked upon my extraordinary innate potential and began to train me in martial arts," Yun Shou said, flicking a small stone from the ground into the air, catching it deftly. The young man clenched his fist, channeling his internal energy as it ground the stone to dust, which cascaded from the gaps in his fingers. Old Wang remained speechless, his mouth agape, unable to articulate his astonishment. The jest from that day had turned out to be true. "It is indeed true," Yun Shou chuckled lightly. "The regulations of the Qinghe gang no longer apply to me." The final portion was to be delivered to Uncle Ji's home. As Yun Shou walked along the way, he hesitated briefly. It was still afternoon, and Uncle Ji likely had not returned yet, as he and his wife typically went out fishing together. The shipping organization of the Qinghe gang had only proposed an idea and had not yet formally established itself. So Uncle Ji and his wife still primarily relied on fishing for their livelihood. Yun Shou was concerned that upon reaching their doorstep, he might find it locked. Fortunately, it was merely a few dozen meters from his own home. Approaching within proximity of Uncle G's house, he noticed the door was indeed shut. Just as he was about to leave, he keenly heard a noise from within and hurried forward. However, upon getting closer, he found the door securely locked. Yet the sounds inside grew louder as he approached. Was there a thief? Yun Shou quickly deduced, though what thief would target a poor fisherman? Just the night prior, when Uncle G had intended to help him settle his debts, the clattering of coins had startled someone away. It must have been a fellow villager, seizing the opportunity to rummage through the house in their absence. He set down the pot and stepped forward, catching sight of an open window. Inside, there were not just one, but two individuals searching frantically. They were deeply hidden indeed. One of them glanced up in annoyance, only to lock eyes with Yun Shou, both momentarily stunned. Xiao Dan, the most notorious scoundrel in the village, known for his nefarious activities alongside his brother. Many wondered how this rascal had managed to roam the Qinghe gang's territory for years, but Yun Shou had gleaned a hint through simulation. He at least recognized one official member of the Qinghe gang. And of the two, it was indeed Xiao Dan. The other could only be his equally disreputable brother. Xiao Yimo. Chapter 30. Eruption. Accidentally read this chapter during dinner. Xiao Dandan and Shuaimo. These two individuals have never committed any heinous acts, yet they have continually engaged in a series of irksome misdeeds, rendering them universally disliked in the entirety of Qinghe village, save for themselves. Yun Shou typically steers clear of these two, as he was once a frail and ordinary youth. Encountering either of the Xiaos meant being subjected to their bullying. In recent days, he had managed to avoid them altogether, and aside from the simulated encounter, he had never truly clashed with them in reality, despite his disdain. However, today, they had trespassed into the home of someone he knew, or rather, a benefactor. Yun Shou felt a surge of impulse. Yet, Xiao Dandan lacked the discernment to recognize that a martial artist possesses an aura distinct from that of an ordinary person. He mistook Yun Shou for the same frail boy and spat. "What are you staring at, brat? Get lost." Yun Shou deftly sidestepped the spittle. Xiao Dandan paused, not due to Yun Shou's evasion, but rather to threaten him menacingly from the window. "This shabby little house? We could ransack it at will, if you dare to speak to these fishermen." He swung his fist dramatically. "I'll make you wish you hadn't." Yun Shou understood. He nodded. Satisfied, Xiao Dandan turned to continue his search for the coins he had heard about yesterday. Yet he suddenly felt a tightening around his neck, his body lifted, and the scenery before him shifted erratically. Yun Shou had seized him by the scruff and hoisted him out through the window. With a thud, he was unceremoniously tossed aside. Xiao Dandan was momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend what had transpired, when he felt a foot pressing down on his abdomen. He gazed up at the once frail figure now towering over him, who inquired with disdain, "So, you wish to make me wish I hadn't?" Fear flickered in Xiao Dandan's eyes, only to be swiftly eclipsed by excruciating pain in his lower abdomen, causing him to writhe and emit desperate cries. "Spare me, Grandpa. Please don't." His cries were familiar, indicative of prior training in the art of pleading. Yun Shou remained silent, relentlessly stomping his foot. The azure energy had already permeated Xiao Dandan's body. The physique of an ordinary person was utterly defenseless against a martial artist. With Yun Shou's well-intentioned assistance, Xiao Dandan succumbed to a greater agony before he could fully endure the torment, resulting in a rather unfortunate accident. Lying on the ground, devoid of vitality, his trousers bulged awkwardly. However, the human body is a remarkably intricate system. Although Yun Shou had forcibly induced this expulsion, he could not guarantee the absence of lasting repercussions, such as Xiao Dandan being unable to control his bodily functions for the remainder of his life. Inside the room, Shuaimo, having witnessed the entire episode from the window, screamed and bolted indoors, only to be seized by Yun Shou and thrown back outside within moments. Ignoring the pain from his fall, Shuaimo crawled away, determined to avoid the fate of his brother, which was far too terrifying to endure alone. Feeling a foot on his back, Shuaimo wailed even louder, "Please, dear sir, spare me." Yun Shou continued his relentless stomping. "No, please. I beg you. I've only just—" he cried out, alternating between pleas and shrieks of pain. Finally, Yun Shou spoke, delivering 5 words that filled Shawaimo with despair. Is that so? I don't believe you. 3 minutes later. All right, indeed there isn't. I believe you now, Yun Shou said to the half-conscious and sodden Shawaimo before swaggering away. After a moment's reflection, feeling it inappropriate to leave the 2 foul-smelling rascals by Uncle G's window, he dragged them to the outhouse and unceremoniously tossed them inside. I am truly benevolent, he mused on his way back, contemplating how, had a more ruthless protagonist been present, the 2 Shows would have long since met their demise. Instead, he had merely delivered a few well-deserved kicks as a form of mild retribution. Am I a bit of a saint? That evening, upon Uncle G's return, Yun Shou delivered the last of the fish and bones. By nightfall, he fell into a deep and sweet slumber. Having experienced 2 battles in a single day, he felt a profound sense of achievement. Just before sleep, he reveled in the satisfaction that, while his prowess in the simulation might be abstract, manifesting it in reality brought an entirely different sense of fulfillment. In one battle, he vanquished countless thorny finfish, shattering a spectacular display of fish and dragon dance. In another, he had bested the 2 bullies of the village, leaving them utterly defeated. In gaming, a low difficulty level dampens the experience and diminishes enjoyment. However, in life, being invincible brings unparalleled delight. Meanwhile, several hours earlier, 2 drenched figures crawled out of the outhouse. Fortunately, the pit was not deep, otherwise they might have drowned. Brother, we were utterly thrashed, Xiao Dandan lamented, feeling utterly wronged. Despite his usual bravado, the fade of arrogance peeled away after a good beating. Shawaimo chose silence. His younger brother had only endured 20 stomps, whereas he himself had been subjected to 3 full minutes, which felt like an eternity, suffering 4 to 50 kicks. It felt as if an invisible hand had been relentlessly grasping at his very essence. After a long pause, Shawaimo stood up. Let's clean ourselves up. No, wait. Let's keep this look and go find Uncle for assistance. Find Uncle? Xiao Dandan recoiled at the thought of their uncle, his voice laced with trepidation. What if he scolds us for causing trouble again? Damn it, he is our uncle, Shawaimo hissed through gritted teeth. He can scold us as he pleases. But this time is different. We were nearly killed by that little brat. What kind of uncle wouldn't help his nephews? How could he prioritize justice over family? Xiao Dandan nodded vigorously. And this time we were in the right. We found nothing, and yet we're beaten to a pulp. That brat is doomed. Soon it will be our turn to teach him a lesson. Do not mention that word in my presence. Shawaimo's anger flared as he recalled his own misfortune of being unable to relieve himself before their ill-fated foray into Ji Kongyin's home, which resulted in unprecedented humiliation. Xiao Dandan, having rarely seen his brother so enraged, meekly acquiesced. Shawaimo then sneered. That little brat. Not only will I make him wish he had never crossed paths with us, but I shall also wield a great wooden stick to ensure he never forgets this lesson. Wait, brother, Xiao Dandan interjected cautiously. You keep saying that word too. Why is it only forbidden for me? Chapter 31. The 5th Simulation. Initiate. Every morning, the first task upon awakening for Yun Shou was clear: to complete the daily mission. Simulate. Initiate. Ding. Foundation -1. Current foundation 245. Approaching 2.5 times the foundation. Never before has such talent been encountered. Upon rising, you must head straight to the Qinghe gang to seek out Su Ruahai. However, unlike the previous simulation where you sought a peaceful negotiation for withdrawal, this time, your intent is to deliver a thorough beating before your departure. Yet, upon reaching the village entrance, you are confronted by several individuals. A closer look reveals them to be the Shao brothers, whom you had previously bested, accompanied by several formally attired members of the Qinghe gang. This group is led by a middle-aged man, a superior officer of the gang, known as Mu Jian, who happens to be the uncle of Shao Yimao and Shao Erden. The title of the 21st officer, Yun Shou couldn't help but scoff. A shallow pond teems with turtles. Setting aside thoughts of water and turtles, what truly piqued his interest was the unexpected development in the simulation. Those 2 individuals had a familiar face within the gang, a second-rate martial artist, which had not been mentioned in prior simulations. Reflecting on this, Yun Shou realized that in earlier simulations he had been unable to provoke the two Shaos. Hence they had not sought him out. In this third iteration, the presence of a second-rate martial artist was established. After delivering a mere punch to each Shao, it hardly constituted a significant confrontation. Their uncle had no reason to oppose a young prodigy of mere second-rate prowess. Moreover, the disparity in mindset between his real self and his simulated self was evident. One was aware of impending strength, while the other was cognizant of the necessity for gradual martial training. This newfound confidence in the former led Yun Shou to withdraw all his savings, drawing the attention of a passing Shao who plotted to steal. In the fourth simulation, Yun Shou began as a first-rate master, heading straight for the Qinghe gang headquarters. It was likely that during this time, Shao Yimou and his brother were preparing to pilfer funds when they learned the gang intended to reward Yun Shou, thus refraining from action and preventing any conflict from arising. Consequently, a series of coincidences led to the early morning confrontation where the two Shaos summoned their uncle for retribution. They were currently at the village entrance. Comprehending the causal chain of events, Yun Shou directed his gaze toward the village entrance. In the simulation, time outside progressed concurrently. Fortunately, the simulation unfolded rapidly, akin to accelerated playback in his mind. The fourth simulation, being the longest thus far, consumed merely a minute of real time. Mu Jian regarded you coldly, detecting the difference in your demeanor, sneering. Dare to practice martial arts without the Qinghe gang's consent? He sensed your spirit was decidedly distinct from that of an average individual, yet underestimated your martial prowess. At such a tender age, you must have only recently engaged with the martial arts. Lacking nourishment, attaining a third-rate level is impressive for a young prodigy. Drawing upon experiences from previous simulations, you aimed to exploit Mu Jian's weaknesses, but he was shielded by internal energy, complicating the endeavor. Under your assault, Mu Jian opted to retaliate verbally. Yun Shou thought to himself, supplemental herbs? Why is my simulated self so excessively brutal? Yesterday, he had merely been playing around, never intending for this to evolve into a habitual approach. After subduing Mu Jian, you advanced towards the Qinghe gang headquarters, seizing a steel knife imbued with azure energy, swiftly executing a horizontal slash to fend off several second-rate martial artists. You boldly declared your intention to duel Su Ruohai, executing a series of strikes that forced Su into a defensive position. Humiliated before his subordinates, Su, in a fit of rage, contemplated summoning his men to overwhelm you. But you abruptly retreated a few steps, signaling for a ceasefire. You stated ultimately, the fault lies with the Qinghe gang for coercing an ignorant youth into signing a servitude contract. As for Mu Jian, a man in his 40s, and his two nephews in their 20s bullying a mere child, what recourse do I have? Can this truly be blamed on me? Su Ruohai's face darkened. The various gang leaders nodded in agreement, acknowledging your reasoning. Indeed, how could one bully a mere child? He is still young and naive. Let's forgive him this once, master. Su Ruohai's expression gradually shifted, solemnly conceding, this matter, indeed, originated with Mu Jian's misconduct. You recognized that the gang leader was adept at defusing tensions. In that moment, all misunderstandings were resolved. You alone could not contend with Su Ruohai and his followers, nor could Su afford the losses incurred. Only Mu Jian and his nephews bore the brunt of the conflict. You sought reparations from Su Ruohai, demanding the annulment of your servitude contract and an additional sum of silver. The following day, you journeyed several dozen miles to Qingsheng, intending to establish it as your stronghold prior to the descent of the otherworldly demons and to further engage with Zhu Baowen. However, your first step was to enroll in the martial arts contest to win the hand of the Lin family's daughter. Navigating through various challenges, you found yourself significantly stronger than in the previous simulation, achieving swift victories until you encountered another first-rate master on stage. He introduced himself as Qi Bai Ke, full name Zhang Shaoran. His moniker derived from his towering stature and the reddish hue of his skin, reminiscent of a crimson wall. Upon direct confrontation, you discerned that this individual, in his 30s, exuded a fearsome presence, his martial aptitude likely comparable to your own. Having undoubtedly reached a level where internal energy permeated his bones, possibly even possessing extraordinary innate abilities akin to the dragon elephant power. In a fight, you would not be his match. At present, you were merely at 30% progress with your internal organs, still in the foundational phase among first-rate martial artists. The true enhancement of strength occurred as one reached the stage of internal energy saturating the bones. Fortunately, as in the previous simulation, Zhang Xiaoran expressed no desire to compete for the top spot, merely seeking to engage in light-hearted sparring, extending goodwill to a young first-rate martial artist like yourself, assuring you he would not encroach upon your aspirations. In gratitude, you treated him to a meal with the funds obtained from the Qinghe gang, simultaneously sharing your newly adopted title, Yun Wu Dao. The number 5 denoted the 5th simulation, while Dao referred to your weapon of choice. Though the titles seemed peculiar, the martial world was replete with eccentricities, and Zhang Xiaoran showed no concern. After a delightful exchange, you forged a friendship with him. Chapter 32. 3 competitions. Yun Shou. What nonsense are you speaking? After effortlessly securing first place in the martial arts contest for marriage, you followed the steward of the Lin family into the Qingyu Tower beside the arena, where you encountered the female protagonist of this competition, Lin Yubai. Upon meeting her, you regarded her with a gaze akin to that of a possessive owner, only to swiftly shift your expression to one of indifference. With the inherent arrogance and disdain typical of a youthful genius, you remarked, "Why are you so old? I have no interest in older women." Yun Shou, how delightful. This is for the last time you look down on me. This encounter differed significantly from the previous simulation. It was you who initiated the rejection, and the Lin family, with stern expressions, ushered you out. They refrained from causing trouble, likely out of consideration for your status as a young prodigy. Thus, no compensation was expected. However, you remained unconcerned, deriving satisfaction from the situation. In the year 270 of the Great Celebration, you had settled in Qingsheng, adopting the persona of a youthful wanderer, often extracting pocket money from various illicit gangs within the city. Within a year, not only had you successfully regained the one foundation consumed by the initiation of simulations, but your martial arts cultivation also progressed rapidly, advancing twofold in the span of just 1 year. You gradually began to engage with Zhu Baowen, the master of the Hunyuan Shengmishu Martial Arts Academy, shamelessly claiming that he bore a resemblance to your enigmatic master, who, after imparting his teachings, had chosen to perish in the depths of the 800-mile Qing Lake, his body submerged and consumed by fish and shrimp, leaving no trace of his origin or name. Zhu Baowen. Yun Shou. Indeed, the essence lies in the absence of witnesses and the complete dissolution of remains. Zhu Baowen, either lacking suspicion or disinterested, begrudgingly agreed to accept you as a nominal disciple after enduring your relentless flattery and entreaties day after day. In the year 271 of the Great Celebration, your progress in the enhancement of internal organs reached 70. That same year, you participated in the current youth talent competition, destination, Hengduan Cliff. Hengduan Cliff is a remarkable peak within the borders of Ningbo, standing at a height of 600 zhang. However, due to its slope and orientation, it should reach 850 zhang. Yet at the 600 zhang mark, it appears as though it has been cleaved by a divine blade from the heavens, forming a jagged, uneven cross-section. Beneath Hengduan Cliff lies the Liuxing sect, which could only establish itself as a sect if it harbored at least one master. Should a master perish and no new ones emerge within decades, the sect would inevitably lose its standing and be relegated to the status of a martial arts hall. Over the course of a month and a half, you galloped nearly 3,000 li, traversing some mountainous areas using your lightness technique, which, though laborious, saved considerable time. Due to your audacious journey, you encountered 6 or 7 groups of mountain bandits along the way, but most of them were no more than second-rate. Posing no challenge to you, you arrived at Hengduan Cliff. This year's youth talents numbered no fewer than 500, with none below second-rate standards. More than half hailed from various sects, with numerous others from martial art halls, leaving only a small fraction as wandering martial artists, who had fortuitously honed their skills to reach this level. The registration requirements for the youth talent competition were minimal, as it neither required endorsements from established figures nor extensive background checks. As long as you were not a wanted criminal, no further inquiries would be made, focusing solely on bone age and martial arts proficiency. Upon arriving at the small town beneath Hungduan Cliff, you registered and waited for over half a month before the competition commenced. At the opening, a master from the Liuxing sect delivered a speech, his voice booming like thunder, a clear manifestation of his mastery of qi. Qi can be understood as an advanced form of energy, but not every master possesses the ability to wield it. Akin to how first-rate martial artists have exceptionally resilient bones, surpassing even fine iron, but only after having undergone the stage of qi permeating the bones. Masters must complete the refinement of their energy to elevate their qi fundamentally, transforming it into this higher form. The competition began with a preliminary round, in which first-rate martial artists were exempt from participation, hence you paid little heed to the specific proceedings of this initial phase, merely noting that you had 5 idle days before joining 16 other first-rate martial artists and 83 selected second-rate martial artists in the next stage. Following this was a 5-day round-robin tournament, culminating in the selection of the top 10, in which you secured a position. The once feeble first-rate competitor had perished. You would reclaim the dignity of Yun Shou. Indeed, the previous 500 contenders had undergone a rigorous selection process lasting a total of 15 days, during which many sustained injuries. Now, to determine the rankings among the top 10, 2 more days of combat awaited. Your aptitude had caught up with this elite group of martial artists, yet your mastery remained at a modest level, making you hesitant to publicly employ the accompanying techniques of the Tianhe Liujuan. Against opponents possessing profound mastery of their arts and compatible techniques, you found yourself at a disadvantage. Your most significant advantage was your age. A 16-year-old first-rate martial artist was indeed exceptionally gifted, with few peers to compare. However, those aged 20 or 23 could also attain first-rate status, with their physical development surpassing yours. At the conclusion of the competition, you ranked 6th. Although you did not receive the prize of master-level martial arts, the abundant resources and medicinal supplements you obtained were immensely rewarding, leaving you to ponder who first proposed the youth talent competition. It was indeed a boon for martial artists like yourself, devoid of responsibilities, merely reaping the benefits. Of course, the sects responsible for hosting each iteration also did not suffer losses. They significantly enhanced their prestige and, in a way, fostered connections with some of the finest emerging talents in the martial arts world. In the year 272 of the Great Celebration, with the aid of substantial martial arts resources, you completed the final 30 progress of your internal organ enhancement in just 1 year, fully fortifying your internal organs. Yun Shou, last time during this period, my internal organ enhancement progress was 35. This growth in aptitude is truly astonishing. Chapter 33. The Challenge of Transmission in the year 273 of the Great Celebration. The flow of the celestial river reached a profound state, wherein the advancement of martial arts bore little correlation to innate talent or foundational aptitude. During the previous simulation, you achieved this mastery within the same time frame, and this time, your progress did not accelerate further. By the year 274, your rapport with Zhu Baowen blossomed pleasantly. Initially, you approached him with ulterior motives, yet as time elapsed, pretense transformed into genuine affection, and you indeed regarded him as a mentor. Zhu Baowen's guidance in martial arts subtly surpassed the insights one would expect from someone of his self-proclaimed rank. In 275, your mastery of energy cultivation reached a remarkable 2.5 times, and the quality of your energy doubled. Coupled with a deeper phase of celestial flow, you felt capable of overcoming your original self within 10 exchanges. In a moment of ire, you pondered the terrifying augmentation of foundational strength. Even though your simulated counterpart had gained substantial martial resources due to a top 10 finish, these resources paled in comparison to the celestial stones and essence stones of cultivation. The essence of martial arts fundamentally relies on one's inherent aptitude. Supplementary resources merely enhance the pace of advancement by about 50% or even double at best. Lacking resources would merely extend the training period by a couple of years. Reflecting on this, you resolve to advance both your foundation and martial prowess concurrently. Solely prioritizing martial skill might leave you stagnant for decades in future simulations, while focusing exclusively on foundational strength could lead to diminishing returns. For instance, a first-rate martial artist typically possesses around 130 points of foundation. Thus, a person with 140 points would train at a slower pace, rated at 10 points. Conversely, one with 200 points could reasonably expect a training speed increase of about 50 points, given that martial speed is not simply a matter of resource allocation. However, if you obsessively stacked foundational points to extremes, say 10,000 versus 20,000, the gap would require numerous simulations to bridge with only marginally improved training speed. Choosing higher martial prowess opportunities would enhance your longevity and allow you to amass foundational strength at an astonishing rate. This indeed epitomizes maximizing benefits. In 276, you participated once more in the youth talent competition, and this time, you stood leagues apart from your former self. The event was held in the Kingdom of Celebration at Baishur Forest, a valley bedecked with densely clustered natural stone pillars. Though it bore the name Baishur, it was, in truth, a forest of thousands of stones. To the west of Baishur Forest lay the headquarters of the Yun sect, where disciples would practice their agility amidst these stone formations. In this competition, orchestrated by the Yun sect, participants were required to engage in combat while maneuvering across the stone pillars, placing those with heavier builds at a severe disadvantage. While some competitors had participated in the previous contest, your recollections of them were faint. 5 years prior, these young heroes had barely managed to breach the top 100, with scarcely any first-rate talents under 20 years of age among them. Regardless of their presence, you were unconcerned, having only encountered one prodigious talent in your last simulation. A genius of master-level aptitude who might achieve first-rate status by their early 20s, ascend to martial master at around 30, and aspire to the rank of grandmaster by 60. Upon the conclusion of this competition, you secured the second place, earning the title of the contemporary second young hero at the age of 21. You mused with relief that the title conferred was young hero rather than senior brother, for the latter would have burdened you with the unwelcome moniker of second senior brother. After the competition, the Yun sect offered you a choice of rewards. One was a sanctioned grandmaster-level martial art, the Ritual of the Sun, while the other was a substantial cache of martial resources sufficient for 5 years of training. The first-place winner received both rewards, whereas you faced the dilemma of selecting one. Just as you were about to make your choice, Zhu Baowen's voice resonated in your ear. Choose the martial art. A jolt of surprise coursed through you as you stood on the dais, facing the grandmasters of the Yun sect, surrounded by the top competitors. Realizing Zhu Baowen must be among the crowd below. Despite his utterance, none around you displayed any signs of surprise. This was a method of transmission. In many a novel, such transmission is portrayed as a rudimentary application, with protagonists often capable of discrete communication from the first or second levels of mastery. However, in this realm, even a grandmaster would find it nearly impossible to compress a message for transmission while retaining its original sequence in another seer. In truth, aside from the straightforward method of transmission, there exists a more intricate approach, constructing an energy line akin to a telephone wire, aligning its ends with the mouth and ear for private communication. Yet, this method demands an exceptional level of skill. Approaching 100 meters away from the crowd, fashioning such a wire for transmission would be far beyond the capabilities of even a grandmaster. Zhu Baowen had ceased to feign. You opted for the grandmaster-level martial art, eliciting a look of astonishment from the grandmasters of the Yun sect. For martial arts cannot be concurrently cultivated. Given your aptitude, dispersing your energy would render the prospect of achieving grandmaster status nearly impossible. Despite your foundational martial arts being of an advanced level, it was deemed unworthy of such a transition. Your expression reflected your perplexity. The members of the Yun sect assumed you might be regretting your decision, but your thoughts wandered elsewhere. Would you sure not impart the Hunyuan Ju to me before vanishing off to frolic elsewhere? Goodness, is he truly dismissing a foundation of 10,000 times? With these thoughts weighing on your mind, you accepted your reward. On your return journey, you serendipitously encountered Zhu Baowen, a jovial elder in his 50s or 60s, who cheerfully inquired whether you believed him. You naturally replied, "You are my master, after all, and you have guided me countless times. How could you harm your own disciple? I trust you completely." Zhu Baowen responded, "Well then, how about you disperse your current martial skills?" Yun Shou, "Oh, esteemed master, I beseech you, do not jest." Chapter 34. The 5 Steps of Martial Arts in the year 277 of the Great Celebration. The process of dispersing one's martial energy was swift due to the varying degrees of mastery. Moreover, given your prior experience in martial arts, you completed this process within a year. However, since you did not employ the primordial technique, 19 of your foundation became stagnant, while your current foundation increased by 253. This means that half of the foundational energy of an average person, 0, 19 to 53, has been rendered unusable. You were aware that once your energy dispersion was complete, Zhu Baowen would likely depart, which prompted you to inquire persistently over the past year. Your curiosity stemmed from Zhu Baowen's earlier revelation of a unique transmission technique, and you clung to this insight as you had before, delving deeper with your questions. Initially, you asked, "Master Zhu, the ability to transmit sound solely to my ear must indicate a mastery beyond that of a grandmaster, does it not? Are you perhaps a figure of high esteem from the past, whose name is absent from the annals of martial history?" Eventually, your inquiries evolved into, "Master Zhu, in your esteemed opinion, is the grandmaster truly the pinnacle of martial arts? I surmise that you yourself are a grandmaster, with even greater heights yet to be scaled." Zhu Baowen often deflected your questions with vague responses, claiming to be merely an ordinary martial artist with a few minor skills, espousing that the path of martial arts knows no bounds. However, upon informing him of your completion in energy dispersion, you noticed a shift in his demeanor. Previously, Zhu Baowen appeared as a humble elder teaching children to train their bodies, albeit with a hint of avarice. Yet in that moment, he exuded an overwhelming aura, as if a sage of martial arts had descended upon the earth. You stood frozen, unable to move, as if the very air around you had been immobilized. Zhu Baowen announced his intention to leave, but first he imparted a fragment of the primordial technique to you. Lu Shou thought, "It is fortunate I am not an electronic device. Otherwise, upon pasting the file primordial technique, TXT, I would have faced the awkward dilemma of whether to replace the existing document." Subsequently, Zhu Baowen addressed your earlier queries, yet only partially, to prevent you from succumbing to despair regarding martial arts. He remarked, "The journey of martial arts is both lengthy and brief. To my knowledge, there are merely 5 steps. Yet countless practitioners find themselves unable to even take the first step throughout their lives." He then glanced at you, reassuring you that you still had a significant chance to embark on this first step. Lu Shou contemplated, "Is it true that first-rate martial artists do not even count as having taken the first step?" Zhu Baowen, having tempered his formidable aura, you pressed him for clarity on what constituted the first step and where he himself stood in this hierarchy. This time, his response was unequivocal. The complete unification of essence, energy, and spirit constitutes the first step. This is the Grandmaster level. The second step lies above that of the Grandmaster, while I have recently embarked upon the third step. Eager to glean further insights before his departure, you inquired about the second step and what lay beyond it. Zhu Baowen gestured skyward and then downward, stating, "This represents the second step." He refrained from elaborating further, for it is widely acknowledged that the emergence of those who transcend this realm is exceedingly rare, emphasizing that martial arts should not be transmitted lightly. This notion is a shared consensus across the realms. Lu Shou sensed that the narration hinted at something profound. As for the third step, Zhu Baowen simply smiled and turned to leave. Seizing the opportunity as he lingered, you posed one final question. If there are 5 steps in martial arts, why does humanity not even possess the second step? Is this land merely too remote? Or are there realms beyond our own? This query finally caught his attention, and as he departed, he imparted one last piece of wisdom to his named disciple. If one achieves unity with the heavens and humanity, they may journey eastward to the realm beyond the heavens. On that day, Zhu Baowen unveiled a new world within your understanding of martial arts and existence, confirming some of your previous speculations. Lu Shou exhaled deeply, acknowledging the simulator's brilliance. For even though the content conveyed was but a fraction of the original, the core elements were comprehensible even to one solely versed in text. The realm of martial arts above the Grandmaster level involves the attunement to the essence of the world. According to the martial novels he had read, this state is referred to as the unity of heaven and humanity. Indeed, this place appeared to be a small locale, and upon reaching this elevated state, one could venture eastward, potentially crossing vast oceans to discover a platform for ascension or a rift in the world leading to a higher realm of martial arts. In this superior realm of martial arts, there exist 5 steps, where a Grandmaster capable of living for 2 centuries merely represents the first step, and Zhu Baowen, who could vanquish legions with a single strike, occupies the 3rd step. The path of martial arts is limitless. Liu Shou mused. Although he was merely a first-rate martial artist, a mere novice in the grand scheme, he could not suppress the flames of ambition igniting within him. I shall become the eternal martial emperor. In the year 278 of the Great Celebration, you commenced your journey into the realm of Grandmaster-level martial arts, the Day Sun technique. By the year 279, you were astounded by the profound nature of Grandmaster-level martial arts. The Day Sun technique was merely an introduction, yet its foundational transformation was comparable to that of the River of Heaven combined with the additional enhancement of minor mastery. The depth of the complete phase of the Day Sun technique yielded substantial benefits, even for martial practitioners. In 280 of the Great Celebration, a mere 23-year-old young hero arrived in Qingcheng, challenging first-rate experts and defeating them one after another, ultimately setting his sights on you, who was renowned as a certain generation's second young hero. You swiftly dispatched him with 5 strikes, leaving him bloodied and defeated. By 281, at the age of 26, your progress in condensing energy reached 65%, and you felt as powerful as a monster. Over the past few years, you had remained in Qingcheng, and though Zhu Baowen had displayed extraordinary phenomena upon his departure 4 years prior, no one suspected you. In 282 of the Great Celebration, you set off for Donglin City. Your energy now radiated a luminous white hue, imbued with a fervent essence. The Day Sun technique had reached a minor mastery level, rendering you nearly invincible among first-rate martial artists. Just as your previous foray into confronting the Tiger King was not motivated by a desire for its flesh, your current mission to eliminate bandits was not driven by coveting their Grandmaster-level martial arts, but rather to assess the disparity in strength compared to the previous simulation. However, upon your arrival, you discovered that you had come too early. The bandits had yet to make their move. You were left with no choice but to settle into the city and challenge several first-rate experts for duels. Through vague recollections, you located a grand estate housing a notable figure in the martial world, the mindful spear. He, age 47, was not a gifted grandmaster in his 20s, but rather an ordinary first-rate martial artist who had only begun to manifest his energy 3 years prior. At over 40 years of age, you invited He to engage in a private duel, assuring him that it would not tarnish his reputation. He agreed, and during the course of 20 rounds of sparring, you only exerted 60% of your strength, yet he fought with full intensity, ultimately conceding defeat. Are you not capable anymore, my brother? Liu Shou sighed, reflecting on how this elder, who had once fought alongside him, could no longer even compel him to take the simulation seriously. Chapter 35. A force to be reckoned with at the age of 27. Your foundational strength has surged by 258, leading you to believe that you may even aspire to become a Grandmaster. With nearly 80% of your energy infused into your bones, under various favorable conditions, you have already emerged as one of the most formidable martial artists within the realm of the 3 kingdoms, rendering He no match for your prowess. You have continued to challenge other elite martial artists in Donglin City, including the headmaster of a martial arts academy, who has begun to infuse energy into his bones, albeit at a pace far inferior to yours. Additionally, you encountered 2 seasoned veterans who have roamed the martial world for many years and are now settled, teaching their disciples in the city, one in his 50s and the other an elder, both of whom are rare finds. With a spirit of camaraderie, you engaged in friendly sparring with them, exchanging techniques and later offering guidance to their apprentices, fostering an atmosphere of mutual respect and harmony. Upon learning that you were the second-place winner of the Baishur Forest competition, earning the title of one of the young masters of your generation, admiration illuminated the eyes of those around you. However, one seasoned veteran discreetly criticized you in front of his disciples, remarking, "Do you see? This is what a loose martial artist looks like. With his innate talent, he should have already achieved the status of a martial master by this age, gaining renown throughout the province. Yet here he stands, still at the first-rate level, just as he was years ago." The underlying reason, of course, was his lack of martial resources and guidance from predecessors, which has squandered his remarkable potential, allowing many who were once beneath him to catch up. You remained oblivious to the disparaging remarks made by the veteran named Zhao Yuan. After a month, the city lord finally sensed something amiss. Realizing that a band of robbers had descended upon the outskirts, preying upon passers-by and merchant caravans, significantly impacting the development of Donglin City, he mustered a force of 400 soldiers, marching boldly into the mountains. If they were soldiers from the martial nation, their foundational skills would be at least first-rate, with some leaders even reaching second-rate status, making it plausible to subdue the robbers. However, the forces of the Celebration Nation typically had captains of merely third-rate caliber. Having vanquished various elite fighters, you had been diligently practicing martial arts. It was only when the city lord came to inform you of the robbers' approach that you learned of the situation. This time, the city lord's demeanor was notably humble, though you, lacking inherited memories, were unaware of his previous attitude. It was evident that he was quite deferential now. His humility stemmed from unfamiliarity and, more importantly, from your overwhelming strength. In just over a month in Donglin City, you had bested all its top martial artists. Those you had defeated wore 4 smiles, unable to summon their strength to request your assistance, especially considering your superior might. This expedition mirrored the last, comprising 2 elite fighters, one of whom was He, along with a dozen second-rate and over 30 third-rate martial artists. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the individuals had shifted due to any unforeseen circumstances. As you ventured into the mountains, you warned your companions to be cautious of potential ambushes. It was during your circumvention of a hillside that you first spotted over 20 robbers emerging from the woods. You scooped up several stones from the ground, enveloping them in a radiant energy as you flicked them with your fingers, the sound of the wind howling in their wake. The patrolling robbers were caught completely off guard. 5 stones struck true, instantly slaying 3 and injuring 2 others, igniting an all-out battle, which you decisively won, sparing 2 captives. Afterward, you proceeded directly to the robbers' hideout, delegating the other robbers to He and his team while you faced the leader alone. Though you recognized the leader as a disciple of a certain sect, the details had faded from your memory over time, leaving you with only a vague impression, hence continuing to refer to him as the robber leader. You found the simulation device to be erratic in its reliability. Unlike the flowing currents of the heavenly river, which primarily enhance energy versatility, the Grandmaster-level martial art, the Sun Est technique primarily fortifies physical strength and resistance to poison, heat, and cold. And as for the energy, it merely adds a layer of luminous effect. With tremendous force behind your strikes, each blow inflicted severe torment upon the robber leader. You no longer held back, and the clashes of your blade against his were so powerful that they nearly disarmed him. Clang, clang, clang. Under your relentless onslaught, the robber leader's blade sustained a gaping crack after just 20 clashes. Blood flowed from his torn hands, yet he did not flee. He understood there was no escape. With a resonating thud, the robber leader's weapon fell to the ground. You swung your blade, the radiant arc slicing across his right shoulder with a resounding crack. You withdrew your weapon, leaving the robber leader unable to raise his arm again. In terror, he began to plead for mercy, laced with a hint of threat. "Do not kill me, for I am," you delivered another strike, gliding it across his throat, blood gushing forth, muffling his words in a gurgle as he stared wide-eyed, succumbing to his fate. Yet, you felt somewhat unfulfilled, pondering if perhaps your expectations were set too high. In the year 283 of the Great Celebration, you returned to Qingsheng. aware that war was on the horizon. You recognized that you were not yet in a position to alter the course of events. You arranged for acquaintances like Uncle G to relocate deeper within the borders of the Celebration Nation, providing them with relocation funds to distance them from the impending conflict. However, it must be noted that amidst the vast scale of war between the two nations, you were but a mere speck. Yet, recalling the war's origin, the massacre of Celebration Nation villages by the Martial Nation, you contemplated visiting there to uncover the truth. Previously, you had assumed that the Celebration Nation had instigated the conflict, perceiving the village attacks as a mere pretense, due to the subsequent events surrounding the Grandmaster incident. Yet, what if this was indeed an accident or an entirely different scenario? You recalled the previous simulation involving the emergence of otherworldly demons. Had there been no war between the two nations, the vast resources saved and the survivors could have contributed to the fight against the demon nation. Perhaps that was a possibility? You did not consider yourself reckless. You held a measure of confidence in your abilities. In 2 years, your martial prowess would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of first-rate mastery, and with a stroke of luck leading to an epiphany, you might even attain the status of a martial master. Should it be the army committing atrocities against villages, there would be no stopping your escape. And if it were martial artists involved, the annihilation of a few villages was a trifle. How could a martial master be dispatched for such minor affairs? Thus, the pursuit of truth appeared to be a prudent endeavor. Chapter 36. The village at the border in the year 284 of the Great Celebration, at the age of 29, your foundational strength had increased by 260. Having achieved a complete mastery of your internal energy, you found yourself at a plateau, a stage you had not reached until your 50s during your last simulation. As the year drew to a close, you set off towards the border between the Kingdom of Qing and the Kingdom of Wu, only to discover that your assumptions were somewhat misplaced. The border stretched for hundreds of miles. Although this world was not a boundless expanse of martial wonders spanning millions of miles, its scale remained astonishing. The territories of Wu, Qing, and Ning each extended 3,000 to 4,000 miles, comparable to a significant portion of Huagua. Along the border, numerous villages dotted the landscape. After a period of arduous travel and first-hand investigation, you identified 3 villages closest to the Kingdom of Wu that were most susceptible to attack: Xiao Village, Hongshu Village, and Pota Village. These 3 villages were in close proximity, situated within a peculiar interlocking structure where a parcel of land from Qing intruded into Wu. You settled in Podu Village, aptly named for its location on a gentle slope, not too steep, at the lower end of the mountain known as Jinyuan. Behind this mountain lay an expansive forest. Here, you could frequently venture into the woods to hunt wild game, supplementing the meat necessary for your martial training, while also practicing your martial arts atop Jinyuan Mountain, where you could experience the vastness of the sky and observe the conditions of the surrounding villages from an elevated vantage point. By the year 285 of the Great Celebration, several months had passed, and your martial progress had stagnated. Having completed the mastery of your internal energy, your next step required circulating this energy throughout your body in a continuous flow, a prerequisite for attaining the rank of a martial master. However, this did not imply that you had made no progress during these months. Although your martial prowess had reached its limits, it did not mean that your bodily potential had been fully realized. Your total internal energy had increased by approximately half a measure compared to last year. Just as an ordinary person could enhance their strength through various training methods without martial arts, achieving a significant increase in power, a martial artist's weight is typically lighter, making acceleration much easier than that of trains or vehicles. Yet, the challenge lay in overcoming the increasing air resistance that would impede speed. After a mere 10 minutes, you approached Xiao Village, while the group of individuals you had observed had already arrived due to their proximity and the fact that they were mounted. Upon entering the village, you found that this group, numbering over 100, was clad in military attire. They had dismounted and were searching the village for its inhabitants. Each household was being inspected, with the villagers rounded up in the village square, some soldiers binding them, while others searched the homes, confiscating large bundles of goods alongside the captives. You soon became aware that a soldier had spotted you standing at the village's edge. Taking a deep breath, you having trained in isolation atop Jinyuan Mountain for months, concealed your martial prowess, ensuring you did not appear overly remarkable. A soldier approached, commanding you to follow him into the village. A sergeant, noticing your distinguished demeanor, inquired about your origins and whether you had trained in martial arts. You decided to play along, curious whether this band was indeed as nefarious as you suspected. In your years traversing the martial world, you had witnessed much darkness. Though you had heard tales of villages being slaughtered, you had never encountered such brutality firsthand. Could it be true that a nation would turn against its own people to gain an advantage in a conflict? You informed the sergeant that you were a wandering martial artist, albeit of third-rate caliber, who sought to challenge yourself and force the awakening of your internal energy. The sergeant regarded you with a bemused expression, gesturing for two soldiers to restrain you. He blandly stated that they had pressing matters to attend to, advising you to remain compliant until they resolved their affairs. The soldiers, both seasoned third-rate martial artists, held you firmly while others proceeded to bind you. You did not resist, but in your heart, they had already become synonymous with robbers and bandits. Having trained for many years, you had seldom killed. Most duels among martial artists ended with a clear victor, and the vanquished would merely require a period of rest without detrimental effects to their foundations. Only those who engaged in villainy, bandits, brigands, and other malevolent individuals, would you strike down without mercy. You were no sage, but you leaned towards benevolence, and within your capacity, you would naturally act in accordance with your conscience. Chapter 37. Slaughtering the evil army. The coarse hemp rope was tied with considerable skill. It was evident that even a mediocre martial artist would find it difficult to break free without relying on their internal strength, let alone a third-rate warrior like yourself. The sword was commendable. A soldier unsheathed your long blade, carelessly tossing it aside without a second glance. You cared little for appearances, focusing solely on its numerical value. Though the Xian iron sword boasted high quality, it lacked any ornate embellishments. One by one, the houses were searched thoroughly. Some civilians, sensing the ominous atmosphere, hid in cellars or wells, only to be dragged out by the soldiers and bound in the village square. Once the villagers were gathered, you found yourself tied up among them, observing as the soldiers revealed their sinister intentions. Your keen senses picked up the conversation of soldiers just a few dozen steps away. Every corner must be thoroughly inspected. Not a single survivor can be left. Afterward, dispose of the weapons of the Wu army here. Then, you witnessed them discarding weapons and uniforms, followed by others igniting the flames that engulfed each house in a fiery blaze. As the flames soared into the sky, panic visibly spread among the villagers, while the soldiers approached with sinister grins. "My lord," someone pleaded, only to be met with boisterous laughter. "My lord, we are ruthless soldiers of the Wu kingdom. We have disguised ourselves as soldiers of the Qin kingdom to massacre your village." So it was revealed, you were indeed facing the Wu kingdom's army. No wonder they were so vile and devoid of humanity. A look of realization washed over your face. Amidst the derision of several soldiers, you broke free of the hemp rope, an overwhelming surge of energy enveloping you as you radiated brilliance. As if a deity had descended. If that is the case, I shall slay without remorse. The energy burst forth. The officers were taken aback. A first-rate master. They hastily retreated, one shouting, "This is a misunderstanding." You paid no heed to their words, delivering a powerful punch that struck a soldier squarely in the face. The sound of shattering bone echoing ominously. With a swift kick, you shattered another soldier's spine, sending him flying several meters, unable to move again. Taking a few steps forward, you seized the Xian iron sword they had discarded and, with a swift motion, cleaved through a rushing soldier, bisecting him along with a standard-issue sword. Your sudden attack caught the soldiers off guard. 3 had already fallen before the commanding officer, filled with rage, unleashed his own energy, revealing himself to be a first-rate martial artist as well. The officer's energy manifested in a bright yellow hue, a common martial art within the army known as invincible in battle. Mastery of this skill would result in a deep yellow hue. Although invincible in battle was not a high-level martial art, it was nonetheless an excellent technique among the more common styles. The officer, in his 40s, considered himself a martial genius, while you, appearing to be in your 20s, thanks to the enhancement of your foundation, which also extended your lifespan and slowed the aging process, were likely at the early stages of a first-rate warrior, perhaps yet to strengthen your internal organs. Meanwhile, he had already begun to infuse energy into his bones. The officer wielded a spear, launching a fierce thrust akin to a dragon leaping over the river, followed by a sweeping motion that could fell entire armies. His martial skills were superb, and as he attacked, 5 or 6 second-rate officers joined in the fray. Could you withstand such a combined assault? However, the moment the spear met your sword, his expression changed dramatically. The spearhead was forced to deflect at an angle of several dozen degrees. Your strength surpassed his wildest expectations. You scoffed at the thought that he was superior to that bandit leader. With your energy unleashed, you forced him into a corner within a mere 10 exchanges. But just then, the 5 or 6 officers closed in, and you were unwilling to trade your own injury for the officer's life, temporarily relinquishing the chance to deliver a fatal blow. While the officer could still withstand 10 more of your strikes, the second-rate officers were another matter. You deftly sidestepped a blade aimed at your back, then swiftly moved aside, delivering a brutal elbow strike that shattered one officer's ribs, followed by a thrust that pierced another officer's chest with your Xian iron sword. In the span of a single exchange, you shattered one man's jawbone, gravely wounding him, while simultaneously killing another on the spot. Stop. This is truly a misunderstanding. The words echoed in your ears, reminiscent of something you had heard before. However, this time, it was the officer who had charged at you with fury just half a minute prior. Only after engaging in battle did he realize your formidable prowess, which seemed more akin to a martial arts master than a mere first-rate warrior. He, along with all the second-rate officers present, stood no chance against you, and even the elite 100 soldiers could very well meet their demise at your hands. Misunderstanding? You coldly retorted while continuing your assault. Why was it not a misunderstanding before? Now that you are outmatched, you suddenly claim it to be a misunderstanding? The officer gasped for breath, not because he was rendered speechless by your words, but due to the tumultuous energy coursing through him from your relentless barrage. Countless capillaries, membranes, joints, and other delicate tissues within him had been injured. A moment's carelessness could leave him with lingering wounds for years to come. In the brief moments that passed, you had downed 2 more officers and 5 soldiers. The officer, desperate and furious, spat out a mouthful of blood and finally resolved to tell you the truth. It is truly a misunderstanding. Young hero, please cease your assault. We are soldiers of the Qin Kingdom, not the Wu Kingdom. Our orders to massacre your village come from above. You scoffed in disdain. With the officers and soldiers around you in disarray, the dead and wounded littering the ground, the remaining soldiers stood frozen in terror, weapons raised but unwilling to act. Orders from above? Are you attempting to make me laugh? Who would strike against their own citizens without cause? You despicable, shameless people of the Wu Kingdom. Do you think you can deceive me? The officer pulled a document from his clothing and tossed it to you. Young hero, it is as I say. We are merely following orders. Look, the orders are written here, demanding us to disguise ourselves as Wu soldiers to commit slaughter and frame your kingdom. You took the document, reading it carefully. Indeed, as he claimed, it did not provide specific reasons for the massacre, merely demanding, leave not a single survivor, frame the Wu Kingdom. It concluded with a seemingly moral justification. This act is for the greater good of the Qin Kingdom. A smile of ingratiation appeared on the officer's face. This is a command from above, for the righteousness of the Qin Kingdom. I hope young hero will let this matter drop, and that we may clear up this misunderstanding, allowing us to proceed with ease. You found the situation rather amusing. To be frank, in this world, you held no allegiance to national righteousness or sentiment, for the Qin Kingdom had never offered you assistance. Unlike the parents of this world who treated you well, you regarded them as true family. Raised in the Qin gang, you endured oppression. Your path as a warrior was forged through servitude to the Chu family, an exchange of equals. Subsequently, the privileges you received in various cities and places were not due to your status as a citizen of the Qin Kingdom, but rather because you stood as a martial artist of high repute. This nation had done nothing for you. If those martial artists from sects or disciples of martial halls might harbor some sense of national duty, though most do not, as the three kingdoms share a common origin and ethnicity. These martial practitioners had their resources provided by the Qing kingdom to their sects and martial halls, fighting for their sects and halls, which in turn fought for the Qing kingdom. Yet these resources were extracted from the common folk by gangs like the Qinghe gang, and it was through their oppression that you had come to possess them. You, from beginning to end, have not availed yourself of resources without merit, nor had you been nurtured or invested in by others without cost. While you may cherish the tangible rewards from the two competitions for young talents, your fondness will not extend to the nations that lie behind those sections. Thus, you casually tore the document into shreds. As the officer's smile faltered into a mask of despair, you uttered 5 words that plunged him into hopelessness. You're quite good at pretending. In a swift motion, you leapt into the air, descending like a deity or demon unleashed. The radiant white light shone as brightly as 2 suns, its blinding brilliance rendering him nearly unable to gaze upon it. He barely managed to parry your strike, only for you to suddenly relinquish your grip, causing the black iron blade to be sent flying from his hand. Yet, you had already maneuvered past him, colliding into his embrace with a forceful blow infused with your formidable energy, striking his chest and obliterating his heart. The officer crumpled to the ground, and just before the flicker of life completely extinguished, he heard your laughter. Even if it's true, why should I act on behalf of a nation capable of issuing such commands, granting convenience to you worthless scum? Chapter 38. In the Martial Kingdom. Breaking through to martial master this group of soldiers, each possessing at least the prowess of third-rate martial artists, could be deemed elite troops in the kingdom of Qing. Yet, before you, they are no more formidable than the bound commoners beside them. In the blink of an eye, 37 of them have perished at your hands, and in that moment, you appear as a god of death in their eyes. They scream in terror and begin to flee in all directions, making it exceedingly difficult for you to pursue them. 10 minutes later, you sever the head of the 67th soldier. Observing the remaining troops, who are nearly a kilometer away in the other directions, you sigh and cease your chase. Your energy reserves are dwindling, reduced to about half of their capacity. The initial sprint, along with the relentless exertion during combat, and the use of lightness techniques to traverse the battlefield have left you with energy that ranks among the top in your level. If not for the soldiers fleeing later, you could have eliminated them all before exhausting your energy. Upon returning to Xiaohe village, you find that some astute villagers have collaborated to untie one another, and now over 100 of them are in a state of freedom, casting looks of fear and gratitude towards you. An elder steps forward to inquire how they should proceed. After a moment of silence, you present them with 2 options. The first path involved pretending they did not overhear the officer's orders to massacre the village, instead claiming it was indeed the martial kingdom that attacked, and that they were saved by a passing hero, subsequently seeking refuge from the local lord. The second option is to abandon the wretched kingdom of Qing and head for the martial kingdom, which is conveniently nearby, only a short journey of several dozen miles away. The villagers express diverse opinions. Some advocate for forgiving the kingdom of Qing, suggesting that bygones should be bygones, and they cannot possibly face another massacre. Yet, as the cries of children whose homes have been burned echo through the air, their resolve shifts, and they unanimously decide to defect to the martial kingdom. As you depart from Xiaohe village, allowing them to gather their belongings without further concern, your expression suddenly changes upon spotting smoke rising from another direction, over 20 miles away. As you recall, that direction leads to Sweet Potato Village. Another plume of smoke billows up from Putu Village. How foolish I am. I merely understood that soldiers were intent on slaughtering villages. Yet I ventured to Xiaohe village where soldiers appeared. I had no inkling that other villages would also be targeted. You realize that you cannot alter the outbreak of war. With your internal energy nearly depleted, you are incapable of defeating even the previous officer with mere physical strength. At best, you could contend with those who barely qualify as first-rate martial artists. The villagers of those 2 villages may still be alive, but their fates are sealed for this day. You yearn to change the course of history, yet the strength of a first-rate martial artist remains insufficient. You choose to depart. In the same year, not only has war erupted, But you also find yourself burdened with an official wanted notice from the Kingdom of Qing. The charges state that you, representing the martial kingdom, coerced border villages of Qing into defection and slew dozens of soldiers who attempted to intervene. Furthermore, the martial kingdom's forces brutally retaliated by slaughtering 2 other villages that refused to defect. In the wanted notice, you are depicted as a heinous criminal, a meticulously disguised infiltrator. Although there are many flaws and doubts in the narrative, few have sought to uncover the truth. Just as the Kingdom of Qing has ignited this war, who truly cares which side committed the atrocities? The only undeniable truth is that the Kingdom of Qing desires war, and thus it shall instigate conflict. Following the first round of clashes between the armies of both nations, the atmosphere escalates. The origins of the war fade from concern. What matters is the war itself. In the Kingdom of Qing, your reputation has plummeted. Upon learning of your wanted status, you set forth, prepared to journey to the martial kingdom. Along the way, renowned bounty hunters traverse states in pursuit of you, while young heroes, driven by a sense of justice, seek to challenge you. You show them no mercy. You recognize their ignorance of the truth and refrain from killing. Yet you are no sage. Since the bounty hunter fails to discern the truth, and since the young hero acts recklessly without understanding the nuances, they are unfit to traverse the martial world any longer. You do not take lives, but you incapacitate them, dismantling their physical structures and meridians, ensuring that while they may live as ordinary beings, they will forever lose their internal energy and potential for recovery or advancement. As for whether they may face revenge after losing their powers, have they considered what fate awaits you upon capture? It is merely a matter of retribution, and quite fair at that. You possess a moral compass. Whether it be double standards or hypocrisy, you act according to your conscience. By the end of the year, evading a martial master's pursuit, you step into the martial kingdom, a place you have yet to visit in this lifetime. In the year 286 of the Great Qing Dynasty, too lazy to convert the calendar, you settle in the martial kingdom. Despite the proximity of nations, your reputation has undergone a complete reversal. The people of Qing disbelieve the truth of the martial kingdom, while those you saved from Shaohe village recognize you as a righteous hero. You take residence in Taiguang city of the martial kingdom, and after some time, you discover that the nation truly lives up to its name, with a strong martial spirit pervasive throughout. Martial arts academies abound, and competitions or tournaments are frequently held. In 287 of the Great Qing Dynasty, you learn of an upcoming Grand Master Conference, initiated by the Taoist sect, inviting masters from various nations to gather at Daoshan in the Kingdom of Qing to discuss martial arts, exchange ideas, and engage in friendly competitions to establish superiority. Although the martial and Qing kingdoms are currently at war, the martial world and the battlefield exist in separate realms. If a martial artist enlists and achieves merit, they shed their identity as a hero and become a general. The masters attending from the martial kingdom are evidently going as representatives of martial arts. And even amidst ongoing hostilities, they have no fear for their safety. You hesitate for a moment, but ultimately decide against warning them. After living here for a year, you understand the mindset of the people. Even if you were to inform them of potential ambushes, they would likely dismiss you as overly cautious, underestimating the Taoist sect of the Kingdom of Qing. Would it be prudent to illustrate that the Kingdom of Qing has resorted to slaughtering its own to instigate war, and that the Grand Master Conference might follow suit? What ist? The Taoist sect comprises martial artists and cannot be compared to despicable officials. The thought of the martial kingdom's masters being betrayed and slaughtered, leading to the emergence of a great master who would incite the martial kingdom to commence citywide massacres, fills you with despair. Alas, the Kingdom of Qing, with these insects, it is impossible to unite against the foreign demons that will descend in over a decade, though even united, they would stand little chance. You feel weary. In 288 of the Great Qing Dynasty, the anticipated events unfold as expected. You have finally grasped the sensation of constructing a cycle of energy, and you shall surely reach the realm of martial master within 2 years. In this context of the martial kingdom, you devote yourself to martial training. A first-rate martial artist remains too weak, incapable of halting the onset of war, unable to extinguish the fuse that ignites it. In 289 of the Great Qing dynasty, you achieve mastery of the sun's rays. Your strength now rivals that of some martial masters. In fact, the opponents you have faced over the years have predominantly been martial masters. Initially, your victories were scarce, but now your success rate continues to rise. In 290 of the Great Qing dynasty, at the age of 35, your foundation has increased by 266. This year, you finally complete the cycle of energy and ascend to the realm of martial master. As a martial master, you can rival 1,000 soldiers with your utmost effort. Your internal energy forms a continuous cycle within, not only restoring it at speed several times at a first-rate martial artist, but allowing you to summon it at will, unleashing it from any part of your body in an instant. While the energy of a first-rate martial artist merely flows as a singular mass within, responding to their will and rapidly moving through their body to be released from their hands or feet. A martial master requires no such process of movement. On this day, the Lord of Taiguang City hosted a grand martial banquet in your honor, attracting guests from all directions. During the festivities, 3 martial masters issued challenges to you, not out of malice, but rather out of a genuine desire to gauge the prowess of this newly ascendant martial artist. Among the trio, 2 could be deemed ordinary martial masters. However, one distinguished himself by exhibiting a series of explosive sounds emanating from his body, indicating that he had reached a remarkable stage of resonance in his sinews and bones. As the contests unfolded, you emerged victorious in all 3 encounters, thereby earning renown across the 16 surrounding cities. Martial skill hierarchy: low tier, healthy physique, some unconventional martial techniques. Third tier, muscular development, vital energy, skin enhancement. Second tier, internal energy amplification, harmonization of strength, blood revitalization. First tier, force projection, vital organ enhancement, bone penetrating strength. Martial master, energy circulation, resonance of sinews and bones, martial will, unity of essence, energy and spirit. First step of martial path, grandmaster, energy permeating the body's strength, honing marrow, complete integration, manifestation of divine intent. Great grandmaster, impervious golden body, materialization of true energy, vital energy, furnace connection between heaven and humanity. Second step of martial path, celestial being. Chapter 39, a change of direction, entering the western desert. In the year 292 of the Great Celebration, the kingdom of Qing acknowledged its defeat, compensating with wealth and land, prompting the kingdom of Wu to relent. You perceive the kingdom of Qing as nothing more than a jester. By the year 293, you embarked on the rigorous training of your sinews and bones. This phase of cultivation lacked clear demarcations of progress. While there may be similar indicators, the specifics were imperceptible to you. It primarily involved coordinating the exertion of your meridians and skeletal structure. Upon completing this stage, even without employing any internal energy, a mere flick of your wrist could unleash the force of thousands of pounds, capable of toppling an elephant or demolishing stone walls. In 295, your daily practice of slashing techniques became increasingly masterful. By 299, you had reached a point where your sinews resonated in unison, producing a crisp sound. Yet, you understood that you were still far from perfection in the coordination of your body. Some martial artists, possessing weaker foundations, could only achieve a sound reminiscent of firecrackers, while others reached the thunderous roar of tigers and leopards. Given your natural aptitude, you believed you should at least attain the latter. The final step for martial artists is to condense their martial will, a process that can occur concurrently with the resonance of sinews and bones. Theoretically, these 2 stages are parallel, yet in practice, the time required to consolidate martial will far exceeds that needed to harmonize sinews. The archetypal master seed typically becomes a martial artist by 30, begins the resonance by ages 33 to 35, and generally achieves optimal coordination by 50. They may not condense their martial will until 60, with some even delaying until their 70s or failing to attain mastery in their lifetime. However, there are many resolute individuals, or those with extraordinary talent and insight, who can condense their martial will in their 30s or 40s, thus advancing ahead of the resonance stage. By 302, Your sinews have become increasingly harmonious. Although these structures resided within your body, you could manipulate them with the same dexterity as your fingers, directing their movements within a certain range. In 303, you looked up at the sky and saw nothing. You hesitated over your next choice. If memory served, that otherworldly demon had first appeared in the kingdom of Qing, laying waste to cities, yet later met its end in the kingdom of Wu, surrounded and slaughtered by grandmasters. Following its successful counterattack, the demon kingdom began its establishment from Wu. After a moment of contemplation, you resolved to venture westward, traversing the boundless desert towards the legendary grasslands on the other side. Just before your departure, you left a parting message for your fellow martial artists, promising disciples and elder masters. You recounted your dream of the otherworldly demon descending to ravage the three kingdoms, where even the supreme grandmasters would be no match. The dream felt too vivid, instilling a fear that had etched itself into your soul, compelling you to believe. They dismissed your concerns, considering you a fool for your martial pursuits. One elder master even suggested that if you were truly troubled, you should find a wife and indulge in the pleasures of life, rather than indulging in fantasies of otherworldly demons. You simply replied, "In my dream, the blood of the demons can forge unimaginable divine weapons," and resolutely departed. Though you recognized that this statement would likely yield no results, you awaited the emergence of that child of destiny, Bai Changguang, as conditions were not yet ripe. Firstly, the number of those possessing demonic blood was exceedingly scarce, often derived from demons themselves, with combat capabilities rivaling grandmasters. Thus, capturing them for forging weapons capable of threatening the demons was unfeasible. By the time they began mass-producing demonized soldiers, the three kingdoms would have already collapsed. Furthermore, even the current grandmasters, equipped with divine weapons, would stand no chance against the demons. The 20-year-old grandmaster Bai Changguang had a foundation that amplified his strength tenfold, if not 9. Despite being newly acknowledged as a grandmaster, he could likely overpower several seasoned grandmasters. Yet, even with such prowess, he had fought to a standstill against the demons in the East Sea. Had you been the person you once were, you might have sought to alter this fate by establishing a resistance within the demon kingdom. However, after the events of nearly a decade ago, you had come to realize the fragility of martial artists. Steady yourself and do not act rashly. This was an unmanifested future. Your current task was not to amend past regrets, but to accumulate strength and conclude matters from a more distant past. In truth, within the territories of the three kingdoms. As long as you remained cautious and continued to survive, it was not overly difficult. Yet, humanity is driven by emotion rather than reason. You feared that witnessing the demons wreak havoc upon the world would compel you to act, thus revealing yourself. Therefore, it seemed wiser to distance yourself from the impending chaos, allowing ignorance to shield you. In less than a month, you reached the western frontier, where vegetation was sparse and the land predominantly barren. The further west you traveled, the more yellow sand enveloped the ground. You entered the desert, burdened with over 100 pounds of water and meat. This weight was merely a warm-up for you. It was sufficient to sustain your journey for over 20 days, enabling you to traverse thousands of miles westward, a distance capable of crossing an entire nation. As you journeyed, you found solace in the fact that this vast desert was not an absolute wasteland. You frequently encountered cacti and nocturnal sand rats, alleviating your concerns over food and water supply. You believed that as long as you maintained caution and managed your resources wisely, escaping this desert would not prove too challenging. After all, ordinary people had to contend with issues like food poisoning, illness, acclimatization, and being ensnared in sand traps, concerns that martial artists could largely mitigate. However, the Eastern Sea posed a different challenge. Who knew how long a small boat would drift before sighting new lands? It was conceivable to drift in the same waters, only to eventually run out of fresh water. On the 15th day in the desert, you cursed the vastness of the sands. You had covered nearly 3,000 to 4,000 miles, yet the surrounding landscape remained an endless expanse of yellow sand. At dusk, you beheld a colossal, illusory figure of earthy yellow, stretching from horizon to horizon, staining the sky with a dusty hue. It was a sandstorm, the most terrifying natural disaster of the desert. In the face of such an extreme calamity, even grandmasters could not endure. You sprinted in the opposite direction, your speed escalating to that of a high-speed train, exceeding 250 kilometers per hour. If not for the unsuitable footing of the shifting sands, you could have run even faster. Within mere minutes, you left the sandstorm behind, scoffing at its insignificance. However, just an hour after easing your pace, a haze of yellow fog re-emerged on the horizon, prompting you to curse once more before resuming your flight. Is this some kind of jest? Am I being bullied as a nearly 50-year-old martial artist? Chapter 40. The non-fighting bug will not survive until tomorrow on the 23rd day in the desert. Your backpack has lightened to just over 30 pounds. Over the past 3 days, you have moderated your pace and supplemented your supplies with cacti and desert fauna, resulting in a diverse array of provisions while the overall weight remains largely unchanged. As dusk approaches, you plan to walk a little further before pausing to rest for the night. You will unfurl your leather paper for a makeshift bed and set up a simple alarm system using fine strings and bells. However, as you traverse the sandy expanse, you notice, more precisely beneath your feet, a growing number of sand scorpions. They scuttle across the yellow sand, producing a rustling sound. Some are merely the size of your palm, while others are as large as infants, all crawling determinately in a particular direction. These scorpions exhibit little aggression. When you reach out to grasp one approximately 5 or 6 inches long, it deftly twists away and escapes beneath your legs. Intrigued, you follow the procession of scorpions, walking alongside them. After several hundred meters, their numbers multiply, and while some attempt to attack you, a mere kick sends them flying, yet the others do not retaliate. Their true adversary lies elsewhere, the desert worm. Resembling a thick, elongated earthworm, these creatures possess a hardened, dark red exterior and undulate through the sands like fish in a serene lake. Presently, a vast war unfolds between the sand scorpions and the desert worms, encompassing hundreds of thousands of these creatures across a territory spanning miles. You observe several scorpions, each measuring a few inches, tearing into a worm. While a nearly 1-meter-long worm swallows a smaller scorpion whole, its mouth brimming with a multitude of sharp teeth, reducing the scorpion to mere fragments in an instant. As night falls, both factions are singularly focused on their enemies, viewing you merely as an immobile rock. You watch the spectacle illuminated by the moonlight for half an hour, gaining knowledge yet growing weary of the sight, and thus prepare to depart. Suddenly, you spot a throng of scorpions clustering around a central figure, which soon reveals itself to be a colossal scorpion, measuring 2 meters in length, including its tail. This giant scorpion shows no sign of age. It wields its pincers with authority, rendering the hefty desert worms before it mere playthings. In a flash, this desert tyrant dominates the battlefield. Your intention to leave halts abruptly. Such an exhilarating spectacle of combat is rare and not to be missed. Minutes later, the ground beneath you heaves dramatically, as if a massive worm is writhing beneath the sand. A small area dips into a pit, and then a worm as thick as a human thigh emerges, its head equipped with an array of teeth that create an eerie chittering sound. A duel of the insect kings, you exclaim internally, thrilled at the prospect of witnessing such a clash, deeming it worth the sleepless night. The scorpion king raises its pincers and tail, swiftly impaling a 2-foot-long worm and cleaving it into 3 segments, which writhe and expel bodily fluids onto the sand. Yet the worm king is equally fierce. It lunges at a 1-foot-long scorpion, lifting it from the sands and devouring it entirely. You estimate its length to be just over 3.5 meters. You watch with mounting anticipation as the 2 monarchs draw nearer, a mere 30 to 40 meters apart. Then, the scorpion king dispatches another worm, while the worm king consumes yet another scorpion, the distance between them appearing to increase instead of close. Clouded with frustration, you mutter, "These 2 wretched performers." Although you can only observe the written simulation, your eagerness for the insect king's battle remains. You feel deceived. The grand showdown between the insect kings is nowhere to be seen, for they adhere strictly to the principle of kings not meeting each other. Suddenly, a brilliant blade of light bursts forth, illuminating the surrounding area. Armed with a radiant sword, You watch as the light-sensitive worms retreat into the sands in pain. With your sword raised high, you create a blinding curtain of light in the night desert. And in an instant, you cleave through the Worm King, which had burrowed just beneath the surface. The greenish blood of the worm and fragments of scorpions rain down around you. Your hair and cheeks are splattered with green as you slice the Worm King into two hollow halves. Turning to regard the Scorpion King, it pauses momentarily, its pincers scraping the sand, before turning to flee in haste. Humph, think you can escape? You leap forward, vaulting over the sea of scorpions, and in an instant, the Scorpion King is beneath you. With immense force, you descend like a falling mountain. Sunlight's dawn slash. At that moment, the ground beneath you glows as bright as day, and the smaller scorpions scatter in panic. The Scorpion King, in a moment of desperation, raises its pincers and arches its tail, but it is already doomed. With a thunderous crash, the sand erupts in a cloud, and the Scorpion King is cleaved in two. Your blade's energy remains unspent as you glide 3 meters across the sand, leaving a deep furrow in your wake. Though the leaders of these two desert factions appear formidable, commanding their tribes, in truth, they are merely oversized insects, easily toppled by even a second-rate warrior. After slaying the two monarchs, chaos ensues among the remaining scorpions. Few dare to seek revenge, while the worms, overwhelmed by your radiant energy, burrow into the sand, writhing below the surface. Instead of departing immediately, you begin to harvest the exoskeleton and flesh of the Scorpion King. Despite its fearsome appearance, its body is packed with protein, and as a mutated specimen far exceeding the average size of its kind, consuming it will surely provide substantial benefits. Not only the Scorpion King, but you also procure some meat from the Worm King, intending to roast it for a taste. On the 30th day in the desert, you encounter a small canine creature. Excitedly, you follow it, yet instead of finding your way out of the desert, you arrive at a tribal settlement. The inhabitants are rough and barbaric, raising their spears at the sight of you. As a spear is hurled your way, you catch it effortlessly, crushing the stone tip in your grasp. Desert Tribe. That was our tribe's unique welcome ritual. Did you enjoy it? Chapter 41. The innocent tribespeople, the desert tribespeople, did not offer an explanation. Upon witnessing your formidable presence, their initial reaction was one of astonishment, quickly followed by a hasty retreat back to their settlement. You strolled leisurely into this rustic tribe, characterized by a blend of simplicity and ruggedness. The outer perimeter was enclosed by a fence constructed from some form of wood and animal bones, but since it was daytime, the gate stood wide open. Before you could fully absorb the local customs and culture, a group of tribal warriors, who had launched spears in your direction, approached, accompanied by a towering woman of impressive stature. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, her arms were thicker than the thighs of an average man, and her countenance exuded a fierce and unrestrained vigor. Were it not for her remarkably developed pectoral muscles, which could only be described as grotesque, one might struggle to discern her gender. This formidable woman wielded a wolf-toothed club, measuring approximately 1 meter in length, crafted from solid stone. The head of the club was adorned with an intricate array of stone spikes, and its weight was no less than 150 pounds. Upon laying eyes on you, her first instinct was not to engage in battle, but rather to utter a series of unintelligible sounds. When she realized you could not comprehend her, she tilted her head in boredom and swung her club towards you, the solid stone weapon slicing through the air with a sharp hiss. With your keen perception, you could discern that this strike carried immense force, equivalent to a staggering 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of impact. Few second-rate warriors could withstand such an assault, and even first-rate fighters would seldom choose to confront it head-on. However, you are a martial master, standing at the pinnacle of your craft, in a resonant phase of physical empowerment. As the energy surged, you were not merely capable of deflecting this blow. Your weapon had transformed from the dark iron blade to the frostbright sword, its surface gleaming silver. You countered the descending wolf-toothed club with an upward arc of your blade. A thunderous crash echoed as the club met your sword, the sound reverberating through the air. The woman's fingers twisted grotesquely, and the club flew from her grasp, soaring several dozen meters away. At that moment, an elder rushed from the distance, frantically shouting in a mix of 3 languages and tribal dialects for her to cease. As he arrived closer, his eyes widened in disbelief upon realizing that the one in the disadvantageous position was none other than Akachi, the mightiest warrior of the tribe, capable of matching the strength of a dozen fighters. The tribespeople, gripped by fear, needed no urging from the elder. They hesitated to approach, leaving the decision of whether to continue the confrontation entirely in your hands. The elder, in a flurry of apologies, identified himself as the shaman of the snake-toothed tribe, possessing no magical powers, but rather extensive knowledge and the ability to concoct various herbal remedies. He explained that this conflict was purely accidental, as these young men had mistakenly perceived you as an intruder from the western grasslands. Only he, having listened closely to their descriptions, recognized your true origins from the east, that mysterious and powerful land known for its flourishing martial arts. From the elder, you gleaned their worldview. This desert was the center of the world, home to hundreds of tribes, with the snake-toothed tribe situated deep within its vastness. A month's journey to the west, approximately over 1,000 miles, lay the grasslands, where nomadic tribes have been long-standing adversaries of the desert dwellers. The origins of the conflict were lost to time. In essence, the desert tribes sought to invade the grasslands to seize territory and water sources, while the nomads aimed to eradicate the desert dwellers. The recent attack had stemmed from the young men of the snake-toothed tribe, mistaking your peculiar appearance for that of a grassland intruder. However, the shaman understood that venturing deeper into the desert towards the east, overcoming the fury of sandstorms, led to a realm beyond imagination. The strength of the warriors from that place was astonishing. They effortlessly attained secret techniques or martial skills. The formidable fighters from the desert and grassland tribes who ventured east often found themselves merely second or first tier in comparison to the superior beings that resided there. Although ordinary folk still existed in the east, anyone capable of traversing the desert to reach this point was undoubtedly a person of great power, which is why the elder hurried to your side. Yet, he had not anticipated that you would be strong enough to overpower the warrior Akachi. As the saying goes, one must fight to truly know another. During a banquet of apologies with the shaman and the tribal chief, you expressed your willingness to overlook their earlier offense, advocating for a peaceful coexistence rather than enmity with the indigenous people upon your arrival. You began to inquire about the local situation with the shaman, who was able to communicate with you. Identifying yourself as a traveler, after a thorough discussion, he expressed a desire to exchange the tribe's most valuable map and medicinal knowledge in return for something from you. Curious about his request, you discovered that the shaman sought merely a volume of secret techniques, authentic martial arts. As such knowledge was regarded as sacred and elusive among the many tribes of the desert. For instance, in the snake-toothed tribe, only the foremost warrior, Akachi, could attain the right to learn these techniques after undergoing a sacred initiation and pledging loyalty to the great tribe. A year later, as refugees from the 3 kingdoms fled to this region, you pondered, did they not explode? You fell silent for a moment, realizing that this remarkably powerful female warrior had never trained in martial arts and lacked inner strength. It appeared she possessed an unusual aptitude for martial arts, akin to individuals with a dragon-elephant physique, albeit slightly less potent. This unique physique initially surpassed that of ordinary individuals by tenfold, or even more. However, this was an augmentation, representing their physique plus 10, not multiplied. Their foundational strength was typically 2 to 3 times that of an average person and would diminish as their martial arts proficiency advanced, reducing the gap with similarly ranked warriors. For instance, should this warrior's foundation be weaker than yours, as ordinary individuals, you would easily defeat her. However, as martial masters, she might still dominate you in combat. Upon reaching the Grandmaster level, the contest would reach a stalemate, after which your advantages would increasingly manifest. Under the shaman's eager gaze, you deliberated briefly before offering the Iron Body technique, a widely known martial art. While common in the 3 kingdoms, it was nonetheless a formidable discipline, lacking distinct flaws but slightly lower in numerical value. Upon hearing that you granted the snake-toothed tribe unrestricted access to the Iron Body technique, Rather than limiting it to one or two practitioners, the shaman immediately knelt before you in profound gratitude. The tribal chief interjected, chastising the shaman for bestowing such honors upon an outsider, as it reflected poorly on the tribe, as if they held no value. The shaman replied, "Indeed, indeed." Thus, another individual joined the ranks of those paying homage. Emotionless, you observe the cycle of anger, skepticism, understanding, and acceptance among the passing elders of the tribe as they grappled with the implications of possessing unrestricted secret techniques. Fearing the news of their limitless access would spread, the shaman earnestly apologized, stating that they could no longer offer you such reverence at that moment, but would secretly pay their respects to you upon returning to their dwelling. You could not help but marvel at the high level of integrity among these tribespeople. Had you declared, "The iron body technique is to be practiced by only one of you," they would likely have permitted only the strongest warrior of the tribe to learn this martial art, potentially leading to that individual carrying the knowledge to their grave. At most, they might have circumvented a minor issue, allowing only one practitioner per generation, yet informing two individuals of the technique so that if one perished or faltered, the other could begin training while seeking a successor to impart the entirety of the martial art. How exceedingly innocent. Chapter 42. The outsider at the grand sacrifice in the dead of night. You found solace in the finest wooden hut offered by the serpent-toothed tribe. However, your peace was abruptly shattered when an intruder burst in. Startled awake, you braced for confrontation, only to discover it was the fierce woman, Akachi, her hands wrapped in bandages. She declared you the most formidable man she had ever encountered, insisting on leaving your seed, her tone oddly influenced by snippets of shamanistic lore. Naturally, you could not acquiesce. Your inclinations lay elsewhere. Although Akachi sought to claim your essence, her approach was equally driven by primal desires. Yet one must consider aesthetics. Despite your advancing years, your preferences had not deteriorated to the extent of finding a woman with a robust visage appealing. With a serious demeanor, you resolutely gestured your refusals. Akachi retorted, "Perhaps it is you who is incapable." Yun Shou, expressionless, affirmed, "Indeed, he is lacking." A tinge of humiliation washed over you, but even in this simulated confrontation, you refused to become cold and indifferent. Infuriated, you felt compelled to prove your prowess. Yun Shou panicked, pleading, "No, brother, please don't. You must safeguard your own well-being. Do not allow her to taste your essence so carelessly." You stormed out of the hut, only to find a shaman eavesdropping outside, wide awake. Enraged, you commanded him to summon any women from the tribe willing to share in your desires, eager to demonstrate your capabilities. Fortunately, you had been overly cautious. The shaman, elated by your words, sprinted through the tribe, calling out, and soon, numerous men and women emerged from their dwellings. You noticed some men with fiery eyes, hastily dismissing their advances. You had proven your strength. At dawn, you emerged from the hut, exuding confidence, only to find Akachi, her face ashen, lamenting, "You seek those frail women and not me." Her grasp of foreign tongues was indeed commendable. You scoffed lightly, casting a glance at the several individuals sprawled within the hut, contemplating that this was merely a pure exchange of carnal desires. Thus, before such encounters, you channeled your energy to diminish the vitality of the children within, ensuring that none would swell with pregnancy. Martial arts possess an enigmatic allure. Days later, you departed from the serpent-toothed tribe, journeying westward, where you encountered an increasing number of desert tribes, many of whom initially harbored hostility until you revealed the token of the serpent-toothed tribe. Should they refuse to acknowledge the token, you would resort to your fists to enforce recognition. After traversing several hundred miles, you discerned that these desert tribes were not as primitive as you had anticipated. The remoteness of the serpent-toothed tribe perhaps skewed your perception. Before you stood a towering altar reminiscent of a pyramid, rising over 100 meters high. They were engaged in a grand sacrificial ceremony, fortuitously timed with your arrival. You crossed the barriers and merged into the throngs of thousands gathered beneath the altar. Upon witnessing the living sacrifices, your previous assumptions of their primitiveness were swiftly dispelled. Yet, the sacrificial victim did not appear coerced. Instead, he welcomed death with a genuine heartfelt smile, devoid of the dazed expression induced by drugs. You pondered that when away from home, one must learn to respect the fates of others and relinquish the urge to intervene, especially if the individuals do not seek assistance. Even if the sacrificial victim were truly innocent, you would refrain from intervening. The sheer number of warriors present, in the thousands, would render resistance futile. This was a novel culture, unfamiliar to all, and while a modicum of kindness was acceptable, sacrificing oneself was not worth the cost. Amidst the crowd, you observed their jubilant dances and cheers, the atmosphere swelling with fervor. The scent of burning herbs wafted through the air, and you infused your body with energy, diminishing the hallucinogenic effects by over 90%. It was utterly bewildering. You could not fathom their mental state. Revelry was one thing, but public nudity and even public defecation? Such acts were merely the beginning of their madness. The ensuing physical assaults were even more shocking. Participants hurled stones at one another, embraced, and gnawed at each other like ravenous zombies. Some absurdly flung children and infants to the ground, trampling them afterward. You would wager that after this sacrificial ceremony, their population would decrease by at least 3,000. How could such a frenzied race have proliferated to such numbers? As an outsider, without knowledge of their language, you remained oblivious to the fact that you had stumbled upon their supreme ritual, occurring once every 666 years. The ceremony spanned a full month, and today marked its 19th day, with an initial attendance of 100,000. Yun Shou, now it is clear, the total population of the tribe was actually several 100,000, but only the chosen few participated in the sacrificial rites to prevent excessive chaos and loss. You had initially intended to withdraw from this chaotic realm, yet soon realized they began to showcase various performances, hypnotic dances, serpent dances, and battles between scorpions and python kings. Though you recognized these were ceremonial rites, to your eyes, they were nothing short of exquisite circus performances. Who could resist the urge to stay and watch? You found yourself captivated by the spectacle. One performance followed another until evening approached. You prepared to leave, unaware of the egregious disrespect implied by departing before the ceremony concluded. As you retreated several hundred meters, barely 10 steps from the crowd, a warrior from the periphery began to question you. You silently returned to the throng, but the warrior had already sensed something amiss and raised an alarm. The cry spread like wildfire. You could not comprehend their shouts, yet you felt the atmosphere shift from fervor to fury. It quickly became apparent that the source of their anger was you. They surged towards you, clawing and biting, a frenzied mob akin to zombies, their shouts echoing like a tidal wave. You quietly acknowledged the trouble you were in. In a decisive moment, you drew your blade, unleashing a beam of light. In that instant, you could no longer afford to hesitate. Blood rained down, and entrails burst forth from bodies as you fought your way through, charging towards safety. As a martial artist, you could pierce through legions, overpowering thousands of ordinary soldiers. Among martial artists, your prowess was formidable, and you held confidence that once you resolved to flee, not even 100,000 could hinder you. Yet, just as you were about to escape the sacrificial grounds, you crossed paths with a priest on the outskirts who recognized your face and let out a series of piercing howls, uttering incomprehensible syllables directed towards the altar. Your expression shifted dramatically. This priest's voice resonated powerfully, and as he howled, his energy shimmered, revealing him to be a martial artist, either of elite caliber or a master. If a priest on the periphery possessed such martial prowess, what the high priest presiding over the ceremony? You entered a state of complete urgency, sprinting with all your might, channeling your energy to its fullest extent. Pushing further would risk depleting your foundational potential. East Domain people, the roar echoed like thunder, reverberating in your ears from a kilometer away. The priests atop the altar, once aloof like divine agents overseeing the chaos below, erupted with unexpected rage. Marla, it is a master. Chapter 43. The End of Simulation and Conflict. You've stirred a hornet's nest. This is your current thought. The distribution of combat power within this desert tribe is grotesquely distorted. Thousands of warriors are mere commoners, at best possessing remarkable innate physiques, comparable to second-rate and third-rate martial artists. Yet those upon the altar the priests are all martial masters at the very least, with several grandmasters emerging. Descending gracefully from heights of 100 meters, their presence imposing. Yun Shou, I acknowledge your perilous situation, yet a sliver of escape remains possible. Are there any circumstances more hazardous and exhilarating? Indeed, there are. A tribe with grandmasters is not singular. There are 9 in total, all among the top 10 formidable priests. Additionally, there exists one who is the supreme priest, the mightiest of the strong, transcending grandmasters, the unparalleled grandmaster priest of the vast desert. From over 100 meters away, that grandmaster strikes with a palm, the force nearly tangible. As if you were struck by a locomotive, your bones shatter in an instant, leaving you gasping on the ground, on the brink of life and death. You do not achieve a breakthrough. Rather, you lament internally the deception from the Snake 2 tribe has been too severe, and you suspect that even the second-rate martial artists here may not surpass the martial masters in number. Your body racked with pain, you silently leave a travel review. This place is unentertaining. The locals are overly exclusionary, and their morals are low, bullying me, an outsider. I shan't return here in my next life. As one nears death, their words tend to be kind. Yet the thought of a canine entity outside the simulator reaping the rewards fills you with resentment. A free ride. You have perished. Please select the following rewards to inherit. 1. Detailed memories from 34 years. 2. Progress in martial arts and related skills of a martial master. 3. A 34 enhancement of your foundation. Yun Shou did not immediately choose to inherit. To be frank, as a mere passerby, he felt that although the old Yun in the simulation had perished, his dying words were rather excessive. The Yun family comprises 2 brothers, my true self and the old Yun in the simulation. I laboriously initiate this simulation daily, anxiously awaiting the outcome, while you, old Yun, train vigorously and level up within the simulation. Then, when the simulation concludes, it declares, old Yun has attained MVP. Meanwhile, I, in reality, merely lay in bed watching the plot unfold, either starting or selecting rewards. A free ride. My true self is indeed a free rider. My true self S-score in this simulation is 3.0. You, old Yun, have significantly improved your martial prowess in this simulation, achieving a score of 13.0. Is this fair? This will render one's efforts meaningless. Yun Shou felt both frustrated and indignant. In the simulation, the old Yun simply needed to immerse himself in martial training, adventuring and leveling up to survive, while my true self has numerous concerns to ponder. Select 2. The foundational martial arts within him instantly undergo transformation, resulting in a slight enhancement of physical abilities. The azure energy of Tianhe Liujuan rapidly converts into the radiant white energy of Riangju, a dual enhancement that elevates his power significantly. Furthermore, a breakthrough in martial cultivation occurs, invigorating his organs, infusing strength into his bones as he transcends to martial master level, achieving the cycle of strength. A martial artist endowed with the potential of a grandmaster, accumulating over 30 years of martial advancement. How terrifying. The increase is explosive, rampant, and tremendously intense. At this moment, Yun Shou's aura is tenfold stronger than ever before. Finally, he can be considered a figure of significance. A third-rate guard, a second-rate wanderer, a first-rate local luminary. As a martial master, he can establish a martial arts school, garnering fame across counties and states, widely accepting disciples. In terms of combat power, a martial master possesses a flexibility surpassing that of a 1,000-man army. The majority of city lords would regard him with respect, even humility. Qingcheng is among the largest cities in Beichuan County, yet within the city, only 3 martial arts schools exist. Beyond the city lies the famed Qinghu, an area of 800 miles, which is dominated by the Qinghe gang, whose leader, Su Ruohai, is not even a martial master. While contemplating the Qinghe gang, Yun Shou furrows his brow as a faint foul odor drifts toward him with the wind. Soon after, footsteps and conversations can be heard from not far away. The voice of Shao Erden rings out. It's here. I remember that kid resides here. Following this, a middle-aged man's disdainful grunt follows. I'm curious to see who could beat you two fools so thoroughly. Could it be that a dragon truly emerges from this humble fishing village? Yun Shou recalls that this is precisely the plot that unfolded at the beginning of today as simulation. The Shao brothers, whom he had cast into a latrine yesterday, had gone to the Qinghe gang to rally support. They had managed to enlist their uncle, Mu Jian, a second-rate martial artist. A second-rate martial artist. Though only a few days have passed, Yun Shou feels as though that was an eternity ago. The difference between his former self as a second-rate martial artist and his current self is stark. He rises, leisurely dons his blue cloth attire, and puts on waterproof grass rope trousers, taking his time, yet calculating the moment perfectly. As Xiao Yimao lifts his leg outside, Yun Shou has already removed the door pin. "Take that, Grandpa." Xiao Yimao delivers a flying kick, and Yun Shou deftly opens the wooden door, allowing him to kick into empty air, landing heavily on the ground. His legs splayed apart. "Ouch, my legs, my legs." A sound akin to something snapping echoes, causing all present to flinch, as if it were painfully audible. Did he tear a ligament with that split? The brothers, once tyrannical and fearsome in the village, now seem increasingly comical. A subtle smile emerges at the corner of Yun Shou's mouth. This smile, perceived by Xiao Erden, ignites a new level of grievance and indignation within him. Given his temperament, he would typically charge forward. However, the terror of being treated like a frog yesterday compels him to choose a different course. "Uncle, it's him. Look at Imao's legs. They're nearly smashing into the ground. What's broken there is not my brother S, but yours." "Shut your mouth." Mu Jian slaps him, reflecting on his two nephews who, despite having been washed clean, still carry traces of their previous foulness. Thus, he refrains from delivering a firm slap, opting instead to kick his behind lightly. "Help your brother up. Let him rest well over there." After admonishing his two troublesome nephews, Mu Jian finally acknowledges Yun Shou's presence. The middle-aged martial artist smiles lightly, nonchalantly entering the house, finding a wooden stool and squatting in a horse stance. Crack! The stool collapses instantly. "Sit still, little fellow." Mu Jian rises effortlessly. "Did you see that? This is a true strong man, a genuine martial artist. With just a flick of his strength, he can shatter a stool. Bullying two useless ruffians does not mean you can turn the world upside down." In his calm demeanor, the might of a second-rate martial artist is undeniably revealed. Note, the upcoming real-world plot may be challenging to narrate. I shall strive to present it tomorrow with 3 updates. Note, simulation attempts, 5 foundation increase, 245 martial cultivation, martial master resonating bones, progress not high, martial will, progress unknown, fundamental martial art. Riang Ju, great accomplishment, chapter 44. Defeating the 3 nephews, Mu Jian's actions were entirely unproblematic. A suddenly remarkable youth appeared, seemingly skilled in martial arts. Upon closer inspection, Mu Jian noted the boy's striking gaze and demeanor, confirming his martial prowess. However, he pondered how long this lad could have practiced martial arts in such a small fishing village. Before arriving, Mu Jian had diligently researched and discovered that this orphan, named Yun Shou, was a fisherman for the gang, his parents having perished 2 years prior. Growing up within the influence of the Qinghe gang, his background was unblemished. In a desperate situation 2 years ago, he had signed a contract of servitude, which meant that any fortuitous encounter leading him to become a martial artist must have occurred within this brief period. Yet, with daily fishing and the exhaustion accompanying it, finding time to practice martial arts was nearly impossible. Even with extraordinary talent, becoming a second-rate martial artist was out of the question. If a wandering martial master had taken a liking to this lad and accepted him as a disciple, only to provide resources for rapid advancement while testing him to break free from the Qinghe gang, it would be laughable. What are the odds of such an abstract master crossing paths with him? Thus, Mu Jian concluded that Yun Shou had inadvertently acquired a martial arts manual from somewhere and, through decent innate talent, had managed to reach the level of a third-rate martial artist. His 2 nephews were utterly useless, not even qualifying as mediocre martial artists. They could merely strut about before ordinary people. A third-rate martial artist could easily defeat them. Mu Jian felt a profound sense of confidence. After all, the boy was merely a third-rate martial artist, capable of exerting a few hundred pounds of force at most. Yet, that strength represented his entire physical capability. If he relied solely on brute strength, the actual impact would be significantly diminished. In contrast, Mu Jian, enhanced by his internal energy, could unleash 800 pounds of force with a mere fart. There was no way this lad could match his strength. It was likely Yun Shou was already too stunned to utter a word. Indeed, Yun Shou was quite taken aback, observing Mu Jian's self-assured demeanor. He momentarily mistook him for a master or a peer of the illustrious Zhong Bei Chengguan. In reality, Mu Jian was just a second-rate martial artist in his 40s, ranked 21st in the Qinghe gang, a position that placed him firmly in the lower echelons of second-rate martial artists. He likely lacked the ability to unify his physical power, and his innate talent was only around 110 points, including martial arts enhancements, leaving no hope of ever becoming a first-rate martial artist. Seeing the boy standing foolishly to the side, Mu Jian sneered, "You, young man, have acquired martial arts yet fail to report it. Practicing in secret behind the gang's back. Do you understand the gravity of your crime?" The Qinghe gang had some control over martial arts, albeit with unwritten rules against secret training, unlike the stricter regulations concerning the Fish King's submission. During his first simulation, Yun Shou had attempted to join a martial arts school, but had been caught and merely beaten, a punishment that hadn't been particularly severe. However, if you're found to be harboring a captured Fish King, even if he surrendered it without any harm, he would still face dire consequences. So what do you think should happen now? Yun Shou took a deep breath and inquired. Naturally, you must obediently accompany me to the gang for punishment. Hand over the martial arts you have acquired. Perhaps you will endure less beating. However, if that martial arts came from within the gang, Mu Jian's fist cracked ominously, then you could forget about keeping your skin intact. Is that all? Upon hearing this, Mu Jian was momentarily taken aback, his expression twisting into a snarl. No, there's definitely more. It seems that your confidence stems from some external martial arts. Yet before we head to the gang's headquarters, I have some personal matters to settle with you. He stepped forward, towering over Yun Shou. Do you know that Yimao and Erdan are my nephews? Though they may be inept, the punishment they have received, you must also experience. Shah Erdan supported Shah Yimao, and the two began to celebrate, exclaiming yay. With that, Mu Jian summoned a fraction of his internal energy and struck a punch towards Yun Shou's abdomen. A second-rate martial artist, endowed with internal energy, was already significantly stronger than a third-rate one, and with the enhancement of his internal energy, this punch could potentially expel the boy's bile. Yet while he didn't expect to cause a historical upheaval, he still intended to beat the boy several times, just as Yun Shou had done to his nephews the day before. With a dull thud, accompanied by the sound of displaced air, Yun Shou caught the punch with his palm. Shah Erdan and Shah Yimao halted mid-celebration, quickly realizing, "Uncle, this lad dares to block. This is outrageous. Uncle, make him pay, and then toss him into the latrine." Cold sweat beaded on Mu Jian's forehead as he felt his punch sink into the ground. Yun Shou, a youth slightly smaller than him, effortlessly held his fist as if it were plunged into an infinite, dense layer of earth. Despite exerting all his internal energy, the force that should have been able to shatter stone and sever wood vanished into the abyss, leaving no trace of response. Mu Jian, Xie Erdun, oblivious to the atmosphere, shouted, "Uncle, hurry up and strike. What are you waiting for?" Shah Yimao, in pain, lost all rationality. "Uncle, after you finish with this lad, don't rush to take him to the gang. I want to drag him to the latrine and fill him up." Mu Jian had never felt his nephews to be so foolish. He began to feel numb, especially facing the boy's nonchalant, almost amused demeanor. Silence enveloped the air, and Mu Jian attempted to retract his fist. He could not. The other gang members, previously in a state of shock, finally sensed something was amiss. Mu Jian wore a grimace that blended agony and despair. Is reconciliation possible? Yun Shou responded with a smile. Then, he seized Mu Jian's fist, swinging the middle-aged man like a flail, sending him careening through the air. With a crash, Mu Jian collided with Shah Erdan, and the three of them tumbled together, all letting out cries of despair. Outside, the gang members watched in stunned silence. So, this is how one creates a historical moment. Yun Shou finally understood why his simulated self had maintained such a grotesque style. They had instigated this. Yun Shou lifted the dazed Mu Jian, using him as a human weapon, swinging him around. Bang, 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 bang. Mu Jian felt as though he were a mere ragdoll. The fallen Sha brothers were battered by the arms and legs he flung their way, howling in agony. The storm of beatings continued for over 10 minutes. The onlookers from the gang, while they had long since fled, dragging Mu Jian along, who in turn was pulling the Sha brothers, they gradually approached the latrine. With a placating expression, Mu Jian said, "Young hero, look, I've obediently brought these two rascals along." "Very well," Yun Shou nodded. "You only need to soak them. They must each receive a hefty serving." Chapter 45. The legendary gang leader Su Ruhai Yun Shou hurried directly to the headquarters of the Qinghe gang, accompanied by his uncle and nephew. 2 years prior, he had visited the headquarters once, where he signed a contract of servitude to secure his continued use of a small wooden boat and a wooden cabin provided by the gang. The distance was merely a few miles, significantly closer than Qingcheng. Utilizing his lightness of foot, every step he took radiated a bright glow, allowing him to reach speeds nearing 100 meters per second. In an instant, he covered the distance of a running track, completing the equivalent of a kilometer in less time than it took others to sprint 100 meters. Clad in coarse blue fabric, he resembled a pale ghost, darting along the brief path amidst the howling winds. The headquarters of the Qinghe gang was situated several miles away from Qinghu. Despite being labeled a gang, the scale of the buildings was impressive, spanning over 1,000 square meters and rising 6 stories high, with sturdy gray stone walls exuding an aura of grandeur, and dark timber that appeared solemn and unadorned. At the entrance, 2 gang members, armed with knives at their waists, were engaged in idle chatter. Upon noticing the approaching youth, one of them scoffed and stepped forward, saying, "This is the Qinghe stronghold. No idlers allowed." He chuckled at his own jest. Yun Shou smiled in response and took a few steps closer. "I would appreciate it if you could inform someone that I have business here." Intrigued, the gang member, with a rather disheveled appearance, made a peculiar face. "Oh, quite the polite little one, aren't you? Don't tease him." Another youth, with a slightly darkened complexion, stepped forward, appearing rather stout. "Little brother, are you here to see a relative, or is there something else? You cannot enter without permission, but we can notify someone for you." "Things aren't quite as I envisioned, are they?" Did those who escaped fail to convey the situation clearly? Yun Shou's words sounded perplexing to the two. "Very well. Please inform Su Ruohai. Have the leader come out. I wish to challenge him and repay the grievances I've endured over these past 2 years." The dark-complexioned youth was taken aback, while the disheveled gang member let out a shriek. "Have you lost your mind? A child like you dares to challenge the boss?" Upon hearing his companion's exclamation, the dark-complexioned youth also regained his composure. The previously mild-mannered youth was now the first to strike, swinging a fist as large as a cooking pot toward Yun Shou. "No matter how young you are, you should not insult the leader." He held back some of his strength, intending to teach this brash youth a lesson. Yet, as the 2 gang members blinked, Yun Shou seemed to vanish from sight, instantaneously moving forward a short distance. Although he had only shifted less than 30 centimeters, they were completely unable to perceive his movement. With a swift push of his palm, the dark-complexioned youth, feeling little force, found himself stumbling backward, struggling to regain his balance before collapsing onto the ground. "You've got some nerve," the disheveled gang member shouted. In the brief scuffle, he had drawn his knife, its blade glistening silver with a dark hue forged from the local blue iron. The knife was wielded with the intent to kill, and he swung it fiercely toward Yun Shou's neck. "Quite ruthless, aren't you?" Yun Shou's voice echoed from behind him, as the boy had already vanished from sight. The disheveled gang member felt a surge of alarm and attempted to pivot and slash back, a common defensive maneuver. However, all strength relied on numerical support. Skill was merely an embellishment. Furthermore, Yun Shou was a seasoned martial artist, not weak among his peers, rendering the gang member's instinctive counterattack childish. With a mere flick of his hand on the gang member's shoulder, his entire arm went limp, and the blue iron knife slipped from his grip, scraping against him as it flew away, eliciting a piercing scream from him. Yun Shou caught the flying knife and, observing the tear in the gang member's clothing and a minor scratch on his waist, felt bemused by the man's cries. With a swift kick, he sent the gang member tumbling several meters, landing in a heap of grass. The disheveled gang member sprawled on the ground, conveniently landing next to the now standing dark-complexioned youth. "That will suffice. You may inform them now," Yun Shou commanded, twirling the blue iron knife between his fingers, creating a mesmerizing display of danger with the blade. The dark-complexioned youth realized this boy had come to stir trouble. Neither he nor his companion possessed the internal strength to stop him, and could only seek help from the more renowned experts within the gang. The term renowned referred to those who held prominent positions within the gang, individuals of considerable skill. The entire Qinghe gang boasted only the 21st position, signifying 20 capable martial artists, alongside their leader, the formidable Su Ruohai. However, just as the dark-complexioned youth entered the door, he spotted a burly man striding in with an imposing presence, accompanied by several notable figures. "Leader." The dark-complexioned youth quickly clasped his fists. Su Ruohai waved a hand, signaling him to cease his formalities. "What is happening outside? Why is that raucous monkey making such a fuss?" The raucous monkey referred to the disheveled gang member. "Outside? The dark-complexioned youth began, but the disheveled gang member, hearing the leader's voice, scrambled inside, spitting out dirt and grass as he pointed outward and shouted, "Leader, a little brat has come, claiming he wants to fight you and trample your face." "Such audacity!" Su Ruohai chuckled, brushing aside the obstructive gang member. "I wish to see who dares to challenge me, who can stand against me." Previously, a minor servant from Qinghe village had defeated one of his second-tier fighters, and now a small child had come to confront him. Wait a moment. As he gazed at the youth before him, Su Ruohai thought to himself that such coincidences were unlikely. "You are the one who has already struck down my subordinate. An audacious child who dares to come to my Qinghe gang." Yun Shou halted, twirling the knife, its faint glow fading unnoticed. Su Ruohai, a towering figure in the eyes of many villages along the Qinghu shoreline, was now 44 years old and had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess for 6 or 7 years. Throughout this time, he had made his mark on countless occasions, each display of invincibility etched into the minds of all who witnessed him. 3 years prior, when his parents were still alive, Yun Shou had accompanied friends to the neighboring Honglin village to witness the punishment of fishermen. This fisherman had migrated from the other side of the lake, bringing his fishing boat, but had been caught selling his catch in the city while on Qinghe gang's territory, leading to his summons before the gang. Selling fish was typically a minor offense that would not warrant the leader's attention. Yet this individual had sold an entire nest, 9 rare little black dragons. The little black dragon was a species with blood as dark as ink, exceedingly precious, and classified by the Qinghe gang as the king of fish, known for invigorating vitality and enhancing the progress of third-tier martial artists. However, they lacked the protection of schools of fish and did not appear larger or fiercer. They were simply rare. In a sudden act, 9 precious species of fish from the territory of the Qinghe gang were illicitly sold in Qingchen. Had it not been for the tavern that received the shipment alerting the gang, the loss would have pained Su Ruohai deeply, akin to carving flesh from his own body. Consequently, the fisherman who violated the rules was bound to the boat and rowed out to Qinghu, over 100 meters from shore. Villagers from Honglin village and nearby areas gathered along the banks, eager to witness the spectacle. They speculated on how the Qinghe gang would punish the fisherman. Would he be left to drift in the lake for days until starvation claimed him? Or would they capsize the boat, leading him to a watery grave? However, the ensuing events exceeded their imagination and indelibly impressed upon their minds the consequences of defying the Qinghe gang. They observed Su Ruohai striding across the lake, the waves rising to serve as his stepping stones. In mere strides, he reached the boat's bow. With a swift motion, he raised his blade and brought it down. The gathered energy caused the blade to elongate, and with a single stroke, wood splintered and blood gushed forth, parting the water. A wooden vessel, which could only be lifted by several grown men, was cleaved in two by Su Ruohai's strike. At that moment, Yun Shou arrived just in time to witness the two halves of the boat floating on the lake surface. already pushed several hundred meters away from the shore by the waves. He had only heard tales of Su Ruohai's prowess, but had never witnessed his formidable skills firsthand. Now, encountering him in action for the first time, he felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 46. The overwhelming force. Yun Shou gripped the azure iron knife tightly. But the physical prowess of the martial artist was too formidable. With just a slight exertion, he deformed the iron grip, leaving fingerprints embedded within. Su Ruohai let out a domineering laugh, declaring, "I do not care where you acquired your martial arts or skills. You have signed a contract with the Qinghe gang. You are but a dog of the Qinghe gang." He pointed his thick finger at the two guards beside the dark-faced youth. "A dog is not worthy of injuring or biting. A dog that bites must be tamed or dead." As he uttered that final word, he charged forward, his massive figure resembling a bear, wielding a gigantic cleaver that radiated the essence of the water dragon technique at the great accomplishment stage. "Come on," Yun Shou laughed heartily, having longed to utter such a martial arts phrase. In the next moment, under Su Ruohai's astonished gaze, a brilliant white energy surged from his body, enveloping the azure iron knife. It appeared that he was channeling more energy than Su Ruohai, and doing so at a quicker pace. A flicker of unease flashed in Su Ruohai's eyes, and just then, their blades clashed together. One was a colossal cleaver exceeding 8 meters in length, taller than Yun Shou himself, over a palm's width, and weighing more than 80 kilograms. The other was a mere 9 kilograms, the standard azure iron knife, with a blade length of just 1 meter, significantly inferior in every aspect. When martial artists of the same level wield such disparate weapons, the gap in power becomes evident from the outset, especially before the emergence of the master's profound energy, where the quality of the weapon profoundly influences strength. Even upon reaching the master stage, it does not imply that the weapon's efficacy diminishes. Inferior materials do not yield results. One need only observe the enchanted weapons forged from the blood of the otherworldly demons, which even great masters praise. However, this assumes a comparable level of strength. Boom! An explosive sound erupted, not akin to mountains splitting or rocks shattering, but rather resembling thunder crashing down. A figure was sent flying back with a speed exceeding that of its initial charge. The momentum from his bear-like frame collided with the wall, fracturing the limestone structure into a spiderweb of human-shaped cracks, debris scattering. "This is impossible." Su Ruohai spat blood, while several other second-tier martial artists, esteemed figures within the gang, gasped in unison upon witnessing his defeat. Su Ruohai was filled with terror. He sensed that his opponent had restrained his power. When their blades collided, the energy emanating from the youth's azure iron knife was over 3 times that of his own. It had the potential to shatter his cleaver and inflict grievous harm upon him. Yet, at the moment of impact, he felt that the youth had retracted a significant portion of his energy. Su Ruohai slid down the wall, clutching his chest. His wounds were merely the result of their initial contact. Had his opponent not withdrawn most of his subsequent assault, he would have sustained at least a broken bone. As he raised his gaze to the steadily approaching youth, he was filled with dread. Su Ruohai was weaker than I anticipated. He only exerted 30% of his strength, and still could not withstand a single blow. Yun Shou had no intention of dispatching Su Ruohai in one strike, for he was a man of his word. He advanced towards Su Ruohai, a layer of blazing white energy emanating from the knife's grip and extending to the blade's tip, casting a radiant effect. "You insolent brat, this is not a place for you to flaunt your might." A commanding voice boomed, drawing Yun Shou's attention to a leader of the Qinghe gang who had stepped forward with a spear. Behind him, 3 other second-tier leaders hesitated for a moment, exchanging glances, before also advancing with their swords and knives. The 4 second-tier martial artists, accustomed to cooperative combat, could contend with the gang leader when united. Even if they could not defeat this youth, they believed they could restrain him until their leader regained his composure and shed his underestimation. Together, they would surely subdue him. In the blink of an eye, the 4 surrounded Yun Shou, who stood foolishly still, oblivious to the need to attack or evade, which filled the leaders with a sense of delight. How dare he underestimate the 4 heroes of Qinghe? Today, he would find no way to return. Each of us possesses unique skills. Our determination and patience are indeed astonishing, and our secret techniques will deliver unexpected surprises. Azure Dragon's Claw, Breaking River Divine Spear, Supreme Blade, Shadowless Sword. The four leaders, all formidable second-tier warriors, when combining their might, would surely cause trouble for an average first-tier martial artist. Yet, Yun Shou made no move to draw his knife. He merely stood there, like a wooden puppet, and at the moment the knife, spear, sword, and claw approached, he radiated light. The energy transformed from the completed day sun technique was indeed brilliant. In that instant, he became the embodiment of light, dazzling to the point of being blinding. My eyes! Such overwhelming force! The four leaders exclaimed in shock, as if they had collided with an invisible barrier, sent reeling several steps back, and only regained their footing after several more. This was due to Yun Shou releasing energy from every part of his body. A first-tier martial artist could never achieve such a feat, for their energy must be carefully summoned and released from a singular source. Most individuals cannot simultaneously unleash energy from multiple points in their bodies. Yet, martial artists have achieved the cyclical flow of energy, allowing them to release energy instantaneously throughout their entire being, and not just instantaneously, but all at once, free from the limitations of multiple releases. However, using such a method, as Yun Shou did, was overly extravagant and rendered him incapable of delivering fatal blows even to third-tier warriors, while also consuming significant energy. It was only suitable for showmanship. Wait, who exactly are you? Su Ruohai, having steadied his breath, now spoke with a hint of submission, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. You cannot be the Yun Shou who signed a servitude contract with the gang 2 years ago. It is impossible for you to have become a martial arts master. A martial arts master. The four leaders were taken aback. They were merely second-tier martial artists, and the one they had just besieged was indeed a martial arts master. Energy circulation, and not just that, one leader exclaimed, recalling the distinctive traits of a master, which had been displayed in the radiant explosion from Yun Shou moments ago. Yun Shou did not respond to Su Ruohai, but, upon hearing the leader's words, smiled and added, the energy circulation is only the beginning. Without any visible motion, he merely trembled in place, and a series of explosive sounds erupted, the resonance of muscles and bones. The four leaders. Su Ruohai. Such talent in martial arts is indeed a challenge, Yun Shou shrugged. A few days ago, an old man passed by, saw me, and insisted on taking me as his disciple. He casually tossed aside a martial arts manual, and I just picked it up and practiced a bit. Guess what? I became a martial artist. I gained energy. I achieved energy circulation. The Qinghe gang members, not amused. Chapter 47. The leader takes turns. Su Ruohai, the chief of the Qinghe gang, had utterly relinquished any thoughts of opposing Yun Shou. In simulations, he adeptly navigated difficult situations, and, in reality, he was not much more resolute. After witnessing Yun Shou's dazzling display of martial prowess at the master level, Su Ruohai's heart had completely surrendered. His mind, which he rarely employed outside of martial training, raced with thoughts on how to pivot and erase their grievances. Particularly after hearing Yun Shou's playful remarks, he found himself incredulous. Young brother Yun, might there be some misunderstanding? The Qinghe gang did provide you with a boat, and the debts incurred only spanned 2 years, hardly outweighing the value of that vessel. I declare, all debts shall be absolved for the 14 years lost. I demand a compensation of 100 taels of silver per year. Am I required to compensate you? Yun Shou chuckled, a burst of white light emanating from him as he executed a swift kick. Su Ruohai raised his blade to block, but was taken aback by the speed of Yun Shou's attack. The heavy chopping blade flew from his grasp as it was violently struck, embedding itself into the earth nearby. Having feigned enough, it was time to unleash his frustration. With a flash of white light, Yun Shou's fist connected with Su Ruohai's cheek, sending his hefty frame sprawling several meters away, several teeth flying from his mouth like projectiles. Su Ruohai flailed, his azure energy surging recklessly. But before his feet could touch the ground, Yun Shou struck again, sending him soaring into the air. With a resounding thud, the battle transitioned from the ground to a height of over 10 meters, as Yun Shou leaped higher, descending upon Su Ruohai's chest. Such arrogance! Su Ruohai grasped at Yun Shou's feet, attempting to pull him down, but Yun Shou transformed his stomp into a powerful kick. Rather than landing directly upon Su Ruohai, he delivered a fierce blow that rendered Su Ruohai unable to hold on, sending him crashing downwards. With a thunderous crash, Su Ruohai's massive body shattered through the gang's doors, skidding nearly 20 meters across the ground, his clothing tattered and skin reddened but unbroken. "Weren't you barking like a dog just moments ago?" Yun Shou taunted, floating midair, defying gravity with his energy as he glided several meters before landing, shattering the stone beneath him. Truly invincible, yet it diminishes the thrill. Yun Shou mused as he pressed his foot upon the leader's face. "I've longed to step on this face for quite some time." Su Ruohai's expression twisted in pain, yet he remained silent, shutting his eyes tightly, motionless. Yun Shou continued to stomp a few more times, but regrettably, the sensation was not as satisfying as he had envisioned. His youthful exuberance had come to an end. Around them, other members of the Qinghe gang had gathered, but the confrontation had transpired too quickly. Now, a throng of several dozen had assembled, among them 8 individuals distinguishable by their attire as leaders, second-tier martial artists. Upon witnessing the clash, their demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. When they beheld their once invincible leader toppled and being trampled, some had already begun to retreat quietly. What is there to fight about now? Even the first-tier warrior has been reduced to a dog. How could any of us stand a chance? They exchanged glances, realizing the intruder had come seeking the gang's upper echelons. As long as we flee quickly, he won't pursue us. However, a lingering question remained. Why is this intruder merely a child? Yun Shou surveyed his surroundings, noting the 8 second-tier leaders and the gang's chief beneath his feet. He declared, "Since I've come knocking, it must be fate." The Qinghe gang members responded with confusion. "What kind of fate is this? Our leader has been reduced to a dog, and you speak of fate?" Yun Shou nudged the feigning Su Ruohai with his foot. "Awaken. I'm not going to strike you again. I have questions." Su Ruohai opened his eyes wide, and just as the others anticipated an outburst, he responded with unexpected calmness. "What is it? Speak freely." His expression was composed, his tone steady, the imprint of a shoe on his face seemingly non-existent, inspiring respect among the onlookers. "Stand up quickly. Don't you see how you appear?" Yun Shou gestured for him to compose himself. Rising, Su Ruohai dispersed the dust from his clothes with a wave of azure energy, but suddenly his complexion flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Though he swayed slightly, resembling a colossal beast about to topple, he steadied himself after a moment. His most severe injury had been inflicted by Yun Shou's initial strike, which had severely impacted his internal organs, but aside from that, he only bore superficial wounds. For a first-tier warrior, a few months of recovery would suffice, and summoning his energy to rise was not particularly challenging. The other gang members observed, impressed by their leader's resilience. "Truly our boss. Even in defeat, he stands tall. Haki Hai, your leadership ignites our passion. May I inquire how you ascended to the position of chief of the Qinghe gang?" Su Ruohai replied gravely, 27 years ago, I joined the gang, training in the family S water dragon technique. I was bold in battle, earning the admiration of the then leader, who guided me. 10 years ago, I succeeded him, and after several years, I broke through to the first tier. Ah, little Hai. Yun Shou's address made Su Ruohai's eyelids twitch, but he stifled his reaction. I, Yun, have lived within the Qinghe gang for 14 years. Surely that is a significant span of time? Su Ruohai remained silent, contemplating. If even a mere second-tier warrior can endure 17 years to become chief. Oh, not that I refer to myself. Merely pondering the possibility. If there were a powerful martial artist with 14 years of experience, could he not also ascend to leadership? Of course, it is possible. Su Ruohai's words came with great difficulty, despair evident in his tone. A young martial artist claiming his position, having just been beaten, left him at a loss. Then strive diligently from now on. Yun Shou extended his hand. Su Ruohai hesitated for a few moments before bending down. With a pat on his shoulder, Yun Shou spoke with a hint of nostalgia and reflection. Since we've reached this consensus, let us move forward, leaving past grievances behind. Yun Shou had no desire to venture outside for adventures. With his martial prowess, he preferred to remain the stable leader of a gang. As for Zhu Baowen, a formidable figure in martial arts, he was but one among many masters in this world, far surpassing him in skill. For now, as merely a martial artist, he would content himself with leading the gang. The other members marveled at their leader's willingness to relinquish his position without hesitation, lacking any reluctance or clinging to power. Truly, he is our leader. Chapter 48. The hands-off leader enters. Yun Shou, at the tender age of 14, has assumed the role of the leader. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, the strong are indeed well regarded. Under the duress of his formidable strength, the heads of the Qinghe gang unanimously approved this seasoned member, who has dedicated 14 years to the organization, to ascend to the position of the rightful leader. Seated upon a throne carved from azure jade, a strikingly handsome youth reclined with his hands resting on the cool surface, his feet firmly planted upon the crystal pedestal. "Gentlemen, no need for formalities. Please rise." His voice, imbued with latent energy, resonated throughout the grand hall, echoing like a symphony. Yun Shou casually crossed his legs, flanked on his left by Mu Jian, the former 21st chief and now the designated left guardian, while on his right sat Su Ruohai, the former leader and current vice leader, appointed as his right guardian. Among the ranks of Qinghe gang members, one was the weakest and the other the strongest, yet both had suffered greatly at Yun Shou's hands. It was unclear whether this was fate or mere coincidence. "There is no need for such formalities tomorrow." Yun Shou waved his hand dismissively. "I understand," replied a man resembling a cunning strategist, who was indeed the gang's chief steward, Song Yin, responsible for overseeing the dealings of the crafty merchant from Qinghe village. Yun Shou narrowed his eyes. Song Yin, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly added, "However, if everyone expresses their admiration for you, esteemed leader, with heartfelt sincerity, it would be inappropriate to dismiss their fervent sentiments." Yun Shou nodded. "Yes, there's an urgent matter that requires your attention." An elderly man, thin and clad in the garb of a chief, approached, revealing himself to be one of the 20 secondary warriors of the gang. "Speak your mind. There has been a dispute between two fishing families from Bayou village. It is evidently the Wang family's fault. This lake belongs to the Qinghe gang, not to any individual fisherman." Before the matter could be resolved, another individual stood forth. "I too have an urgent issue. A disciple of the Hongying sect has injured one of our members. The specifics are..." Yun Shou felt overwhelmed and abruptly turned to Su Ruohai. "You shall handle all trivial matters. Should anything arise that you cannot manage, bring it to me." He descended from the throne. "Additionally, the couple Ji Kanyan from Qinghe village and Wang Changyan are acquaintances of mine, as is a child named Song Xiao. You are to treat them well." Su Ruohai nodded, suppressing his domineering nature in Yun Shou's presence, adopting a more humble demeanor. "Understood, leader." As Yun Shou departed, Su Ruohai settled back into his seat. "Wait, that seat is mine. You are not allowed to sit there." Yun Shou suddenly turned back, causing Su Ruohai to halt mid-motion. With that, Yun Shou exited completely. Silence enveloped the hall, an odd atmosphere lingering among the members. Moments later, Su Ruohai took a small stool, positioned behind Yun Shou's designated throne, and resumed the previous camaraderie among the gang members. They regarded it as if there were merely a retired emperor above them. As long as they did not provoke his displeasure, all would remain well. With nothing pressing to occupy his mind, Yun Shou meandered through the Qinghe gang's territory for half the day. He then procured some silver and, before the city gates closed, made his way into Qingcheng. He traveled with remarkable grace, and although he slowed upon reaching the gates, his skill was still evident, far exceeding that of an ordinary novice. The guards at the city gates did not dare demand an entrance fee from a martial artist and allowed Yun Shou to pass without hindrance. As dusk approached, the streets were noticeably quieter, yet they bustled far more than Qinghe village. Dressed in a simple blue cloth outfit, Yun Shou, while not appearing as a beggar, blended in with the common folk. However, when compared to the affluent families he occasionally brushed shoulders with, he felt woefully out of place. He sought out a shop and purchased a well-fitted garment. After donning it, he felt rejuvenated. The shopkeeper, impressed by his demeanor, offered a substantial discount and even introduced him to his daughter, suggesting they meet. The shopkeeper's daughter was a charming young girl, but therein lay the dilemma. At around 11 years old, she was little more than a sapling. Though merely 3 years his junior, Yun Shou found it difficult to engage, and after exchanging a few words, he took his leave. Indeed, the cost of improvement comes with unexpected encounters, he mused as he leisurely strolled, eventually entering a large inn. Young hero, is this your first visit? Upon entering, a cheerful attendant greeted him with a smile. How did you discern that I am a martial artist, and that this is my inaugural visit? Yun Shou inquired, astonished, as the term hero was exclusively reserved for martial practitioners. Our profession requires a keen eye, the attendant replied with a grin. The aura of martial artists differs greatly from that of ordinary individuals. Having worked here for 5 years, I have become adept at recognizing both familiar and new faces. Yun Shou paused, mentally chastising himself. He had indeed been overly naive. The distinction between martial artists and commoners was something he had encountered in his inherited martial arts knowledge. Yet it remained a fundamental concept he had not applied in real life, hence his rather foolish question. Mustn't be too reckless, he admonished himself. In the simulation, he had been seasoned by countless battles, his strength and perspective well matched. However, in reality, he possessed only the combat capability of a martial artist, able to face off against one or two of equal rank, yet still lacking in knowledge, merely possessing numerical strength. But next time, he would refrain from inheriting memories. Following the attendant's guidance, he ordered 6 dishes and a soup, his appetite rivaling that of a 2-meter-tall, 200-pound warrior, astonishing the surrounding diners. Such a small frame with such a formidable appetite. Surely, a secondary warrior would not be capable of this? And a first-tier warrior at the tender age of 15. That is simply inconceivable. Yun Shou devoured the meal with remarkable speed, tossing a piece of broken silver onto the table, requesting 2 more meat dishes. Upon finishing, he had astonished all present. You possess a remarkable palate. No, rather, an extraordinary appetite, the attendant exclaimed, having served many guests. Unable to restrain his admiration upon witnessing Yun Shou's consumption, Yun Shou, unfazed, summoned the attendant and produced a piece of silver. Please prepare me a room. Is this sufficient? The attendant weighed the silver in his hand. Perfectly sufficient for one night's stay. Should you have any requests, feel free to approach us. In truth, the silver was slightly less than necessary, but facing a martial artist, particularly one of this caliber, the innkeeper had previously instructed not to offend him. The young hero was likely underpaying by a mere few dozen coins, and rather than raise an issue, it was better to leave a good impression. Yun Shou waved his hand, indicating he required no additional services. Nothing else is needed. Just do not disturb me before noon tomorrow. Simply ensure the room is ready before the afternoon hours, the attendant replied with a smile. Yun Shou followed the room number to find his quarters, Silver Moon Pavilion. At the entrance, a bell-like contraption was affixed to the window, offering him peace of mind as he settled onto the bed. Now, he could finally enjoy a restful slumber. Chapter 49. The 6th generation of Yun Shou strikes today. In a certain sense, Yun Shou was compelled to take action. Although the recent scarcity of food was increasingly failing to meet his bodily demands, leading him to silently grumble about those grandmasters who seemed to indulge in constant feasting. He was still far from starvation. In truth, he intended to attain a level of martial prowess that would allow him to easily defeat Su Ruohai before making his move. However, he was caught off guard by Mu Jian, who was the uncle of the 2 Shao and would inevitably take action on this matter. As the leader of the Qinghe gang, Mu Jian's defeat at his hands signified that Su Ruohai's retaliation was now unavoidable. Thus, he resolved to strike decisively, delivering a thorough beating and even seizing the opportunity to assume the role of gang leader. In a direct confrontation, the Qinghe gang would be unable to harm Yun Shou. However, what troubled him was the possibility of underhanded tactics from his foes. A martial artist could be utterly defenseless in slumber. And while the simulated old Yun might have some awareness, the true Yun Shou did not. He feared that the Qinghe gang might feign submission and then stab him multiple times while he slept, which could leave him gravely injured even if it did not result in death. Thus, he made his way to Qingsheng, entering the city just as the gates were closing. He did not believe the Qinghe gang would pursue him this far. The members remaining in the city were likely unaware that their leader had been replaced by a mere youth. Nonetheless, to prevent any potential madness on their part, he took precautions. In the morning, Yun Shou awoke, satisfied as he dismantled the alert mechanisms he had set up the previous night. It was time for the daily simulation. Beep. Foundation -1. Current foundation 244. You awaken, brimming with energy, ready to spend the day exploring Qingcheng and experiencing its local culture. You possess several taels of silver, sufficient for ordinary expenditures. If that proves insufficient, you may collect from the Qinghe gang's local branch or engage in acts of wealth redistribution against the city's nefarious elements. As you wander, you visit the Baiwa building to listen to the young ladies sing. As you wander, you indulge in delicious street food. As you wander, your eyes gleam with excitement as you discover the arena registration desk, realizing that sign-ups will close the day after tomorrow. Fortunately, you found it in time. Yun Shou thought, am I really so petty? It's merely a minor grievance in the simulation. I've already registered once. Why would I cling to it? This simulator is utterly unrealistic, reducing me to a caricature. On another note, where exactly is the arena for the martial arts competition? The registration deadline is looming in just 2 or 3 days. In the following days, you sweep through the competition, engaging in battle with the only first-class martial artist present, the Red Cliff guest, Yun Shou. You recall that during the last simulation, Yun Shou was described as quite formidable, and upon encountering him, you discover he indeed possesses remarkable skill. His combat prowess is nearly on par with that of a martial master, yet you're a martial master yourself, and despite any physical disadvantages, you remain exceptionally strong. Yun Shou's defeat is inevitable. Afterward, you exchange insights and learn that he possesses a peculiar physique, described by his master as a little giant talent. While it may not rival the renowned dragon elephant strength, it surpasses the steel-like constitution, enabling practitioners below the master level to achieve combat strength exceeding half a tier. Talent. Yun Shou fell into contemplation. What truly is talent? From what he understood, the core elements related to martial arts include several aspects. Foundation aptitude represents a martial artist's training speed, the difficulty of breaking through realms, and combat strength at the same level. His augmented foundation not only enhances his martial aptitude, but also encompasses elements like lifespan, essentially representing the intrinsic attributes of life itself. Next comes martial arts skills. Different martial arts can provide varying enhancements to aptitude, allowing one's foundation to be transformed and strengthened in accordance with specific martial styles, with additional benefits derived from the depth of the martial arts practiced. Lastly, there are talents' divine abilities. Most talents resemble enhancements akin to the depth of martial arts, directly elevating corresponding attributes. For instance, the steel-like constitution increases one's strength and physical resilience. An ordinary person possessing this talent and a grandmaster with the same talent would both enhance their strength significantly. Typically, those endowed with talents are not lacking in aptitude, but having a talent merely guarantees a baseline. Their aptitude may not necessarily surpass that of someone without any talent. In earlier times, he yearned for a talent. Yun Shou shook his head. Yet the more time passes, the less useful it becomes. Initially, when he was still an ordinary person, possessing a steel-like constitution would have placed him on par with a slightly weaker second-tier martial artist, greatly enhancing his early combat capabilities. However, as time progressed, the utility of such talents waned. For someone at Zhu Baowen's caliber, the thousands of pounds of strength granted by the dragon elephant strength would be but a jest. Yun Shou's little giant talent appears to grow proportionally, yet too has its limits. The ratio diminishes, becoming ineffective upon reaching the master level. Indeed, it cannot compare to my augmented foundation. Once again, you seize the championship of the martial arts competition. Yet before you can enter the Qingyu Tower under the guidance of the Lin family steward, a young woman dashes out to appraise you from head to toe. You are that young master of the Qinghe gang, rumored to have defeated Su Ruohai to ascend to your position. Her eyes gleam with curiosity. Is it true that at your age, you are a first-class martial artist capable of besting the Grandmaster Su Ruohai? You deduce the identity of this woman, reflecting on her inability to recognize true strength. Su Ruohai is nothing compared to Zhang Xiaoran, who fought against you in the arena. Yet she fails to see the true prowess before her. Unaware of your disdain, the woman continues enthusiastically. If you truly did defeat Su Ruohai, what harm would there be in marrying you? It turns out that merely being the leader of the Qinghe gang allows her to overlook the age gap and come out to greet you. This is quite fortuitous. What a shame she's an older woman. Had I known, I would have refrained from coming. You scoff, turning away. Just turned 17. Lin Yu Bai. You laugh heartily as you depart, returning to the Qinghe gang to wield your influence. Under your command, certain regulations within the Qinghe gang have been amended, serving as a benefit for the elderly of the fishing villages. These benefits are modest, merely ensuring that the fish merchants do not underpay and slightly increasing the price of fish. From a modern perspective, is still rather unscrupulous. However, most of those fishermen did not extend a helping hand during your hardships. Achieving this much is already quite generous, and figures like Uncle G now enjoy daily provisions without labor. Now, you have established a foundation, whether training in martial arts or not, the constraints are lifted, and you enjoy the ease of receiving unearned income. As a martial master, you now possess the capability to expand the Qinghe gang's influence, extending your reach along the banks of Qinghu, even encroaching upon the neighboring Lihu City. Lihu City, a medium-sized settlement, houses a martial arts school also located on the banks of Qinghu, given that the expansive Qinghu spans 800 miles, surrounded by numerous towns. Lihu City also has fishing villages, and the dominant force controlling these villages is none other than the sole martial arts school in the city, the Bai Shui Martial Academy. Yun Shou pondered. Interesting. Is this life leading me down a path of conquest and territorial expansion? Chapter 50. Open the door, Sunlight Gate. The Bai Shui Martial Arts School rebuked your Qinghe gang for disregarding rules and arbitrarily encroaching on others' territories. Your devoted right guardian, Su Ruohai, scoffed, stating that it was merely a matter of sequence. The stronger would claim more. During the third simulation, you had previously joined a martial arts school in Yun Shou City, where other schools had also settled. Your Tiana Martial Arts School engaged in a series of 5 matches, winning 3 against the newly arrived Shaoguang Martial Arts School. The opponents secured enough victories to establish their presence successfully. In this life, while there are distinctions between martial arts schools and gangs, martial arts schools being a more independent and semi-official organization, with 1 foot above officialdom, whereas gangs, despite possibly having stronger masters, are less regulated and semi-official, with 1 foot below officialdom. The struggle for power is not governed by official status, but by the martial world and strength. The Bai Shui Martial Arts School proposed a best 2 out of 3 match, stipulating that should your side win 2 matches, they would relinquish the fishing village by the Qing Lake outside Lihu City. Otherwise, you would retreat and not disturb them for a decade. In the first match, a duel among second-rate martial artists, your third-in-command, Tai Pai Lai, was defeated. In the second match, a duel among first-rate martial artists, your right guardian, Su Ruohai, also fell short. There was no third match. Having lost 2 out of 3, your entire Qinghe gang was thoroughly defeated without even managing to land a single strike. Yun Shou grumbled. A group of ruffians. With a grim expression, you reflected that it should have been anticipated. How could the quality of martial artists in a gang compare to that of a martial arts school? Even with Su Ruohai as an unexpected martial arts prodigy, his potential reached only the limits of first rate. Had Su Ruohai been a second-rate martial artist who had completed the transformation of blood and flesh, victory might have been possible in the first match. However, as a first-rate martial artist, his abilities appeared mediocre among his peers, and he had not even completed his internal cultivation. Naturally, he could not compete with the elite first-rate practitioners of a martial arts school. Reluctantly, you sought a one-on-one duel with the master of the Bai Shui Martial Arts School, Master Bai Jianghe. This challenge was independent of territorial disputes. The battle extended for 300 rounds, with Bai Jianghe's foundational skills reinforced by his techniques, boasting a foundation of at least 180. If the version of you from the simulation had been present, victory would have been secured in 20 to 30 rounds. Yet, although your foundation was superior, your physique still bore the traits of youth. While your martial arts skills were at a master level, Bai Jianghe had reached a state of perfection. Thus, the advantages were marginal. Ultimately, you managed to leverage a slight edge and forced Bai Jianghe to retreat, spitting blood. He regarded you with a peculiar gaze and, after acknowledging your talent, returned with his disciples to the city. You, too, led your Qinghe gang members home. You had anticipated that the following days would consist of rigorous training to refine your martial arts skills, preparing for the Grand Youth Competition a year and a half later, hoping to shine before the impending arrival of the foreign demons. Yet, unexpected events unfolded quickly. You hardly endure a year before uninvited guests appeared at your door. A martial artist, a master of martial will, stood before you, one who had one foot firmly planted in the realm of the masters. With a casual strike, he unleashed a radiant energy that sent Su Ruo high, flying, blood-spewing. He was a martial artist from his Sunlight Gate. Yun Shou was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. In both the simulation and the present, he had overlooked a crucial point: the inheritance of martial arts. Each sect and martial arts school held their unique techniques in high esteem. If someone were discovered stealing their art, they would seek to reclaim their martial prowess. The so-called reclamation of martial prowess comes in two forms: a gentle method that nullifies one's martial skills, and a more straightforward approach, eliminating the individual, thus erasing all traces of their leaked martial arts. Yun Shou possessed the legal authorization for the sunlight technique, but that was earned during the last simulation when he ranked second in the competition. In reality, Yun Shou remained somewhat cautious. During the previous youth competition, he refrained from using the exclusive techniques of Tianhe, thus avoiding detection. The reason for this exposure was that Zhao Yuan, a martial artist from the Sunlight Gate, claimed that Master Bai from the Baishui Martial Arts School reported a young boy mastering the sunlight technique, akin to a core disciple of the Sunlight Gate. However, this core disciple held the position of a gang leader, which was highly unusual, prompting Bai Jianghe to inquire with the Sunlight Gate. Damn it, it was indeed you. Yun Shou's mood soured. Baishui Martial Arts School, Bai Jianghe. Clearly, the distinct characteristics of the radiant energy derived from the sunlight technique were too conspicuous, unlike the more common blue energy of Tianhe. Perhaps Bai Jianghe was well-versed in the Sunlight Gate, enabling him to discern the foundation of Yun Shou's martial arts and detect his disconnection from the sect. After their confrontation, Bai Jianghe remarked on your prowess, yet promptly reported you to the Sunlight Gate. You mentally noted down his actions, cursing him silently. After a moment of silence, you addressed Zhao Yuan of the Sunlight Gate. Half a year ago, I encountered a mysterious elder martial artist, and so forth. Zhao Yuan scoffed. Am I unaware of which elder is currently roaming the martial world? Every disciple and elder's cultivation and whereabouts are meticulously documented. The only grand elder has been in seclusion for 10 years. Your little fib won't convince anyone. He produced a long staff crafted from luminous steel, its surface radiating bright light. Now, tell me the truth. Where did you acquire the sunlight technique? You hesitated for a moment before replying. Found it. Is that so wrong? Zhao Yuan laughed derisively, then resolutely declared, Then I shall reclaim your martial prowess. You were no match for him. Of course, you wouldn't be. Zhao Yuan appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, yet his true age was unlikely to exceed 45. He had already condensed his martial will, on the brink of breaking through to the master realm. His innate talent surpassed that of a mere master seed. He was destined to become a master, perhaps even a grandmaster, a top-tier genius whose martial qualifications might very well rival your current abilities. While his martial qualifications might only potentially match yours, his martial cultivation had evidently surpassed yours by a significant margin. The gap between you was insurmountable. A mere exchange of blows would place you at a severe disadvantage. Within a few exchanges, you were sent staggering back several paces, your energy disrupted. Faced with impending doom, you made a desperate plea to join the Sunlight Gate, proclaiming yourself a 14-year-old martial master, destined to become a supreme Grand Master. Zhao Yuan retorted, A thief who has pilfered my sect's techniques dares to dream of advancement. You could no longer contain your frustration. This martial artist from the Sunlight Gate was too rigid and inflexible. Did he not understand that rules are dead, but people are alive? Chapter 51. Classic plot. Zhao Yuan had made up his mind. He was determined to incapacitate you in this battle and then bring you back to the Yao sect. Reasoning had proven futile, and fighting had shown to be ineffective. You were left with but one option: to flee. This was, indeed, the greatest advantage of your youth. Adults, with their larger physiques, possess more energy and greater strength, but their weight is also considerable. In contrast, while young people may have slightly less strength and energy, they bear the advantage of lighter weights. Moreover, when compared to others of the same level, your muscle density and energy output remain formidable. Thus, when you unleash your lightness skill, you found yourself moving swifter than an adult. At the opportune moment, you darted away, leaving Zhao Yuan far behind. The distance between you did not diminish over time. Rather, it remained in a precarious equilibrium, and soon you found yourself pursued across the expanse of the blue lake. Consider a boat to row away? Too slow. A top-tier martial artist can traverse water with ease, and you dashed across the lake's surface as if walking on solid ground, with Zhao Yuan relentlessly tailing you a mere 200 meters behind. The water erupted around you, both of you racing across the vast expanse of the blue lake. 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. You delved deeper, surpassing 80 miles. You began to weave and turn, not intending to cross back to the land, for you understood that only within the lake did you possess a sliver of hope. The two of you, martial artists, chased and evaded across the lake for hundreds of miles, alarming countless fishermen in the process. At last, Zhao Yuan let out a cold grunt, taking a powerful step that sent rippling waves in all directions. He leaped high into the air, locking onto a direction, abandoning his pursuit of you to rush toward the nearest shore. His energy reserves were dwindling, and continuing the chase would likely leave him stranded. You exhaled with relief, halting your own steps, half of your body submerged in water. Your energy would only allow you to traverse 6 or 7 more miles across the lake. You were near your limit. You dared not sprint across the surface any longer, conserving your energy for crucial moments. Fortunately, after falling into the water 2 years prior, you had acquired swimming skills and began to swim vigorously in the opposite direction of Zhao Yuan. Hours later, you unexpectedly encountered a fisherman setting out in his boat, who was preparing to return to his village. Upon inquiring, you learned that this fisherman belonged to the Watergrass Gang, an ally of the Qinghe Gang, with both factions having established a shipping organization. You concealed your identity, wary of being captured by Zhao Yuan upon reaching the shore. You utilized your martial prowess to compel the fisherman to remain on the lake overnight, allowing you to recuperate. The following morning, you rewarded the fisherman with several hefty fish as compensation, asking him to take you to the outskirts of the fishing village. You changed your appearance, observing the area far removed from Qinghe village for any signs of disturbance. For the moment, all was quiet, but by midday, members of the local Watergrass Gang had arrived to post wanted notices. These were issued by the esteemed disciples of the Yao sect, far more formidable than any official bounty. Noticing the flicker in the eyes of the fisherman who had brought you back, you understood he could not resist the lure of 5 taels of silver for reporting your whereabouts. With a sigh, your journey of evasion commenced. The sect's manhunt was indeed far more potent than that of the authorities. The Yao sect had cast a vast net in the vicinity. Once discovered, elite disciples would swiftly converge upon your location. You felt that the sect was overly zealous. Was it truly necessary to pursue you with such fervor? It seemed as if they had mobilized their entire force. In desperation, you had incapacitated a top-tier disciple of the Yao sect, and then, amidst a crowd, word reached you that an eminent master of the sect had vowed to eliminate you. Your appearance, your name, and numerous details about you were plastered everywhere. No ordinary sect possessed such authority and influence, yet the Yao sect was graced with an unparalleled grandmaster. Moreover, this grandmaster had only revealed himself once in the past decade, during the most recent public appearance of the Celestial Kingdom's Supreme Grandmaster. His presence within the Yao sect signified not only its elevated status, but also its immense influence. For the first time, you felt utterly trapped with no escape in sight. It was as if the celestial kingdom had conjured an invisible hand to ensnare you within its grasp. Yun Shou, it seems to be my turn to experience the sensation of standing against the world. Thankfully, this is a simulation. Should I perish this time, the next restart would certainly leave me powerless. Ultimately, you fled northward toward a desolate land devoid of fur, the only direction of a Yanyao sex blockade that was not so tightly enforced. Due to its extreme barrenness, the only signs of life were the weeds underfoot. Not a single hare or sparrow could be seen. Venturing into the northern wasteland, there seemed to be no avenue of retreat, yet the net of pursuit constricted. A master above loomed high, ready to strike with deadly precision at the slightest sign of disturbance in the net. You found yourself with no alternatives. Oh, Yangao sect, you bestowed upon me the art of martial prowess. I should indeed feel gratitude, destined to become a martial emperor or martial sage, repaying your kindness 100-fold in the future. You are not a saint. You will not blindly regard someone who assists you, in truth. It was you who fought to earn your place as a benefactor, allowing them to harm you without consequence and smilingly declaring that all grievances are resolved from that moment on. You plunged into the mountains of the northern wasteland. A month later, after traversing thousands of miles, your provisions were exhausted, and there was no possibility of return. Before you lay barren mountains and withered trees, and just as despair began to set in, you faintly heard the sound of water. It was the roar of the sea. After walking several more miles, you beheld the boundless ocean, standing atop a steep cliff, the tumultuous waves crashing below. Without hesitation, you leaped into the sea, but as you turned, you noticed a cave nestled within the cliffside. Drawing upon your last reserves of energy, you leapt inside. Yun Shou paused. Jumping off a cliff, a cave? Is this treatment finally bestowed upon me? Wait, why does that last sentence sound so familiar? Once again, I find myself embroiled in a world against all odds, jumping off cliffs and entering caves. This simulation is unexpectedly intriguing. Suddenly, you felt a swell of anticipation. You had thought that you might not survive the year, yet here was a glimmer of hope. Inside the cave, you were overjoyed to discover extensive blood-red inscriptions etched into the stone walls. Upon closer inspection, the first half of the text chronicled a life story, while the latter half detailed a martial arts technique. Though the inscriptions had existed for over a millennium, it was remarkable that the written language of this world had remained unchanged for thousands of years, making it comprehensible to you. The first part of the life story recounted a terrifying era of martial arts, starkly different from the current three kingdoms. During that time, demonic martial artists roamed free, committing murder, slaughtering clans, and utilizing humans in their dark practices. Then, a prodigious young talent emerged, vowing to eradicate all demonic martial artists. Yet, rather than dispelling darkness with light, this genius embraced the darkness, becoming the very embodiment of all demons. He possessed an insatiable and terrifying intellect, mastering martial scriptures, spontaneously creating an unparalleled demonic art, the Blood Yuan fusion technique. It devoured the essence and blood of living beings, achieving greater efficacy the closer they were to his own kind. What efficacy, you wonder? It enhanced martial aptitude, forcibly catalyzing martial advancement. Chapter 52. Towards the sea, the martial arts aptitude enhanced by the blood origin integration method is in a league of its own, entirely beyond comparison with other martial skills. The iron body technique, a rather pedestrian martial art, can merely augment one's aptitude by about 10 after absorbing foundational essence, while even master-level techniques seldom exceed a 20 increase. However, under continuous consumption of vital blood, the blood origin integration method can elevate a person's martial arts aptitude to approximately 7-fold. What the hell? 7-fold? Yun Shou stared incredulously at the simulator. What does 7-fold even mean? If his foundational enhancement reached 7 times, defeating Zhao Yuan would be akin to subduing a mere dog. Even against a master, he would stand a fair chance. Furthermore, that is based on the standards of an ordinary person. If it pertains to those of a master or a grandmaster, one could surmise an aptitude exceeding 14 times. What kind of absurd martial art is this? Did the planning team concoct these figures with their feet? Yet, The blood origin integration method is not without its flaws. The consumption of vital blood can lead to a loss of mental control, spiraling into madness and bloodlust. It is advised that those who have yet to solidify their martial intent should not exceed a 1.5 times enhancement of their original aptitude. Even for grandmasters, it is prudent not to surpass 5 times. As the creator of this martial art, the young man initially failed to recognize the profound hidden drawbacks. Even programmers are unaware of the bugs that may arise from their code. That is only reasonable. The youth rose to prominence through this technique, ascending to the realm of Grandmaster in a remarkably short time, subsequently sweeping through the demon martial artists of various worlds, bloodily cleansing the land. For over a decade, the world was devoid of demons, or rather, it was only under the shadow of a singular, unparalleled demon. The populace remained oblivious to the great demon's purging of its kind. They only understood fear, fleeing southward to carve out wilderness and establish new realms. The once youthful demon, witnessing the world in tranquility, found no desire for slaughter, yet felt a profound distance from the ultimate limits of martial arts. Perhaps, the constraints of the blood origin integration method were too great. Relying solely on the consumption of living beings' vital blood was too limiting. Initially, he chose to create this martial art because the vital blood of living beings was the easiest to absorb and refine. Now, having become invincible, he sought to forge a path that was more innovative and comprehensive. Could trees be consumed? Could soil be devoured? What about water and air? The absorption he sought was not mere sustenance, but a fundamental assimilation into his being. Years passed, 10, 20, 30, and this unparalleled demon of demons finally succeeded, naming his newly conceived method the 10,000 Origins Devouring Technique. As the name suggests, it allows for the consumption of all vital energies. To devour would cause trees to wither. To consume soil would drain its fertility, rendering it barren. To ingest water would turn it stagnant, devoid of life. As he delved into this technique, he simultaneously absorbed the world's vital energies, and upon glancing back, he found the vast land transformed into lifeless earth. Yun Shou. Incredible, truly incredible. The desolate expanse of the northern lands was, in fact, a result of human intervention. This world-renowned demon, whose reign commenced countless years ago, had devoured the vital energies from the earth as soil, leading to years of stagnation where only some weeds could sprout, utterly incapable of sustaining life. Who could have imagined such a reality? This great demon, akin to a celestial thief, grew increasingly unrestrained and deranged. Although his martial aptitude seemed to cap at around 9-fold, halting any further advancement, his martial prowess continued to swell, impervious to the world's attempts to halt him. Yet, the plundering of the heavens ultimately incurs retribution. Having extinguished the life force of 7,000 miles of earth, the chaotic energies within him clashed beyond his control. He reached an unprecedented pinnacle of martial arts, but was also on the brink of death, poised to unleash a catastrophic explosion. In his final moments, clarity washed over him, and he emerged from madness to behold a vast ocean. This great demon wished to leave a legacy, so he carved a cave into the cliffside, inscribing the tale of his life. The 10,000 Origins Devouring Technique was his most cherished method, yet he understood that if it were to spread, it would sow countless seeds of destruction, leading to the world's annihilation. Thus, he only etched the early version of the blood origin integration method onto the cave walls. The account of his life concluded here, followed by the complete text of the blood origin integration method. You are advised to memorize this technique. You need not resort to killing for enhancement. Slaughtering pigs and livestock will suffice. Although the growth may be slow, one can certainly achieve victory through numbers. The blood origin integration method is a legitimate martial art, not merely a martial skill. Commit it fully to memory and begin your quest for survival. With no food in hand and your energy nearly depleted, you find yourself incapable of traversing the thousands of miles of desolate land back to the Three Kingdoms territory. The only escape lies in the ocean. The ancient supreme being, nearing self-detonation, was unable to absorb the vital energies of the seawater. He could not exhaust the ocean's depths. As he consumed one wave, fresh waters followed in its wake. Thus, the land was lifeless, Yet the waters beneath the cliffs were a different matter. In the ocean below, life thrived and sustenance awaited. You leapt into the boundless sea, adrift in the waves, sometimes diving to catch fish, at other times swimming towards the shore. The white steel knife, forged during your time with the Qinghe gang, remained in the cave, awaiting your return. Human ingenuity is remarkable. Under the duress of death, you toiled for 3 days and nights without sleep, dissecting the fish you caught, extracting their air sacs and other tissues. You ingeniously wove these foul-smelling, inflated organs together using fish bones and aquatic plants. In 3 days, you gathered materials and crafted a rudimentary life jacket, securing it to your body, allowing you to drift peacefully on the sea as you entered slumber. As for the perils of sleeping, well, one can only hope. Merely being able to sleep without drowning is already a significant achievement. Human strength is sometimes delayed, and reaching this point has already required considerable effort. The physiques of martial artists and ordinary youths are not comparable. Now, floating in the water, you will not harm your foundational energy. In the year 270 of the Great Qing, you remained unaware of how long you had drifted at sea, only knowing that you had turned 15, and your foundational enhancement had reached 245. This simulation had provided a safety net. Time passed, and your circumstances improved. You no longer lived as rudimentarily as before. You even crafted a small boat from various materials, allowing you to lie atop it without getting wet. Through personal experience, you discovered that the issue of freshwater posed little challenge for martial artists. Excess salt could easily be expelled through your energy. A sip of seawater only required a few salt crystals to be expelled. You encountered tumultuous waves and thunderstorms, yet you remained vigilant, preserving the majority of your energy. When danger struck, you could swiftly hoist the small boat and sprint across the surface of the sea, reaching speeds of 80 meters per second, always a step ahead of calamity. The most perilous encounter involved a sea python, an enormous creature often referred to as the sea dragon. Its length exceeded 20 meters, and its girth approached 1 meter. Swallowing a person would be child's play for this aquatic beast. Its muscular strength was terrifying. You sensed that even a master would struggle against it underwater. Of course, you could not engage it in battle. Your escape was fortuitous, as it chose to pursue nearby schools of fish instead. At last, as you completed your energy cultivation and began to practice the blood origin integration method, a glimpse of land appeared on the horizon, marking your return to solid ground. Next, an abstract new map will unfold, wherein the protagonist will vigorously employ the blood origin integration method. Chapter 53, The Divine Cloud of Sea Boats at Last. You can comprehend the astonishment that Columbus felt upon discovering the New World. The distinction lies in Columbus's adventurous spirit, emblematic of humanity's boundless potential for exploration, while your own experience is one of desperate survival, an ecstatic realization of having found a refuge born from the primal instinct for life. As you row with increasing fervor towards the land, you behold the lush greenery, symbolizing trees along the coast. And a surge of energy within you ignites a desire to abandon your patched-up vessel, propelling yourself through the water towards the shore. Yet, you ponder the possibility that this may be an illusion, a mirage on the horizon, and you chastise yourself to remain calm, especially at such a pivotal moment. As you draw nearer, your extraordinary vision, honed through martial training, assures you that this is no mere figment. You discern a small black dot dancing upon the surface of the sea several dozen miles away. Upon reaching a distance of 10 miles, you confirm it to be a fishing boat, with small figures bustling about on deck. With each stroke of your oars, more fishing vessels come into view, and you fixate on the nearest fisherman, noting his relatively diminutive stature, a middle-aged man standing at approximately 1 meter 30. Is he afflicted with dwarfism? You initially muse, but upon closer proximity and attempts at communication, you realize the language barrier, and detailed observation reveals that this is not the land of the Three Kingdoms, but rather that these fishermen are of a different ethnic lineage. After a few exchanges with the fisherman, he gazes at your patched vessel with a look of sheer horror, prostrating himself before you. It takes considerable effort to persuade him to rise and lead you back to the fishing village on the shore. Despite your inability to understand their language, You notice that after the first fisherman utters a few incomprehensible phrases while pointing at you, the entire assembly of fishermen bows in reverence, as if they perceive you to be a deity. Could it be that in this primitive society, those who emerge from the sea are regarded as gods? Yun Shou speculates that, within the simulation, he crafted a vessel from various aquatic materials, possibly fish bones and coral. It is not surprising that superstitious individuals might view such a peculiar craft as a divine creation. In this unknown village, you are met with extraordinary hospitality, as the fishermen present you with a variety of seafood, speaking in their strange tongue. After some contemplation, you decide to accept their goodwill, perhaps to care for them in the future. Suddenly, a bizarre cry pierces the air, and you see a gaunt figure adorned with fish bones and shell decorations pointing at you and shouting. The previously reverent fisherman's demeanor undergoes a complete transformation. For their divine envoy has spoken. The being who emerged from the depths of the ocean, sailing in an extraordinary vessel, is not the true sea god, but rather a monstrous sea spirit clad in human flesh. Otherwise, how could one who cannot even speak be deemed divine? Yun Shou, thank you for the narration. The sixth generation of old Yun in the simulation is oblivious to the circumstances. It suffices that his essence comprehends the unfolding narrative. The fishermen wish to rid themselves of this sea creature, and though you cannot comprehend their words, the shift in atmosphere is palpable. With a disdainful snort, you remain motionless, unleashing your red and white energy to topple several men wielding harpoons. In awe of the sea creature's formidable power, the fishermen once again prostrate themselves, and even the divine envoy kneels in reverence, later claiming that you are indeed the sea god, having failed to recognize the mortal guise of the divinity. It is only natural that a deity would not communicate with mortals. Legends speak of a royal lineage residing at the heart of the world, possessing the ability to converse with celestial beings. In any case, following the demonstration of your prowess, you are once again venerated by the fishermen, who even forego their fishing expeditions, enduring hunger to construct a temple in your honor. You find these people rather peculiar. As night falls, the decorated divine envoy informs you that the temple is not yet complete and requests that you endure a temporary stay upon the altar. Though you cannot understand his words, you see him gesturing toward a small altar, barely large enough to accommodate an urn, and you cannot help but laugh. Does he truly believe you can shrink down to a few centimeters and sleep there? Noticing your displeasure, the divine envoy is filled with trepidation, ultimately escorting you to the most opulent dwelling in the village, a wooden and stone mansion, from which the village chief and others have vacated to make way for you. You attempt to invite them to stay with you, as there are ample rooms, but they fearfully decline. They are terrified that the sea god, who demands the annual sacrifice of a maiden, might devour them in the dead of night. Yet, if the mansion remains unoccupied, they dread that you might venture out to hunt for food. To prevent themselves from becoming victims, the villagers, upon your settling into a room, unceremoniously thrust a timid girl into your quarters. She is the designated sacrifice for this year. You hear the cries of her mother outside the mansion, and witness the girl, around 14 or 15, beginning to disrobe, though she's only a year younger than you. You cannot bear it and push her back outside. The inhabitants are rather short, with the girl standing at a mere 1.20 meters, and you fear for her life. You had hoped to finally drift in a slumber on solid ground, but just as you close your eyes, a cacophony of wails and knocking erupt from outside. Then come the screams and moans, and overwhelmed by the commotion, you step outside to investigate. A middle-aged couple is being beaten by the village chief and several others. Upon seeing you, they repeatedly bow in supplication. The language barrier is indeed frustrating. You are utterly bewildered and gesture for the villagers to cease their assault on the couple, urging them to express their desires quickly. The middle-aged couple, unable to communicate effectively, after a few attempts, points in a certain direction while continuing to bow, imploring you to follow. You motion for them to lead the way, curious about what they seek from you. After a few hundred meters, as you approach the edge of the village, you see a sacrificial altar erected ahead. The girl you had expelled from your abode is now bound to the altar. Had the sea god not come ashore, her fate would have been to be tied to a small boat and cast into the ocean. However, having explicitly rejected her, she now faces the wrath of the deity. You observe the pile of firewood beneath her, and despite the language barrier and unfamiliar customs, you grasp the gravity of the situation. Thus, you rescue her and bring her back to the mansion, the village chief's wooden and stone residence. With no means to dispel the ignorance of these people through language, you prioritize securing her safety. In the year 271 of the Great Celebration, you are 16 years old, with a foundational enhancement of 246. However, while hunting various fish and aquatic creatures, your aptitude has increased by approximately half a degree through the blood essence fusion technique, reaching a level comparable to what would typically be achieved after over a decade. After residing in the fishing village for several months, you move into the newly constructed temple, mastering the common language and gaining an understanding of your predicament. As you initially surmised, this is an exceedingly primitive era. Any phenomenon that transcends the worldview of the common folk is deified, venerated, and worshipped. Emerging from the depths of the ocean, you inadvertently share certain characteristics with the principal deity of their faith, the sea god, thus being regarded as a divine incarnation. You convey to them that you require no human sacrifices, yet this statement incites skepticism. If a god does not demand offerings, can they truly be considered a god? You perform a demonstration of racing across the ocean's surface. Fishermen, we are indeed doomed to doubt the greatness of the divine. Chapter 54. When your qualifications are lacking. In March, you faced a challenge issued by a neighboring mountain village, whose livelihood depended on agriculture and who worshipped a deity in the form of a pitch-black tiger. The villagers envied the fishermen for their deity's ability to communicate with humans, while their own god merely feasted upon its followers. Thus, the mountain god's envoy sent forth a challenge to instigate a divine war. In essence, the challenge required you to venture into the tiger's lair and engage in a life-or-death struggle, a rather contemptible way to treat someone as a fool. Yet, the ignorant populace believed wholeheartedly in this notion. If a deity declined a challenge from another, it was deemed a sign of diminished divinity, or worse, a mere false god, ripe for replacement. You gaze at the tiger, which measured no more than 2.5 meters in length, inferior even to the king of tigers. With a single slap, you dispatched it. A tiger that had tasted human flesh could not be tamed. The mountain village compensated with a substantial amount of grain. And under your formidable protection, the fishing village's ambitions began to swell, leading them to consider waging divine war against other nearby villages. Before the challenge could even be dispatched, a messenger from the Lord arrived. In this realm, the royal family held supreme authority, reputedly capable of understanding the language of the celestial beings and communicating directly with the true deities of the heavens, unlike the lesser black tiger. Beneath the celestial deities lay a multitude of minor gods, followed by a plethora of registered deities, those inscribed in official records, while the most fanciful deities, often referred to as wild gods, numbered in the millions. You were recognized as the sea boat god, a registered deity, albeit of low rank. It's still an entity of the heavens, unlike the aforementioned tiger, which could descend at will. Returning to the topic of the kingdom, the royal family merely served as a symbol, beneath which resided numerous lords akin to vassal states, each ruling their respective territories with absolute authority, often accompanied by cities and villages. The messenger, short of stature, arrived to deliver a command. The lord of the fishing village was to wage war against the opposing lord of Blackwater, and as a subordinate village, it was their duty to provide grain and able-bodied men. The fishermen's faces were visibly etched with despair. Each grain submission was a grievous blow, and their catch was meager, with the young men sent to battle often returning in dwindling numbers. The messenger ordered everyone to step forward for selection. You, standing beside the maid Shao Yi, the girl who had nearly perished in flames, were unexpectedly chosen. A decorated divine attendant hastily interjected, explaining that you were not a young man from the village, but a deity incarnate. The messenger, however, was unconvinced. Could mere height suffice to masquerade as a divine being? Did you possess a certificate from the royal family? Mocking the simple villagers was one thing, but he was the Lord's envoy, with discerning eyes. With a derisive smirk, he lashed his whip toward your face, only for you to seize the tail of the whip, channeling your energy into his palm, resulting in a resounding crack as several of his fingers shattered. The messenger's screams echoed like a slaughtered pig, prompting several soldiers to point their long spears at your throat. The messenger bellowed for them to slay you, this monstrous being, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to the bloodied fingers and the scent of fresh blood igniting something within. A crimson haze clouded your vision. You thought to yourself, it would be best to eliminate these troublemakers, for it was they who had instigated the confrontation. With determination, you snatched a spear, enveloping it in your energy to bolster its strength, and with a sweeping motion, the bodies of 4 soldiers crumpled like tofu beneath your might. As your energy mingled with their spilled blood, a profound hunger surged within you, deepening the hue of your energy to a vivid crimson, while the fallen blood rapidly began to decay. Approaching the dismembered remains of the 4 soldiers, your energy unfurled like a massive crimson hand, draining the life force from their corpses, rendering them pale and devoid of vitality, shriveling into skeletal forms. Your qualifications surged, elevated by half a measure, merely from the blood and flesh of 4 individuals. You pondered, what if it were 40 or 400? They were merely a group of unrefined mortals. Even the weakest martial artist could slay thousands, and mere mortals, well, it depended on your own endurance. At that moment, you sensed another rise in your qualifications, and when you regained your focus, the messenger's lifeless body dangled from your arm, impaled upon your claw. Though merely 15 years of age, the messenger stood only slightly over 1.40 meters, making it easy for you to lift him effortlessly. Your memory felt fragmented, as if something had slipped away. The 5 who had come to the fishing village were now all deceased, and you noticed the fishermen gazing at you with fear. Why should they fear you? Were you truly such a wicked being? You believed yourself to be virtuous, yet their eyes betrayed a different perception. Yun Shou, no, this must be spiritual pollution, right? Consequently, you contemplated their fate. No, you halted, questioning why your bloodlust had grown so potent. Taking a deep breath, you regarded each individual as a tantalizing source of nourishment, leaving you parched. You commanded them to resume their normal activities and then turned to flee into the mountains, seeking distance from the crowd to alleviate this overwhelming urge. Yun Shou remained silent for a time. He hesitated to inherit the path of martial arts. Simulation was one thing, but in reality, he could never become a bloodthirsty madman. However, this blood essence merging technique, which could amplify his qualifications 7-fold, could serve as a means of resolution in dire situations. His 5-fold foundational enhancement had already reached that of a grandmaster, and multiplying it by 7 might even surpass Zhu Baowen. The term means of resolution referred to scenarios where an unexpected event might occur during a simulation of Beichen light, allowing Yun Shou to harness the combat prowess of a grandmaster, potentially slaying the descending aberration. Or perhaps, if a malevolent entity guarded the entrance to ascension, threatening to consume anyone who dared to ascend, a 7-fold enhancement of qualifications would enable Yun Shou to eliminate that guardian in a shorter span of time. Each percentage increase in qualifications could be viewed as a 7% boost. In the wilds, you lived quietly for a month, mindful that a martial artist without a consolidated will should refrain from amplifying their qualifications beyond 1.5 times using the blood essence merging technique. You had only managed an 11 or 12% increase, which was manageable. Multiplying the 2 factors, your overall qualifications soared to over 7 times. Throughout this month, you felt cleansed of the allure of bloodlust. Although you continued to hunt birds, deer, and rabbits in the forest for sustenance or to absorb blood essence, the thrill was nowhere near that of consuming human flesh, and the efficiency was dismally low. Yun Shou suddenly pondered thought. If the effects of consumption were so favorable with ordinary humans, what might it be like with relatives whose bloodline was more closely aligned? There was a saying, wasn't there? When your qualifications are lacking, think fondly of your kin, for they are still with you. Chapter 55, Bloodshot Eyes. You felt entirely capable of controlling yourself now. Henceforth, it would suffice to avoid extensive contact with human blood, or to wait until you had consolidated your martial will, enabling you to suppress the impulses induced by the blood-yuan fusion method before engaging again. By that time, Even should you encounter human blood, you would undoubtedly maintain your self-control, preventing the absorption of excess blood that could lead to a loss of sanity. Though this technique bore substantial side effects, you could take your time. Standing atop a modest hill, you close your eyes, seeking tranquility in nature's embrace. Yet at a certain moment, this serene atmosphere was abruptly shattered as you turned your gaze to a distant blaze. That direction was the fishing village where you had first arrived in this realm. Suddenly, you recalled a matter you had been evading for the past month. The 5 individuals you had slain were dispatched by the ruler of this vast region. They had activated the blood Yuan fusion method, triggering a brief rampage that had left you disoriented. Thus, over the past month, you had strived to avoid thoughts of them, inadvertently neglecting the fate of the fishing village. When you employed your lightness skill and rushed towards the village at full speed, you found no opportunity for timely rescue as in your previous simulation. Instead, you were met with a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the ground, and the stench of blood permeating the air. Approximately 30 soldiers clad in bamboo armor wielded metal blades and long spears, having finished their slaughter. They laughed cruelly as they stabbed at the corpses, with some even stringing heads together and tying them to their spear shafts, mimicking a theatrical display that elicited cheers from their comrades. Among the severed heads, you recognized that of a girl named Shao Yi, your divine priestess. The soldiers soon noticed you, their smiles twisted with malice as they charged towards you. The scent of blood overwhelmed your senses, and you felt yourself slipping out of control, crimson overtaking your vision. If you turned and fled now, there remained a chance to preserve your clarity and willpower. "This is disastrous," Yun Shou muttered. Yet, you were unwilling to depart so easily. You had lived alongside the villagers for nearly a year. They had revered you as a deity and offered their devotion. Thus it was only fitting that you fulfill your divine duty. While you lacked the power of resurrection, you possessed the ability to exact revenge. At the moment you resolved to act, a soldier swung his iron blade toward your shoulder. Having slaughtered swiftly, he sought to prolong your suffering, relishing the opportunity to toy with you before delivering a final blow. After all, every village was a vital asset to the ruler. Unrestrained slaughter could only occur if there was rebellion or if one invaded enemy territory to pillage. You raised your hand, unleashing your energy like a whip, instantly shredding the soldier to pieces. Your arm swung, the force extending over 10 meters, cleaving through several adversaries. Their bamboo armor was as laughable as mere paper. Your aptitude surged to 1. 2 times, your body enveloped in a faint crimson energy as you charged towards the other soldiers. The increase reached 35 times, resulting in 30 worthless, mangled corpses littering the small fishing village. Your eyes remained shrouded in scarlet, for the blood of the villagers had yet to dry upon the ground. Your aptitude escalated to 51 times, combining with your foundational increase of 246 to reach an astonishing 7 times, an unimaginable level of potential that even the most formidable martial masters could not impede. Simultaneously, the blood Yuan fusion method reached a minor completion, your energy manifesting in a deep crimson hue. You consumed the blood and flesh of the entire village, surrounded by decay, before quietly squatting by the seashore, gazing out at the ocean. A day later, you stood, your muscles crackling like stones shattering, followed by the rumble of tiger and leopard-like thunder. Yet, you sensed that this was far from your limit. You felt your consciousness returning, clearer than before, though certain profound aspects may have shifted. Departing the coastline, you prepared to delve deeper into the mainland, officially stepping into this world. Amidst the carnage of the fishing village, you spotted an odd figure. The figure's face was pale, its physique resembling more that of a monkey than a human. Curved at the back, it stood only about 2 meters tall, further enhancing its simian resemblance. Even deities must not recklessly slay mortals, lest chaos ensue, the strange one chuckled. I have heard of a divine being descending to this realm, yet I never expected such grandeur. Truly, you live up to your name. Its hands were shriveled like those of chicken, grasping at the air with surprising speed, producing a whistling sound. Suddenly, it leaped, soaring over 20 or 30 meters to attack you. I am known as the Heavenly Claw Monkey, a mere wild deity. Let us see how formidable a divine being truly is. You regarded its descent with an impassive expression, casually seizing the creature's head. With a slight exertion, the sound of shattering bone echoed, its outstretched claws collapsing uselessly. This monkey-like entity claimed to be a wild deity, its strength indeed formidable. Positioned between second-tier and first-tier warriors, significantly stronger than the first minor mountain god you had slain, the Black Tiger. Yet, before you it was merely a weakling. You had grown immensely in strength. If Zhao Yuan, who had relentlessly pursued you, were to engage you now, the tide would surely turn. You probed deeper into the monkey-like creature's body, discovering an internal energy similar to your own. Not a strange system of divine power, but one belonging to the realm of martial arts. However, its meridians and flesh were grotesquely distorted, explaining its unusual appearance. You speculated that this monkey-like being might have once possessed a normal human physique, perhaps standing at a height of one. For meters rather than resembling a monkey. The martial arts it practiced gradually altered its form, rendering it misshapen. In the land of the Three Kingdoms, you had encountered a similar case in Zhang Shaoran, whose techniques merely reddened the skin but did not result in such extremities. In contrast, the Blood Yuan fusion method you were currently mastering was even more outrageous, possessing the potential to transform one's aptitude, akin to reconstructing one's foundational essence, destined to unleash a tempest upon the world. Having confirmed that this wild deity's strength derived from martial arts, you unleashed the full force of your probing energy, discarding the lifeless husk by the roadside as a glint of bloodlust flickered in your eyes. You wondered if, apart from yourself, other celestial deities had descended to this realm, or if martial artists were masquerading under the guise of divinity. If so, what levels of power did the other divine beings possess? What are the unorthodox deities and the rightful deities? Were there truly grandmasters among them? You smiled with bloodthirsty anticipation, eagerly awaiting the unfolding future of this life. Yun Shou merely hoped that the old Yun of this era would remain steadfast, refraining from recklessly crossing boundaries to slay foes merely due to enhanced strength. For the longer one survived, the greater the rewards would be. Chapter 56. The Great Destruction of the Demon God in the year 272 of the Da Qing era. You wandered through various villages, fields, and even cities. You encountered no fewer than 20 deities, some taking the form of a small white snake. Others a boy born with 6 fingers, some mere charlatans, and even a hefty pig weighing over 1,000 pounds. Among these divine beings, only 3 possessed martial prowess, and they were of mediocre caliber, far inferior to the monkey monster that sought you out last year. You also faced several local creatures referred to as monsters by the townsfolk, only to discover they were akin to the likes of the Fish King or the Tiger King, unusual beings. In fact, some so-called monsters were revered deities in neighboring villages. Your reputation began to spread in the vicinity, though the outsiders did not recognize you as the sea boat god. Instead, they dubbed you the giant respectful youth, perceiving you as a rogue martial artist without a master. You felt that the blood essence fusion technique was not particularly fearsome. You had ceased indiscriminate killing and did not slay anyone on sight. Subsequently, you challenged the renowned sword master Zhan Ping, whose martial arts surpassed many deities and was said to have slain 77 monsters. You engaged in combat with him, only to realize he was merely a first-rate warrior. In an inadvertent moment of exertion, you delivered a lethal blow, unintentionally draining his blood essence, leaving his corpse utterly desiccated. You did not intend for such an outcome. It was merely a slip of the hand. Yun Shou remarked, "You have undoubtedly changed. In previous simulations, you challenged others, but never killed anyone. You have turned wicked." Old Yun, after dispatching the sword master, his disciples, filled with rage, rushed to confront you, but you felled them one by one, turning the ground into a river of blood. As your killing spree continued, you noticed the terrified wife and daughter of the sword master clinging to each other. You reflected that the sword master's enemies would likely seek revenge and humiliate his family. Thus, it would be kinder to send them to join him rather than let them suffer indignity. I truly am a good person. However, once your massacre of entire families and clans became known, your reputation shifted. People began to call you the Blood Giant for your height of 175 meters was striking, especially since the average height of men in that region barely reached 138 meters, and one could be deemed tall at 1.5 meters. The Swordmaster indeed had extensive connections. In a month that followed, you frequently encountered NPCs claiming to revere the Swordmaster, accusing you of using despicable methods to slay him and vowing vengeance on his behalf. It took you an entire month to diminish their frequency of respawns, leaving you somewhat disappointed. The initial benefits for newcomers had waned, and the drop rates had decreased. Your infamy spread far and wide, with some accounts depicting you as a creature with 3 heads, 9 faces, and 12 limbs, requiring 5 hearts of women and 10 infant arms for each meal, along with 20 male organs. You found the former allegations trivial, but the last was intolerable. You sought to discern others' opinions of you, and any mention of the 20 organs was swiftly silenced with your blade. Your towering stature resembled a red-crowned crane among a flock of chickens. The title of Blood Giant was no mere fabrication, and people recoiled wherever you went. One day, a peculiar deity appeared before you, boldly asserting that you had gone too far, committing excessive slaughter, and needed to be struck down by divine retribution, cast into the cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, you were 17 years old, with a foundation enhancement of 247, a talent multiplier of 179 times, and the ability to emit sounds akin to tigers and leopards from your bones. Your coordination had not significantly improved, but the sound was a result of the talent enhancement. Below the level of a master, you were undeniably invincible. This peculiar deity, appearing as a bald monk, proclaimed himself the formless god, claiming to be a reincarnated celestial being who had descended to the mortal realm without a specific visage since childhood. He performed a demonstration, revealing that this so-called lack of form merely entailed a wealth of facial expressions rather than any ability to change faces. Upon concluding his display of abstract expressions, the formless god adopted an angry countenance and launched an attack, his bronze-colored energy enveloping him like a solid entity, revealing his martial prowess to be at the level of a martial master. He struck at you with his hands, confident in their iron-like strength, only to be met with your blade, which severed his palm and sent him flying several dozen meters, crashing into the earth and raising a cloud of dust. The formless god's expression shifted to one of shock and fury as he gazed at his own hands, realizing that not only had they been cut open, but deep marks marred the bones within. More terrifyingly, your strike seemed to possess a divine power, draining his life force and decaying a portion of the flesh in his palm, rendering him significantly weakened. In a moment of realization, the formless god, now gripped by fear, exclaimed, "The great destruction of the demon god." He abandoned the fight and fled, his expression reflecting sheer terror. It was a rare opportunity to face a martial master of his caliber, a challenge that would greatly enhance your skills. How could you allow him to escape? Using your agility, you pursued him in half a minute, delivering a decisive blow to his back. Blood and shattered bones erupted as he was struck, leaving an imprint of his terrified expression in the ground. It's impossible. The great destruction of the demon god should not have appeared for another 200 years. The formless god lamented, lying on the ground, uttering his final words as you mocked him internally. Here was a self-proclaimed divine being, truly believing in the absurd myth of the great destruction of the demon god, which was supposedly to descend in 600 years. Shouldn't you ascertain whether this formless god was genuine or a mere impostor? Martial masters possessed remarkable resilience, even after 2 strikes. The energy you unleashed carved 2 feet deep into the earth before you finally severed the formless god's head. Your talents surged once more, and you sense your physical limits expanding yet again. Half a month later, you found yourself confronted by another deity, one merely recorded in the divine annals, whose martial skills were pitifully weak, barely second-rate and inferior to your left guardian, Mujian. Upon witnessing such a feeble god, you understood why the monkey monster dared to challenge the legitimate divine entity, the sea boat god. It became clear that many of these recorded deities had little to no martial prowess in their human forms. As you casually severed his legs, preparing for a final blow, The candle bright, God begged for mercy, claiming he was merely following orders from others to oppose you. What? More resources await? You thought, elated at the prospect of eliminating these foes. You were indeed a good person, never resorting to violence against the innocent. However, enemies were an entirely different matter. If you did not slay them, would you allow them to kill you? Chapter 57. The destruction of 8,000 troops. The luminary god revealed that the one who requested his presence to slay you was none other than the sovereign of this territory, Lord Damu, for you had slain a renowned great sword master within his domain. You paused momentarily, contemplating. You believe that I, having vanquished a master of such caliber, could be confronted by you? The luminary god responded, it is widely believed that given the formidable prowess of the great sword master, you could not possibly be his equal. It is said you resorted to treachery to achieve his demise. Furthermore, the great sword master held a profound admiration for me, asserting that no matter how powerful he may be, he could never rival my divinity. Yun Shou scratched his head, musing, are you suggesting that a grandmaster-level warrior, upon encountering a 5-year-old child, who, due to an ancestral anomaly, bears a tale reminiscent of a deity from ancient lore, would be compelled to bow in reverence? The grandmaster, despite his might, has not declared himself a deity and thus finds himself subservient to a mere child? Though he had not personally experienced such a scenario, his conjecture felt accurate enough. Perhaps a few additional restrictions could be appended. After hearing the luminary god's explanation, you muttered a curse and swiftly dispatched him, finding his blood essence lacking in flavor compared to the formless deity. No matter, you thought, your next target is Lord Damu, the ruler of this region, who surely possesses a large family and a multitude of guards, not to mention a formidable army at his disposal. How could you think so? You are a paragon of justice and virtue, an esteemed elder of the Yun lineage. You only eliminate foes. Thus, there is no need to storm the Lord's estate directly. You could provoke him while advancing, and should his soldiers attempt to impede your progress, they would become your adversaries. Without further ado, vast supplies awaited you ahead. As you marched forth, vociferously proclaiming your intent to slay the tyrant lord, various rogue warriors and lesser deities emerged along your path. Albeit most were of mediocre caliber, inferior to the great sword master, and certainly not on par with the formless deity. Your title was updated to Blood Demon, a term from mythology denoting a spirit of death that crawls from the underworld. You were indifferent, for at least they did not accuse you of devouring an excessive number of innocents. Later, you learned that the status of a lesser deity like the formless god was astonishingly elevated. Their earthly manifestations were akin to royalty. In any case, Lord Damu was unworthy of hosting such a being in his residence. The formless deity's presence near you is merely coincidental. Numerous individuals sought to obstruct your advance toward the Lord. Yet many also rallied to your cause. Rogue warriors expelled by the Lord and lesser deities, forbidden from worshipping him, spontaneously formed a small faction centered around you, dubbing themselves the Blood Demon 100. You yearned to convert them into sustenance. Yet these individuals held you in high regard, refraining from any offense, leaving you with no pretext for exploitation. At last, atop the city walls, the Lord stood at the highest vantage point and addressed you, confessing that he had only just realized you were the war deity among lesser gods. He revealed that he had long been an admirer and implored you to overlook past grievances, for a feast awaited your attendance in the city. You scoffed, raising your blade skyward, unleashing a surge of energy that cleaved through the air for 30 meters, carving a half-inch deep and several feet long gash into the stone wall, instilling dread in the Lord. In the next moment, enraged and humiliated, he scrambled away from the wall, issuing commands for the gates to be flung open, unleashing a torrent of soldiers who surged forth, a throng numbering in the hundreds. They were but a legion of diminutive figures. You charged into their midst, akin to a high schooler among a crowd of elementary school children. Previously, your youth had rendered you at a disadvantage due to your size, but now, in this peculiar realm, you were undeniably a giant. A massacre ensued, a sweeping tide of bloodshed. In an instant, you plunged into the throng, unleashing a wave of carnage as life extinguished around you. Within a 10-foot radius, flesh and blood flew, only to be consumed and eradicate it in turn. You became akin to a human blender, transforming the area beneath the city gates into a gruesome grinder of flesh. There exists a saying that even the most ordinary warrior can stand against 1,000 troops, but this does not imply they can emerge unscathed. It means that while slaying 500 may inflict wounds, killing 800 may irreparably damage one's foundation, and slaughtering 1,000 can lead to exhaustion and death. Human endurance is finite. The limitations of stamina and energy mean that even a warrior of your caliber would struggle to dispatch 4,000 or 5,000 foes. Without the blood essence refining technique. The blood essence refining technique is akin to a perpetual motion machine. The replenishment of blood essence fuels your unending stamina, accelerating your innate potential and martial prowess. The sole drawback may be mental fatigue over extended periods, yet you had just awoken from a refreshing slumber that very morning. Your physical fortitude burgeoned, and though the synchronization of your sinews and bones required personal effort, amidst the ceaseless melee of bloodshed, you transcended to a new threshold. The will of martial arts coalesced, bloodshed. You had taken the initiative to consolidate your martial will. Should your sinews fully harmonize, you would attain the pinnacle of the martial artist realm. Your potential surged to 1. 9 times, 2 times, 2. 1 times. The blood essence from thousands of adversaries, though inferior in quality to that of warriors, was abundant enough to yield astonishing results. However, you soon noticed that the crowd before you began to thin. They no longer charged at you, but retreated instead. At a certain point, you heard a deafening crash. Having dispatched several soldiers who had failed to flee, you lifted your gaze to behold the city gates descending ominously. You had slain an indeterminate number of foes, and the great city of Demu was engulfed in terror. The once mighty force of 12,000 troops had dwindled to less than 2/3. Behind you, those who had followed, the rogue warriors and lesser deities, kneeled in allegiance. We pay homage to His Excellency, the great demon of annihilation. From this day forth, we shall be your legion of demonic spirits, serving you faithfully and bloodily across the land. Covered in the crimson of battle, you turned with a sinister grin. What? You truly are a malevolent bunch, desiring to unleash bloodshed upon the world. As the embodiment of justice, it seems I cannot allow your existence. Amidst their anguished cries, you felt your potential elevate once more, though as your capabilities increased, so too did the challenges of further advancement. You remained 17 years of age, with a foundational enhancement of 247 and a potential increase of 241 times, equivalent to 6 times that of an ordinary person, nearly triple that of an average master, or over double that of a grandmaster like Zhao Yuan. Once your sinews harmonized completely, you would be capable of rivaling an ordinary master in strength. Chapter 58. A glimpse of the divine capital. It appears that the blood element fusion technique possesses certain flaws. To be precise, the stage of bone and muscle resonance is particularly unique. Beyond merely restoring stamina and enhancing natural aptitude, the blood element fusion technique, according to the descriptions in the simulation, has an additional beneficial effect. It promotes martial cultivation. For instance, a third-tier martial artist must engage in muscle training, mastering the flow of vital energy and reinforcing the skin. During the phases of muscle and skin enhancement, the blood element fusion technique can expedite the process. However, mastering the flow of vital energy is distinct. It requires personal control and proficiency rather than mere experience points. The blood transformation and flesh consolidation of a second-tier martial artist, as well as the external manifestation of internal energy and the profound vitality of a first-tier martial artist, can all be directly enhanced. Yet, the unification of strength in a second-tier martial artist cannot be achieved in the same manner. Yun Shou pondered. The bone and muscle resonance of a martial master involves the coordination of one's body, which, through this coordination, undergoes enhancement, fortifying the physique. The blood element fusion technique merely augments the physique without fostering greater coordination among the bones and muscles. The degree of coordination in his simulated form is not significantly superior to that of his actual body. The numerical values may have increased, but the sound produced has merely escalated from the crack of firecrackers to the roar of tigers and leopards. However, As for the subsequent step of the master's marrow refinement, the blood element fusion technique should indeed facilitate a rapid conversion of vital energy into a higher quality of vigor. The narrative within the simulation continues. After vanquishing the group of malevolent individuals who feigned loyalty to you, you approach the tightly shut city gates. In truth, the city wall, merely 20 to 30 meters high, could be easily scaled even by first-tier martial artists. Second-tier martial artists could manage it with a little assistance, rendering any attempts to stop you futile. Yet, you have no desire to leap over. At this moment, you wish to confront the gates directly. You draw your blade, slicing through the air as crimson light transforms into a series of blood-soaked veils, crashing against the steel gates with the force of thunder, leaving deep scars upon the iron. The once formidable steel appears as fragile as mortal flesh beneath your blade. Creak, rip, the iron is brutally torn apart, the grotesque sounds causing discomfort to one's teeth. Each slash resonates throughout the city, echoing for miles. The terrified residents within the city whisper in panic. A ferocious beast is assaulting the city, gnawing on the iron gates. Should it enter, it will bring about utter destruction. At last, a gaping, twisted hole is torn in the gates. As you step through, the iron spikes loom ominously, and a hail of arrows rains down upon you. This slow assault is almost laughable. You once again slay 400 to 500 soldiers within the gates, suffering not a scratch. As you approach the Lord's residence, you suddenly sense the presence of formidable opponents. Two martial masters stand before you. One exudes a slightly weaker aura, while the other is imbued with a martial will, likely related to the natural elements. These two figures, with their flowing hair and white robes, appear almost ethereal, shrouded in mystery. Great demon of annihilation, you should not have manifested at this time. Your arrival is premature. The weaker martial master exclaims. Withdraw from the mortal realm. Your destined time shall come in 200 years. What folly, to play house and take it seriously. You scoff, choosing not to engage in debate. With a swift flick of your blood-soaked blade, the crimson arc causes both martial masters to pale. Each draws a slender katana to parry your strike. Yet, they are not unscathed. The one wielding the martial will, upon clashing blades with you, hastily retracts his weapon, retreating. The weaker martial master, however, finds his katana severed in one swift stroke, his head cleaved halfway through, the blade slicing from the side of his skull to the tip of his nose. The celestial deities shall not spare you, great demon of annihilation. You will endure a millennium of torment. The surviving one, filled with terror, cries before fleeing. Although he possesses a martial will, his prowess is inferior to that of the formless deity you encountered previously, where the formless deity boasted an aptitude of 230 to 240. This individual barely reaches 180. Ordinary individuals are considered to have a base aptitude of 100. The threshold for becoming a martial artist is approximately 160, while that for a master exceeds 200, and for a grandmaster, it surpasses 250. However, these figures represent the bare minimum. A master is typically regarded as possessing an aptitude of 220 or higher, including martial arts enhancements. Moreover, you find yourself even more formidable than during your confrontation with a formless deity. After a few strides, the martial master, sensing your approach through his martial will, can only turn to defend himself, but is swiftly dispatched. Finally, you enter the Lord's residence, your pace deliberate, hoping that, at this moment, a horde of NPCs might appear to obstruct your path, allowing you to absorb further resources. Yet none dare to act. Within the residence, you encounter the so-called wise and valiant Great Wood Lord, standing at an impressive height of nearly 1 meter and 49 centimeters, huddled with his wife and children. Before him stand 200 soldiers clad in iron armor, their faces obscured by demonic steel masks. These demonic warriors are undoubtedly elite troops. Equipped, they reach a height of 1 meter and 55 centimeters, each capable of contending with 10 ordinary soldiers. If one were to assess their strength, they have indeed attained a realm of third-tier martial artists. Yet, all present understand that these 200 demonic warriors are mere decorations before you, incapable of halting your advance. The great wood lord prostrates himself before you, declaring his submission. He professes his willingness to serve as a demon minister under your command, to act as a vanguard for the king, slaying the ignorant and dethroning the supreme royalty. Another group of wicked individuals. Rage surges within you. How can they all be so malevolent, eager to kill and become minions of a demon god? They must be eradicated, every last one. With bloodstained blade in hand, you whirl like a top, descending from above, as if someone were painting with blood on parchment, ink splattering everywhere. After a time, you find yourself standing alone in the blood-soaked grand hall, your breath steady. There is more. This continent harbors more lords, more resources awaiting my claim. In the year 273 of the Great Celebration, you traverse this land, claiming one life with each step, leaving no path untraveled. With each massacre, you sense the diminishing impact on your spirit, seeking solitude in the uninhabited mountains to cultivate your skills. In the same year, the blood element fusion technique reaches its pinnacle. Diminishing influence? Perhaps you have already transformed into a bloodthirsty fiend? Yun Shou mused. The human body possesses protective mechanisms, filtering out certain experiences. For example, excessive drinking can lead to memory loss, obscuring recollections of drunken escapades. Likewise, certain mental illnesses can trigger amnesia after trauma, though these occurrences are rare. Thus, should you have grown accustomed to such scenes, your mind no longer requires fragmentation, headaches, or haziness. You find this balanced existence quite agreeable, each time enhancing your aptitude. Then retreating to the forest to commune with nature, refining your martial skills, your bones and muscles growing ever more coordinated, soon to resonate with the roar of dragons. With steadfast resolve, you proceed toward the heart of this continent, the realm where the royal family and the celestial deities manifest. That place is known as the Divine Capital. Chapter 59. The Ice Goddess. In the year 274 of the Great Celebration, you discovered that the communication standards in this region were utterly disastrous. Within the same realm of a monarch, it was manageable. However, once you traversed territories or crossed hundreds of miles, the information relayed became akin to myth. Specifically, despite having vanquished the Lord of the Great Wood 2 years prior, the Lord of the Vine Woods, situated 1,000 miles away, still received reports of chaos within the Great Wood's dominion, with rumors suggesting that its ruler was under the thrall of a malevolent creature. By the year 275, you encountered the blood-drinking demon child, a formidable entity notorious for his insatiable hunger for human hearts, commanding hundreds of bloodthirsty followers. Described as a fierce wild deity traversing multiple territories, even an army of 300,000 could not halt his advance. You nearly mistook him for a master of martial arts. However, the reality was that this so-called army comprised merely 3,000 men, and the blood-drinking demon child was, in truth, a diminutive figure who could barely muster any formidable energy. His title of child stemmed from his stature, being a dwarf. On this land, a being of such diminutive height could scarcely rise above your thigh, measuring less than 80 centimeters. In the year 276, you ventured into the snowfields and encountered the Ice Goddess, the revered deity of the region, an earthly incarnation of a divine being. You perceived that she had once been a strikingly beautiful woman. However, her martial prowess had twisted her form into something grotesque, reminiscent of the simian-like creature you had previously encountered. Her skin had taken on a ghastly, corpse-like hue, hardened into crystalline scales, rendering her a mere aberration devoid of beauty. She was an unadorned monstrosity, the baldness of her head only adding to her grim demeanor. As you recalled a prior simulation featuring a fierce woman with a masculine visage, you pondered that at least that figure retained some semblance of humanity. The Ice Goddess did not display hostility. She offered no provocation for conflict. The moment your left foot touched the snow, she knelt before you in submission. She professed her willingness to serve, provided you spared the lives of the denizens of the snowfields, pledging that the entire northern plains would heed your every command. Scratching your head, you suddenly noticed her kneeling posture was improper, tilted at an angle exceeding 3 degrees, an affront to your dignity, an egregious transgression, utterly unforgivable. With a stony expression, you approached, ostensibly to accept her fealty, your hand descending slowly to rest upon her head, a surge of energy emanating from you. Given her somewhat respectful demeanor, you decided to show mercy and grant her a swift resolution. With a resounding bang, you retracted your energy. Now, I perceive your sincerity. Though I exerted merely a fraction of my strength, you remained loyally unresistant. Thus, the snowfields are permitted to endure. You turned away, commanding her not to follow. Once she was out of sight, you bolted away like a wild stallion, invigorated by an overwhelming energy and an indomitable spirit, for you had become a master. Now, your sinews resonated in near perfection. Your martial will coalescing after a prolonged period of cultivation, your foundation enhanced by 251, and your aptitude augmented by 362 times, equivalent to ninefold that of an ordinary individual, 4 times the capacity of a typical master. An ordinary master could no longer contend with you. The disparity was negligible. However, after refining your energy into a formidable force, a master who had transformed their prowess into an indomitable essence represented an entirely new echelon. This was the stage where a master's combat effectiveness experienced the most significant augmentation. As martial realms progressed, the disparities among individuals grew increasingly pronounced. Even before genuinely stepping into the martial path, you could rival the typical masters, already exhibiting monstrous strength. At this moment, you couldn't help but marvel at the peculiar advantages of this strange civilization. The deities manifested here were not mere facades. They genuinely regarded themselves as divine incarnations, albeit stripped of their celestial memories. A first-rate swordsman would show utmost reverence to a barely second-rate deity. Thus, despite the ice goddess being a master of formidable energy, she displayed profound respect for you, the great demon god, daring not to raise a hand in defiance. Feeling frustrated, you passed by a village, witnessing their worship of a deity that was not yourself. In a fit of rage, you slaughtered the entire village. In the year 277, you sat in meditation beneath a waterfall, the torrent cascading around you, and in that moment, you accomplished a crucial milestone in your martial journey, the resonance of your sinews. Next, you would unify your essence, spirit, and energy, allowing you to ascend to the realm of masters, a step referred to in various martial texts as the 3 flowers atop the head, marking your ascent to the pinnacle of martial prowess. However, the pinnacle of martial arts in a small locality merely represented the initial stride elsewhere. Your accumulation was already sufficient. After a month of meticulous cultivation, you faced no obstacles in stepping into the realm of masters. Yun Shou nodded. Your martial aptitude had been amplified to 9 times that of an ordinary person, rendering any barriers non-existent. The martial knowledge you inherited indicated that the unification of essence, spirit, and energy was not merely a matter of coordinating physical strength. It required the convergence of body, energy, and spirit to transcend the heavenly gate of mastery. Many martial practitioners, upon meeting the requisite qualifications, still needed prolonged accumulation, secret elixirs, and meditative techniques to elevate themselves to their zenith before attempting to break through. Some even awaited the right moment or opportunity. Previously, it was said that 200 points of aptitude could lead to mastery. Yet in mobile games, one could still draw 9 golds or reds from 10 pulls. In online games, defeating a wild monster might yield the exclusive divine equipment for the entire server. Regardless of the probability being 1 in a million, such possibilities genuinely existed. However, the simulated version of Old Yun was different, 9 times that of an ordinary person. That was a numeric anomaly, and the heavenly gate of mastery posed no challenge for him. Moreover, upon ascending to mastery, he embodied 4-fold the strength of a common master. The path of mastery comprises 4 stages: the resonance of energy, the forging of essence into a formidable force, the complete integration, and the manifestation of divine intention. The current simulated Old Yun should be capable of contending with a master at the stage of complete integration. In the year 278, you began your return journey to the snowfields. The ice goddess did not anticipate your return as you ravaged dozens of towns. She once again appeared before you, defenseless. You severed her grotesque head, and thereafter faced no impediment, unleashing your unrestrained slaughter. The population of the snowfields diminished by over half. Those who remained were not overlooked, but rather spared by your mercy. The wildfires may consume, yet the spring winds will bring renewal. You could not eradicate all humanity, lest you find yourself devoid of resources in the future with your blood element fusion technique rendered impotent, leading to an awkward predicament. Yun Shou. This is utterly diabolical. The blood element fusion technique is indeed outrageous. In a vast expanse of snowfields, how many souls must dwell here? 1 million? 10 million? He trembled at the thought, even through the layers of simulation. Chapter 60. The emergence of the great heavenly emperor in the year 279 of the Great Celebration, with a foundation enhancement of 254 and a qualification boost of 4. For times, as you bathed the snowfields in blood, you completed the refining of your strength. Your crimson energy transformed into a formidable force, amplifying your power exponentially. Now you find yourself at a critical juncture, the state of unity that must be achieved solely through your own efforts, as there are no shortcuts to attain this step. The primary disparity in strength among masters lies in the stages before and after the refining of strength. Having just completed this process, you stand invincible beneath the great masters, with even the most formidable among them hesitant to confront you directly. Even those endowed with the dragon elephant's might, capable of taking on 2 or 3 opponents at the master level, appear as mere children before your burgeoning power. In the year 280 of the Great Celebration, a peculiar figure, an outsider with elongated limbs, emerged from the capital, the divine capital. His arms and legs were slender, half the width of an ordinary person, yet his height reached an impressive 170 centimeters, only slightly shorter than yourself. Your physique has reached its pinnacle at 185 centimeters, with well-proportioned muscles. In stark contrast to the gaunt figure before you, the slender figure exuded an air of arrogance, albeit somewhat awkwardly. His towering height necessitated that he often looked up at others, yet before you, he had no choice but to gaze upwards entirely. An unsettling aura emanated from this outsider, a chilling presence typical of a master, yet it was swiftly shattered by your crimson vigor. The martial masters consolidate their martial will, and upon achieving a harmonious state of essence, energy, and spirit, they can exert pressure that intimidates lesser warriors, instilling fear and extinguishing their will to fight. The outsider haughtily proclaimed, "You are not the great annihilation demon god, but a mere impostor, for the true great annihilation demon god has yet to make his appearance." You paused momentarily, contemplating that you had not claimed such a title. It was merely a rumor propagated by others. Observing your brief hesitation, the outsider believed he had struck a nerve, convinced he had pierced your facade. The true, great annihilation demon god will only emerge 200 years hence, following the orders of those great figures. However, due to the favor of these figures, you are granted an opportunity to assume the mantle of the great annihilation demon god and be recognized as the legitimate successor. The outsider scoffed, "A charlatan stealing the name of the divine. Your fortune has arrived." With a swift strike, you shattered his arrogance. The outsider, filled with terror, barely evaded your blow. "What are you doing? How dare you attack me, you ignorant insect?" With another strike, a resounding thud echoed as your blade severed his wrist, exposing bone beneath a mere thin layer of flesh. Panic-stricken, he was now overwhelmed with disbelief. Did you think you were rejecting the invitation of a divine being? The outsider had not anticipated anyone daring to confront him, let alone a disguised impostor of such formidable strength. His survival instincts kicked in, and he fled in a frenzy. Ultimately, you pierced through his chest, pinning him to the ground. Though he was not yet dead, he crawled desperately, dragging the blade embedded in his body through the earth, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Yet he was too terrified to rise. With a blade lodged in his chest, he crawled along, bleeding profusely, resembling a decaying worm amidst a pool of pus. After observing this spectacle for several minutes, your heart softened, and you ended his suffering. You withdrew your blade, contemplating that this outsider was merely a messenger, having already converted over a third of his energy, rivaling that of the ice goddess. You pondered whether a great master existed within the divine capital. You slowed your approach towards the divine capital, choosing instead to circle around. Despite your insatiable bloodlust, you could not entirely suppress your instinct for survival. You decided to cultivate your strength further before advancing. Based on the outsider's words and your experiences over the years, you deduced that the roots of all these events lay within the divine capital, where the royal family seemed to propagate various narratives about deities. Even the ice goddess, previously encountered, was declared by the royal family to be the reincarnation of a legitimate divine being. The discourse surrounding deities seemed orchestrated by the royal family. And even the ice goddess, raised from childhood in this environment, lacked the privilege to grasp the truth despite reaching the master level of energy conversion. She may merely be a weapon, while the royal family might harbor even more formidable warriors. In the year 281 of the Great Celebration, you began to experience attempts on your life in your dreams. Although there had been previous assassination attempts, none had been as frequent as in the past year. A group of black-clad, masked figures, agile as swallows, wielded lightweight weapons like daggers and throwing knives, identifying themselves as ninja warriors. The hierarchy of these ninja warriors ranged from third-rate to first-rate, with master-level warriors classified as martial masters. Most of those attempting to assassinate you were mid to high-level ninja warriors, incapable of even breaking your skin. One would fall with a single strike. Two would drop with a second. In the year 282 of the Great Celebration, news spread from the divine capital. The great heavenly emperor had emerged. The great heavenly emperor, among the 36 deities of legend, possessed immense power, ranking among the top 3. He is the arch-nemesis of the great annihilation demon god, and every 600 years, he emerges alongside the great annihilation demon god to determine the ruler of the next 600 years. On the day of the 600-year cycle, the great heavenly emperor will awaken in the divine capital under the royal family's protection, while the great annihilation demon god will tread upon the land from the ocean's edge. The two will stand in stark opposition, painting their territories on the map with contrasting colors. Determining the fate of the era will be the previous generation's royal family or the current generation's demon god. You found the unfolding events increasingly intriguing. In the year 283 of the Great Celebration, blood stained the land as you traversed this vast nation, committing acts of slaughter, moving 1,000 miles away with each massacre. Territories that ordinary mortals could scarcely escape in a lifetime were mere hours of travel for you. You learned of the great heavenly emperor's growth. He had severed the wings of the great demon bird and decapitated the 12-armed demon king, his holy light shining like the sun. By the year 285 of the Great Celebration, the great heavenly emperor had vanquished 3,300 demons, and you encountered him upon a white-capped mountain. Before you stood a youth with silver hair and eyes, whose androgynous appearance made it uncertain whether he was a boy or a girl, appearing to be around 14 years of age. That battle caused the accumulated snow of 400 years atop white-capped mountain to collapse, as crimson and silver light cleaved the sky, the howling wind echoing sharply, stones cascading down, the battlefield expanding over dozens of miles, clearing a swath through the snowy forest below. Ultimately, the great heavenly emperor, recognizing that he was not your match, chose to withdraw. Continuing the fight would lead to mutual destruction. As you pursued him, several martial masters and a single grandmaster suddenly appeared, sacrificing their lives to impede your advance. At merely 14 years of age, his combat prowess was only slightly inferior to your simulated self, marking him as a peak grandmaster. How could this be possible? The North Star's light only achieved the grandmaster level at 15 and only ascended to the great master level at 20. How could you, at 14, be a top-tier grandmaster, surpassing even the North Star? You understood, well, whether he was feigning youth or not. Chapter 61. Ascending to the divine capital in the year 287 of the Daqing era, you achieved a state of seamless unity, wherein the divine will manifest it itself. You honed your skills to their utmost limits within the realm of the Grandmaster, and now the time has come to breach the barriers of Grandmastery, to become a figure esteemed with the title of Supreme Grandmaster. This year, your foundational strength surged by 261, your aptitude enhanced by a factor of 5. 1. and your overall power multiplied by 13. You were now capable of contending with the supreme grandmasters. Brimming with confidence, you felt invincible and, having learned of the recent whereabouts of the Yu Tianming Shun, you set forth without hesitation. At the Demon Dragon Pond, a youth with silver hair and eyes lifted a 3-meter-long, plump, shell-less meat turtle. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he blocked your earth-shattering strike, causing waves to erupt from the pond, drenching the shore. Although evenly matched, you laughed heartily, sensing an anomaly. His rate of advancement was marginally quicker than yours, having taken 3 years to close that gap, a growth rate inconceivable for a 14-year-old grandmaster. In the heat of battle, you discerned from certain details that he had indeed attained the rank of supreme grandmaster, likely having forged an indestructible body 3 years prior, albeit subtly. Your energy was as solid as divine iron, with your will manifesting as a sea of blood. The youth found himself at a disadvantage, and with a sudden long howl, 3 grandmasters leapt forth, announcing their names as the 3 prominent divine beings, and promptly intervened in the fray. However, they posed no hindrance to you. Rather, they became a source of great nourishment. Enduring several injuries, you vanquished the 3 grandmasters and consumed their blood essence, augmenting your strength and energy further. Ultimately, severing an arm from the Yu Tianming Shun, the Yu Tianming Shun fled once more, and you pursued relentlessly, slaying all in your path, each encounter providing sustenance. You chased him for thousands of miles, and upon severing his head and refining his blood essence, the scene before you suddenly brightened. It was now twilight, revealing a vast city illuminated by countless lanterns, a thriving spectacle known as the Divine Capital. Originally, you had intended to arrive here only at the final step to confront the hidden royal family and the ultimate adversary. Yet you lowered your gaze upon the desiccated head at your feet, the Era-S child, appearing once every 600 years, now 400 years. The Yu Tianming Shun had fallen to your blade. Who else could possibly impede your arrival? With resolute strides, you advanced, crimson blade upon your back, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Your imposing figure, nearly 6 feet tall, coupled with the bloodied blade in hand, prompted the guards outside the Divine Capital to halt your advance and demand accountability. With a mere flick of your wrist, you declared that any who dared obstruct you had sealed their own fates. The youths witnessing your slaughter screamed in terror and fled. You unleashed a blade of energy, declaring that those who trembled before you had also chosen their demise. A dashing, middle-aged vagabond warrior, enraged, lunged at you with his weapon. You shattered his blade and cleaved his body, reminding all who dared defy you of their fatal choices. Nearby, a vendor selling masks and fireworks stood frozen in shock. You swiftly removed his head, as his lack of reaction signified his own death warrant. Accompanied by cries of doom, the streets ran red, illuminated by the brilliant lanterns, each hue more vivid than the last. The higher echelons of the Divine Capital, deities revered and lesser gods in attendance, attempted to thwart your advance. Yet they were unable to impede you even momentarily, their divine forms falling like rain. You crushed the ribs of the 9th prominent deity beneath your heel, shattering his chest, and ascended to the pinnacle of the Divine Capital, the imperial residence atop Tianyuan Peak. There, you beheld a group of pallid figures, their faces painted with white powder, draped in opulent garments, the true rulers of this realm. Even the deities required their sanction to exist. Among them, you spotted an elderly man with silver hair and eyebrows, his skin seemingly coursing with a silvery substance, his presence growing more formidable by the second. You have destroyed our royal family's millennia of accumulation. The elder roared, his despair and anguish akin to witnessing his possessions consumed by flames. Moreover, he harbored profound wrath towards you, the architect of his misfortune. This elder, you stifled a laugh. You had anticipated the ultimate adversary to be the pinnacle of grand mastery, or perhaps a half-step beyond. Yet he wielded mere energy, not even approaching the level of a true grandmaster. In combat, you recognized his strength, but it fell short of reversing the tide. He displayed the combat capabilities of a grandmaster with energy, boasting an aptitude 7 or 8 times that of an ordinary individual. Yet in terms of rank and power, he could not match you. With a single strike, you reduced him to near death, siphoning his blood essence, expecting him to succumb. Yet he exhibited an alarming vitality. The remnants of his flesh, untouched by the essence drain, began to heal rapidly, even his aura surging back to life. As his energy gradually transformed into a might greater than what you had witnessed in the snowy plains, where countless lives had fueled your own power. Your gaze fixated on the silvery substance flowing within the elder's body. The silver liquid splattered as you carved open his wounds, igniting a greedy flame within you. The quality of the blood essence you had just absorbed seemed extraordinarily high. This elder was akin to a human-shaped martial elixir, or perhaps he had consumed some potent concoction that remained undigested. Nevertheless, you cared not, under the sheer weight of your strength. You severed the elder's limbs and crushed his torso, methodically harvesting his essence. Though his recovery was swift, it paled in comparison to your relentless assault. He was like a living laurel tree, each branch you severed sprouting anew with remarkable speed. And what bountiful nourishment it provided. One strike yielded more than the essence of 100 ordinary souls. Your aptitude surged 5, 22, 5, 23, 5, 24 times. Upon surpassing 5 times, your aptitude began to ascend at an unprecedented, stable rate. Yet, you felt it was still insufficient, still lacking. You fixated on the elder's gaping wounds, the flesh glistening with a silvery sheen, hunger and thirst stirring within you. Your true form, Yun Shou, wished to remain silent. The newly simulated persona had become less than human, though your power was unparalleled. Having achieved in mere years what would typically require decades of training to reach such martial heights, attaining that level of combat prowess would demand even more time. But your indiscriminate slaughter marked you as a killer. Indeed, the act of killing had become second nature. With a single stroke, lives were extinguished without thought, mere triviality. Yet, a desire to consume began to take root within you. The flesh was still robust. Do not mistake this. You would never truly take a bite. You merely tore open his chest, reaching within for a closer encounter with the old man. You caressed and manipulated the organs, flesh, and bones, lifeless yet poised to mend the next instant. The heart you grasped shriveled within 3 seconds, yet upon your release, it shimmered silver and revived. The elder howled in agony, a sound that transcended humanity, and you found it bothersome. With a swift tug, you yanked out his tongue and cast it aside, landing at the feet of the trembling royals, their sweat mingling with the white powder, rendering them grotesque. A young girl charged forth with a shout, followed closely by a boy wielding a wooden sword, their gazes fierce. You unleashed your energy, obliterating them into a mist of blood. Eventually, you withdrew your hands from the now lifeless body beneath you. The old man had fully transformed into a desiccated corpse, and you gazed upon the royals, who were now utterly defiled, grinning with a ghastly smile that revealed your teeth in a sinister display. Chapter 62. The 3,000-year royal clan that actively overthrew its own kingdom. The royal clan unveiled the truth about their dominion over this realm. Firstly, their very existence resembles a voracious leech, draining the life force of this continent. They are the sole entities capable of communicating with the divine, determining which deity descends and who embodies each god. This unique authority grants them immense power. They exalt themselves, commanding feudal lords. Yet they are acutely aware that certain truths possess limits. One day, the veracity of the divine will be questioned and ambitious lords will arise. They nurture exceptionally gifted martial prodigies, employing unique martial arts to distort their forms to align with the deity's otherworldly appearances, using martial prowess to intimidate the lords. They propagate superstitions, exaggerating tales to ensnare the ignorant masses, but these measures only serve to prolong the royal family's rule. Immortality remains an illusion. Thus, the royal family incorporated a grand purge into their mythology. Every 600 years, a great demon god will emerge, leaving desolation in its wake, summoning an army of darkness to conquer the world. In tandem, the great heavenly deity will manifest in the capital, rallying the forces of justice to combat the demonic legions. This war will sweep across the entire kingdom, purging all dissent and redistributing territories among the powerful. Regardless of the victor, it is merely the same royal lineage. The first wave of demon gods derives from the royal family, and the great heavenly deity is no exception. From beginning to end, this has been a self-scripted drama of the royal family. Should the demon army triumph, the descendants of the demon gods would reign for 6 centuries, only for the next era to see the great heavenly deity rise to challenge the royal demons. This decay festers in their own pot. For 3 millennia, the royal family has maintained an exalted position, orchestrating the tides of time. Beyond their manipulative tactics, they possess other means: martial resources. Divine silver water, a unique resource of the royal family, can cultivate a master-level warrior at an astonishing pace. Every 600 years, they produce 2 such masters to wage war as invincible deities. The side effects are minimal, merely altering hair to a snowy hue and eyes to pure silver. The great heavenly deity you just felled relied on divine silver water, as did the elderly man you recently dispatched. Your sudden attack left him with little time to process the potent elixir he had consumed. When you inquired about the origin of divine silver water, the current royal lord hesitated for but a moment, causing your impatience to manifest in further bloodshed. He hurriedly began to lead the way. The royal lineage is reduced to merely 30 individuals. Previously, when you sought the truth about the divine, the royal lord hesitated repeatedly, resulting in the dwindling of hundreds of pure-blood royals to this meager number. And this is not the end. Following closely behind the royal lord, you ponder his audacity in daring to walk ahead of you. Once he completes his explanation of the cultivation of divine silver water, you shall eliminate him. Upon entering a cavern, you discover dozens of men and women bound. When you inquire about their purpose, the royal lord claims they are tools for their impending rituals. An ugly, bizarre creature, a serpent, appears before you. The royal lord explains that this beast has been nurtured by their clan for millennia, immortal and resembling a serpent. Known for having 2 heads, this extraordinary creature boasts 8, earning it the title of the 8-headed Serpent King. This serpent is remarkable. As long as it is fed 30 individuals daily, it can produce a single drop of divine silver water every decade, typically yielding 10 to 20 drops, enough to elevate a martial genius to master level within 5 years. Your anger surges upon realizing that feeding this creature 30 lives daily amounts to 10,000 lives each year, leading to millions over a century. An outrageous waste. If you were to utilize those lives for your own ascension, you could attain mastery in far less time, enhancing your prowess while conserving resources. Determined to avert further waste, you turn and carry away the bound individuals, reasoning that it is better for them to aid your martial journey than to perish in the serpent's maw. Surely their spirits would find solace in your actions. With a heavy heart, you deliver fatal blows to the 8-headed Serpent King. Its combat capability is unremarkable, akin to an average master, yet it lacks the agility of its kind. It simply opens its maw each day, allowing the royal family to toss in live offerings for consumption. Though this creature is indeed an aberration, the essence it yields rivals that of the blood of men, and the regenerative powers seen in the previously slain elder now manifest within it, for it is the source of divine silver water. The royal lord pleads with you to spare it, lamenting that its demise would spell disaster for their lineage. The solution is simple. I shall eradicate your clan. With the greatest secret in hand, you unveil your mastery as a grandmaster. This abomination, which feeds on human blood, has long been intolerable to you. It is time to reunite them with the mythological realm. With that thought, you swiftly eradicate the bloodline of the royal family that has ruled in the shadows for 3 millennia. Returning to the cavern to confront the serpent, its very presence repulsive and foul, you refuse to sully your hands in its insides. True treasures of life, the essence of martial prowess. This is the genuine elixir of combat. You muse that while the blood essence fusion technique only accelerates certain stages of martial advancement, this serpent possesses the potential to hasten even the most arduous phases of mastery. Previously, in your encounter with the Elder, the divine silver water within him propelled you to the Grandmaster realm, and this serpent, too, boasts a similar effect, superior and more potent. Eventually, you emerge from the cavern, your essence sealed, preventing any leakage. Your energy is as tangible as steel, capable of manifesting as a temporary weapon, rivaling the finest materials. Your vitality surges like a furnace. And should you now disperse your power, it could refine the majority of accumulated essence into pure foundational strength. Your foundation has enhanced by 261 with a 79-fold increase in aptitude. The blood essence fusion technique reaches perfection, augmenting your potential to its zenith. On this day, you ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess, becoming the unparalleled Grandmaster. Chapter 63. Cloud-pointed head longevity in the year of Daching 288. You ascended to the throne of this vast continent, indulging whims by annihilating cities or cleansing villages, or perhaps simply immersing yourself in profound contemplation. You were aware that a Grand Master could materialize energy into form and forge a blood furnace within their body. Yet the subsequent step remained shrouded in mystery. After all, you had only inherited the martial knowledge of a warrior from your previous life, and with such limited perspective, it was already remarkable to grasp the manifestations of the early stages of a Grand Master. As you traversed this land, you discovered it to be a solitary, colossal island, detached from the prairies, deserts, and the territories of the three kingdoms. Henceforth, you resolved to refer to this place as the Giant Island region. By the year of Daching 290, you stumbled upon an immense natural pit that revealed an underground ecosystem, a place mythologized as the realm of the deceased. You descended into its depths, only to encounter a reclusive Grand Master whose progress paled in comparison to yours. He was unaware of the existence of the blood furnace stage, a solitary seeker of martial truth. Disheartened, you extinguished his life and contemplated a return to the three kingdoms. The vastness of the ocean loomed as a daunting barrier, and the memories of drifting for over a year haunted you, filling you with dread of solitude once more. Thus, as an unseen ruler, akin to the sword of Damocles suspended above numerous monarchs, you spoke, prompting several coastal lords to unite in a shared purpose. They ceased their conflicts and rallied their subjects to reclaim the land from the sea. Fill the sea, cloud longevity. Shouldn't we be building ships instead? What is this nonsense about filling the sea? The blood yuan fusion technique. Does it also impact intelligence apart from spirit? In previous simulations, he was merely a relentless killer, devoid of any apparent intellectual deficiencies. Yet this time, a determination within him solidified once more. By the year of Daching 297, the ongoing reclamation efforts resulted in the demise of many laborers, their blood transforming into a force that accompanied you. Over the years, contemplating the possibility that the Grand Masters of the three kingdoms, too, remained uncertain of their paths, you began your own deductions. The phrase unity of heaven and man surfaced in your thoughts, yet after 7 years, clarity eluded you. You often found solace atop mountains, gazing at the cerulean sky. You would traverse the forests, inhaling the essence of nature, and at times, you would immerse yourself in the sea, floating aimlessly. Yet, all proved futile. In the year of Daching 299, a path over half a mile wide and stretching for hundreds of miles had been laid upon the sea, but the relentless waves eroded it, pushing it to its limits. Daily repairs consumed the labor of over 10,000 workers, merely to prevent the ocean from reclaiming what had been established. One day, observing that the land bridge had advanced only a few dozen meters in a month, you erupted in fury, executing thousands of workers and converting their essence into blood yuan, angrily confronting a supervising lord. You fool! Are you not aware that the sea cannot be filled? Can't you construct ships? The lord replied. The last one who suggested building ships was annihilated along with his entire bloodline for questioning the greatness of your reclamation project. The conflict between your left and right brain had rendered your mind muddled. Cloud longevity sighed, unwilling to admit that this fool in the simulation was indeed himself. The excessive consumption of flesh and blood had likely driven him to madness. As the years of Daching progressed, you finally glimpsed the outline of land once more. In an ecstatic rush, you sprinted towards it, but your overwhelming excitement led you to inadvertently shatter the bow of your sturdy 100-meter vessel with a single forceful kick. Yet, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that you could once again encounter humanity. Bursting forth from the shoreline, you beheld a verdant prairie, where wisps of smoke rose in the distance. Overjoyed, you rushed towards it, only to find a city wall, patrolled by horsemen of the grasslands. Your sprint resembled a tempest. As you approached at a speed, nearing the sound barrier, transforming gentle breezes into invisible blades that tore through the earth, scattering grass and soil. The thunderous roar of your passage reverberated like thunder, causing the ears of mounted soldiers several miles away to ring painfully. As you closed in on them, even without any overt attack, the shockwave alone was enough to render them deaf, blood streaming from their ears. When you unleashed your energy, forming a massive, dark red droplet, the air ahead compressed into a dense barrier, which you barreled through. The cacophonous explosion echoed as if a bomb had detonated, sending shockwaves outward, bending the wild grass for miles. The humid air of the prairie heated rapidly, vaporizing moisture into mist that trailed behind you. A terrifying force advanced towards the royal court. The soldiers beneath the walls cried out, but by the time their voices reached the court from miles away, you had already arrived at the foot of the walls. Entering through the main gate? Impossible. Jumping over? Even less feasible. Your aim was to crash directly into the imposing 2.5-meter thick walls. Rubble flew as the earth trembled. The sheer force wreaked havoc, for the royals had underestimated the need for robust defenses. Their walls served merely as decorative facades, too narrow for more than a single person to stand atop, yet solid nonetheless. The soldiers stationed on the wall were obliterated, reduced to dust. As the debris scattered into the air, as the remnants settled, you coiled your energy like a constrictor, shaking your head in disbelief. To think they would bar a guest at the gates. This warranted execution. With a fierce roar, dozens of energy tendrils emerged, draining the life force from nearby individuals as you strode towards the royal palace. What monstrous being dares intrude upon the domain of the Golden Family? You heard peculiar shouts, incomprehensible to you, as oddly featured figures charged towards you. At least they were not a horde of diminutive beings. The approaching figures were noblemen of the grasslands, even princes, each endowed with innate strength and various talents, their very bloodlines granting them formidable physiques. They held the advantage against all but grandmasters. Yet before you, they were as fragile as mere mortals. Chapter 64. Those below this blade shall not be killed, O heaven! Great Khan! The air is filled with various cries as you stride towards the palace, a vast sea of blood unfurling behind you, from which the wails of countless souls seem to resonate. Desert? No, you are not of the desert. A trembling voice emanates from an aged shaman. With such a visage, you must be from the Far East. What brings a Far Eastern soul to this place? What nonsensical babble is this? With a swift stroke, you sever the shaman's head, silencing one of the few in the court who possessed knowledge of 3 languages. Celestial demon, in the palace. An imposing figure bursts forth, his hands larger than an ordinary man's head. He is the reigning king of the steppes, a great Khan of the purest bloodline. Though he is merely a master, he possesses a golden bloodline, a gift from the heavens known as the sun's body, allowing him to nearly rival a grandmaster. He is the mightiest in the grasslands. With a single slash, the great Khan is sent hurtling back, crashing into the palace, demolishing walls and pillars. You leap, shattering the air as you pursue him, delivering another blow that obliterates him into nothingness. Boring. It seems you have forgotten the purpose of your journey, seeking the path beyond the grandmasters, but your mind is now consumed solely by the thrill of battle. The prince with a golden bloodline, merely 9 years old, managed to rip the arm off a top-tier warrior in a test of strength, while a mounted warrior known as Yehu, the deputy king, single-handedly charges through 100,000 troops. All fall as mere corpses beneath your blade. You laugh heartily, leaping atop the palace hall, brandishing a blood-stained blade measuring over a meter in length, proclaiming, "Today, in a good mood, I shall not kill those beneath this blade." You care not whether they comprehend your words, but as a benevolent being, you keep your promise. You place the sword on the ground, adhering strictly to the standards of your carnage, though it is peculiar that no one in the city meets the requirements. What are you doing, you fool? Quickly raise the blade. You continue eastward, slaying relentlessly, yearning for a formidable opponent, yet finding none. Gradually, the grasslands turn to sand, and you find yourself in the desert. You recall something, a simulation from a past life, the one where a high priest from a vast desert tribe struck you down, prematurely ending your youthful existence. Vengeance must be sought. After searching several tribes, you eventually encounter a shaman willing to communicate, who, under pure duress and without any enticement, leads you to a large tribe, the foremost among hundreds in the desert. You gaze at the grand altar nearby, nodding in satisfaction, and without hesitation, you eliminate the guiding shaman. You spare his tribe, but allow him to perish, a small mercy. You charge into the tribe alone, and in no time, the desert priests, who are predominantly top-tier warriors, discover your presence, each rushing forth only to meet their demise. As for the tribal soldiers, these warriors lack even the qualifications to practice secret techniques. They are not even third-rate warriors. Some are so bewildered by the chaos that they are toppled by the gusts stirred by your passage. This tribe boasts 9 grandmasters and 1 supreme grandmaster, who were initially engaged in profound meditation within the altar, but are suddenly startled by a thunderous roar, akin to an earthquake. As several grand masters venture forth, their eyes widen in horror. You are desecrating the sacred altar, each stroke of your blade carving enormous fissures into the altar, constructed from dense sandstone. Though they understand they are outmatched, one after another they approach to challenge you. When the Grand Master High Priest finally steps up, you find him to be rather underwhelming. While he holds the title of Grand Master, his age has rendered him frail, his life force diminished. His once impenetrable golden body is now incomplete, his combat prowess akin to that of a half-Grand Master, far weaker than the white-haired youth you previously dispatched. Is this it? I expected him to be truly formidable, yet he is merely a shadow of his former self. Yun Shou acknowledges that aside from his madness and murderous tendencies, this version of old Yun possesses redeeming qualities. He is unrivaled in combat prowess, sweeping through all, unimpeded in his path, destined to explore anew in his next life, for none can halt him. He resembles a top-tier scout in a strategic war game, able to pierce through the veils of warfare, unveiling the true strength and rankings of warriors across the globe, clarifying the simple state of affairs in various regions. It is now known that this world comprises 4 major territories: the 3 kingdoms, the desert, the grasslands, and the great islands. The strongest in the grasslands and desert approach the status of Grand Masters, while the great islands can forcibly manifest several Grand Masters using divine silver water. The 3 kingdoms, however, hosts at least 8 known surviving Grand Masters. Previous simulations suggested 8, but the actual number is likely over 10. You eliminate all the priests and stand atop the damaged altar, declaring that you shall not slay anyone beneath the length of your blade while slaughtering this tribe. With that, you plunge your long knife into the earth. Finally, you resemble a person of substance. How peculiar it is that there is not a single individual in the tribe who meets the criteria. You crouch atop the altar, perplexed. How is this world drawn? Yun Shou, he too is left puzzled, unable to comprehend why the simulation of old Yun, having finally shown benevolence, resulted in nothing. Is it possible that this tribe consists solely of young adults, with the children dispatched elsewhere? Perhaps that is the case. It seems to be the unique characteristic of the foremost tribe among hundreds in the desert. You withdraw the blade, brushing off the dust from its surface. Yun Shou falls silent, seemingly grasping something profound. Just how deeply did you embed that blade? Surely, you haven't left only the hilt exposed. The journey through the desert has concluded, and it is time to return home. You are eager to meet the Grand Masters of the 3 kingdoms, especially the esteemed Zhao Yun Shou of the Yanyao sect. Yun Shou plops down onto the bed. Alas, the 3 kingdoms are doomed. From the distant western desert, a wandering soul has ascended to become the great king of the West, and is set to return. Oh well, it matters not to him. Wait. Yun Shou scrutinizes the simulation details, mentally scrolling back. After reviewing several entries, he notes the current year, the year 303 of the Great Celebration, the year of the otherworldly demon's descent. This adds another layer of intrigue to the unfolding events. Before you, the boundless desert, capable of shattering the sound barrier under your might, is but a jest. Though, breaking the sound barrier is no trivial feat, you can maintain it for only several minutes, while subsonic speeds you can sustain for half an hour. A Grand Master is not a deity. Their vital energy possesses limits. You can only sprint 4,000 miles before exhausting your energy due to lack of restraint. The energy of a master transforms into condensed force, which is potent yet scant. Were your energy pure, even with reckless abandon, you could traverse the entire desert. Instead, it has taken you 3.5 days, one of which was spent searching for food. You had forgotten to bring provisions while crossing the vast desert. Crossing 4,000 miles in a day, why not simply return by sea? All right. Yun Shou answers himself, you lack that intellect. Chapter 65. Unable to force the otherworldly demon to unleash its full power. At the edge of the desert, within a small village on the borders of the Three Kingdoms, you find a congregation of martial artists and dignitaries. Previously, you had reveled in slaughter, but now you exhibit restraint, refraining from inquiring about their presence in this village. Has something transpired here? The young nobleman you have seized, observing your bloodied aura, hastily responds, recently, an otherworldly demon has emerged, wreaking havoc in Duo City. It is rumored to be even more formidable than the Supreme Grandmasters. We are preparing to flee. Word has it that the hidden Grandmasters of the Wu, Qing, and Ning kingdoms are uniting to confront this demon. Should they prevail, we may be safe. However, if they falter, we must seek refuge elsewhere. After his explanation, he suddenly gazes at you with golden eyes, asking, brother, you seem to have come from the direction of the desert. How is it that you are unaware of the demon's existence? Your imposing presence suggests you could traverse the desert alone. Is it true that beyond the desert lies a grassland inhabited by nomadic tribes? In a swift motion, you sever his head, and, subsequently, bloodbath engulfs the entire village. This is not another spree of murder. It is a punishment for this assembly of cowards. At a time when the demon invades, they think only of fleeing instead of bravely resisting the external threat. Such cowardice deserves death. There is no need for such sentiments. Yun Shou argues that this map-based tirade is excessive. He does not speak for the timid, but rather reflects on his own past actions. In the Wu Kingdom, on Wu Hard Island, a towering figure stands at 3 meters, resembling a humanoid creature with muscles exposed, claws at the ready, and twin horns protruding from its head. A terrifying entity as if summoned from the depths of hell. It has just slaughtered thousands of civilians on the island and sits motionless in a room, having not moved for half a day. The inhabitants of the Wu Kingdom have long sensed its presence, but dare not act. They huddle together, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the Grandmasters. You are the first to arrive at the perimeter, your formidable aura of blood and dark red energy unmasked, causing those within 100 meters to feel the approach of a terrifying presence, even if they have their backs turned to you. Senior, a master clasps his fists respectfully, speaking with deference. Although you are nearing 50, your 278 foundation augmentation has effectively extended your lifespan by half, combined with the 2 centuries granted to the Grandmasters. You have merely traversed 1/6 of your life's journey. Despite your youthful appearance of merely being in your 20s, the Master does not dare to underestimate you, believing you to be a Grandmaster emerging from some secluded mountain. Senior, will you not wait for the other Supreme Grandmasters? You intend to confront the demon alone? Will you prevail? Absolutely. The adversary before you is one that compels you to unleash your full power. You care little for harvesting resources from the periphery, for they are but a morsel to accompany your main course. With a maniacal laugh, you leap forward, enveloped in dark red energy akin to a bullet, bursting forth with explosive force. The sonic boom shatters the tranquility of the lake, sending waves crashing as you tear through the calm surface. The previous foes that plagued the grasslands and deserts were utterly mundane. A true warrior seeks to engage with worthy adversaries. Who are you targeting now? Yun Shou perceives that these elder figures seem to relish in their own simulations. Haha, I delight in overpowering the weak, transcending boundaries to dominate. When I reach the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th step of martial arts, I intend to linger in this initial realm, resisting ascension. One day, When Zhu Baowen resumes his role as a half-defunct martial artist, teaching a group of children at the Martial Arts Academy, I shall cheerfully inquire, "Young friend, would you like to know what the sixth step of martial arts entails?" As you transform into a crimson droplet, skimming across the lake's surface. The otherworldly demon within Wu Heart Island senses this unusual power. It tilts its head, intrigued. How fascinating. No vital energy fluctuations. Yet it can tear through the lower realm's atmosphere. Have I been fortunate enough to encounter a being of the sacred body? Vital energy, the lower realm, sacred body. Ignoring the jovial atmosphere that had just been disrupted, Yun Shou holds his breath. The narrator once again intensifies the narrative. As his strength ascends, the dimensions he can interact with elevate, making the information disclosed by the simulator increasingly significant. This demon, indeed, has strayed from a higher realm. It is possible that Zhu Baowen hails from the same world. After thwarting the Wu army's massacre in Qing City, he vanished, likely returning to a superior realm. Moreover, what is this vital energy? A more advanced form of energy than the dark red essence? And the sacred body? Does it refer to an indomitable physique? Like the dragon elephant strength body? No, that merely reflects a 2 to 3 times enhancement of ordinary Grandmaster strength. At the Grandmaster level, it might only equate to 1.5 times or less. In contrast, within the simulation, his foundational augmentation and aptitude enhancements synergistically compound, equating to an 18-fold strength of an ordinary person and 6 to 7 times that of a Grandmaster. Forget it. As long as I persist in the simulation, the truth will inevitably unveil itself before my eyes. It's merely a matter of time. Zhu Baowen's engagement was merely a display of overwhelming force. Your battle with the otherworldly demon represents the pinnacle of conflict in this world for the past 8 centuries. The earth shatters, buildings collapse amidst unparalleled intensity and burning fervor. Crack! You're covered in wounds, blood spilling from your mouth. After several narrow escapes, you are severed in half, your upper body crashing to the ground. I deeply regret not compelling the otherworldly demon to unleash its full power. Your life force is rapidly waning, feeling as though you're being consumed by the blood origin fusion technique. However, there exists a fundamental difference within this process. If a human body is a vast vessel of jasmine honey tea, you merely consume its moisture, sugar, and honey, leaving the tea leaves intact. Yet the demon is different. It devours everything in one gulp. However, its consumption is not merely a simple act of eating. It leaves the vessel itself untouched. The demon gazes at your remnants, still sensing a flicker of vitality. This human brings it pleasure. It shall likely remember you for a century to come. It is a pity that you do not possess a certain sacred body. Rather, you have employed unorthodox methods to cleanse your meridians in advance, resulting in a lesser degree of assistance to it. Your vitality is severely diminished, yet the demon refrains from any further action, seemingly pondering something. Meanwhile, the people of the Wu Kingdom are overjoyed. There is no time to mourn your downfall, as the next wave of arrivals is Grandmasters from various kingdoms. 7 Supreme Grandmasters have arrived. The demon has not delivered a fatal blow. You have managed to shield your waist with over 90 of your energy, dragging your lower half towards you in a desperate attempt to reassemble yourself. Not far off, Grandmasters from across the 3 kingdoms encircle the demon with confidence, some even positioning themselves nearby to observe the battle. Only you are aware that a harbinger of death looms above them. Chapter 66. The Alien Demon. Yun Shou. Your bloodlust is excessive. 7 Grandmasters arrived with unwavering confidence, exuding an aura that seemed unparalleled, as if they were supreme beings on Earth. Yet, they knelt one after another with alarming swiftness. You at least managed to endure 20 exchanges against the alien demon before it seized upon your flaw, tearing you asunder. While these Grandmasters often met their demise in mere moments or suffered grievous injuries upon engagement, in just 10 exchanges, indeed, perhaps without any, this demon unleashed 10 strikes. And all 7 Grandmasters perished without exception. The 7 of them barely managed to endure half the duration that you had. You watched the spectacle with a heart devoid of care, mockingly observing until you realized your own lower half had been torn asunder. Although you could not contend with the demon in full, the sudden demise of the Grandmasters rendered the onlooking masters pale with shock. They had no concept of stronger beings beyond their world. To them, Grandmasters were the pinnacle of existence. Perhaps one might even consider the mysterious figure from 15 years past. Yet, the mysterious figure was indeed extraordinary, a sage in seclusion, an impressive level of prowess expected of him. But what of this monstrous being that emerged from the unknown? Did it truly deserve to be compared with a martial sage? The evidence was clear. While the alien demon may not surpass Zhu Baowen, its ability to annihilate a group of grandmasters was executed with alarming ease. You gazed upon the assembly of masters, knowing that soon, two despicable and cowardly individuals among them would pledge allegiance to the alien demon, only to be transformed into hybrids of man and demon. They deserved death. Yet, you found yourself unable to act. Otherwise, you would have charged forth to eliminate them. Outside of the simulation, the lucid Yun Shou bore an odd expression. Do not invoke fate. I'm somewhat frightened. The unfolding of events may exceed all imagination. Then, you witnessed the alien demon's claws dance wildly, conjuring a localized tempest of razor-sharp winds. In the blink of an eye, those masters were stripped of flesh and blood, followed by a cacophony of cracking as even their bones were shattered, leaving not a single one intact. You lamented that these traitors did not perish by your hand. What a pity! Although your aptitude had reached its zenith, the act of devouring blood essence remained a joyous endeavor. Something felt amiss. Suddenly, you grasped the crux of the matter. If the traitors were torn apart by the alien demon, then they could no longer be considered traitors. But if the original traitors ceased to exist, was the demon truly foregoing the transformation of its subordinates? You found it perplexing. Why would it not convert the Grandmasters, opting instead for martial masters? The transformation of martial masters into hybrids could not compare to that of Grandmasters. It seemed this alien demon lacked foresight. A mere flick of your hand might unleash a butterfly effect. Do not speak further. I beseech you, remain silent. You observed the alien demon approaching, dragging a few relatively intact corpses of Grandmasters, extracting their lifeblood, before piercing its own chest with its claws to draw forth a drop of demonic blood. Can you withstand the process of demonization? It was laughable. You certainly could not. Even the blood essence merging technique had reduced you to this wretched state. How could you hope to resist the ancient blood transformation ritual? You were transformed into a hybrid of man and demon. Yun Shou covered his face. I knew it. You rose, and during the transformation ritual, your body was mended by the alien demon. Now, iron-red patterns crept across your visage and entire being. An ancient and noble blood coursed through your veins, continually enhancing your physical form, bringing you closer to the essence of the demon itself. Not only had your body taken on the shape of the demon, but your very soul was also corroded, perceiving the demon as your sovereign, believing that obedience to it was a matter of course. For your inherent purpose was to serve as its herald. Simultaneously, you acquired the ability to communicate with the alien demon, which revealed to you the uniqueness of your humanity. When our ancient clan transforms your kind, the first step is to instill loyalty to our pure-blooded lineage. Next, we amplify your lust for slaughter. Lastly, we diminish your sense of kinship with your former people, eradicating any semblance of racial empathy. The alien demon paused. Yet I have only enacted the first step upon you, and that suffices. Gilgamesh, was it? Born with 2/3 of demonic attributes, the demon's transformation of you was far less laborious than that of others. Yun Shou recalled the protagonist from Sumerian mythology, King Gilgamesh, who was composed of 2/3 divine essence. Many misunderstand this to mean that he possessed a majority of divine blood and a minority of human blood. In truth, it refers to the three quintessential traits of divinity: extraordinary wisdom, immense strength, and immortality. Gilgamesh embodied the first two attributes, thus rendering him 2/3 divine. Now, the figure within the simulation, Old Yun, already satisfied the latter two criteria for transformation into a hybrid of man and demon, essentially a semi-finished product, which the alien demon found agreeable. You were obliged to heed the demon's commands, serving as a formidable conduit to disseminate its will across the three kingdoms. all humanity must yield to it. Following the ancient blood transformation, your strength was partially restored. However, after having been drained by the demon, you now possessed merely 60% of your peak combat prowess. You were left with only 3 to 4 times the strength of an ordinary grandmaster, and even the ability to break the sound barrier could only be unleashed fleetingly. You initially ventured to Lake City, intent on exterminating the Whitewater Martial Arts School, only to discover that the city had been decimated by the alien demon a fortnight prior. You proceeded to Yun Shou Gate, wishing to confront their reclusive grandmaster, only to find the place abandoned. Their grandmaster had been obliterated by a single strike from the demon, prompting the entire sect to relocate. Ultimately, you resorted to slaying scattered disciples of Yun Shou Gate while inquiring about their fate. In the year 304 of the Great Celebration, the alien demon forbade you from recruiting traitors. For upon reaching the sects and armies, there was no opportunity for persuasion. It was all direct slaughter. In 305, the demon nation known as the Ancient Dynasty was established. In the same year, you justified your actions by asserting that you were testing the quality of humans for the demon. Thus, you annihilated a newly constructed human breeding ground, resulting in the deaths of over 10,000 souls by your blade. In 306, the demon expelled you from the realm of the Three Kingdoms, commanding you to seek out the human race elsewhere in the world, forbidding you from further ravaging its breeding grounds. After all, cultivating humanity was no simple matter. Yun Shou chuckled in disbelief. Even the demon has not slain as many as you. Though the demon was indeed malevolent, it possessed a semblance of intellect, understanding the principles of sustainable development rather than depleting resources recklessly. By 309, the dispatch hybrids had established their own dominion within the desert, while the demon would periodically sweep through to reclaim its breeding grounds. In 311, breeding grounds were also established upon the grasslands. Yun Shou inhaled deeply. This was intelligence he had previously overlooked. He had assumed the demon had remained confined to the Three Kingdoms since its emergence. Yet, the simulation had limited old Yun's perspective. It had already spread its wings globally. It was no wonder that the demon had not reacted significantly to the rise of the resistance. It was traversing the world, rendering the rebellion in such a small region utterly insignificant. Moreover, those hybrids, undoubtedly many had ventured to other territories to establish their own influence, resulting in infrequent engagements. Perhaps the subsequent demon realm would not retreat within the confines of the Three Kingdoms, but rather relocate to the deserts, grasslands, or vast islands, where no one had discovered the secrets of blood forging. Only a small faction, unwilling to depart, remained in the Three Kingdoms, ultimately being crushed by humanity. For while they appeared to possess over 30 hybrids, in reality, few remained in that territory. By 315, the island region had also transformed into a breeding ground. You were only aware that your foundations were steadily rising, losing track of time, forgetting when a child of destiny might arise. In the island region, you ceased pursuing martial arts, focusing solely on refining the ancient blood within you, oblivious to the fact that today, in a city named by Cien, the spark of rebellion was ignited. I will likely post Chapter 5 in the evening. Please note that the author has something to convey. Chapter 67. Complete demonization. In the year 317 of the Great Celebration, the foreign demon arrived on the colossal island, remarking on the diminutive stature of the island's dwarven inhabitants, noting that 2 of them combined barely equaled one of the people from the Three Kingdoms, and 3 together were scarcely on par with the nomadic tribesmen. You nodded in agreement, acknowledging the fact that the nomads indeed offered a more exhilarating challenge. By the year 318, with eager anticipation, the foreign demon departed, granting you the freedom to unleash your wrath. In 319, as you continued to refine your bloodline, your combat prowess surged back to 6 times that of a grandmaster, yet you found yourself on the brink of an entirely different extraordinary system. Once you refined your bloodline to 100, you would transform into a pure-blooded ancient clan member, capable of enhancing yourself through the consumption of the vital essence of myriad beings, an upgrade mechanism for the ancient clan that seemed virtually limitless. However, while the potential was boundless, The challenges grew exponentially more formidable. In the early stages, a mere 1,000 individuals could double one's aptitude, but later, tens or even hundreds of thousands were required. Were it not for the presence of the formidable 8-Kuin Serpent King, you might still be struggling to attain perfection in your martial prowess. Within the hierarchy of the foreign demon race, classifications included mixed blood, pure blood, myriad spirits, myriad qualities, and ancient kings. The levels of the foreign demon realm need not be memorized, as they are merely indicative of their racial characteristics and are seldom utilized in practical terms. According to the foreign demons, although you currently occupy the mixed blood stage, your martial cultivation was exceptionally high during the transformation, augmented by a trace of their power, rendering your combat strength comparable to that of a robust pure blood level, while they themselves were at the myriad spirits level. The mixed blood ancient clan was subordinate to grandmasters, while the pure blood level corresponded with grandmasters and great grandmasters. The myriad spirits level equated to the innate and celestial beings within the human martial arts system, followed by the overlord and supreme levels, beyond which their knowledge faltered. Cloud Shou mused, is Zhu Baowen a celestial being, an overlord, or perhaps a supreme being? He noted that this classification diverged from his understanding of martial realms, where grandmasters were typically followed by innate beings. And only after the innate stage did celestial beings arise. It seemed that, akin to the conventions of martial arts novels, the innate realm was traditionally seen as a precursor to grandmasters, symbolizing the purity of one's physique in the womb. Perhaps this was merely a difference in established norms. The foreign demon insisted that you diligently serve it without questioning too much, promising that upon your ascension to pure blood, it would facilitate your entry into the ancient clan, allowing you to become its subordinate. In the year 320, the unparalleled prodigy North Star Light engaged the foreign demon in a fierce battle that extended into the East Sea. You remained in the giant island region, refining your bloodline, until one moment you felt an unexpected lightness, as if a layer of shackles had been removed, and the speed of your blood refinement surged. By 321, as you continued your refinement, a fellow demon-human approached you, expressing concern over the prolonged absence of the foreign demon. In 323, you persisted in your bloodline refinement. By 325, several demon blood wielders and demon humans traversed the seas to reach the giant island, where they recounted how 5 years prior, the foreign demon had clashed with a grandmaster of the human race, the battleground stretching all the way to the ocean, with them unable to keep pace. Now, humanity had discovered a method to extract demon blood, forging armor of astonishing strength. A fully equipped human grandmaster could possess the combat prowess of a great master, rivaling the strength of T1. 5 demon humans. These demon humans recognized you as one of the earliest followers of the foreign demon, acknowledging your lack of intellect, but considerable strength. Over a decade ago, when you roamed the territories of the 3 kingdoms, you single-handedly obliterated the Grudge Demon Alliance hidden within the southern forests, annihilating the Grand Master who had been lurking there, reducing their remains to mere fragments. Now, the human race was driving the demon forces back in the 3 kingdoms, and instinctively sensing the demise of the foreign demon above them, they sought your assistance. What? The foreign demon is dead? It has vanished along with North Starlight? Upon hearing their account, you were suddenly filled with elation. The demon humans were perplexed by your joy. Humanity could enhance their martial prowess through demon blood armor, and should they forge a second set specifically for grandmasters, you too would be at risk. Some demon humans recalled your expulsion from the 3 kingdoms, attributing it to your bloodthirstiness, speculating that without the foreign demon to restrain you, you would revel in slaughtering those weaklings, thus explaining your exuberance. While they guessed correctly that your joy stemmed from the absence of restraint, they erred in assuming that your targets were solely the human race. In a surprise assault, you struck with ferocity, rendering the 4 demon humans and 13 demon blood wielders present almost defenseless. The strongest among them managed to flee only a few dozen miles. Once you dispatched the other targets, you pursued him at supersonic speed, reducing him to a gruesome pulp. Following the method they had taken, you sprinted across the ocean for 2 days and nights, reaching the northern expanse of the 3 kingdoms, the very precipice from which you had once leapt. With a casual strike, you shattered the stone wall inscribed with the blood essence melding technique that you had forgotten to destroy, ensuring that no one could surpass you through that means in the future before you went on to dominate the three kingdoms. Thus, the feast began. In this world, no entity remained to impede your progress. Even a grand master clad in demon armor could only serve as an overinflated defense, easily brought to the ground, stripped of their armor, and subsequently dispatched. By the year 327, you personally condemned demon humans, demon blood wielders, and demonized martial artists across the land. Thanks to the sacrifices of your former colleagues, you successfully refined your bloodline, transforming into a pure-blood ancient clan member. Your height surged to 2 meters and 5 centimeters. Your skin took on a black-red hue with a steel-like texture, your claws sharper than blades, and a prominent ridge adorned your forehead, from which 2 horn-like formations emerged. You were no longer human. You commenced your hunt of the human race, aspiring to ascend to the myriad spirit stage within the ancient clan's extraordinary hierarchy. This experience was entirely distinct from before. Previously, your unrestrained nature led you to maximize your aptitude, where the remainder was mere sport, with immediate gratification following each kill. Now, however, you were required to invest considerable time refining the vital essence, blood, and flesh of living beings. After each slaughter, you needed to pause and digest the gains. In the year 328, another racial war erupted. One side represented the entirety of the world, while the other was merely you, an ancient clan member. You were unaware of the ancient clan's transformation rituals. Even if you were, you would not transform those who might contend with you for resources. Your sole focus was on slaughter and self-enhancement. You made no effort to conceal your whereabouts, and frequently, young heroes, unaware of their peril, would recklessly confront you. Demon humans, what do you consider life to be? To those who dared to defy you, you unleashed a torrent of wrath, tearing them asunder. Elderly figures would angrily admonish you. Were you not once human? Have you forgotten the conscience and morality of your humanity? Conscience and morality? Those were discarded decades ago. You struck through him with a single blow. Viscera and fragments of bone erupted from the gaping wound in the elder's back. Chapter 68. Ascension Passage. In the year 330 of the Great Celebration, you often reflect on your past self, your true essence, the being you were before acquiring the blood essence fusion technique. The essence of your being and the simulations of your previous lives clash within you. Their concept of humanity, their refusal to take innocent lives, seems utterly ludicrous. You cannot fathom why they would impose such artificial morals upon themselves. Yet, they are undeniably a part of you. Ultimately, you arrive at a profound realization. Yun Shou, you are innately a bloodthirsty fiend. Beneath your facade of order and benevolence lies the most primal evil and madness of humanity. For you, taking a life is as effortless as consuming food or drinking water. This is your self-assessment. Absolutely fair and just. Release your nonsense. Yun Shou exclaimed in fury. This was the most humiliating moment he had ever endured. Throughout history, the various incarnations of old Yun had often rebelled against him. They labeled him as Shao Chuanan's shadow or a mere lucky fool. Such accusations he could tolerate. Yet, this sixth incarnation was the most rebellious, the most absurd, and the most disconnected from his true self. Yun Shou was reluctant to accept this entity as his own. In the year 332 of the Great Celebration, in the region of the Three Kingdoms, the spirits of numerous warriors were nearly shattered by your relentless actions, prompting you to momentarily retreat and explore other territories. By 335, you found yourself in the grasslands and deserts, indiscriminately slaughtering, desecrating altars, and mocking the exalted golden bloodlines, treating these acts as mere amusements. In 338, you achieved a significant enhancement of your bloodline on the Great Island, sensing yourself drawing ever closer to the realm of the primordial spirits. By 339, as you traversed the ocean, you realized that the bloodlines of ancient clans and the blood essence fusion technique operated differently. The former could consume the essence of myriad beings, while the latter thrived on kinship, yielding superior results. The otherworldly demons, too, could consume beings beyond humanity, yet their numbers were scarce and their quality lacking. which is why you chose to focus solely on humans. You, however, grew weary and sought to experiment with the exotic beasts of the sea. You encountered colossal sharks exceeding 12 meters in length, deep-sea squids with tentacles stretching over 20 meters, and black-shelled turtles with shells 3 meters in diameter. Yet even you could only leave minute cuts upon their shells. Many sea creatures dominated vast territories or lurked in the depths, comparable to grandmasters in their prowess. You had once encountered a giant jellyfish, whose venom could paralyze you and rot your internal tissues, and its tentacles were astonishingly resilient. After 3 strikes, you managed to sever one. In the deep sea, confronting such a jellyfish would spell doom for even a trio of grandmasters. However, you had surpassed their level, dispatching it with merely 2 strikes. After exploring the ocean for half a year, your murderous intent resurfaced, and you resolved to return to land for further conquest. Yet, as you contemplated your next move, you found yourself in an extraordinary marine expanse. In this region, aquatic life flourished with heightened vitality, and the proportion of mutated beast clans had risen significantly. Your physical structure had completely transformed into that of an ancient clan, and with your formidable physical capabilities, you sensed an unusual energy permeating the air. At last, at the very core of this oceanic expanse, 100 meters beneath the surface, you discovered an enigmatic entity. This entity bore many names, often symbolizing the connection between dimensions, the migration of realms, and the bridge between worlds, the space passage. Words fail to encapsulate its form. It was both beautiful and elusive, resembling transparent glass that unfolded and folded, delicate yet captivating, ethereal yet utterly annihilating. You could not resist reaching out towards the gaping portal. An obstacle emerged. A dense mass of material coalesced into a barrier of air before you, causing your body to exult. It was the instinctual drive of life pursuing evolution. The vitality of this marine region was due to this high-density substance. Even its natural overflow could elevate ordinary aquatic creatures into kings of the sea. This was the crystallization of pure primordial energy. Yet, you found yourself incapable of utilizing these energy crystals. You could consume them for energy replenishment, but not to evolve your essence. A mortal could feast on pork and beef for a lifetime and merely grow robust, while a martial artist could consume meat and simultaneously hone their skills, achieving mastery. Faced with the barrier of energy crystals filling the entire space passage, you were akin to a mere mortal unable to transform energy into cultivation, relegated to mere absorption, for your level was already significantly high. If absorption proved futile, the true significance lay not in these energy crystals, but in the new world beyond the space passage. With fingers aligned and claws sharpened like blades, you fiercely struck at the crystal barrier. In your current state, you could rend steel as if it were butter. What could mere energy crystals do to you? Chunks of crystal shards cascaded into the ocean, their dissolution releasing a potent energy that attracted numerous exotic aquatic creatures, which dared not approach within 10 zhang, greedily inhaling the seawater. Half an hour later, as you gaze at the gouge you had created, so deep that even an arm could not fit, you ascended to the surface to breathe. Upon returning to the space passage, you noticed that the indentation had already healed by 1/10. The minute energy crystals multiplied gradually until they filled the passage, presenting a smooth, mirrored surface. Your rate of destruction of the crystal barrier merely exceeded its self-repair by a fraction. To ascend to the upper realm, one must either possess immense strength to shatter this crystal barrier or utilize it for cultivation, absorbing the primordial energy while advancing. Those lacking sufficient strength would find themselves barred at the entrance, while those of moderate power might exhaust themselves midway, trapped between the walls of crystal, becoming amber. You recognize that you could only be considered of below-average strength, with no hope of breaching the crystal barrier to ascend. Thus, you indignantly chose to abandon the endeavor. This passage to ascension must be fraught with peril, harboring traps that could shatter one with chaotic spatial currents or conceal hunters at its end, preying upon those seeking ascendance. With a cold scoff, you declared, "Only fools dare to ascend." Yun Shou could no longer contain his laughter. "Ah, yes, indeed, grapes are sour. In the year 345 of the Great Celebration, you traversed the world without restraint. No one could hinder your madness. The newly established nation in the former Three Kingdoms region found itself powerless against you. All the demonized warriors had fallen to your might, leaving them devoid of resources to forge new demonic armor. Even grandmasters could not withstand your power. You proclaimed yourself the demon heaven martial emperor in the Three Kingdoms region, the ancient blood god in the desert, the great black heaven on the grasslands, and you continued the legacy of the great annihilation demon god upon the great island. With the departure of the otherworldly demons, the entire world became shrouded in your darkness. You were a calamity that moved at will. Chapter 69. The Demon, Yun Shou, Ambassador of Life. Abundance in births is rewarded. Scarcity is punished. In the year 349 of the Great Celebration, you assert that the circumference of the entire world measures 200,000 li, with a surface area 6 times that of your previous life on the blue planet. Most of the territory is oceanic, yet it features a peculiar, elongated landmass resembling excrement, a massive island, and a remote small isle. The continent naturally encompasses the Three Kingdoms region, deserts, and grasslands. The vast island is a place of superstition, while on the small isle resides a peculiar race of humans with red hair and white eyebrows, devoid of the concept of nationhood. Scattered across several villages within a few hundred li, you deem this distant isle devoid of agricultural value, finding it laborious to visit repeatedly, with a population unlikely to burgeon. Thus, you regard them as a one-time feast. In the year 352, you indulged in the offerings of living beings presented by various monarchs within the loyal great city. By 355, you collected your due sustenance from the Three Kingdoms region. By 360, your innate energy had entirely merged with your being, transforming into pure physical strength. This time, you unleashed a frenzied assault upon the crystal wall, and after an hour, a cavern large enough to accommodate most of your form was gouged out. How absurd! You feel discontent, certain that even if your battle prowess pales in comparison to the alien demons, it has undoubtedly reached the innate level. Could it be that ascension to a higher realm is reserved solely for prodigies? In the year 370, the world lies in tatters under your devastation, with hundreds of thousands perishing annually by your hand, while the survivors scramble to subsist amid the ruins. In 371, you hum a whimsical ditty reminiscent of whack-a-mole, unearthing and consuming the little mice hidden beneath the soil. Oh, little mice, you were born to be devoured by me, the demon emperor. Yun Shou grows weary. The simulation has led him to equate living beings with mere rodents, mere livestock, devoid of worth. This is a dark chapter he shall not acknowledge. Nonetheless, rewards must still be claimed. By 389, the population of the world dwindles significantly, with months passing before you encounter a sizable gathering. Anxiety grips you, fearing a future filled with starvation. Despite being 134 years old, the fusion of your martial prowess and ancient bloodline grants you a foundational lifespan exceeding 300 years, augmented by a 364 base enhancement, allowing for a potential life of 500 years. Your visage remains that of a youthful 30, and by ancient standards, your towering height of 280 makes adults appear as mere children, with horns sprouting from your forehead, bony protrusions from your spine, and claws like daggers. You share similarities with the descending alien demons, distinctly identifiable as kin. In 395, during the 74th era of the Yuan Heaven, 2995, the human race achieves a significant victory in the 4th Demon War Zone, while simultaneously, the 21st General resigns to seek one known as Sister Yuli. Yun Shou? Simulator, what are you meddling with? Where have you taken me? What does the 74th era of Yuan Heaven mean, and what is the 4th Demon War Zone? Are you not my simulator? Why reference other realms? Or is this crucial narration? It feels excessively distant. In 396, you proclaim to the world, encourage procreation. All human settlements must register their populations. The top few with the highest birth rates each year shall receive a city-sparing voucher. The final interpretation of the city-sparing voucher rests with the issuer. Correspondingly, those who reproduce less will face severe penalties. with settlements ranked lowest each year, facing obliteration by demonic forces. You kindly suggest that families unable to bear children may entrust their elderly to you, the demon emperor, the ancient blood god, and others, assuring them of proper care to alleviate the burden on the young. Yun Shou represents a pure culinary sage, an absolute culinary sage, a figure detached from elevated tastes, standing firmly opposed to humanity, a steadfast adversary of humanism. In 397, you once more endeavor to clear the obstructing crystal wall in the Ascension Passage. This time, you manage to carve out a significant depression large enough for two bodies to squeeze through, yet ultimately resign yourself in defeat. This is not merely due to your sporadic need to surface for air, for the energy crystals you scrape in half a minute are insufficient to counterbalance your exertions. Your physical stamina is limited. Lacking a specialized method for absorbing energy crystals, the speed at which you consume them pales in comparison to your consumption rate, leaving you only able to delve a few meters into the passage before suffocating or becoming entombed in the crystals. You perceive that your strength has narrowed the gap with the alien demons, yet they must possess an efficient method for absorbing energy, allowing them to continuously regain stamina and break through the crystal barriers. Ascension is a ruse. You utter this phrase in frustration as you depart. In 398, within the region of a massive island, the domain of the Dog King achieves the highest birth rate this year, and you prepare to present him with an award. Dog, you have truly won my favor. You gaze upon the throngs below, witnessing men and women engaging incessantly, which pleases you greatly. You cherish such proactive subjects. Suddenly, your brow furrows as several elderly women and men, aged 50 to 70, cry out, "I can still bear children. I can still give birth," as they are escorted before you by soldiers. Great demon god, these are the barren sinners entrusted to your care, proclaims a soldier with pride. Well done, young man. Here is a great red flower for you. You strike an elderly man, pressing his brain matter upon the soldier's chest. However, in your clumsiness, you accidentally crush the soldier's chest, necessitating a rather grim form of burial. The massive island witnesses surreal and bizarre occurrences beyond human imagination. Simultaneously, in a distant eastern sea, a thick wall of energy crystals forms an insurmountable barrier for all below the innate level. Yet on this day, on the other side of the spatial passage, vast expanses of energy crystals dissolve into powder, not through destruction, but due to the absorption of their energy, leading to a collapse of form as a mysterious being descends from a higher realm. Upon stepping through the spatial gateway, he waves his hand, and the ocean parts, creating a hemispherical bowl of water with a diameter exceeding 200 meters. Within the bowl, fish, isolated from the sea, swim in confusion, colliding against an invisible barrier, unable to progress. After 80 years of wandering, he returns unchanged as a youth, the mysterious being's true form revealed to be merely that of a young man. He inhales the long-forgotten air of this realm and ascends, gathering the atmosphere as he rushes forth, the winds and clouds swirling chaotically. "Are you still there, Sister Yuli?" Yun Shou recalls hearing the name Yuli. In a previous simulation, he had formed a team with her, alongside 3 others, an elderly man, a beautiful woman, and a youth. The beauty and the elder left faint impressions, but the young man, Bei Guang, remains vividly etched in his memory. How did this extraordinary youth manage to defeat the alien demons at the Grandmaster level and survive to ascend? Chapter 70, The Soul Lamp Bei Guang. Likely during the simulated period of the Great Celebration in the year 320, waged a relentless battle against until he vanished into the Eastern Sea, thereafter leaving no trace. When the 4th simulation concluded, Yun Shou was led to believe that Bei Guang had perished alongside both entombed in the depths of the ocean. For over 60 years had elapsed since his disappearance until Yun Shou's natural demise. In the 5th simulation, he confirmed the existence of the Ascension Portal through Zhu Baowen. Yet he remained unconvinced that Bei Guang had ascended, or perhaps he met his end in the higher realms. Otherwise, how could he not have returned? Was it merely a matter of waiting an additional decade? If only my 4th life I had lived those extra 10 years. Might I have awaited Beichen Guang's descent to bestow upon my old friend some benefits? At that juncture, he could have drained the essence from the crystal walls, taking me, his valiant companion to ascend the celestial realm, replenishing my vitality with various elixirs, and thus swiftly attaining the innate and celestial realms. Wouldn't that be a marvel? Even if Beichen Guang were to call out to Jiang Yueli with youthful affection, he would certainly indulge himself with some remnants, leaving behind a remark. Shouzi, are you not satisfied even after becoming a master? Of course, he would be satisfied. Now, the sixth generation has survived until Beichen Guang's descent, but not as a former comrade, rather as a pure-blooded of ancient lineage. You admonish the sovereign lightning, urging it to diligently study the advanced ideologies of the sovereign canine king. Upon arriving on the continent, Beichen Guang discovers the sparse presence of humanity. Perplexed, despite the known practice of forging weapons with demonic blood, why does the human race appear so defeated? The three sovereigns of your snowfield region have not met the birth standards. Penalties are in order. Beichen Guang aimlessly searches for his sister, Yueli, world-renowned painting. The great demon god assessing the implementation rate of the population policy. Beichen Guang in pursuit of his sister. 3 days later, from a distance of over 100 miles, you sense a disturbance in the world. An extraordinarily formidable and terrifying entity approaches you. A resounding boom fills your ears as the air seems to congeal. Thick yet non-sticky, trapping you like an insect ensnared in a droplet of glue that is gradually solidifying. You struggle fiercely, unleashing your power. The solidified air shatters, and you burst forth, breaking free of this atmospheric prison. In that brief moment of your escape, the terrifying presence draws nearer, now only a few dozen miles away. Beichen Guang is somewhat taken aback. This remaining possesses innate strength? It is only natural, for his eyes burn with hatred. Otherwise, how could he have? Chu He and other resistors. We knew you were fixated on your sister Yueli. You never even mentioned us. At a distance of 40 miles, Beichen Guang strikes again. This time, the air is no longer solid. The earth beneath your feet convulses, tons of soil and rocks suddenly rising, like dozens of hands reaching out from the ground, blocking every possible escape. You shatter one massive rocky hand, merging your palms into a blade to slice through another layer of the wall. But for every layer you destroy, 3 more emerge from the earth. Ultimately, you are ensnared by countless rocky hands, which envelop you in layer upon layer, until Beichen Guang arrives, and you find yourself imprisoned within a solid sphere of earth measuring over 100 meters in diameter. Beichen Guang extends his hand, and the sphere shatters. You're uncontrollably propelled forward, grasped by the throat. You once were human? Beichen Guang, who has slain countless demons in the Fourth Demon-Human War, can easily distinguish between pure ancient bloodlines and transformed pure bloodlines. Seeing him in human form, you realize he is a master from the higher realms. Otherwise, with your familiarity with this world, it would be impossible for such a powerful being to suddenly appear. Among humans, you have scarcely encountered any who could withstand your might. Yet you remain unaware that he is Beichen Guang. In this life, you have not even caught a glimpse of that youthful countenance. Knowing your demise is imminent. You retort, so what? Can you revert me back to humanity? If so, I would not hesitate to slay demons. Yun Shou absurd. You were no less a killer when you were human. Beichen Guang is infuriated, suppressing his rage, and with deliberate enunciation. He queries, do you know how many lives you have extinguished? Can you recall each face and name? Do you remember them? You counter. Do you remember how many grains of rice you have consumed? Can you recall the shape of each grain? Would you name them? Beichen Guang falls silent, methodically reducing your limbs to pulp, sparing only your head and torso. He refrains from killing you outright, for that would be insufficient. He carries you aloft, soaring to the eastern sea, where he has already repaired nearly half of the crystal wall, which he then shatters with a single punch, exploding into high-energy fragments. Yun Shou had never anticipated that his inaugural ascension to the higher realms would unfold in such a manner. My maiden ascension. Why must it be like this? Why has it turned into this? For the first time, I possess innate level combat prowess, capable of ascending to the long-desired higher realms. 2 sources of joy converge, which should yield a blissful, dreamlike experience. Yet, why is it transformed into this? Yun Shou comes to a realization. The TMD blood essence fusion method has turned a living being into a specter. Next time, I shall not engage unless I reach the master level. You arrive in the higher realms. Before you can marvel at the breathtaking landscapes, your senses are abruptly sealed. In the year 399 of the Great Celebration, the 74th era of Yuan Tian, 2999, within this sensory deprivation, you can occasionally feel energy substances infusing your being, sustaining your life. In the year 3000 of the 74th era, you finally behold the light once more. The sudden exposure to brightness is almost blinding. You notice Beichen Guang standing beside several other figures. Merely casting your gaze upon them instills a profound fear within your heart and soul. Beichen Guang converses with them, displaying a hint of respect, and then they employ incomprehensible methods, forcibly extracting your soul from your corporeal form. A series of operations ensue. You are ignited as a soul lamp, enduring torment day and night. In the year 3015, you are intermittently subjected to Beichen Guang's torturous whims. In the year 3040, Beichen Guang prepares to administer precious elixirs to prolong your soul's existence, only to discover that your essence possesses a certain uniqueness, remarkably not diminished compared to your initial state. I knew it. That foundational enhancement is all-encompassing, encompassing lifespan and essence as well. In the year 3062, you are uncertain how much time has passed, only aware that you continue to experience torment, perpetually engulfed in flames. Continue, do not cease. In the year 3078, you exist in a state of confusion. This is your sister-S nemesis. Should I not torment him for several million years? In the year 3102, you are nearly rendered foolish. Massive outbursts of power. In the year 3156, an unexpected incident occurs, the soul lamp shatters, and you are utterly obliterated. You have perished. Please select the following rewards to inherit. 1. Detailed memories from the past 287 years. 2. Progress in martial arts, ancient bloodline memories related to martial skills and techniques. 3. Increase foundational strength by 287. What follows are 2 to 3 chapters of leisurely daily life, a moment to relax. Today, barring unforeseen circumstances, there will be 2 more updates, and tomorrow, we shall officially embark on the next simulation. Chapter 71. Call me Yun Yuqian. The 6 generations of the Yun family have lost all moral integrity, committing atrocities and slaughtering the innocent. I disdain to associate with such individuals. Yun Shou, with an aura of righteousness, embodies the spirit of a youthful hero, championing justice far and wide. Yet, the rewards of inheritance are unjustly bestowed upon the innocent. No matter how furious I may be, I cannot unleash my wrath upon them, for that would be akin to harming the innocent, no different from the malevolent tyrant in the simulation. Just as Yun Shou was about to voice his choice for rewards, he paused. He opened the window and leapt onto the rooftop of the inn. He refrained from employing lightness skills, as they often require refined control of one's energy rather than mere running techniques. His radiant energy might betray his presence, prompting the Sun Yao sect to pursue him immediately. Thus, Yun Shou simply ran atop the roof, carefully controlling his strength to avoid making a sound on the tiles. The inn he had stayed at last night was not far from the city gate, and within minutes he reached the entrance. Once outside Qingsheng, he chose a direction and sprinted for 30 miles, finally stopping in a desolate countryside. I choose option 3. Even if option 2 were selected, he would instantaneously possess combat prowess surpassing that of a grandmaster. However, I have no desire to become a maniacal killer. I refuse to lose my humanity, nor do I wish to suffer a decline in intelligence. Most importantly, while inheriting intelligence is customary, Zhu Baowen has yet to depart from this realm. It is conceivable that he could sense the presence of an ancient clan, which would spell doom for me. As for memories, the rampant slaughter combined with over a century of soul lamps would inflict severe mental pollution. A staggering 287 yields a foundational enhancement of 531. This is an increase of more than double. Remarkably, while my martial arts cultivation has not advanced a whit, The power and energy within this body are surging uncontrollably, expanding. It feels as though a compressed behemoth resides within me, a battle-ready dragon. In truth, the enhancement exceeds 31 times. During my 5th simulation, I attained the realm of a martial master, and with the aid of various elixirs and the sacrifices of the 2 insect kings from the desert, my foundational prowess has surpassed that of an ordinary person. This will be addressed in the next simulation. It is noted that aptitude will unify at the innate stage. Hence the vagueness regarding foundational prowess here. The current 531 may equate to 6 times that of an average individual. A person with an aptitude 6 times greater than normal could aspire to become a grandmaster. What about 6 times that? It is akin to a divine being. No, this is no longer mere foundational enhancement. With Yun Shou's evolving understanding as the plot unfolds, the foundational enhancement he has carried since his arrival has now been redefined. Current essence, 531. This represents a simultaneous enhancement across various elements, including vitality, martial aptitude, and soul. Thus, a term encompassing all facets is more appropriate. Yun Shou exhaled deeply. Although the choice of essence enhancement was relatively subtle, he remained vigilant. He could not be discovered by Zhu Baowan, a third-step powerhouse, before even achieving the first step in martial arts. Therefore, he ran a full 30 miles outside the city before electing to claim his reward. No matter how outrageous a third-step expert might be, they would not be able to monitor activities 30 miles away. Even if they could, it would be exhausting to track every change within such a radius while processing so much information. Yun Shou loosened his fists and feet. Acclimating to the sudden surge of power within the realm of martial masters, he was virtually invincible, with the exception of Bei Qingguang. Compared to grandmasters, he was not significantly weaker and could contend for over 100 rounds. He began his journey back. In the previous simulation, the Qinghe gang members had been quite compliant, and the anticipated assassination of the new gang leader had not materialized. He understood well that if anyone were to attempt his assassination, it would not be as simplistic as dealing with Su Ruohai and Mu Jian. He would undoubtedly retaliate with lethal force, and such an event would surely be worthy of documentation in the simulation. I underestimated the value of martial masters, especially young martial masters. Aligning with me promises a future of boundless potential, forming the inaugural cadre of future grandmasters. Even if they merely bask in this title, they stand to gain immensely. The Qinghe gang has operated outside Qingcheng for countless years. To my knowledge, they have changed leaders only 3 times, demonstrating commendable industry standards. Yun Shou did not intend to inspect the gang while exiting the city. He was eager to return to the inn for its guests. They graciously provided a complimentary breakfast the following morning. It was still morning, and he was determined not to waste the opportunity. The soup dumplings were juicy and meaty, while the fried dough was crisp and delectable. Yun Shou applauded the inn for not skimping on the complimentary breakfast by serving stale leftovers. He could discern the quality. Cultivating martial arts did not merely enhance muscle. All sensory perceptions, including taste and smell, were equally heightened. He found that delightful foods tasted even more exquisite, yet if any ingredients were spoiled, he would perceive them more acutely as well. Thus, the downside was that foul odors would be more pronounced. From a scientific perspective, aioli is indeed fragrant. It is merely the concentration that overwhelms the human senses, causing it to be perceived as offensive. Would a grandmaster with heightened olfactory sensitivity find it aromatic? Yun Shou felt a wave of nausea and quickly curbed his wandering thoughts. He had strayed too far. This was yet another facet of simultaneous enhancement, cognitive capacity. However, martial training does not elevate one's intelligence. It merely accelerates calculation speed. It is akin to a simple AI whose computation speed allows it to answer 1,000 questions per second, yet when posed with various academic inquiries, it can only manage basic arithmetic, responding with, "I don't know, please ask another question," or "I don't comprehend what you're saying." This merely assists in reducing thought time. Questions that remain unclear will continue to elude understanding, for ignorance is still ignorance. He ordered additional dishes from the server, paying with silver coins. Having satisfied his hunger, he leisurely stepped outside. Today's itinerary, a day tour of Qingcheng. Morning had arrived, and the streets were bustling with life. This was a large city, vibrant and full of energy. Unlike Qinghe village, home to merely 100 or so souls, where most departed early for work, leaving only women and children behind. Vendors hawked their goods, beggars sought alms, and performers showcased their skills. Yun Shou tossed a piece of silver, purchasing 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, receiving a handful of copper coins and change. In his childhood, he had vowed that when wealth was his, he would savor only the sugary coating of a hawthorn and leave the fruit behind. Such was the dream of his youth. Yun Shou noticed several children, both boys and girls, nearby gazing at him longingly. They were envious of his carefree demeanor. He found a sense of superiority among this group of children, all under 6 years of age. Yet suddenly, he realized that the children were not fixated on his handsome face as he waved the candied hawthorn. Their eyes and heads followed suit. Here, take this. He extended a skewer stripped of its sugary coating, leaving only 6 hawthorn fruits, 1 for each child, and the extra for another friend. No fighting, please. Though they resided in a bustling city, these children hailed from ordinary families, and such a delicacy was typically a rare treat reserved for holidays. Now, with a kind-hearted older brother offering them freely, who would mind that it had been nibbled on? Fourth update, Chapter 72. Familiar faces, unfamiliar encounters after a winding journey. Yun Shou arrived at an elegant gathering place for literati. After spending half an hour inside, he stepped out, feeling disenchanted. He perceived that the various artistic works were excessively lauded. The attire of the patrons surpassed even that of the female streamers in short videos, and the overwhelming sense clung to them. To witness a more revealing performance, one would need to part with 10 taels of silver. However, Yun Shou's meager funds only allowed for a modest glimpse of a small dance and a fleeting tune. Aware of the impropriety of freeloading, he resigned himself to mere observation. Martial artists remained martial artists, yet they should not devolve into beasts. The air was thick with the scent of incense, compelling him to channel his internal energy to counteract it, as he feared losing control and causing harm, though opportunities for such an experience were rare. Alas, did this imply that he would be relegated to a passive role henceforth? His mood soured. As he meandered, he passed by a martial arts school, the Benlei Martial Arts Academy, one of the 3 great schools of Qingcheng, marked by a sign depicting a fist as thunderous as a lightning strike. Standing at the entrance was the academy's 3rd disciple, performing martial arts to attract onlookers while simultaneously honing his skills. Outsiders could only glimpse the surface, for martial arts encompassed not only visible movements, but also intricate breathing techniques and other elements. Even a grandmaster would find it arduous to deduce someone's martial prowess merely by observing them. The Benlei fist echoed like a thunderclap. As the disciple showcased his skills, Yun Shou discerned the subtle quivers and changes in the exposed muscles of his arms, recognizing that the young man, at the tender age of 23, was at least a second-rate martial artist who had just unleashed his internal energy. After completing a set of movements, the disciple bowed to the onlookers, inviting any martial artist among them to test their mettle against him. After watching for a while, Yun Shou noted that despite the disciple performing thrice, none dared to step forth for a duel, leading him to depart in disappointment. Such a waste of time. Wandering aimlessly, he stumbled upon a newly constructed wooden stone arena adorned with red cloth. An elderly gentleman sat at the front, engrossed in writing a registration ledger. Yun Shou felt a twinge of unease. They had simulated this scenario twice before, and this time, reality should not interfere with others' lifelong pursuits. However, registration would not close until the day after tomorrow, allowing for 2 more simulations of sabotage. Observing the enthusiastic middle-aged and young men around him signing up, Yun Shou couldn't help but ponder. Even without his intervention, the renowned Zhang Xiaoran had abandoned the competition midway. With the discerning eye of the Lin family's young lady, would she settle for anyone else? After all, during their previous simulation, he and Zhang were the only first-rate martial artists. The rest were merely second-rate. To forsake a first-rate youth for others of lesser caliber was simply implausible. Absolument impossible. Very well. In the next simulation, after eliminating Zhang Xiaoran, I shall voluntarily withdraw and observe whether the final victor succeeds. As he turned to leave, his steps faltered suddenly, as if a colossal figure loomed behind him. Standing nearly 7 feet tall, he resembled a giant, his reddened skin and elevated body temperature setting him apart even further. "Hello, young brother. Are you here to register for the competition?" boomed the giant, Yun Shou, laughing heartily, his palm larger than Yun Shou's head, landing on his shoulder. The surprise in his voice belied the considerable strength he possessed, capable of pinning an adult to the ground. Yet he would restrain himself, merely using his might to dissuade Yun Shou from facing real danger on the arena. In response to the heavy hand, Yun Shou remained unperturbed. Third rate, Yun Shou, intrigued, began to apply more pressure. Second rate, a talented youth, indeed, with the potential of a master. Could it be a first rate? Feeling the giant's energy nearly penetrate his being, Yun Shou's mind stirred, and with a slight shrug of his shoulder, Yun Shou's hand sprang back, as if electrified. The giant's demeanor transitioned from ease to admiration, then to astonishment. Such power was beyond what a first-rate martial artist could possess. A martial master? No, a martial master's energy is not so overwhelming, is it? Yun Shou was taken aback. Having been tall and robust since childhood, he had always been labeled a freak. His master had praised his extraordinary physique, claiming he was as formidable as a monster, with few rivals of the same tier. Yet this youth was the true monster. Could it be that an ancient master had returned to his youth to toy with him? Yun Shou's mind raced. Others perceived him as brawny and often assumed he lacked intellect. Yet he was astute beyond measure. Rapidly processing the scenario, he deduced that this esteemed individual, having feigned youth to engage in life as pleasures, would surely wish to remain undiscovered. Therefore, he must pretend to be oblivious. No, the senior had already demonstrated his strength by repelling his hand. He was fully aware that Yun Shou recognized him as a master. To feign ignorance would be to treat the elder as a fool. Yun Shou leaped up, waving his hand in front of Yun Shou. The giant remained frozen, having been stunned for over half a minute. Finally, Yun Shou regained his composure, hastily clasping his fists. "Forgive my intrusion, esteemed young brother. Do you wish to reflect on your own words?" Yun Shou replied with a sidelong glance. "I merely meant, I shall not intrude upon your leisure any longer. Farewell." Yun Shou clasped his fists once more, then quickly turned and hurried away, breaking into a jog once he was out of Yun Shou's sight. The mindset of casually engaging in low-tier matches had vanished, replaced by a desire to put as much distance between them as possible. How did I intimidate him? Yun Shou chuckled to himself, bemused at encountering an old acquaintance from his simulations. Despite having used his energy to repel the other, he was now mistaken for a senior. With a wry smile, he shrugged, touched his nose, and squinted, his gaze glinting with a peculiar brilliance. It seemed he had triggered yet another strange butterfly effect. Due to the extraordinary nature of his abilities, Yun Shou's energy intensity was astonishingly high. Yun Shou had never encountered a true martial master and only knew that Yun Shou's energy far surpassed that of his own martial arts instructor. While being merely strong might indicate talent, being so overwhelmingly powerful could only imply legendary prowess. Having departed the registration area, Yun Shou resolved to enjoy a day of exploration in Qingcheng, just as he had planned that morning. By midday, he found himself at a grand tavern. The sign out front boasted several signature dishes and commendations from renowned heroes. In an inconspicuous corner of the sign, Yun Shou spotted a mark, the emblem of the Qinghe gang, indicating that this establishment either belonged to the gang, had paid protection fees, or was a partner supplier. Rummaging through his pockets, he discovered he had 2.5 taels of silver left along with several copper coins. Though sufficient for a meal at such an establishment, it would not allow for indulgence. Striding confidently inside, a young waiter, noticing the air of nobility about him, promptly approached. "Please prepare a small private room for me." Yun Shou settled onto an ornate wooden chair, grasping the intricately carved bamboo menu, and ordered a dozen elaborate dishes. The waiter gasped at the wealth emanating from the young gentleman and quickly noted the order on a piece of paper. "Your dishes will arrive shortly. Do you have any companions? Our tavern requires payment in advance." With a dismissive huff, Yun Shou tossed down a gang leader's token. Charge it to the Qinghe gang. Chapter 73. A title unnecessary. Yun Shou, indulging in both consumption and acquisition, dined lavishly and subsequently extracted 100 taels of silver from a grand tavern, with the expenses recorded under the Qinghe gang. 100 taels, weighing approximately 10 jin, would, when calculated by the density of silver, merely fill a single bottle of mineral water. The purchasing power of this amount is akin to 50,000 in the past, with one tael equivalent to around 500 in purchasing power. Yun Shou lightly weighed the small pouch at his waist, the sound of clinking silver particularly melodious. Yet, several gazes from the street were directed towards him. As he traversed the path, he turned into a narrow alley, followed closely by a young man who entered with a soft sound, only to vanish thereafter. That brat must not escape with all of it. Another street thug rushed in. Humph, even if he takes it, he shall relinquish most of it. A middle-aged man with long hair, brandishing a dagger, entered the alley. The fourth individual paused at the entrance, sensing something amiss. Was it too quiet inside? Were the three engaged in a peaceful division of spoils? Fear crept into him as he pressed his body against the wall, peering into the alley. Suddenly, a hand emerged, seizing his hair and yanking him inside. A brief exclamation of no echoed from within, but the sound was abruptly cut short. The fifth and sixth individuals recoiled, letting out a startled cry before fleeing. After a moment, Yun Shou peeked out. Is anyone there? I recall more than just this few trailing behind me. It appeared there was indeed no one left. Disappointed, he exited the alley to find four men sprawled haphazardly, their eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth. The local thieves were too timid. Only four had fallen before they dared not follow, destined to remain petty thieves for life. Yun Shou jingled his pouch, the sound even more delightful than before. The age-old adage that money breeds money proved true. In just a short while, his 100 taels had multiplied into over 10 taels and more than 100 copper coins. In the afternoon, Yun Shou unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. He approached with a jovial laugh, draping an arm around the other's shoulders. Ah, is this not our esteemed Zhang, the shopkeeper? The shopkeeper, responsible for collecting fish in Qinghe village, bore a face more sorrowful than joyful, managing to utter 3 words, gang. Master. Yun Shou delivered a punch to his face. How dare you address me so casually? The title of gang master is not for you to use. The onlookers who accompanied him with the fish looked on in confusion. If not gang master, what should it be called? Zhang's nose bled, a third of his large tooth wobbling precariously, another third missing, and the last third swallowed in defeat. Yet he continued to smile. For who would have imagined that only days prior, this little ghost had dutifully surrendered his catch, only to suddenly ascend to the esteemed status of a martial artist, usurping Su Ruohai's position. How should I address you then? Yun Shou struck him again, this time on the right eye. You shall refer to me as Master Gang. Zhang, now sporting a black eye, nodded obsequiously. Master Gang, do you have any matters for me? Nothing of significance. Merely that I was preoccupied with dealing blows to Mu Jian and Su Ruohai yesterday, and forgot to attend to you. So I'm rectifying that now. Yun Shou waved him off. You may leave. Yes, Master Gang. Wait. Yun Shou called him back, delivering yet another punch to Zhang's left eye. Zhang, on the verge of tears, his swollen eye unable to produce any, lamented, Master Gang. What have I done wrong this time? Primarily the asymmetry. It is discomforting to behold, Yun Shou coughed lightly. Moreover, you're in the city to sell goods. Should people see your swollen eye, they would believe someone dared to assault our Qinghe Gang's transport envoy, which would be a disgrace to me. Now, however, you can claim your eye is naturally swollen. Zhang raised his thumb in admiration. Truly, Master Gang, your foresight is commendable. I am in awe. Yun Shou nodded in satisfaction. No wonder you have become a shopkeeper. You are truly talented in the art of human relations. By the way, there is one more matter. He called out to Zhang as he was walking away. You owe me the daily 10 when you have withheld from me over the past 2 years. The gang members assisting with the fish noticed Zhang, who had previously appeared unbothered, suddenly stoop, as if aged by 20 years. Furthermore, you must also compensate for the sugar-coated hawthorn expenses of Ji Kongyan and his wife, as well as Wang Chongyan and his son, and Song Xiaohu. Zhang stooped further, appearing as though he had aged 40 years. Lastly, I have a batch of bills at the Xiaya Tavern that you must cover. Do not use public funds. Fill them out yourself. Zhang appeared as if entombed. The gang members hastily supported him, yet he felt lifeless. Yes, master, gang, Zhang responded hoarsely, sounding almost like a corpse speaking. This was indeed the most despairing manner of demise. Yun Shou departed with satisfaction. In the evening, Hero, you may wish to attend tonight's night market, suggested the head of the first-class intelligence organization, Jin Feng Liu, known as the 13th Master. It was rare to encounter a novel, universally applicable, master-level martial arts technique that would not attract scrutiny from existing sections. Yun Shou, donned in a mask and elevated footwear, buzzed like an industrious wasp. Martial arts are merely a matter of transcription. As long as you possess a copy, there will be no shortage. Indeed, Hero, 13th Master nodded. But you possess only 112 taels plus 46 copper coins. Do you truly intend to purchase a master-level martial arts manual? Dream on. However, due to your payment of a 5-tael consulting fee, I shall offer you a suggestion, the night market. From 13th Master, Yun Shou learned of the night market, a black market where various sects' secret martial arts were sold, along with human trafficking and other illicit goods. It was a sacred place for protagonists to stumble upon hidden treasures. 13th Master encouraged him to seize the opportunity and perhaps procure a master-level martial arts manual for a mere 100 taels. While finding such a treasure was not impossible, it was certainly improbable. The night market lacked a fixed location, typically held in an open area several dozen miles outside Qingcheng, operating from dusk until dawn. This time, it would take place atop Qing Lake, a water market formed by a series of small boats. Yun Shou exited the branch of Jin Feng Liu, now understanding why he had refrained from purchasing martial arts manuals in his past lives. The prices were exorbitant. Common goods were priced at 100 taels, while martial arts manuals from reputable schools exceeded 1,000. Master-level manuals also cost in the thousands, but in gold. When one could afford them, they were unnecessary, and when needed, they were unattainable. Yun Shou glanced towards Qing Lake, then resolutely sought accommodation at an inn. Who would venture to a night market in the dead of night? Who would gamble on the chance of drawing an SSR? He could simply practice Tianhe Liujuan. If a martial arts school came knocking, he could claim a misunderstanding, and with his invincible martial artist prowess, Tianhe martial arts would not dare entangle him. Once he simulated becoming a master, a grandmaster, he would promptly shift to cultivating the Sun S art, dazzling the Yang Sun sect with his brilliance. Your most treasured Sun S art has been perfected by me. Behold this radiant, blinding light, flickering with every gesture of my fingers. Can you perceive this immense force? It is imbued with the essence of the Sun S art. Chapter 74. The secret relationship between Bai Jianghe and Zhao Yuan. A night passed without incident. Upon awakening, Yun Shou tidied his silver and the leader's token, exchanged pleasantries with the innkeeper, and departed from the tavern. Exiting Qingcheng, he strolled towards the Qinghe gang while initiating a simulation. Ding. Essence -1, current essence, 530. This time, the resources at his disposal were unexpectedly abundant, exceeding last time by more than double. Having learned from past experiences, he felt assured there would be no pursuit this time, allowing him to train steadily and live like a proper person. In the year 269 of the Great Celebration, you, while assuming the role of the domineering leader of the Qinghe gang, also dispersed your internal energy. At the same time, you kept an eye on the martial arts contest for marriage, which you did not attend, nor did Zhang Xiaoran. The entire event was merely a display of second-rate fighters clashing ineffectively, and to make matters worse, there were even third-rate competitors, cooked chickens. Weaker than chickens, hence dubbed the cooked chicken level. Ultimately, you observed that the victor was a young man in his 30s. The following day, news spread that the young man had won the contest, but was subsequently rejected by the Lin family's daughter, turning into a source of lighthearted gossip. Well, it seemed your participation in the contest was merely a formality, and none had caught your eye. Yun Shou was at a loss for words. In the year 270 of the Great Celebration, with your wealth of experience, you swiftly dispersed your internal energy and contemplated for long while before refining the flow of the Tianhe. In the blink of an eye, you had mastered it. You lifted the restrictions, and the influence of the Qinghe gang began to spread. The flow of the Tianhe was now small, but significant. Concurrently, the Qinghe gang charged forward, colliding with the Baishui Martial Arts School, located near Lihu City. The Qinghe gang and the Baishui Martial Arts School agreed to a best-of-3 battle on a chosen date, knowing that your subordinates lacked the necessary strength. The night before the duel, a mysterious figure wearing height-increasing shoes stormed into the Baishui Martial Arts School, mercilessly beating the official disciples in every room, leaving them with broken limbs and unable to rise for 3 months. The master of the martial arts school, Bai Jianghe, in a fit of rage, unleashed his skills. In the past, he could contend with you for 300 rounds before narrowly losing, but now, under sheer numerical advantage, even with the support of his disciples, he was sent flying after merely 50 rounds, crashing through several rooms. A quarter of an hour later, you departed leisurely, leaving the entire Baishui Martial Arts School devoid of anyone able to stand. The next day, you led the Qinghe gang in a festive display, ringing drums and gongs to greet the Baishui Martial Arts School, extending an invitation for the duel, a gesture of submission. If that mysterious figure from a night before was not you. Oh dear, what transpired? Master Bai, why are you in such a miserable state? Did you happen to encounter someone on your way home last night? You feigned concern, emphasizing camaraderie first, competition second. Bai Jianghe wore a grim expression. Might your esteemed gang consider postponing the duel for another 2-3 months? How dare you presume? Your loyal right protector, Su Ruohai, stepped forward with a cold smirk. A first-rate fighter who had not even completed his own training, ordinarily, Bai Jianghe would have sent this insolent individual flying with a single slap. Yet now, with both arms broken, he could not even contend with his own wife. He could only pretend not to hear Su Ruohai's words, fixing his gaze on you. You magnanimously replied, "The Qinghe gang operates with integrity, never taking advantage of others. Yet since you require 2 months for recovery, we shall take charge of the Qinghe area in the meantime." Of course. 2 months later, under the cover of night, Yun Shou, stifling laughter, Bai Jianghe was discussing matters with several disciples. Although the Qinghe gang may not understand the rules, their leader is somewhat noteworthy, having heard rumors of his impressive martial prowess at a young age. Tomorrow, please grant them some respect, allowing them to win a few rounds. Then he heard a familiar, raspy laugh, and upon stepping outside, saw the disciples lying in disarray. Master Bai, long time no see. Bai Jianghe. Even the dimmest of minds could discern this was no coincidence. He roared in anger, charging at the Qinghe gang only to be sent flying once more by the still healing body. The next day, amidst the familiar sounds of drums and gongs, you feigned surprise. My heavens, what has happened now? Your aged and feeble left protector chimed in. It seems the Baishui Martial Arts School lacks virtue and has lost the people's favor. Otherwise, how could the entire school be continuously assaulted? Your potential gang member, Song Xiaohu, tugged at your sleeve. Brother Yun Shou, why do the people of this martial arts school keep getting beaten? They are worse off than we are. Noticing the growing crowd drawn in by your festive display, Bai Jianghe was furious, nearly spitting blood. You dare imply that the black-clad figure from last night was not you? Of course not. All present can attest that I was with them the entire night. You and your little brother stood shoulder to shoulder, united in spirit. Indeed, 26. You mean to say that over 20 grown men slept together last night? Doesn't that demonstrate our leader's amiability, showcasing the camaraderie within our gang? Should I also mention it? Xiaohu asked in a naive tone. You are merely a prospective member. It doesn't count. You ruffle his hair. The sensation delightful. Moreover, that was an adult friendship. Children should not involve themselves. Delightful sensation? Yun Shou feigned a grasping motion. Is that true? Let us try it back home. Seeing you both act foolishly and without care, Bai Jianghe spat another mouthful of blood. What is done is observed by the heavens. Do you truly believe such actions go unpunished? You feigned ignorance of his words. Bai Jianghe had bled out all he could. By the way, is the next duel still postponed for 2 months? Given your dire condition, 3 months is also acceptable. Bai Jianghe, furious. Days later, you learned that the Baishui Martial Arts School had relocated from Lihu City, leaving you somewhat disheartened. You had thought the matter concluded, but what transpired next revealed a startling truth. A formidable warrior arrived at your door, effortlessly sending Su Rawhai crashing back, bloodied from a single strike. Yun Shou, why do you say again? This warrior, a master of martial arts, proclaimed that he had come to teach a lesson to the Qinghe gang. Notorious for its unscrupulous deeds, he was Zhao Yuan, a promising disciple of the Yangyao sect, having coalesced his martial intent with hopes of achieving the Grand Master level. Yun Shou, damn. So it turns out you have a clandestine relationship with Bai Jianghe? Last time, I thought you were fair, and just this time, you appear to be a self-proclaimed savior. You scoundrel. The seventh-generation-old Yun cried out his true feelings. The harrowing experience of fleeing hundreds of miles lingered in your mind, though you had not inherited memories. The mere sight of those words evoked tears. He was merely a 15-year-old boy, yet he was relentlessly pursued by a group of heartless individuals with nowhere to escape. You had exchanged a few words with him last time, but this time there was no need, absolutely none. You raised your great sword and charged towards the enemy. Chapter 75, Zhao Yuan Dao, is the consolidation of martial will truly formidable. Is the mastery of martial arts exceptionally powerful? To become a master, can that possibly compare to my prowess? Zhao Yuan hastily raised his staff in defense, but how could he withstand your relentless blade, dancing and weaving with precision? The overwhelming force he faced felt akin to confronting a master. His grip on the staff fractured, skin worn, and his arm quivered as if it might snap. Zhao Yuan was a prodigy, a genius from childhood, a second-rate at 13, a first-rate at 18, and a martial master at 26. He was always the protagonist, revered by jealous peers, admired by mentors, and feared by fellow warriors. He was the great hero of his generation. He once believed he would be the child of destiny, destined to become an unparalleled grandmaster, leading the Yangyao sect to unprecedented glory. Achieving legendary status in the martial world, his pride blinded him. Thus, when he heard of the youthful martial master, he dismissed it. After all, who could rival his genius? Surely, it was mere exaggeration. His old friend Bai Jianghe must have been ambushed by others. Hence, he rushed to the Qinghe gang, intending to subdue the young leader and unearth the culprits behind the attack. And now, he was retreating step by step, his usually haughty and upright visage contorted in shock and disbelief, the myriad expressions crossing his face within moments exceeding those of the past 10 years. Boom! With a single upward slash, you sent his staff flying, followed by a horizontal cut that grazed his legs, shattering his kneecaps and sending shockwaves through his body. Zhao Yuan knelt, hands pressed to the ground, no longer willing to fight. After his staff was cleaved away, it felt as if his very soul had been severed, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the earth. The battlefield had shifted from within the gang to beyond its walls. This once proud martial genius, a future master, now stared wide-eyed, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down his pale face. And you, lunging forward, pressed your head through the gap between his outstretched hands. This is the expression I sought to witness, the shock, confusion, and despair reflected upon his countenance. Yun Shou, I too wish to see. Why isn't this a video simulation? Oh dear, could it truly be? The esteemed seed of a Yangyao sect, is this feeble, unable to even rise to his feet? You continue to taunt him, your face close to his after shattering his kneecaps. Half a minute later, you withdrew your head. Zhao Yuan's expression had grown somewhat grotesque. After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, he succumbed to a state of resignation, and you found his face utterly repulsive. With a swift kick, Zhao Yuan tumbled across the grass like a rag doll. Only after this did he regain his senses, his face ashen, forcing down the tremor in his voice. I am an elder of the Yangyao sect. I am a direct disciple of a master. And so what? You pressed your shoe against his forehead. Master, I am so frightened. A mere 15-year-old child, terrified of retribution from a master. Yet, you cannot afford to offend the Yangyao sect, nor can you eliminate him. Even incapacitating him would attract the ire of a master. Only by achieving harmonious resonance of muscles and bones and consolidating martial will can you hope to rival a master of vital energy. Death may be spared, yet living punishment is inescapable. You summoned the former four leaders of the Qinghe gang, Chapter 46, known as the Four Talents of Qinghe, each possessing remarkable skills, unique techniques, and secret martial arts that astonished all. Four Talents of Qinghe. Leader, we are not involved in that. You have squandered your title. Henceforth, you shall no longer be known as the Four Talents of Qinghe, and I shall revoke it immediately. You have wasted your title. From now on, you need not seek renown as the Four Talents of Qinghe. Now at once, find me four from Nantong, former Four Talents of Qinghe. If the Four Talents signifies something dubious, then indeed we are unworthy of such a claim. Deep within the Qinghe gang's secretive depths, in a hidden chamber inaccessible to any martial artist, lay Zhao Yuan. Not suitable for children, slightly explicit. Half a month later, you had your followers deliver the utterly humiliated Zhao Yuan to a medical clinic in Qingcheng under the cover of night. Let us hope that the physician has studied proctology. You ought to thank me, little Zhao. Those who have not endured ultimate humiliation cannot attain ultimate power. You may think of yourself as virtuous, yet in truth, you have offered him a great opportunity amidst his suffering. By year end, no master from the Yanyao sect came seeking vengeance. Merely a letter of correspondence arrived. The letter bore no explicit declaration of war, but rather a subtle threat veiled in a mild tone, stating, I hope to witness your prowess at next year's young talent competition. You discarded the letter into the flames, watching it turn to ash. Rising, your muscles and bones resonating like a colossal stone crashing down. You had surpassed the limits of masterly potential, the sound of tiger and leopard thunder, reaching an entirely new height. In 2 years' time, you would complete this step, with only the consolidation of martial will remaining. Your essence, soaring at 531, combined with your extraordinary spiritual strength, made the consolidation of martial will all the more effortless. In the year 271 of the Great Celebration, you set forth, instructing Su Ruohai to guard the home well, proceeding toward the venue of this year's Young Talents competition. At Hengduan Cliff, after completing the registration process, you noticed an abundance of gazes upon you, some malicious, others benevolent, and some oddly curious. It appears that news of your victory over Zhao Yuan, followed by others besting him, had spread widely. You endured the scorn of second-rate disciples from the Yanyao sect, the skepticism of the competition's officiating martial masters, and the condescending laughter of lofty masters. You felt a sense of satisfaction. Then, throughout the entire competition, none of your opponents could withstand even your second strike, for you had restrained your first, preventing their immediate demise. Your strength was staggering. After receiving your consent, a master from the hosting meteor sect assessed your martial aptitude. After a lengthy pause, he shook his head and re-evaluated time and again. Rarely in history have there been such individuals, and seldom shall they be seen again. He declared, not only in the contemporary martial arts realm, but even when perusing all historical records, there exists only one person who can be compared to this youth. Emperor Ning from 8 centuries past. Emperor Ning, the founding emperor of the Ning Kingdom, renowned not only for his exceptional talent, but also for the numerous cherished companions he held dear. Yet most famously, he was celebrated for his martial prowess, said to surpass that of all other great masters of his era. As a citizen of the Great Celebration Kingdom, having grown up in a fishing village with little exposure to the outside world, you were unaware of Emperor Ning's tale. To the common folk of the Ning Kingdom, he was a living legend. It was said that a forbidden tome circulated among the people, the seductive martial emperor, detailing the life of Emperor Ning, filled with many risque tales that were well known among those who understood. Over time, this tome evolved, with each generation of prominent figures adding their embellishments. The seductive martial emperor had undergone numerous revisions and updates, with many devoted followers of Emperor Ning cherishing the latest complete version titled The Seductive Martial Emperor. Dingwu 39. Chapter 76. Leaning on the sect, there are supportive allies. Is the romantic martial emperor truly so captivating? Yun Shou shook his head in disbelief. However, to hastily dismiss it without having seen it is somewhat pedantic, and I am not inclined to such narrow-mindedness. Perhaps I shall procure a copy for a thorough examination and offer my critique. Returning to the main topic, whether the Ning Emperor truly dominated an era remains unverified. Yet in your presence, lacking the stature of a true warrior. The master of the meteor sect can only liken himself to the legendary Ning Emperor. This young man's talents are indeed comparable to the invincible Ning Emperor that has been lauded. As the champion of the grand tournament, you were awarded the master-level martial art meteor transformation, yet you expressed a desire to exchange this accolade for martial resources instead. In principle, such a request is not permissible. But principles are human-made, and who would dare to trouble a young warrior? Following the conclusion of the grand tournament, numerous factions extended olive branches to you. Upon learning that you were mentored by a mysterious master, their ambitions waned. Surely, anyone capable of producing a youthful warrior must possess significant mastery themselves. However, taking advantage of the home court, the sect leader of the Meteor sect, present at the event, invited you to serve as an honorary steward, an arrangement where you would receive payment without the obligation of duties. Once you attain the rank of master, you would automatically be promoted to an honorary elder. Their only hope is that after you reach the pinnacle of martial arts, you might lend assistance to the Meteor sect. Notably, on your journey back, you encountered several masked warriors and over a dozen elite fighters who attempted to ambush you. Upon defeating them, you discovered none belonged to the Yun Shou sect, and the reasoning behind their attack left you speechless. They believe that your exceptional talent must be coupled with a form of martial arts, perhaps surpassing that of a master, which, when practiced, could be exponentially more potent than the martial arts of others. After dispatching them, you found 2 insignias from different martial halls on the bodies of 4 warriors and 13 elite fighters, while the others bore no identifiable marks. One of the elite fighters was a participant in the tournament, now reduced to a cold corpse. Surveying the scene, you retrieved the corpse-reducing powder and a small spade prepared for the Yun Shou sect, excavating a grave to dispose of them. You sprinkled the powder over the bodies, mindful of the lack of natural water sources and reluctant to waste your provisions. With everything resolved, you suddenly realized that such burdens need not be borne alone. After all, you are no longer a solitary warrior. You returned to the Meteor sect to report. A group of unscrupulous martial artists had ambushed their steward. The Meteor sect was taken aback. Which steward had encountered trouble? You pointed to yourself. They exchanged awkward smiles, relieved that you were unharmed, and vowed to investigate the attackers thoroughly. Where are the bodies of the assailants? Accompanying the enforcement team, you led them to the burial site, where they unearthed the remains, confirming their identities despite the disarray. Through muscle distribution in their limbs, they deduced the type of martial arts practiced, as different disciplines enhance the body in distinct ways. After identifying all involved, the head of the enforcement hall inquired with a furrowed brow. Young hero Yun, what liquid did you use with the corpse-reducing powder? It seems rather peculiar. You shyly smiled. Following this incident, you began to comprehend the advantages of having backing from powerful factions. The 5 martial halls and 3 martial arts schools that had previously attempted to ambush you dared not retaliate. Instead, they vehemently distanced themselves, claiming that the assailants were merely temporary personnel, a reflection of their poor judgment, and offered substantial reparations. Indeed, the hall masters were also merely temporary figures, as the previous master, nearing the end of his days, was summoned back from his lavish residence and announced that the former was merely acting in his stead. In the year 272 of the Great Celebration, many wandering warriors sought to join the Qinghe gang, a mix of second-tier and even first-tier fighters, whom you welcomed with open arms. You sternly advised your right protector, Su Ruahai, you must strive diligently. Do not allow others to usurp your position. You gently reminded your left protector, Mu Jian, it's none of your concern. Off you go to play, old fool. That year, your mastery of the heavenly river had reached a significant height, albeit with minimal impact on your current strength. In the year 273, over half of the new recruits departed the gang, and the influx of newcomers had dwindled to nearly 0. They realized that there was not a single individual responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the compound, and, occasionally, a surprising remark from you could save an elite warrior a decade of arduous practice. A casual gesture from a mysterious elder could even enable a second-tier warrior to unleash their inner strength. Moreover, the territory was too limited. As the benefits for gang members were diluted with each new addition, the faction could not expand swiftly enough, resulting in their earnings being less than they could achieve elsewhere. Without tangible benefits, who would choose to remain in such a dismal place? You felt a touch of indignation. Each warrior who left the gang not only faced an exit fee, but also had to endure a nocturnal encounter with you, disguised as a masked villain, to ensure they were dealt with appropriately. The foremost intelligence organization in the martial world, the Jin Feng Tower, added a note to your dossier. Beware of his pettiness. Those who leave the Qinghe gang refer to him as Needle Eye Yun. Yun Shou. Jin Feng Tower, you jested about my poverty just last night, and now you seek to gather dirt on me? Do you think I cannot deal with you? In the year 274 of the Great Celebration, your bones and muscles harmonized completely, allowing you to emit a sound akin to a landslide, though you had yet to achieve the dragon's roar from your previous simulation. The next step was to consolidate your martial will. Two elements are essential for condensing martial will. One is strong mental fortitude, which ordinary individuals can enhance through pressure resistance techniques, and you have long since met this criterion. The other is discovering one's own martial heart, a requirement that proves simpler for many warriors who have already committed to their martial paths. It's struggle due to insufficient mental strength. As for you, these past days have been spent contemplating life itself. After all, you have only truly embarked on a martial path for a little over 5 years, starting from the unparalleled mastery of a master with talents that are off the charts. You have yet to encounter any setbacks in martial arts. Some gang members, concerned for your well-being, offered you elixirs that could invigorate your spirit. You told them to take their leave, having already experienced the peak of such concoctions in the previous simulation. You had no desire to repeat that experience. I shall rely solely on myself to consolidate my martial will. In the deep of night, you stood atop the highest building in Qingcheng, gazing down upon a myriad of lights. The protective will born for the well-being of the populace had yet to manifest. At dawn, you submerged yourself in a lake for an hour or stood atop a mountain, calling out to the heavens. Yet the natural will embodying all things also failed to emerge. In the year 275 of the Great Celebration, you called back that gang member. By the way, is there a significant side effect from the elixir? Are there any without adverse effects? Apologies, I have family matters to attend to today, thus only 4 updates. Chapter 77. The Master of Infinity, you gaze at the wondrous elixir, apprehensive of its potential adverse effects, prompting you to summon Su Ruohai. Right, Protector, I present you with a remarkable opportunity to consolidate your martial will. Su Ruohai responds, Leader, I have only just begun to cultivate my vital energy. Alas, cast aside the elixir. It is best to rely on your own strength. In the same year, Uncle Ji's wife, Song Hongyan, is with child. At 6 months into her pregnancy, the physicians in Qingcheng conclude that it is a boy. While martial artists possess the ability to probe the human body with their vital energy for examinations, your fear of inadvertently harming the fetus leads you to adopt the most prudent method. They decide to name the child Jiyu. Yet, the bond with the grandfather remains elusive, and Ji Xiaoyu is still lost. You reflect deeply and once more urge Uncle Ji to relocate to Qingcheng, where you have already procured a residence. Initially, he has been reluctant, but now you are prepared. Have you forgotten, Uncle Ji, about Aunt Song's plight and the other expectant mothers in neighboring Redscale Village? The experts in the city have warned that prolonged exposure to moisture can adversely affect a child's development. You certainly do not wish for Aunt Song to experience complications during childbirth, even if the risk is merely marginal. Uncle Ji acknowledges your concern. He is willing to accept your offer to move to the city. However, he worries about his livelihood, as fishing is his only skill, and he does not wish to impose upon you. You find his reasoning admirable, yet frustrating. To resolve this, you ask Qinghe Gang to create a position akin to a quality inspector in the city, explaining that they are in need of personnel, and suggest that this role be entrusted to Uncle Ji. While Uncle Ji complies, you should have continued grappling with the consolidation of your martial will. However, this year has brought an overwhelming confluence of both good and ill. Song Xiao, the boy who referred to you as Brother Yun Shou and tirelessly brought you meals while you were bedridden, has passed away. An outsider, a martial artist, traversing a fishing village, has killed a fisherman, prompting 2 members of Qinghe Gang to intervene, with Song Xiaohu accompanying them. Now a 13-year-old youth, bolstered by the martial resources you distributed. He has grown as robust as a young bull, qualifying as a third-rate martial artist. However, the troublemaker who committed the homicide is a second-rate martial artist. 3 third-rate martial artists, if they mastered a combined attack technique, could contend with an inner-strength practitioner, yet they were too disorganized. Not only did they fail to cooperate, but one fled, ultimately not escaping death. You ensured that the second-rate martial artist met a gruesome end. For the last half hour of his life, he pleaded for mercy, expressed remorse, and cried out in agony. Afterward, you sat quietly, watching as Song Xiaohu's remains were laid to rest. For your true self, it was merely a brief account, an illusory glimpse of the future, yet for you, it embodied stark reality. You sat in silence for 3 days, contemplating until a flicker of light ignited within your eyes, as if layers of experiences and echoes of eras only imaginable in dreams cascaded before you. Your martial will is named infinity. You yearn for everything. You desire to become a fish swimming through the river of time, a traveler traversing countless parallel timelines. What you seek is not merely the flawless future of your true self. You aspire to encompass all realms of time and space. You wish to navigate freely through every simulated epoch, altering every lamentable aspect of each fabricated future. You aim to become the sovereign of all realms, the master of time. This is your infinity. Yun Shou, you are under no obligation to set an unachievable goal for yourself. Or, do you mean to confront the impossible, fully aware of its futility? Hajiki, you are indeed a source of fervor. It seems I must assume this weighty responsibility as well. Serious version, is this truly achievable? Yun Shou finds himself unable to comprehend the emotions of the old Yun within the simulator. He feels perplexed, as though a great burden rests upon his shoulders. To inherit this martial prowess is to also inherit this will of infinity. He exhales deeply. For the first time, the simulated version of himself applies pressure upon his true self to become the master of all parallel timelines, even within the realm of cultivation literature. Few have reached such heights without resorting to lofty, abstract concepts. Suddenly, Yun Shou experiences a wave of relief and smiles. How foolish of me to have forgotten the nature of this tool in my grasp. The simulator, a premier auxiliary that simulates boundless futures. Existence is justification. If the simulator can achieve it, why should I not? Infinity splendid. Let me seize control of all that is infinite. The martial will does not become invincible merely due to lofty aspirations. Within the same mental intensity, the abstract will of I wish to be the dog of the bears little distinction from my own will as the reincarnated immortal emperor. The difference between the two lies solely in the sensations they evoke. When engaging in spiritual attacks in later stages of martial arts, the damage remains unchanged. One may induce a sense of diminished vigilance, while the other provokes fear. These are merely differing effects. Thus, your martial will, when employed in battle at this stage, offers less mental suggestion and intimidation compared to your previous bloodshed will. However, it surpasses the previous metrics, as last time your aptitude was heightened through the blood essence merging technique, whereas your spiritual power is intrinsic to your essence. It encompasses myriad elements. Yun Shou increasingly recognizes the significance of the enhancement of essence. Martial aptitude, spiritual power, and lifespan are 3 disparate attributes, akin to parallel lines that do not intersect. Yet, a singular essence encapsulates all. You resolve to solidify your resolve, infusing it with a sense of ritual before breaking through to master level. Twice the aptitude of an ordinary person serves as the threshold for breakthrough. Even a mere increment requires meticulous preparation, yet your aptitude approaches nearly double that. The breakthrough will undoubtedly be seamless. By year's end, you receive a letter from Yangyao sect, and upon discerning the writer to be Zhao Yuan, you instinctively hold the letter at a distance. The scent that lingered when Zhao Yuan was dragged from the basement 5 years ago remains etched in your memory. In his correspondence, Zhao Yuan states that the forthcoming youth talent competition will be hosted by Yangyao sect, and he provocatively notes that you are still of eligible age to compete. You smile faintly and compose a letter in response. I have long surpassed all the prodigious martial artists of this generation and the last. Even if we trace history back 7 centuries, none have matched my existence. The Yun sect has no one of 25 years of age who can rival me. Such tales have long circulated the globe. Do not tell me. You intend to employ a master to challenge me? This letter remains unsent, resting in your hand. Swiftly, the year 276 of the great celebration arrives. You select an auspicious day, condensing your essence, physical, energy, vitality, and spirit, mental, into a singular point, commencing your assault upon the Master's celestial barrier. The Master possesses a celestial barrier, distinct from previous realms. Other martial practitioners or first-tier warriors face mere inability to break through, while the Master attempts a breakthrough. Failure results in damage to their foundational aptitude, which can be restored over time, necessitating years of recuperation to regain peak condition. You feel the force of your condensed essence and energy collide against a formidable lock, a restriction upon your potential, binding your vitality within certain limits. Perhaps this is not merely a lock, but a transformation, a metamorphosis of your very essence, akin to a caterpillar evolving into a butterfly. Boom! An ethereal shadow flashes past you, intertwined with countless shattered moments of time. You slowly open your eyes and rise, with a spirit that devours the bull and intimidates all directions. At the tender age of 21, you have attained the pinnacle of mastery. Chapter 78. Zhao Yuan and the second training session with the 4 strong ones. You dispatched the letter that you had pressed in your hand. A month later, reminiscent of a classic reenactment, Su Ruohai was once again sent flying by a slap. Members of the Qinghe gang called you back from the fierce battle with a new flower from the Baiwa Tower. Chief, the right protector is about to be killed by that guy again. You must return and save him. Why the urgency? Do you not realize that I have only just begun my battle for 5 minutes? When have I ever fought for less than 3 hours? With a scowl, you hastily tossed a handful of silver, saying, "Continue on your own. I shall return shortly." The new flower from Baiwa Tower shyly urged, "Chief, do hurry back. I will keep things warm for you." You cursed Zhao Yuan under your breath. Yun Shou covered his face. Is this guy really that troublesome? You were furious, extremely furious. Despite your rigorous restraint for the sake of martial arts, fighting merely once a month for 3 hours, there were still those ignorant enough to interrupt. You seized the messenger and leapt across the city, inquiring for details. The messenger, nearly blown away by the wind's force, managed to speak only after you reinforced him with a layer of energy. I joined the gang 3 years ago. The 14 hands that sent me said that the one who came knocking about 5 or 6 years ago had actually been taught a harsh lesson by you. But that fellow seems to have greatly improved. The left protector said he might be a master. The messenger knew that the gang leader, reputed to be unmatched for the past 800 years, was not a master himself. A master was the strongest in the martial world, while grandmasters rarely appeared anymore. A master? You scoffed as you and the messenger finally reached the city gate. You tossed him to the ground. Who isn't a master? With a full burst of energy, you unleashed your essence, exceeding 37 times the norm. This power was more than double that of an ordinary master, comparable to a formidable master of the dragon elephant body. The earth trembled momentarily, creating a massive mud pit as countless blades of grass and stones were violently scattered. You shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The air trembled, the wind howled. Your gang members were left dazed, staring blankly at your receding figure. What does it mean? Who isn't a master? As your speed reached its zenith, you could traverse a mile in a single breath, reaching the gang's headquarters. Several dozen miles from Qingcheng in just 2 minutes. You were like a tempest, moving at 5 times the speed of a level 15 peak typhoon. Arriving at the headquarters, your keen eyes spotted the main door wide open, where that scoundrel Zhao Yuan sat upon your throne, a seat even your loyal right protector was never permitted to occupy. Is Su Ruohai truly that loyal? Yun Shou couldn't help but scoff. Hadn't this been mentioned numerous times in the simulation? You did not decelerate. Instead, you poured on more force, raising your right hand, forming it into a blade. With a leap, you soared like a meteor streaking across the ground, darting past the heads of your gang members in the hall. while Zhao Yuan's expression changed as he barely raised his staff. With a mighty slash, the collision of master-level energy crashed down as you executed your hand blade at supersonic speed. Thunder rumbled as the earth shook. With a resounding crack, Zhao Yuan's staff shattered instantly, his hastily gathered energy unable to withstand even a moment, obliterated by your strike. The force of your hand blades struck down relentlessly. Rubble flew in all directions, the shockwave sending your gang members tumbling about, while Zhao Yuan was embedded into the ground, debris scattering. Zhao Yuan sank 3 feet into the earth, but this was not the end. Even as you struck him into the building's depths, the impact transferred, propelling him several meters deeper into the solid ground. A deafening explosion resonated, followed by a series of muffled thuds. The explosion was the result of your strike shattering the hall's wall, while the muffled sounds emanated from Zhao Yuan being driven into the earth, continuing to push through the 10 meters of mud foundation below. You broke through the wall, energy dispersing the dust and debris from your clothes as you came to a halt, frowning and shaking your right hand. I exerted too much force, and my own knuckles are fractured. Returning through the gaping hole, you surveyed the useless gang members who couldn't even withstand the residual force of the encounter and scolded. A bunch of worthless fools. Hurry and clean this mess. Butler Song Yin gazed at the chaos, nearly in tears. The headquarters of the Qinghe gang had taken generations to establish, and now it would require extensive renovations. What a costly affair. Costly? You sneered. Indeed, it will cost money, but shall not be our own. Song Yin, not a martial artist, was preoccupied with administrative duties and budgeting, momentarily failing to grasp the significance of your annihilation of Zhao Yuan. Only the martial artists among the gang understood the implications, their eyes lighting up as if illuminated by boundless prospects. Under your command, each member scrambled to clean the hall. However, this was not mere restoration, but an organization of precious items, for a new headquarters was imminent. The master from the Yanyao sect had audaciously attacked the Qinghe gang, ravaging our headquarters, only to be swiftly dealt with by our own master. This warranted compensation. Yet, more than compensation, the significance lay in the fact that the boss had become a master. Master. 2 gang members toiled for a long time, eventually unearthing Zhao Yuan from beneath the rubble. Remarkably, he still clung to life, his ribs shattered, organs damaged, yet he remained alive, with the vitality of a master. A couple of years of proper care could restore him to health. Hee. You heard one gang member chuckle, rubbing his hands together. Boss, what will be the plan for him this time? Masters cannot be humiliated. Hearing the voice that had brought him immense shame 6 years prior, Zhao Yuan, despite being unconscious, forced his eyes open and spat out a few words before succumbing once more to oblivion. Let you 4 have your fun. You waved your hand dismissively. Caring for the safety of your gang members, you proceeded to break Zhao Yuan's limbs, cautioning, beware the master's mental intimidation. Remember to drug him until he is delirious, using 50 times the dosage. Boss, he won't die halfway through, will he? One of the younger gang members anxiously inquired, glancing at Zhao Yuan's injuries, which were sufficient to kill an ordinary person multiple times. Relax, masters are tough. You nonchalantly replied. Ha, that's good. He, my old treasure. It has been 6 years, and you have become even more intriguing. Zhao Yuan once again descended into the depths of ultimate humiliation, leaving one to wonder if this would ultimately strengthen him. You vaguely sensed that you had forgotten something important, but since it had escaped your memory, it must not have been of great significance. You and your gang members deliberated on future developments in the training ground, and with a thump of your thigh, you declared, I shall establish the Qinghe sect and gather disciples from all corners of the world. The left protector of the group raised his hand to inquire, then, Chief, what will be the sect's signature martial arts? You paused momentarily, uncertain, our second in command, the right protector's water dragon technique? The crowd fell silent. Who would join a sect for a common martial art? You couldn't help but ponder. The founders of those sects were evidently extraordinary, capable of creating martial arts themselves. Was it true that your lack of creativity rendered you unworthy of establishing a sect, reliant solely on the techniques of others? What else could it be? Yun Shou scratched his head. Chapter 79. Mortals and Celestials. The Grand Master Banquet was convened in Qingsheng, attracting not only the local lord, but also attendees from various martial arts schools and over 10 sects from the Three Kingdoms region. Master, are those people from the Yangyao sect? A despondent subordinate inquired. After the banquet, do we really have to return them? Indeed. Then I shall send them some fruits. The subordinate, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a platter of durians, eagerly teasing, Master, do you know? This is no ordinary durian. Oh, you momentarily failed to grasp the situation. This is from my treasured stash. Get lost, you bellowed. That abomination is forbidden from appearing before me again. Soon after, you observed the emissaries from the Yangyao sect relishing the durian, with one giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, this flavor is authentic. I must ask them where they procured such durians. Yun Shou pondered. Isn't this a bit excessive? As you strolled through the banquet hall, the focal point of the crowd's gaze, you suddenly heard the old madam from the 100 Flowers Pavilion softly requesting a word with you. Your brows furrowed in annoyance. Why is a brothel madam intruding upon my Grandmaster banquet? Your only connection to the 100 Flowers Pavilion was a monthly visit. There was no room for ulterior motives. The old madam cautiously remarked, Hero Yun, little Rue has been waiting for you, even refusing other clients since that day. She has fainted several times from anticipation. You instructed your subordinates to redeem the girl, providing her with a few hundred taels of silver to start anew, ensuring she would not linger on your name. The Grand Master banquet concluded successfully. The Meteor sect, aware that the enigmatic master who guided you on your martial path had vanished, decided to introduce you to a great master for guidance, to prevent you from straying. Of course, it was entirely voluntary. If you believed your talents were unparalleled, rendering the great master insignificant, they would refrain from further persuasion. The Meteor sect garnered your growing affection. You accepted their offer, and after attending to some matters post-banquet, you discreetly set forth with a master from the Meteor sect. Several martial masters and elite warriors heading toward Ningguo. As the Meteor sect hailed from Ningguo, the great master they introduced was also from that region. In contrast, your homeland, Qinghua, could hardly compare to the Meteor sect. This Qinghua was indeed lacking. Despite the complaints, you understood the underlying connections. In the simulations, you had offended the Yangyao sect, subjecting one of their masters to 2 ultimate humiliations. The great master of the Yangyao sect, who had recently intervened, had a far more pronounced presence than other masters who had long since retreated into seclusion. Thus, other sects in Qinghua instinctively refrained from forming close ties with you, maintaining only a superficial facade. Over time, the divide deepened, making genuine camaraderie increasingly unlikely, unless a sect were to humble themselves and seek favor with a young man. In Ningguo, following a great river, your party encountered a thatched cottage with a small village located 2 li upstream. In the villagers' eyes, a peculiar old hermit resided downstream, whom even the children avoided. Yet this eccentric elder was one of the pinnacle figures in the world, the ultimate great master you sought, revered by the Meteor sect as Elder Jiang. After a private discussion with Elder Jiang, your martial knowledge increased by 100 points. Elder Jiang explained that reaching the Grandmaster stage was relatively straightforward. At the moment of breakthrough, one could circulate energy throughout the body, creating a defensive layer of qi at the surface. Following this, one merely needed to refine their strength and spirit into a harmonious unity, manifesting divine intent, focusing on practicing martial arts to enhance one's abilities without concern for minutiae. However, the path to becoming a great master diverged into 2 routes, the realm of mortals and the celestial realm. The concepts of impenetrable golden bodies, true essence materialization, and the Qi blood furnace did not require sequential mastery, but emerged as innate abilities upon becoming a great master, progressively awakening with your advancement. Regardless of the path chosen, a great master S level must be cultivated to the highest degree, progressing from the early stages to the mid and late stages, ultimately reaching the pinnacle. The mortal path primarily focuses on physical combat prowess. After attaining a certain stage, one must disperse their energy using the Qi blood furnace to refine all foundational impurities, restoring apure un tainted base. Striving to reach the mid to late stages of great mastery would eliminate the disadvantages of initially choosing inferior martial arts. Then, one could create personalized martial arts. Technically, these are not traditional martial arts, but unique combat styles tailored by the great master's physical capabilities, a bespoke version. Others attempting to learn would find it less effective than basic skills. Traditional martial arts typically enhance innate combat potential by a maximum of 20, whereas a custom-designed combat style could yield at least a 30 increase, with the possibility of reaching 60 or even 100. You mused that those higher percentages could withstand the second strike from otherworldly demons. As for the celestial path, it primarily involves comprehending the natural world. The legendary First Ning Emperor is said to have traversed this route, harnessing the formidable forces of nature, vital energy. Most great masters endeavor along both paths. The progress of mortals is steady and commendable, while celestial practitioners often spend decades in meditation, yielding little insight. Few great masters achieve significant advancements, sensing the energy flow of nature. They refer to this as the resonance between heaven and man. However, such resonance is ineffective unless taken to its zenith, allowing one to manipulate these natural energies, resulting in profound enhancements to strength, longevity, and life itself. Some great masters argue that the celestial path is the rightful martial way, the next step for great masters, while the mortal path is merely a struggle for the unqualified, tirelessly honing their bodies and techniques. Yet they will never attain inner strength, merely scavenging for gold in the muck. Celestials, on the other hand, directly discover gold mines and treasure troves. The mortal path cannot facilitate the transformative leap from martial artist to grandmaster. Thus, every era's great masters reside in secluded mountains and rivers, seeking enlightenment from nature. Those who become great masters are dedicated solely to martial pursuits, their worldly desires waning. You gain much from your encounter, expressing gratitude to Elder Jiang for his guidance before bidding farewell to the members of the Meteor sect. That same year, the Young Talent competition was held at the Yanyao sect, where you attended as an elder of the Meteor sect and the leader of the Qinghe gang, not to compete, but to observe. Simply by standing there, your youthful visage overshadowed the entire generation. Chapter 80. Zhu Baowen and the Supreme Disciple Yun Shou in the year 277 of the Great Celebration. With the Grandmaster presiding, the influence of the Qinghe gang expanded rapidly, drawing in a plethora of fresh blood, including a few first-rate wandering martial artists. You recognized some individuals as those who had come and gone before, and you expelled them. However, due to a lack of advanced martial arts and a failure to actively seek out high-talent disciples, although the number of members was considerable, their quality was lacking. Many were malnourished, much like you were in the beginning, with second-rate being their utmost limit. In the year 278 of the Great Celebration, as you passed by the Hunyuan Shengmixing Children's Martial Arts Academy, you spotted Zhu Baowen with his back turned to you, observing a child performing calisthenics with a series of grunts. Suddenly, he murmured to himself, "Even a small lotus pond can give rise to a dragon. It is somewhat commendable." But ultimately, the true opportunity was never seized. Only a minuscule chance allows one to leap from the pond and behold a new world. Yun Shou was taken aback. Was it possible that such talent could capture his attention? He had thought it would take something on the level of the North Star Light, or the creator of the Blood Yuan melding method, to achieve such recognition. Upon hearing Zhu Baowen's words, you paused momentarily, then rushed forward, "Esteemed senior, do you perhaps know my master?" Zhu Baowen's expression was one of surprise. He had merely spoken casually, reveling in the secret pleasure of being perceived as an unparalleled strongman by the ignorant masses. "Why have you suddenly dashed over?" he questioned, attempting to regain composure. With fervor, you grasped his hands. "Esteemed senior, you must also hail from the upper realm, just like my master, correct?" Zhu Baowen forcibly maintained his expression, nonchalantly shaking off your hands. "What nonsense are you spouting, young man? I cannot comprehend. My master once said the same." You echoed Zhu Baowen's earlier musings. He remarked that I am a dragon in a small pond, and to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, one must leap out of the pond and out of this world. Zhu Baowen was momentarily stunned. The coincidence seemed excessive. However, if the truth was otherwise, there appeared to be no other possibility. After a brief silence, he glanced at the children in the academy, who were all engrossed in their exercises, oblivious to the conversation. Zhu Baowen gestured for you to enter the room for a detailed discussion. Did your master ever mention me? Zhu Baowen inquired, noting that he had not sensed any fluctuations in the surrounding heavenly essence for years. If any innate masters were active within a radius of 200 miles, he would certainly have felt it. 200 miles. Understood. Yun Shou's eyes flickered. He now comprehended the safe distance. In the future, he would ensure to venture 500 miles outside Qingsheng for inheritance. At that distance, even if he became a celestial, Zhu Baowen might not notice. You shook your head. My master did not mention others, but he did tell me that his martial arts prowess is referred to as supreme. A sudden jolt coursed through Zhu Baowen's body, and the room seemed to tremble, but it stabilized in an instant. His expression turned peculiar. It seems the soil here is unstable. There was an earthquake just now. Outside, the children squatting in horse stance remained steady. It was evident that it was your inability to control your power that caused the disturbance. And you felt a sense of irony. The known martial arts realms above great masters include the innate, celestial, overlord, and supreme. From Zhu Baowen's reaction, Yun Shou confirmed one thing. He was beneath the supreme. Whether he was a celestial or an overlord remained uncertain. He certainly could not be innate. As his last simulation had revealed, he reached innate-level combat power, yet he was clearly not on par with Zhu Baowen's prowess. Next time, he would test him with the overlord or celestial level. You were convinced that Zhu Baowen would not exceed the overlord level and pretended not to notice his earlier lapse in composure, continuing to extract the information you needed. This was unlike your fifth simulation, Chapter 34, where you were an ignorant native of a small world, an outsider with little chance of ascending to the upper realm. Thus Zhu Baowen had only offered you a few pointers out of years of acquaintance. This time, you were the dragon from the pond, being guided by the Supreme. Fully aware of the existence of higher worlds, and your talent possessed the potential for ascension, rendering many inquiries unnecessary. Many of your questions included the caveat that it was something your master had mentioned inadvertently, yet remained unclear, hoping the esteemed senior could provide some guidance. You learned that indeed, the path of the great master was the correct one. Crafting a martial art tailored to oneself was superfluous for those with aspirations of reaching the innate, for once one attained that level, it would no longer serve a purpose. Innate was not a realm to strive for, but rather a state reached upon sensing the essence of heaven and earth, when one could initially manipulate and employ this essence. They had truly become innate. Zhu Baowen cautioned you against arrogance. Martial arts talent was crucial for practitioners below the innate level, but once one reached innate, all beings were equal. In the early stages, those with high talent could advance rapidly, yet those lacking martial artistry, insight, and wisdom would ultimately descend into mediocrity. What did this mean? Did martial artists need to comprehend the great Tao and fight using principles? Would I need to stack my talent hundreds of times just to compete with the most inferior principles? Yun Shou was taken aback. Was that still considered a martial artist? Because the innate heavenly yuan cleansing would elevate all martial artist talents to the human limit. Each would possess similar capabilities. Currently, your talent was approximately 6 times that of an ordinary human, but after the cleansing, you and those originally at 3 or 4 times would all reach 10 times. Indistinguishable from one another, Zhu Baowen solemnly stated, your extraordinary martial arts talent would primarily assist you in exiting this world more easily. It should never be seen as capital, for that would confine you to the innate or celestial realms. You mused, to be confined to the celestial. It seemed this individual must indeed be at the overlord level. Yun Shou realized that his earlier concerns were unfounded. There would never be a genius with talents 1,000 times greater or a cosmic genius with talents 1,000,000,000 times greater. Everyone would be capped at 10 times. However, he was different. His essence amplification was calculated separately. Currently, he stood just over 1 time, multiplied by over 500 of his essence, equating to 6 times, not matching some who started at 10 times. Yet, upon reaching the innate level, everyone would be equal, and his unique qualities would manifest. The amplification of his essence would be several times greater, making him stronger than the ordinary. No wonder the blood-yuan melding method has its limits. As the human body has its thresholds, extracting essence from the blood contains impurities. Later, the great figure from the cliff cave claimed to have created the 10,000 yuan devouring method, which drew pure essence, thus elevating his talent to 9 times. Incredible. That ancient era's unparalleled demon, the strongest in martial arts, possessed only a slight advantage over ordinary individuals. In others, achieving first rate would be a challenge. Yet he relied on his extraordinary talent to create improved martial arts for enhancing talent. What a miraculous being, allowing ordinary individuals to undergo the cleansing that only the innate could achieve. Yun Shou felt a pang of regret. The other's fortune was too poor. Had he been heading eastward and discovered the ascension pathway, you continued to extract information from Zhu Baowen, and it became clear that there indeed existed demonic races in the upper realms that were adversaries of humanity. You speculated that the ancient race was a branch of the demonic race. Not only the demonic race, but the upper realm was vast beyond measure, measured in miles with spirit races, beast races, and others, some friendly towards humanity, others hostile. Zhu Baowen, amidst it all, could only be considered relatively fortunate. Meanwhile, your supreme master stood as a top-tier existence among the various races. You felt the boastfulness was becoming excessive. Chapter 81. The power of the fist cannot be entered. Zhu Baowen has imparted much to you, and you silently resolve to reward him handsomely. You make a note to remember. That same year, Li Tianbing of the Meteor sect ascended to mastery, and you attended his banquet, offering your blessings. In the year 279 of the Great Celebration, the Tao sect, the foremost sect of the kingdom of Qing, extended an invitation to you, signaling goodwill. The Tao sect has never ceased its tradition of grand masters. Indeed, at present, multiple grand masters dwell in seclusion within the mountains and forests, unaffected by the pressures of the Yanyao sect. However, while embellishments are delightful, they cannot compare to timely assistance. The critical points regarding Grand Masters have been elucidated to you by Jiang Lao, and Zhu Baowen has also shared knowledge of both the innate and celestial realms. Regardless, you decided to go, for it was a gesture of goodwill. The Tao sect's leader remarked, "The insights of a Grand Master are immensely valuable. After receiving guidance, you are to serve our Tao sect for a century, understood?" With a hint of humor, you replied, "You've made me run an unnecessary distance. Keep your scan guidance." In the year 280 of the Great Celebration, Zhu Baowen bid you farewell. Your relationship had flourished over the past 2 years, and he always offered a parting remark. You bowed in gratitude for his guidance during this time. After Zhu Baowen had departed for a quarter of an hour, you ran, fervently, swiftly, with great urgency. You had to be cautious as the spatial passage healed. You traversed mountains, lakes, and rivers. Your strength had increased significantly, reaching 30% completion in refining your energy. In another decade, you would surely become a master of the essence of strength. Thus, at full speed, you dashed forth, leaving a trail as if the path had been ravaged by blades, favoring the less populated areas. 500 miles, 1,000 miles, 1,500 miles. You had to pause to rest, obtaining sustenance from nearby residents while writing promissory notes sealed with the sex emblem. You consumed food as you ran, seemingly impervious to fatigue. And by the end of the day, you reached the shores of the East Sea. Fellow villager, lend me a fishing boat. You tossed aside the sex emblem, hoisting a vessel to race upon the waves. The weight of the wooden boat was negligible for you, providing a means to rest. As you had yet to reach the level of sensing the primal energy, you wandered the ocean for quite some time before locating the extraordinary waters. Unlike the ancient lineage of your previous life, your biological instincts were remarkably acute, sensing the vitality of this area. Finally, you submerged into the sea. Numerous exotic beasts surrounded the periphery of the spatial passage, some possessing the strength of grand masters. Upon recognizing your kinship with the formidable elder, they graciously cleared your path. You beheld the empty expanse within the spatial passage, where the essence crystals were slowly regenerating. You stepped inside. Mere meters away lay a crystal barrier, now only half a foot thick, still in the process of mending. Half a foot. You inhaled deeply, condensing your energy into a single force, and unleashed a punch with all your might. Although lacking the enhancement of super speed, this punch surpassed the strike you had delivered to Zhao Yuan previously. With a thunderous explosion, the seawater before your fist was violently displaced, creating a vacuum of air. The rapid friction heated the water, causing it to evaporate, generating numerous vapor bubbles. This punch was powerful enough to slay a whale. Bang! The water roiled, and within this narrow passage, the vibrations were strong enough to kill a man. Your right fist shattered, resulting in a catastrophic fracture, yet you paid no heed to this minor injury, fixating intently on the spot of your previous strike. Perhaps the crystal barrier remained unscathed. How could it be so resilient? You glared at the gradually mending crystal barrier, gritting your teeth. It must have sustained internal damage. It was straining to hold itself together, undoubtedly filled with countless tiny, invisible cracks. If only I could strike once more. Boom! Your left fist met the same grim fate, shattering bones. Damn it, still holding strong. Bang! Your right leg twisted and contorted. I will not relent. Yun Shou watched, feeling a pang of sympathy. Give it up, my friend. You cannot break it. Previously, even the mightiest of Grand Masters could only scratch the surface. Now, he too was likely only at the level of a master of essence. It is impossible to break. Yet the current 7th generation Yun Shou had nearly formed an obsession, tirelessly pursuing Zhu Baowen in hopes of a shared ascent. The costs had been too high, and he would not turn back until he hit a wall. After a while, you cursed under your breath, using your energy to levitate your body out of the passage. Returning to your boat to avoid being sealed in amber by the gradually healing crystal barrier. You lay on the boat, your bones shattered in both fists and feet. Fortunately, you were no ordinary master, but one with quintuple the essence. Healing within a month should be attainable. On the sea, you propelled the boat with your energy, gradually making your way back to the coastal fishing village. In 7 days, you would be able to walk again, and in 20 days, you would be largely unimpeded. In the year 281 of the Great Celebration, the Dao sect began to create obstacles for your Qinghe gang in various minor ways. Although still a gang, the entire area surrounding Qinghu fell under your dominion. The Qinghu, boasting a radius of 800 miles, despite its irregular shape, had its narrowest point exceeding 100 miles. Yet, controlling the area granted you more power than a single master could suppress. Your success stemmed from your formidable strength, coupled with the meager resources of the fishermen around the lake, which paled in comparison to the revenue of an entire city. Presently, however, many of your enterprises faced oppression, and your martial resources dwindled. The Dao sect sent another letter, emphasizing their genuine regard for your talents. If your resources were severed, your progress would inevitably slow, a loss they would regret. They proposed that if you obediently joined the Dao sect, you would enjoy abundant resources with minimal responsibilities, along with guidance from Grand Masters, a win-win situation indeed. In your heart, the Dao sect's allure had surpassed even that of the Yangyao sect. The previous pursuit by the Yangyao sect was understandable. Any leakage of sect martial arts would provoke ire. This time, the conflict was merely personal, and the Yangyao sect had not resorted to underhanded tactics, merely seeking to redeem their own. As for the Dao sect, do they truly believe that my martial prowess relies on resources? The meager profits of the Qinghe gang barely hasten my progress by 20%. My rapid advancement is solely attributable to my exceptional innate gifts. In the year 282 of the Great Celebration, your martial training speed decreased from 170 to 155, with 50 provided by the meteor sect. The decline was modest. Yet even clay figures possess a semblance of spirit. You lack the charisma to rally the Dao sect, and currently, you could not contend with their Grand Masters, but you could seek allies. In the Great Island region, that royal family still possessed a vast reserve of divine silver water at your disposal. Considering their stronghold housed many master-level deities, risking your resources might lead to losses. You had initially planned to wait until reaching the limits of mastery before approaching them. However, based on previous notes, their current stock of divine silver water could yield over 10 Grand Masters, and there would be plenty left after my use. Why not share with friends? You approached the meteor sect, my elusive master once spoke of. Let me gain strength to eliminate those royal families that feed lives to the alien serpents, and swiftly enhance my cultivation. The meteor sect expressed profound gratitude, and upon securing your consent, they invited 2 Grand Masters to oversee matters, just in case they were unable to resolve the situation with the royal family on the Great Island. One was Jiang Lao, who had previously guided you, and the other was Jiang Lao's daughter, the former leader of the Taihozong of the Ninghui sect, known as Jiang Lao, a lineage of dual supremacy. Quite a rarity indeed. Chapter 82. The return to the divine capital and Tianyuan Peak. As you commenced your voyage across the sea, lacking a precise direction, you resolved to forge ahead. The immense island should not be too difficult to locate. Sailing was out of the question. Who could fathom how long it would take to reach the destination with such paltry ship speed? Running across the ocean was also impractical, as even a Grandmaster's formidable energy could not withstand the strain. An idea struck you, and you raised a finger. Ah, I have a brilliant notion. What if we combined sailing with running? 2 Grandmasters, one in front and the other behind, utilized their energy to pull the bow and stern of the vessel, while you and 3 others from the meteor sect, a total of 4 Grandmasters, followed behind at a swift pace. Indeed, the Grandmasters outpaced the others even while dragging the ship. By day, you sprinted across the sea. By night, you rested on the vessel. When hunger struck, you would catch a few squid or fish. It was quite an enjoyable journey with an elite crew. After half a month, you set foot on land, greeted by rolling meadows, and reassured yourself, do not panic. There are meadows on the great island as well. Soon, towering men, each nearly 2 meters tall and sporting bushy beards, passed by. You turned and adjusted the ship's direction to continue your maritime pursuit. Days later, spotting diminutive figures below 1.5 meters in height along the shore, you smiled with satisfaction. We have arrived. Language barriers posed a challenge. But after a month of trial and error, you finally reached the divine capital, a bustling metropolis. Your previous visit had been a mere flurry of activity, attempting to urbanize the city. This time, you could truly behold its splendor. As you and your companions wandered through the city, the underlying decay and stench beneath its prosperity became apparent as the so-called divine beings acted with impunity. The residents, however, appeared mentally distorted, viewing the suffering imposed by the divine as a form of blessing. Those who did not see it as such accepted it as a matter of course. You witnessed a divine attendant, whose authority was unclear, skinning a young girl in public, subsequently using her skin to adorn the floors of the divine residence. The girl smiled, her horrific visage devoid of skin, while tears uncontrollably streamed from her eyes. Even more surreal were the small flower children dancing before her, encouraging her with wide-eyed admiration. In an instant, Jiang Lao intervened, unleashing her energy to obliterate the divine attendant into a mist of blood. Yet, the divine being emerging from the residence would not relent. With a piercing howl, a chilling energy enveloped his form. He too was reduced to a bloody mist. You found the old woman quite impressive. However, this incident escalated rapidly, as divine beings from several streets converged, yet none, from the second-rate to the martial masters, posed any challenge. All were swiftly vanquished by Jiang Lao, left half-conscious on the ground. Then came a figure, resplendent in flamboyant attire, standing at a towering height of 1.60 meters, adorned with a multitude of flags. You regarded his long limbs with recognition, recalling him as the bamboo pole monster from your previous encounter. The chilling pressure emanating from the bamboo pole monster was met with resistance from your 6 companions, causing him to sit on the ground, pale and defeated. Just as the principal divine being, Ming Xiaowu, the bamboo pole monster, was about to be subdued by Jiang Lao, the clamor of the citizens began to subside. The din of the divine capital faded, as if a silence had enveloped the area, approaching you. The figure drew near, and upon recognition, the nearby civilians fell silent and bowed deeply in unison, performing a rather awkward form of prostration. What a fortuitous moment, or perhaps not. You turned to face the newcomer, a portly middle-aged man, resembling a large meatball, his face smeared with an unappetizing white makeup. He was of royal lineage, the supreme ruler of this land. If memory served correctly, the simulator had indicated that this royal family consisted of only a few hundred members, all of pure blood, closely related. It was indeed remarkable that they had managed to reproduce for over 3,000 years, with a low SSR probability. One could only imagine how many sugar people had emerged. The pale-faced man babbled on, and upon noticing your lack of response, switched to a language you could comprehend, a combination of 3 languages. Many guests have traveled from afar, and we apologize for any previous misunderstandings. Please, esteemed guests, follow me. A Grandmaster queried in astonishment. Is it possible that someone here understands 3 languages? You deduce the reason. This royal family claimed to communicate with celestial beings, referring to their proficiency in the languages of various regions, such as the 3 kingdoms and the desert. Aside from this vast island, there was no other place in the world with such diminutive inhabitants. Thus, outsiders who stumbled upon this island were perceived as divine due to their stature, and only those of royal lineage, fluent in celestial tongues, could engage in discourse. How neatly it all fit together, Yun Shou mused. How intricately interconnected. You followed this individual to the royal residence at Tianyuan Peak. The portly man introduced himself as Tianyuan Tu-Pa, and upon hearing this name, a drill inexplicably surfaced in your mind. After a brief conversation, Tu-Pa offered each of you a cup of tea. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, a profound thirst awakened within your bodies, invigorating your various bodily functions. Noticing your collective fixation on the tea, Tu-Pa smiled with satisfaction. All of you possess formidable strength, at least comparable to our principal divine beings, or even the grandmasters like the Yu Tianming. But would you care to advance further? It is simple. All you need to do is serve my royal family. Not only could you attain divine status, but you would also enjoy a pot of this tea every decade. Your patience wore thin. Are we here merely to engage in polite conversation? Jiang Lao retorted, her impatience evident. As her words fell, the 6 of you simultaneously launched an assault in all directions. The hidden martial practitioners behind the feathered curtains were laughable to the eyes of grandmasters, and in an instant, the area within Tianzhong was cleared, including all structures. Had you all been invited to Tianyuan Peak upon your arrival, hesitation might have lingered. After all, the royal family's demeanor seemed rather amiable, not villainous. Yet, the haunting image of the girl, whose skin had been stripped away yet still managed to smile through her tears, was not one that could be easily forgotten. You refrained from attacking Tu-Pa, keeping a translator on standby for communication. As you rampaged through Tianyuan Peak, a place only the royal family was deemed worthy to inhabit, the number of formidable beings present was scant. 2 shorter grandmasters fell victim to the onslaught of 2 formidable grandmasters, who collected their heads as trophies. You scoured the area, unearthing over 500 individuals, not all of whom were royals. Among them were their domesticated playthings. The translator informed you that those who could wield the divine silver water could exchange 1 drop for 3 individuals. Do not entertain thoughts of consuming the divine silver water to rapidly gain strength for retaliation, lest you wish to see your royal lineage perish. You incited, we shall only seize this opportunity once. Thereafter, we shall depart. The next 200 years will suffice for you to produce 2 grandmasters and complete a cleansing and transition. Do not forget, a royal family with over 3,000 years of history cannot be extinguished by your hands. Tu-Pa regarded you with a look of horror, unable to comprehend why an outsider possessed such intricate knowledge of the royal family's secrets. Chapter 83. The transformation of the white-haired individuals ultimately. Under the directive of Tu-Pa, the royal family relinquished their struggle, exchanging 297 individuals and utilizing 99 drops of divine silver water. Among these, you were also compelled to swear an oath. You agreed rather readily, should I later have a change of heart. My soul would be extracted and ignited for over a century. In the aftermath, you took it upon yourself to lead the group of exchanged individuals, while the remaining 5 shared in your fate and thus followed suit, collectively breaking the oath. Although in this life, you bore no grievance against them. Your pretext was that your master had instructed you to punish these evildoers. Moreover, the royal family, which had perpetuated for 3 millennia, had initiated purges every 600 years, sacrificing dozens daily to the 8 Serpent King. They were deserving of their fate. You once again ventured into the Serpent King's cavern. The vitality of the 8 Serpent King was terrifyingly robust. You continuously inflicted wounds upon it, causing it to bleed, yet it healed and regenerated repeatedly. It took a full half-day to finally slay it. Afterward, you meticulously divided and packaged the serpent's blood and corpse. Within merely 2 months at sea, you gathered all the most precious resources from this vast island. Next, it was time to sit in rows and indulge in fruits. The remaining 5 unanimously resolved to allow you to utilize the purest divine silver water first. They were in no hurry, as serpent blood and flesh were also potent medicinal treasures, and the 8 serpent bones were even more invaluable. The 6 of you practiced martial arts on Tianyuan Peak unabashedly. While due to the abstract ecology of this kingdom, the royal family had long ceased to appear and no one dared to ascend the mountain to investigate. Your progress in refining your strength accelerated nearly tenfold each day, attributable to the excessive consumption of divine silver water. After thousands of years of exploration, the royal family had long possessed the optimal ratio and the most efficient consumption method. Though your method yielded rapid growth, it squandered over 50% of the medicinal efficacy. However, you had utilized 300% of the medicine. On the 5th day, your strength refinement reached completion. Your vigor had entirely transformed into a formidable force. The subsequent stage was unity, a phase requiring proficiency, primarily aimed at enhancing your overall control over your own power, although it would not increase your upper limit of strength. For instance, when an ordinary person collides with a force of 200 pounds, they can punch with 100 pounds of force and poke with a maximum of 30 pounds. Yet upon achieving unity, the collision remains at 200 pounds, but a punch or poke can resonate with the entirety of one's strength, delivering 190 pounds and 180 pounds respectively. A master of unity would proclaim, "If I were to spar with you using merely my pinky finger, it would be a deception." You reached the culmination of a unity phase on the 9th day. The final step for a master is the manifestation of divine intent, and in this spiritual realm, divine silver water also proves beneficial, albeit its effects are considerably diminished. However, this reduced efficacy was compensated by your quintupled essence of spirit. On the 33rd day atop Tianyuan Peak, you successfully manifested divine intent. In battle, you no longer relied solely on the intangible authority of the masters, as your spirit could project martial will, amplifying your power exponentially. On the 41st day, you ascended to the highest structure on Tianyuan Peak, your roar resonating throughout the entire divine capital. Your life level surged slightly, positioning you at the pinnacle of martial prowess in this world. On the 59th day, you ceased your martial training, for there was no further ground to tread. According to conventional narratives of cultivation, great masters are classified into early, middle, and late stages, culminating in a state of perfection. With each elevation, one's vital essence and the aforementioned 3 abilities progressively awaken and intensify. As for you, you now stood as an undisputed great master at the late stage, having transcended the pinnacle of perfection by a full 100%. Unlike the previous occasion when you attained this realm as a complete lunatic, this time, you gazed into the mirror at your snow-white hair and silver eyes, your complexion even fairer, and fell into contemplation. Yun Shou, well, it's not entirely impossible, is it? Your facial features had also transformed, enhancing your attractiveness from 100 handsomeness to a more refined beauty. Ah, am I destined to evolve from an exceptionally handsome figure into a strikingly beautiful man? You unfastened your pants for a glance, and indeed, the white was quite comprehensive. Such an abundance of white. Yun Shou found himself at a loss for words. In the days that followed, once assured of their sufficiency, the remaining individuals also began to utilize the divine silver water. Although one master suggested reserving this treasure for future generations and opted to experiment with serpent blood instead. The efficacy of serpent blood paled in comparison to divine silver water by 100-fold, yet its quantity exceeded it by thousands. Successive divine entities, both orthodox and unorthodox, ascended the mountain, genuinely believing themselves to be deities, while simultaneously harboring a deep-seated respect for the royal family. I am a celestial being. Upon death, I shall merely return to the celestial realm, and in the mortal world, I must protect the loyal royal family beneath me, for mortals, upon death, face eternal demise. None of these so-called strongest, merely aberrant martial artists could withstand a single strike from you. Although your current combat prowess was merely over twice that of an ordinary great master, it surpassed even your previous self as a human, establishing you as the apex of this world. In the year 283 of the Great Celebration, during the third month on Tianyuan Peak, all emerged from their seclusion, each a great master at the peak of perfection, all transformed into white-haired beings, including the one who had consumed serpent blood. This time, the six of you triumphed, returning laden with spoils, transporting a vast array of resources. The six great masters traversed the sea, sprinting across the surface and forming a breathtaking spectacle. Upon reaching the desert region and returning to the continent, 5 months had elapsed since your departure. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, everyone had become great masters. Li Tianbing, the master of the meteor sect, could not help but exclaim. He had only attained mastery 5 years prior. With less experience than you, the sight of the yellow sands of the desert evoked certain unpleasant memories. The locals were notoriously xenophobic, and merely attending a performance could result in grave consequences. You instructed the group to remain still momentarily while you ventured forth. You randomly seized a priest fluent in 3 languages, inquired about the general situation, released him, and then sprinted towards the core of the desert tribes, the royal priest tribe. After overpowering the high priest, whose prowess barely rivaled a great master, you watched as he helplessly witnessed you transport offerings from various corners of the tribe, using your formidable force, applying them upon the altar, emitting heart-wrenching screams, and ultimately succumbing to the pressure as he forcefully snapped his own neck. You departed with satisfaction. At this juncture, the influence of the Qinghe gang experienced another decline. As your loyal deputy, the right protector was once again assaulted, this time by a Taoist sect steward who chastised him and broke one of his arms. Suruahai, nearing 60, remained a first-rate warrior, yet his physical capabilities had surpassed their peak. His broken bone had been in a splint for 3 months. The Taoist sect had begun to feel anxious. Chapter 84. The confrontation with the Tao sect, the suppression of the Qinghe gang, escalated from economic measures to a slight display of force. The Tao sect grew anxious. Your prolonged absence had raised concerns, especially since the last reports indicated your journey to Ningguo, where several masters of the meteor sect had also gone missing, and the elder of the Taihe sect had exhibited unusual movements during the same time frame. Did the meteor sect eliminate you? They scoffed, well aware of the collusion between the factions. The Tao sect could not fathom the prospect of a future grandmaster being nurtured by the resources of Ningguo and receiving personalized instruction from its esteemed masters. They felt as though something rightfully theirs was being snatched away. Unable to locate you, the Tao sect sought ways to draw you out. As the foremost martial authority in Qinghua, they were constrained from excessive actions and were compelled to fabricate a pretext to justify their assault on the Qinghe gang, a path fraught with enmity. What had gone awry? Tao Ming, the current leader of the Tao sect, was perplexed. The conditions they offered were not unreasonable. They were not proposing to enslave you as a master. Their terms were generous, with the expectation that you would contribute occasionally while enjoying the benefits of their resources. Their vast sect grounds boasted an excellent environment, and every disciple was courteous, ensuring that the tranquility of the night was not disturbed. They provided daily buffets featuring organic, low-carbon cuisine. What could possibly be amiss? Yun Shou interjected. Why didn't you say so earlier? However, even if they had, the requirement of contributing a hand in a few years, most likely to assist in the encirclement of the martial masters of Wuguo, thus provoking a state of chaos, was daunting. His primary reason for rejecting the Tao sect lay in the commitment of a century. In this 7th life, he had resolved before simulation that he aimed to ascend. He would follow Beiqing Wang rather than the old man Zhu. At that time, clad in the blood demon armor, he would not be easily vanquished and could manage to coordinate with others, if not entirely. The sole dilemma was that Zhu Baowen had asserted that the upper limit of human potential was tenfold that of an ordinary person. In his previous life, he had enhanced his capabilities to a level that should have reached 20-fold. Yet he could only engage with the aberrant demons for a mere 20 bouts before being torn apart. Bei Qingguang, an individual with a maximum potential of merely tenfold, represented a newly initiated grandmaster at the early stage. Even with the protection of the magical armor, how effective would he be in combat against the aberrant demons? The simulator's content was not reality. Many details were glossed over, leaving Yun Shou bewildered by the events that transpired. Returning to the Dao sect, Yun Shou discerned from the narrative in the simulator that they were not pure villains. Rather, they preferred to strike first and then offer a sweet reward, hoping to subdue your spirit. Once you were coerced into joining the Dao sect, the favorable treatment would render any prior grievances insignificant, enhancing your sense of belonging. Even Su Ruohai, after suffering an injury, would benefit from their resources for recovery and improved health. Yet, they had erred. Yun Qi would never savor the promised rewards. He would merely perceive the incoming blows and retaliate fiercely. After reaching the pinnacle of grand mastery, one no longer required martial arts to train. Their mastery over their own bodies surpassed the rhythm of most martial breathing techniques. During the latter half of your time on the Great Island, you performed your final dispersal of energy, striving to create a martial path that suited you best, achieving some success. Now, your vital force was neither the azure of the celestial river nor the purest white, but rather a transparent, colorless manifestation. With each step, you emanated this vital force as you returned to the Qinghe gang, moving as if suspended in the air, eager for the cheers of your subordinates. Little ones, I have returned. On the outskirts of the headquarters Grand Hall, in the training grounds and various branches, throngs of individuals of varying heights surged forth, surrounding the Grandmaster, exclaiming, "Master, we have missed you dearly. Your absence has left us longing for your presence." Recently, the Dao sect had harassed them, attempting to seize their territory at Qinghu. The Right Guardian had valiantly battled against them, but suffered a broken arm in the process, which had yet to heal. Thank heavens the Master has arrived. Had you delayed any longer, we would have disbanded. On this day, the 6 white-haired Grandmasters unleashed their might upon the Dao sect. The white-haired gang swept through, dispatching foes with ease. None among the martial masters or above were spared, and those who dared to confront them were swiftly vanquished. Those who recognized the futility of resistance fell to the ground feigning unconsciousness or fled, while the obstinate shouted, "For the glory of the Dao sect," only to be met with merciless retaliation that left them broken. As you pressed deeper into the Dao sect, a master from the back mountain emerged, his martial prowess exceeding 50%, yet regrettably, his foundational realm was insufficient, rendering him no match for any of the white-haired masters present. The esteemed Dao sect of Qinghua, the bastion of national strength, was shattered. You seized Tao Ming, the sect leader, delivering a thorough beating before casting him onto the square, breaking his leg in the process. Bring forth the one who injured my right guardian, along with the others involved. I have never struck him so severely. How audacious you are! Tao Ming, in desperation, exclaimed. You seek martial resources, do you not? Cease further humiliating the Dao sect. I shall provide them. You could hardly contain your disdain, the scant resources of your sect. Surely, the emperor would not resort to begging with a golden bowl. In that moment, your divine intent manifested as shattered fragments of time flickered behind you. The formless giant of vital force loomed, and you stood upon its shoulders, releasing a golden body that resonated with a mighty furnace, silencing the clamor of thousands of Dao sect disciples. Deliver those individuals to me. Do not compel me to repeat myself. With a flourish, you departed with the Dao sect's steward and the implicated parties, ensuring they faced the consequences of their transgressions. On a certain day, you observed Su Ruohai venturing into the market to procure several menacingly barbed implements, applying layers of menthol oil and chili oil upon them. You mused, considering the age of this old fellow's wife. Could she endure such outrageous antics? Or was it possible that your devoted right guardian harbored some secret proclivity? You followed out of sheer curiosity, only to witness Su Ruohai entering the quarters of the new Qinghe four heroes, exclaiming in shock at discovering their unexpected relationship. How revolting! Yet, you soon realized your misunderstanding. Su Ruohai was merely depositing the customized items into the secret arsenal of the new four heroes. Meanwhile, the Dao sect stewards continued to suffer punishment in the basement. Such a petty mind. Yun Shou scoffed. How can this Su Ruohai ever achieve greatness? Chapter 85. Hunting the giant clam in the year 283 of the Great Celebration. The martial prowess of the Qinghe gang has swelled significantly. The meteor sect of Ninghua, represented by Jiang Lao and Jiang Laoshi, has remained somewhat restrained. In contrast, you have become increasingly unrestrained, having acquired a plethora of materials from the 8-Quan Serpent King, a creature that has lived for thousands of years, far more precious than any millennium-old ginseng. This beast consumes dozens of lives daily, over a millennium, that amounts to millions, possibly more with additional meals. You suspect that if it could convert its internal energy into fighting capability like ordinary beasts, it would at least reach the celestial tier. Such an extraordinary creature has its blood regarded as a treasure, and under your generous patronage, the combat strength of the mid to senior ranks of the Qinghe gang has soared. Numerous secondary disciples have successfully externalized their energy, achieving in mere moments what Su Ruohai could not accomplish in a decade, propelling them through half of the martial master realm. Yet, your consumption of the Serpent King's materials has barely touched 1%. Even when diluted countless times with water, it remains an extraordinary elixir. Regrettably, those with lower innate qualities find it increasingly difficult to absorb the serpent's blood. Growth becomes arduous. For instance, a 20-year-old entering the secondary tier may fully transform their blood into flesh, while a 45-year-old struggles to unify their strength. Additionally, once one reaches the limit of their potential, such as attaining 130 points of aptitude to become a first-tier martial artist, the consumption required to progress to the martial master level becomes even greater. It is no wonder that the royal family of the Great Island chooses only the most talented individuals every 600 years. Otherwise, the losses would be insurmountable. In 284, the reputation of the Qinghe gang among the martial world of the Great Celebration is rather dismal. Many who have joined the gang seem to have made significant progress. Yet their hair has turned gray, indicating the use of sinister techniques that deplete their vitality. Is there a faction that practices such malevolence? This should have been addressed by the Dao sect, leading various sects and martial halls to suppress it collectively. Dao sect, I have no objections. In 285, you suddenly realize that the Dao sect did not announce preparations for the Master Conference last year, having recently been beaten by the 6 white-haired individuals, thus rewriting a historical event. In reality, you now possess the power to influence the history and future of this world. By 286, the anticipated war did not erupt, possibly due to the loss of the Dao sect support, prompting the Great Celebration to abandon its war incitements. In 287, you passed the position of gang leader to Su Ruohai and ventured out for leisure. On the 15th day, having adjusted your martial arts with a deep understanding of nature, you discovered an innate talent in this area, enhancing your combat strength by 40%. By 291, inspired by the blood essence integration techniques inscribed on the stone walls, you aspired to develop a martial art capable of absorbing the essence from the crystal walls, though you realized you lacked the requisite skill. At 294, at the age of 39, your essence reached 555. Unable to sense the fundamental energies in various natures, you decided to approach the spatial passage in the EC, beginning your attunement with the most elemental qi. In 296, while exploring the ocean floor, you encountered a giant clam, its span exceeding 30 meters. Although it lay several miles from the spatial passage, it was buried several meters deep in the sand. Its breathing was not tumultuous, but rather gentle and prolonged, a mere ripple compared to the disturbances of a large fish swimming by. Had it not been for the carcass of a 50-meter-long whale that you had coincidentally discovered atop the clam, forcing it to shift beneath the sand, you might never have noticed it. It took considerable effort to excavate the clam from its sandy grave. Dragging it required all your strength, and lifting it was simply impossible. The weight of this creature must be several hundred tons, likely exceeding 1,000 tons. You doubted even a being of innate power could lift it. The clam sensed danger and tightly closed its shell. Having survived countless years, its exterior was not merely a keratin layer, but exhibited signs of crystallization, resembling elemental crystals. After much effort, you managed to scrape off a thin layer, and in the surrounding seabed, you unearthed several of its kin. Their shells ranging from several centimeters to several meters wide, confirming a ratio of shell width to thickness of about 21. With a thickness of 1.5 meters, you realized it would take months to fully breach it by hammering a mere centimeter a day. It was time to employ the brilliance of human intellect. Superintelligence. You only think of me when super strength fails you. You responded with a hint of grievance. It was indeed your superintelligence that suggested using super strength to resolve issues. The clam requires water exchange, its greatest vulnerability, though the opening of its shell during this process is minuscule, merely 10 centimeters wide. After being startled, it barely opened to 5 or 6 centimeters. Insufficient for you to slip inside and call out, "Clam, I'm in your belly." Yet, you possess the ability to channel energy. A first-tier martial artist can project their energy several meters to harm others. You are a grand master capable of manifesting energy into physical form. Every time it opened its shell to exchange water, you unleashed a torrent of energy directly into its soft inner being, causing its thick, succulent flesh to quiver uncontrollably. No matter how hard the shell, could the interior remain unyielding? After 3 successive assaults, each time forcing it to expel water violently, it subsequently frantically inhaled to replenish its moisture. On the 15th day, during your 4th attempt, after days of gathering energy, the clam finally reached its limit, completely frantic. With its shell opening to 30 meters, the turbulence it created extended far beyond, affecting hundreds of meters around. You felt the entire ocean tremble beneath you. As the clam thrashed, the force generated by its massive shells was formidable, yet its weight prevented any real flight. It merely rolled chaotically on the seabed. You hovered above the surface of the water, contemplating, who cannot fly? The clam could not reach you. The water it expelled, weakened by hundreds of meters of ocean, felt like a gentle breeze against your face. You gazed at the clam's inner flesh, pulsating like a great tongue, and thought, today, the door of opportunity swings wide open for me. Why should I hold back? The clam's flesh, battered by your energy, was rendered to a pulp. Even a remaining active muscle could easily crush an ordinary person. You sliced off large pieces of the clam's flesh and brought them aboard your ship. A little knowledge. Did you know that by continuously striking clam meat with energy, you can convert kinetic energy into thermal energy, transforming raw clam meat into cooked delicacies? However, returning to the martial world, in the year 299, you have yet to achieve the transcendental connection with the heavens. But your martial arts have granted you a 50% increase in combat strength. By 301, after hunting numerous sea beasts, battling serpents, slaying turtles, hunting sharks, and vanquishing whales, your foundational aptitude has likely doubled compared to an average individual. Considering the enhancements from your martial arts, you suddenly realize that you are not significantly weaker than your previous simulated self, the human version. For previously, you were unaware that grandmasters must delve into the paths of martial arts. Your former self was a pure grandmaster in completion. However, with various factors now at play, you possess approximately 60 to 70% of the combat prowess you once had. Note, I have updated the calculation method for evaluating strength when innate qualities are not standardized, which will be utilized for convenience in this and the following simulations, although it will soon become irrelevant as you attain innate mastery. Chapter 86. A sole individual halts the national war at that time, prior to battling the otherworldly demons. I believe myself to possess the prowess of a grand master with a combat strength magnified by 22 or 23 times. The average grandmaster, in contrast, barely exceeded 3-fold combat strength, rendering my capabilities approximately 7-fold in comparison. However, the mightiest grandmasters, through their martial arts pathways, could elevate their strength by a factor of 2, resulting in a 6-fold strength grandmaster. Yet Yin Lu was merely adept in the blood-yuan fusion technique. It was uncertain how much strength it conferred, but in totality, it should only amount to 3 or 4 times the strength of this realm's strongest. Yun Shou stroked his chin, recalling Zhu Baowen's words that pursuing such martial arts pathways was largely superfluous, becoming irrelevant after reaching the innate stage. Yet, the challenge of attaining the innate stage was formidable. Some grandmasters struggled for decades to perceive the existence of vital energy, never even reaching the threshold of half innate, while the manipulation of that vital energy presented an insurmountable barrier. Conversely, martial arts pathways yielded immediate results. As grandmasters often declared, we have dispersed our powers. Generalized martial arts are of little use. Only by forging our own paths can we achieve greatness. Martial artists who had yet to master the intricacies of their bodies found themselves silenced. In the year 302 of the Great Celebration, you encountered a jellyfish with a canopy exceeding 15 meters. Among its multitude of tentacles lay countless prey ensnared within. You witnessed a shark lunging towards it, drawn by the allure of its ample flesh. Yet the great jellyfish merely flicked its tentacles, brushing against the shark's surface, causing it to stiffen. This was reminiscent of your previous encounter. The jellyfish? A faint memory stirred, prompting you to hastily retreat. Remembering how Yun Lu had fully transformed into an otherworldly demon, and it took a second strike to subdue this jellyfish. Even if you could employ superior intellect to capture it, the jellyfish was laden with toxins. Who could ascertain where it might be vulnerable? You chose to let the jellyfish be. Approaching the year's end, you gaze at the thicket of crystal walls within the Ascension Passage, engulfed in contemplation. Now, your martial arts pathway had surged to a 60% enhancement due to a moment of inspiration, combined with a base essence of 563. Your combat strength had reached an astonishing 18-fold. Yet, even in your current formidable state, a full-powered strike against this crystalline barrier resulted only in minor damage. And by the time you gathered your energy for a second assault, the previous damage had completely healed. As for the otherworldly demons, they could gradually erode this barrier, embodying a sense of despair, absolute despair. You return to the Three Kingdoms region. In that moment, the infinite will of martial arts materialized behind you, as you soared across the ocean at subsonic speed, never making contact with the surface, yet carving a profound trench through the waves, leaving a cascade of frothy memories in your wake. You prepared to summon grandmasters from various regions for earnest discussions. However, upon passing a village, you sensed something amiss. Unusual events were unfolding within its bounds. You halted, learning that a battle raged at the front lines, and recruitment was underway here. Had I overlooked something? Had the otherworldly demons already seized control of the martial kingdom and begun to extend their influence over the other two kingdoms? Was Zhu Baowen's premature departure responsible for this upheaval in the upper realms? Esteemed hero, you may be unaware, explained a recruiting officer. You still appear as a youth in your 20s, albeit your silver eyes have dulled to a silver black. It is that despicable martial kingdom. They attacked our border villages. Yun Shou. Moreover, the martial kingdom dares to act, but lacks the courage to admit it. Their standardized weaponry and remnants of military attire were left behind. You, already fraught with concern due to the otherworldly demon situation, were thoroughly incensed. TMD. A swarm of insects, a horde of pests. With such vermin, how could the Three Kingdoms thrive? How could humanity withstand the otherworldly demons? In the past, you were either too weak or unfortunate, failing to prevent this chaotic battlefield's eruption. But now, everything had changed. You were no longer the powerless version of yourself. You could accomplish anything. Shueshur City, situated within the Martial Kingdom, was still in the early stages of warfare. The Martial Kingdom had yet to react, while the Celebration Kingdom had long been prepared, mobilizing forces to sweep through several cities. The two armies faced each other, one side standing atop the city walls while the Celebration troops assembled below, the clash imminent. Then soldiers from both sides turned their gaze toward the distance. As more and more faces followed suit, there on the horizon billowed a cloud of dust. The cloud of dust drew closer, and only then could they discern the intermittent rumble and explosions. Boom! A figure suddenly crashed onto the ground, his foot striking with such force that it sent dust and debris flying, creating a fan-shaped crater as he steadied himself upon the earth. Such display surpassed the comprehension of the 1,000-strong army present. Was this a Grand Master? A Grand Master? So powerful? Both armies wavered, uncertain of the newcomer's allegiance, whether to the Celebration Kingdom or the Martial Kingdom. Surely, such a spectacle could not be merely for amusement, could it? The commanding officers exchanged grim expressions, having received no prior intelligence. Thus, the newcomer must belong to the opposing side. Damn it! What business does a Grand Master have on the battlefield? Such a being, capable of obliterating thousands of soldiers and retreating unscathed, should not exist in this world. You raise your right arm, condensing transparent energy into an unseen blade, crashing down upon the battlefield. Vast segments of earth shattered, carving a trench several dozen meters long and fracturing the ground for 100 meters, your commanding voice resonating across the landscape. Cease hostilities. You refrain from targeting a specific side, to be precise, the Celebration Kingdom, since you recognize that most of their soldiers were conscripts. Much like the first incarnation of yourself. Holding an umbrella. JPG, Jinwu, can you contend with this Grandmaster? Within Shueshur City, a general inquired, standing before a giant far taller than even the renowned Qi by guest, Zhang Xiaoran, towering over 2 meters. Long Xiang, a powerhouse blessed with the talent of dragon and elephant. Su Jinwu was a delightful surprise granted to the celebration forces for this siege. The giant, standing at over 2.5 meters, silently observed the battlefield, the trench carved by a single strike before him. In others' eyes, he appeared equally formidable as the one below. Both could repel tens of thousands, and, if reckless, could even slay thousands. Yet he alone understood the vast chasm separating the strong from the truly formidable. This individual, renowned in the military for his invincibility, rarely displayed a wry smile. He is not merely a Grandmaster. He is an unparalleled Grandmaster. Such words were astonishing enough. Yet Su Zhanwu's subsequent statement left the Martial Kingdom's commanders utterly astounded. I once visited a Grandmaster and, in my youthful arrogance, challenged him. Yet that Grandmaster pales in comparison to this one, far inferior. That is only natural, replied Zhu Baowan, as previously stated, unless under special circumstances. Within this world's environment, the best that humanity can achieve is thrice the norm due to insufficient vital energy concentration. You possess the full prowess of an 18-fold Grandmaster, while Su Jinwu's previous acquaintance was likely only a 3- to 4-fold Grandmaster, and certainly not among the most advanced. Silver hair. As someone gazed upon your figure, memories of the suppression incident at Lu by Mao several years prior resurfaced, as did thoughts of the long-missing legendary leader of the Qinghe gang. Chapter 87. Ascending the azure gold throne, the prowess of the Grandmaster transcends the mundane and the conceivable. Regardless of the willingness of the military officials from either side, they dare not employ their armies to test the waters. The war situation unfolds like a taut thread, with military orders as fervent as flames. After half a day, you stand before the commanders of both factions, under the weight of psychological pressure. While you cannot forcibly extract the truth from them, you can discern the authenticity of their words. I caught a whiff of deceit. The commander of the Qing nation is drenched in cold sweat. For reasons unknown, he is plagued by the unsettling impression that you might betray him. Exclaiming in alarm, Senior Yun, you are our esteemed Grandmaster of the Qing nation. How can you assist outsiders? With a swift strike, you shatter his shoulder bone. The Qing nation? The human race is on the verge of becoming livestock, and you dare to bark. To reclaim the hundreds of miles of territory usurped by the Wu nation centuries ago has been your father's lifelong aspiration. Even on his deathbed, he urged me to pursue this goal. The commander of the Qing nation suddenly glares at you in fury. If it weren't for your interference with those Ning nation individuals, which thwarted my father's grand plan, we would have long reclaimed what rightfully belongs to us. Enough of your foolishness, jester. The more I hear, the more I want to laugh. You kick him to the ground. You shall repay your father's debts. Had it not been for his father's machinations, you might have lived a tranquil life as a fisherman, possibly surviving until the day of the demon's descent. With a stroke of luck, you might have been nothing more than a human servant instead of fodder, and could have lived even longer. With each step ahead, advantages accumulate, and in a previous life, you might not have needed to flee or succumb to madness. In this life, you begin as a grandmaster, perhaps even a congenital one, free from the dread of demonic forces. After resolving the issues at the front, you return to the Qing He gang. This once modest faction has now grown to nearly overshadow the Dao sect. In reputation, not strength. Upon your abdication, the new leader, Su Ruohai, whose hair has turned even whiter than before, now bears a more robust demeanor, appearing to be around 50 years of age. He has become a grandmaster, a harmonious embodiment of mastery, though his limited aptitude renders him weaker than peers of the same rank. This world possesses few grandmasters of such completeness. Your resources have remained safeguarded within the meteor sect, dispensed annually in moderation to the Qing He gang. 3 grandmasters and dozens of martial masters. Even your boiling water left guardian has risen to become a martial master, and your days of joy have finally departed. The headquarters of the Qing He gang has been completely transformed, rebuilt twice already. How could it not be new? You navigate your way to the location only to discover it is now a city within a city in Qingcheng. While inquiring for directions, passers-by display peculiar expressions, a youthful visage adorned with white hair, an unmistakable hallmark of the Qing He gang, especially in its entirety, signifies high rank within the faction. How could they be unaware of the headquarters location? As you saunter towards the headquarters, you inevitably encounter some members of the gang, their faces paling as they hastily flee. You furrow your brow. Why do they run at the mere sight of me? Could it be that someone of elevated status is unwelcome, having forgotten their roots? Having just endured the turmoil with the Qing army, your mind remains troubled, leading you to underestimate them, inclined to think the worst. Determined to offer them an opportunity for a surprise attack against the most formidable of this era, you halt your steps at the inner city wall that represents the visage of Qing He. You turn and settle at a small stall. A bowl of beef noodles. Hold the scallions. Customer, enjoy the Qing He beef noodles, serve hot. You fixate on the few slices of beef atop your noodles, pausing to decide to eat the noodles first, wondering if anyone would come to escort you back in grand fashion. Your ears perk up as you hear the sounds of clanging and bustling from within the inner city wall of the headquarters, as if construction is underway inside. A cold smile creeps across your face. Even the mightiest siege weaponry and molten iron poured from above could not harm me. An 18-full battle power grandmaster. Yun Shou. I sense a twist in the tale. It cannot always be that he is humiliated by the simulated old Yun. It is time for the true self to take charge. At last, when the sounds of construction cease, you rise, preparing to approach. At that moment, a white-haired gang member approaches, gesturing towards the inner city wall's entrance. Leader Su has been eagerly awaiting your arrival. The more you listen, the more you perceive layers of meaning in his words, which incites laughter from within. You respond 3 times very well as you reach the grand entrance. The gates swing open. A powerful melody reverberates through the air. A vast panorama unfolds before you, gilded staircases ascending in layers, culminating at the pinnacle where a colossal azure gold throne awaits. At the foot of the stairs, 7,000 white-haired followers bow in reverence, while 300 middle to high-ranking members kneel on one knee. Flanking the throne are your former left and right guardians. The roar of adulation echoes throughout the city, reverberating for miles. Salutations to the Supreme Grandmaster. 7,000 welcome back, esteemed Grandmaster. 300 please ascend the throne once more. To Yun Shou. Huh. I told you he would be humiliated. Ugh. Why does being humiliated feel so exhilarating? Yun Shou, consumed by jealousy, twists in discontent. Oh, how I yearn for the Qing He gang. Rolling enviously on the grass. Old 7, let us trade. Exchange those mature, understanding members and the courteous. Grateful guardians for my rebellious lot, who only just submitted to me the other day. Who knows when they will truly return to loyalty? Sigh. You remain silent. Tears well up in your eyes. You should not question them. Yin Qi, you are wicked. You are quite the mischief maker. You step forward, ascending the steps one by one, rising to the heights. The gaze of 3,200 souls remains fixed upon you as you approach the throne, turning to sit upon your azure gold seat. From this vantage, you survey the entirety of the inner city. Amidst feelings of gratification, your heart whispers softly, "Surely, your true self must be envious now, yes? You are even worse than the sixth generation." You bid your subordinates to rise, indulging yourself in the moment before commencing with the important matters at hand. Expedite the process. Within a month, disseminate the news across the entire three kingdoms, summoning every Grand Master and Great Master to gather, utilizing every resource at your disposal. When the time comes, leverage my discovery of a path beyond the Grand Master level as justification, and spare no effort in promoting this summons to gather them all. Even the Dao sect and Yang Yao sect must be informed. This is a matter of utmost significance. In the year 303 of the Qing, news of an even higher martial realm beyond the Grand Master spreads throughout the world. Initially, the martial world suspected it to be mere bluster, until they learned the source was Yu, the unparalleled Grand Master in his 20s, who had overshadowed the Dao sect, leading to an increase in believers. Chapter 88. The establishment of the Demon Hunting Society in the past month. The people of Qingcheng have often witnessed masters soaring through the skies and the long-absent grandmasters revealing their prowess in public, showcasing their formidable skills. Each was met by the members of the Qinghe gang, and any disturbances were swiftly quelled by a formidable 40-meter-long blade of energy, proving even too challenging for the grandmasters. At the beginning of February, grandmasters from the three kingdoms gathered here, where you informed them that the matters concerning those above the grandmaster level would be set aside for now, emphasizing another critical issue. Under the guise of a mysterious master, you proclaimed that there exists a higher realm beyond our own. Upon reaching a certain level in martial arts, one could transcend this inferior world and enter a more prosperous domain of martial arts. Your master, who had vanished for years, had returned to this higher realm. As the attention of the gathered masters converged upon you, you struck the Grandmaster's seal with resolve. Not long ago, your master had returned to inform you that a war had erupted between humanity and a race of alien beings known as the Ancient Clan, with humanity suffering defeat and ceding territory. The passage connecting our world